Welcome to John Berlin. This is John Berlin, and today in our very first lesson, we'll be doing the German alphabets. Now, German is a phonetic language. If we get to know the sounds of the German alphabets, we can very well be able to read any text whatsoever. So without further ado, let's get started. So we begin with A, which has the sound of A, Apfel. A umlaut, which has the sound of A, Bär. So A umlaut is a special character. Yes, perfect. B has the sound of B, Buch. C, sound of C, Slam. D, Drucker. A, Elefant. F, Frosch. G, Gitarre. H, Hund. Now be careful with the I. In German, I is like E. Eagle. Yacht. Yacht. J in English becomes yacht. It makes the sound of ya. Yogurt. K, grapes. L, Lupe. M, Mücke. N, Nagel. O, orange. Now we have a special character, O umlaut. The two dots you see on top are called umlaut. O umlaut. Löwe. Yes, how do we pronounce this? Löwe. Ö. Löwe. Perfect. P, Puta. Q, Quadrat. Now, R in German is a strong letter. It's pronounced like AR. So we'll not pronounce this like bear. We'll rather say it Bär. Perfect. Bär. All right. Moving on to S in English becomes Z in German. It makes the sound of Z. That means this would be sechs, the number 6. Sechs. Perfect. Now we again have a special character. It's called SZ. It's like a double S, and it makes the sound of a sharp S, like Straße. Straße. Perfect. Then we have T, Tomate. We have U, Uhr. We have U umlaut, again a special character. Ü, yes, pronounce it like Ü, and it's Gemüse. Perfect. We have a special, we have V for victory in English. It's pronounced like V in German. So there's a special sound here. V is V, like fur. In the famous car company, Volkswagen, people's car, Volkswagen. Very good. Then we have W is like W, Weintrauben. Fantastic. Then we have X, Saxophone. Now we have Y. There's an exclamatory sound at the beginning of this alphabet. Yes, it differentiates itself from yacht a little. Yacht is like ya. This is ear. Yes, like the word yacht. Yacht. Perfect. Y. Now the last character is in English you call it Z. In Deutsch it's Z. Z. And the word is zebra. So you need to pronounce the T and the S in order to pronounce Z. So you'll hear me say zebra. I don't say zebra, but zebra. Fantastic. So these were the German alphabets. You could rewind the video and again listen to the pronunciations because they're very important. If we get the pronunciations right, we can very well read any German text. Now, one little pointer, we had some special character I would like to read with you. Umlaut is A, O umlaut is Ü, U umlaut is Ü. Yes. So if you want, you could practice this. It takes a little while, but I hope you'll get it. Perfect. So see you in the next lesson. Signing off, German with John Berlin. Bye-bye. Welcome back to German with John Berlin. Today we'll be doing some fundamentals and some basics of the German language, how to get started learning it. Now, for these starters, we need to see how we can type the special characters when we write German. Otherwise, all the letters are like in Latin, like the English letters, except for these 4 letters, which we'll just have a look right now together. The first letter is, as we had mentioned earlier, a umlaut. The 2 dots are called umlaut, and it's pronounced like A. Now to type this letter, here is the combination. That means if you don't have a German keyboard, you could hold down the Alt button and press 0196. Yes, at the same time, and you'll get the output, umlaut in capital. Accordingly, you could do it for the others. Yes, O umlaut, which is Ö, U umlaut, which is Ü, or SZ. Yes, you can get these characters with the following alt codes. Fantastic. Now, if you don't want to do that, there's of course the English convention, yes, in which you could alternatively use a E instead of an umlaut. It denotes as well umlaut. Perfect. Super. Now, some combination letters which I would like to point out, the sounds of some combination letters. Now, whenever in German you come across EI, or in Deutsch, if we pronounce it's, if whenever A and E are written together, the sound it makes is I, like in Frankreich. Whenever E and A are written together in this fashion, it makes the sound of E. It's diesem. Yes. S, C, H together make sh, like wahrscheinlich, Schule. Now, CH has 2 sounds. Either it could be ch, like machen, or sometimes it could be like sh, like Kirsche. It differs from word to word. S, we already know, is making the sound of Z, like Zex. Whenever you see SP together, you'll not call it Sprach, you'll rather call it Sprach, Spa. Whenever there is ST together, you won't call it Studieren, you could better call it Studieren. Yes. Whenever you have EU together, in Deutsch, it makes the sound of Oi, like in the words neuen, Deutsch, or Euro. Perfect. So with that in mind, let's get started and read a text I have for us. Now, the text I have here is the original text, and the text on the right is with the sounds that I have written down in syllables for the respective alphabets. That means as a beginner, to read this text, you might want to follow the sounds wherever required, and you could take your time out and read this text. So, let's see how we go. John Berlin, Vorstellung. Mein Name ist John Berlin. Ich bin ein Schriftsteller und ein Deutschlehrer von Beruf. Ich bin 33 Jahre alt. Meine Hobbys sind zu unterrichten, Bücher zu schreiben, Boxen zu gucken und zu malen. Mit 30 Jahren habe ich mein erstes Buch geschrieben. Es heißt Code of Dreams. Ich habe eine kleine Familie und eine Hündin. Ich habe sie aus der Liebe für Deutschland Berlin genannt. Ich spiele Fangen mit ihr. Ich interessiere mich sehr für fremde Sprachen. Ich möchte noch Spanisch und Französisch lernen. Ich habe mich an einem spanischen Sprachinstitut angemeldet. Wahrscheinlich lerne ich Spanisch so gut als Deutsch. Der spanische Kurs dauert insgesamt 16 Wochen. Danach werde ich die mittlere Stufe erreichen. Ich habe einen Freund Mark, er kommt aus Spanien. Er kennt auch ein bisschen Deutsch. Er kann mir beim Spanisch lernen helfen. Übrigens, jetzt muss ich mich auf meine Reise nach Spanien vorbereiten. Ich habe viel anzupacken. Hoffentlich wird alles klappen. Super. So you could rerun this video, and whenever you listen to this video, you could rather have a look at this text written on the right. I'll just read an excerpt for you to see how the sounds I have written down here. For example, mein Name ist John Berlin. It's like, mein Name ist John Berlin. Ich bin ein Schriftsteller. Ich bin einen Schriftsteller und einen Deutschlehrer von Beruf. Ja. Ich bin 33 Jahre alt. Ich bin 33 Jahre alt. Meine Hobbys sind zu unterrichten, Bücher zu schreiben, Boxen zu gucken und zu malen. Meine Hobbys sind zu unterrichten, Bücher zu schreiben, Boxen zu gucken und zu malen. Perfect. So this was just a brief excerpt to show you that the original sounds are just interpreted here with the description of those sounds written as these letters to help you identify the right sound and practice it. All right, so I wish you all the best. Read this text and see you get the right sounds. See you in the next lesson. Signing off. This is John Berlin. Welcome back to German with John Berlin. In today's lesson, we'll be doing some day-to-day sentences which you come across in German, just to see what do they look like, what do they hear like, not necessarily to learn them, but in order to know that once we cross the basics in the first few lessons, we will be able to make such sentences very easily. So without further ado, let's see what are some basic sentences. The theme I've chosen is greetings and introduction. Fantastic. So we begin with good morning, in Deutsch guten Morgen. Good day, in Deutsch guten Tag. Good evening, guten Abend. Good night, gute Nacht. Now one thing we must note, all nouns in German are written with first letter capital, as underlined above. Yes, so opposed to English where we just write the proper nouns in a capital, in Deutsch we write even general nouns with a capital letter. So we move further. How's it going for you? Yes, in other words, how are you? In Deutsch it'll sound like, wie geht es Ihnen? How does it go for you? Yes? Okay. Now in Deutsch you could address a person politely if you're meeting him or her the first time, or if you're talking with friends, you could address the person informally. So wie geht es dir? Okay. It's going good. Es geht mir gut. It's going great. Es geht mir super. It's going super. Es geht mir toll. Yeah? It's going fantastic. Es geht mir fantastisch. Yeah? It's going magnificent for me. Es geht mir hervorragend. Yeah? So these are some alternatives, and they all just tell how's it going with you. So then again, when you go to a new place, the first things you're being asked, it's mostly, you please introduce yourself, like a polite request. In Deutsch it sounds like, bitte stellen Sie sich vor. It's like, you please introduce, which is vorstellen, yourself, sich. Bitte stellen Sie sich vor. Yeah. So as we see, the English structure of sentences and the German structure of sentences are poles apart. So from the word go, I would like to say, do not compare the English structure of a sentence with the German structure of a sentence. Yes, only refer to English to know the meaning of the sentence. Perfect. Moving forward, how are you called? Yes, wie heißen Sie? Politely. Wie heißt du? Talking to a friend. Yes, so second person formal, second person informal. Okay, that means just a general tip, you differentiate between second person if you're talking formally or informally. Okay, I'm called John Berlin. Ich heiße John Berlin. Yes. What is your name? Was ist Ihr Name? Formally. Was ist dein Name? Informally. My name is John Berlin. Mein Name ist John Berlin. Yeah, just another way of asking names. Who are you? Wer sind Sie? I'm John Berlin. Ich bin John Berlin. From where do you come? Woher kommen Sie? Woher means from where. Perfect. I come from Germany. Ich komme aus Deutschland. Now, if you might notice the way I pronounce Deutschland, T is kind of silent, yes, and T and S both semi-silent. So if you hear me clearly, it's like Deutsch, Deutsch. So S, you could say, is not pronounced. It's just like D-E-U-T and then C-H, yeah, which is pronounced like Deutschland. So you never call it Deutschland. That would be wrong. Deutschland. Perfect. Ich komme aus Deutschland. What do you do from profession? Was machen Sie vom Beruf? Beruf is profession, yes. I am a teacher and a writer from profession. Ich bin ein Schriftsteller, which is a writer, und ein Lehrer from Beruf. Lehrer is teacher, just switched places. No worries. So you could also interpret I am a writer and teacher from profession. Ich bin ein Schriftsteller und ein Lehrer vom Beruf. Okay, what are your hobbies? Was sind Ihre Hobbys? My hobbies are writing, watching boxing, painting and traveling. Meine Hobbys sind Schreiben, Boxkampf, gucken, malen und reisen. Fantastic. So these were some sentences, I believe, which will just show you how the structure of sentences might look like, what is the look and feel of the language. Now, in the next few classes, if you be with me, listen to what the lessons are all about, keep revising what you already have learned. I'm pretty sure these sentences will be a cakewalk. With that said, signing off, this is John Berlin. Welcome back to German with John Berlin. And today we'll be beginning with some of the grammar related fundamentals in the German language. Now, as you must know that in German, there are 3 genders. That means anything you see around yourself, that's a noun. It'll either be masculine, as I have written here, male, or it'll be feminine, as I've written here, female, or it could either be neutrum, in English, neutral. So we'll have written it as MFN. And just to denote these genders, I've used the article the. In English, in German, since there are 3 genders, there are 3 the's, der, die, das. Der for masculine, die for feminine, and das for neutrum. Now, with that in mind, we'll begin to learn some words. Now, whenever you're looking for a word in German, this is how you could translate it. I would recommend go to a translator, set it to German to English, or English to German to be precise. Yes, set it to English to German. Whichever word you need to find out, type it in English, preceded with a the. Yes, why should we precede it with a the? To find out the gender of that word. In English, it's not important since there are no genders. In German, it's important. So whichever word you need to find out, simply type the before it. For example, if you type the table in any translator, you'll get the answer der Tisch. Tisch is the table, and from there we find out it is, yes, masculine. Fantastic. Male. Now similarly, if you type in the watch, the answer would come back the Uhr. Uhr is watch, and with the we find out the gender, it's feminine. Fantastic. Similarly, if I write the window, the answer would be das Fenster. Fenster is window, and das basically denotes window is Neutrum. Fantastic. Yes. Similarly, I have written some words here, and I can even write them for you just to share some basic words. Kitchen is called the Küche. Yes. Okay, let's see if I can type this correctly. The Küche. Fantastic. Yes. What is the door called? Door is called Tür. It's feminine, and it's feminine, so again I'll write the Tür. Fantastic. What's the wall called? Wall is called die Wand. Yes, it's feminine, that's why again the Wand. Yes. What is the name of air conditioner in Deutsch? It's a little smaller to make space. Yes, it's called Klimaanlage. Yes, Klimaanlage. It's feminine as well, so I could write here the Klimaanlage. Yes. Now, quick tip, if a word ends with a E, you could be rest assured it'll be feminine. Okay, perfect. Now I have a word here. It says the course, and in Deutsch it means Kurs. So I could write here der Kurs. Yes, perfect. Cabinet. Cabinet in German is called Schrank, and it's masculine. So what article should I write here? As you look up, masculine is der, so I write here der. Yes, der Schrank. Teacher. What is the name of teacher? In German, it's called Lehrer. It's masculine. By default, all the positions, professions, and jobs, whatever it is related to that position, are by default masculine in German. Yes. So by default, teacher as well is masculine. I'll write der Lehrer. Yes, very good. Okay, what's the school called? It's called Schule. It's feminine, so you'll give me the. Fantastic. Yes. Now we haven't seen any Neutrum. Okay, let me go here and let's see what word do we have. Mobile. Mobile is called handy, and it's Neutrum, so you can write here das. And car is called Auto. It's Neutrum as well, so you could write what? There the das. Exactly, das. Okay, fantastic. So these are just some examples. So here is a little bit of homework you could do just to warm up to finding how the German words work, how to find the German words. Simply go on to any translator, and the rest of the words which you'll find in the book, which you have, if you have it, it's German with John Berlin, and eins. So yes, in that book, you could simply write down the exercise 1, yes, all the translations of these words in German. Fantastic. So let's move forward. We'll talk about the days of the week. Now, the days of the week sound like this. How would we pronounce this? Montag, i.e., will we call it Dienstags or Dienstag? Now, i.e., if you might remember, makes e, so it's Dienstag. Mittwoch, Wednesday. Donnerstag, not Donnerstag, Donnerstag, because the R is pronounced like er, Donnerstag. Now what is this? Is it Freitag or Freitag? EI makes I, so it's Freitag. Now Samstag or Samstag? Now we all know S is like Z, Samstag. and in the end, Sonntag. Super. Doing the months, Januar, Februar, März, April, Mai, Juni, Juli, August, September, October, November, December. Fantastic. So the trick is, in German, we read and pronounce each and every letter with an open mouth. Yes, speaking it out. That's how you get the accent. That's how you get the sound. Now, moving on, I'll introduce you to some basic fundamentals, which we'll be starting off in the next part of this lesson. And just to tell you what the fundamentals will be, here you could have a look. We'll basically be talking about the three most important grammar tables in German. If we know these three grammar tables, we can really make some good progress very fast. So the first grammar table we'll be doing is personal pronouns. Like in English, you say I, you, he, she, it, we, you, all, they. It's like first person, second person, third person, he, she, it, and then again first person plural, second person plural, you all, and third person plural. So the rhythm is 1, 2, 3 singular, 1, 2, 3 plural. Fantastic. So this is the first table. Second would be the possessive pronouns. We'll be doing, like in English, you say my, your, his, her, its, our, yours, and theirs. Yes, this we learn how to do that. And most importantly, we'll be doing the articles, the three types of articles, just like in English. The, this is the best car in the world. This is a wallet found on the street. No, I have no bad friends. Yes, so these are the three important articles known as definite article, the indefinite article, a negative article, no. Fantastic. Yes. Okay, so in the next part of this lesson, we'll learn the real trick to learn these three important grammar tables, and we'll see how we could use that trick and the rule to further get started with these three tables. So that's for this lesson. This is John Berlin signing off this time. See you in the next lesson. Take care. Welcome back to German with John Berlin. Now, in the last lesson, we saw some of the basics, like what are the genders in the German language, like masculine, feminine, neutrum. So the days of the week, months of the year, and we also saw which are the three most important German grammar tables, which we need to learn in order to get the basics strong. So we need to do the personal pronouns, possessive pronouns, and articles. Yes. Now, what is it that is required to do these three fundamental grammar tables? And the answer is, in order to understand these three tables, first of all, we need to understand the cases in the German language. Now, what is a case? If I talk about it, a case in a language means how the subjects and the objects in a particular sentence are structured. Yes, so that is what the cases meant. So we have three distinct cases in the German language. Without further ado, let's very importantly get started with this very important subject, very important theme. So be with me and bring all your attention to this very important topic. So the first case we have in German is called nominative case. Yes, it stands for the subject, the person doing the action. In other words, you could call the hero of the sentence the person who's carrying the action. Yes, so it is denoted by the reference question, which you need to remember: who or what. Yes, so the basic idea is nominative case is based on the subject and it is based on the reference question: who or what. A person who does an action, or a thing what does an action. Yes, perfect. For example, John visits. John is the subject. Mark invites, Mark is the subject. Sam bakes, Sam is the subject. The computer works, the computer is the subject. The watch runs, the watch is the subject. Yes? Okay. All right, moving forward, we have the second most important case in the German language. It's called the accusative case. Yes. Now, what is the accusative case? Like nominative case stood for the subject, accusative case stands for the direct object. What is the direct object? It could also be said as the second hero of the sentence, that is a person or a thing that is directly receiving the action. Yes, it is denoted by the reference questions, whom or what. For example, you could also understand it like this: a person whom action happens, or a thing what receives action. Yes, for example, John visits a friend. So a friend is accusative. Whom does John visit? Mark invites a friend. A friend is again accusative. Whom does Mark invite? Sam bakes a cake. Cake is again accusative. What does Sam bake? Yes? Perfect. So that's what it is. The direct object, accusative, denoted by whom or what. Okay. Now we go on to the third most important case, and it's a little complicated as well. So be with me, bring your attention. It's called the indirect object, dative. Yeah, so that's the third case in the German language, known as dative. In other words, the indirect object. Now, dative could be the third hero of the sentence. Yes, comes in the last. So basically, it's a person who receives the action through the accusative object indirectly. Yes, what does it mean? That this person does not receive the action directly, it receives the action through the accusative object, thus the name indirect object. For example, it could be understood with the reference questions, which I could write here: to whom or for whom. These are the reference questions. You can understand it like this: a person to whom something is given. Yes, that means the accusative thing is given. Or a person for whom something is done. Some accusative thing is done. Yes. For example, Sam bakes a cake for John. So for John is dative. For whom does Sam bake a cake? For John. So John is receiving the action from Sam through a cake. Yes. So basically, Sam bakes a cake. Cake is receiving the direct action, and the cake is given to John. It's being done for John. So John receives the action indirectly. So for John is dative. Moving forward, Sam gives a cake to John. Again, to whom does Sam give a cake? To John. So to John is again dative. How it could be understood: Sam gives a cake. So what does Sam give? A cake. A cake is receiving the direct action, and the cake is being given to John. So John is receiving indirect action, and that's why John is basically dative. Exactly. In other words, to simplify, whenever the question is to whom or for whom, yes, to whom the accusative object is being given, or for whom the accusative object is being made, it will be dative. Yes, perfect. And you always remember, dative is always a person, never a thing. Okay. All right. Now, with this in mind, I would right away go into some exercises since the concept is fresh in our minds, and let's see if we can identify the cases in these day-to-day sentences. So this is the exercise here we have. Let's have a look. We have a small table. You could refer to this. It's just a summary the case is nominative. Yes, it's the element which is the subject, like we talked about, the hero of the action, the hero of the sentence doing the action, and the reference questions are who or what, a person who does action, or thing what receives action. We have accusative, it's the element of direct object, a person whom action happens, or a thing what receives action. Yes, okay, perfect. And moving on to the third case, it's dative. Dative is the element of indirect object. It's to whom something is given, for whom something is done. That something is basically the accusative object. Okay, now I think I need to correct this in my definition. I'm repeating, nominative is the subject, a person who does the action, or a thing what does the action. Okay, moving forward, here are some sentences. I'll do a few with you, namely five or six. Let's find out. Okay, now the man invites the neighbor. So basically, what would be the question? Who, nominative, invites whom? Accusative. So what is nominative? What is accusative? Who? The man is nominative. Whom? The neighbor is accusative. Is there any dative? No, there's no dative here. So moving forward, what would be the answer here? The man calls the neighbor. It will be who is doing the action? The man. So we could write here who calls the neighbor. Whom is the action happening? The neighbor. So whom will be neighbor. So nominative is basically the man. Accusative is basically the neighbor. Yes, fantastic. So similarly, we could do the others, and we could have a look at this important illustration here. The man gives to the neighbor a gift. Okay, so let's find out. The man. So who is doing the action? The man. So we have who. Yes. Gives to whom? To the neighbor. Yes. So we have to whom. What? A gift. Yes. So who gives to whom what? Who, nominative. We'll write it here. The man, nominative, gives to whom? Who's indirectly receiving the action? It's the neighbor. Yes. So to whom is dative. Could write it here. A gift. So what receives the direct action? Basically a gift. So what? A gift. Yes. Perfect. In other words, you could have a look here. Who gives what to whom? Yes. Fantastic. Perfect. Going to the fourth one, the man gives to the neighbor help. Again, who gives what to whom? The answer is the man, which is who, gives to the neighbor, which is to whom. Yes, help, which is what. So if I try to find out what is what, who is nominative? The man. Whom does the man, or what does the man give to the neighbor? Help. So I'll write help. Yes. And to whom does the man give help? The neighbor. So I'll write the neighbor. Yes. So here is how you get your nominative, accusative, dative. Now the rest I would recommend you try and do in the exercise book and refer to the answers in the answer book. Yes. And I'll discuss some important verbs with you until then. And what are the important verbs? Let's find out. Here they are. Now, the man is called John Berlin. Now here the question is, who is called what? But we might think who is nominative and what is accusative. But as you see here, I have not written anything under accusative. I have written both of them under nominative. Why? Because if you look at it closely, the man and John Berlin are the same person. Since they are the same person, basically the subject is equal to the object, and in such a scenario, the case doesn't change. Yes? So basically there are only 4 verbs in German, which we'll be learning shortly. The meanings of those verbs are to be called, and like we have here, the man is called John Berlin. Well, subject is equal to the object. The second verb is to become. The man becomes a writer. Who becomes what? Again, I have written both the subject and the object in nominative because they are both the same person. Yes, so that's the second verb, to become. Third, the man remains a writer. Who remains what? Written both in nominative since the subject and the object are the same. The verb is to remain. And the last one, the man is a writer. Who is what? I've written both in nominative since subject and object are basically the same person, and the verb is to be. I am, you are, he, she, it is. The man is a writer. Fantastic. So I would recommend that you just look up the workbook and do the rest of the questions yourself, refer to the answers, and this is the way we'll be learning German in all the future lessons up till B1. Whenever we have a verb in front of our eyes, we need to ask ourselves these important questions, which are written in this little table. I'll just show you once again. Who, what, whom, what, to whom, for whom. With these questions, we can understand each and every part of any sentence which we do in the future. Perfect. So you get busy with these exercises. Thanks for joining me for this lesson. I'm John Berlin signing off. Catch you in the next lesson. Bye-bye. Welcome back to German with John Berlin. And today, as promised, we'll be beginning with the first most important German grammar table, since we have already learned the idea behind the 3 important German cases, namely nominative, accusative, dative. And just as a quick revision, I would like to ask you, what are the reference questions of these 3 cases, beginning with nominative? So what is nominative? It's the hero of the sentence. That means a person who does the action, or a thing what does the action. So your questions are who and what. Okay, what are the questions for accusative? It's a person whom action happens, or a thing what receives action. Perfect. And what are the questions for dative? It's a person to whom we give the accusative object, or a person for whom we make the accusative object. Yes, fantastic. So that is dative. So with that in mind, I'd like to introduce you to the first table of personal pronouns. How to address a person in first, second, third person singular, first, second, third person plural. Like in English, you have I, you, he, she, it, we, you, all, they. We'll find the German counterpart of these. Additionally, we have a second person formal, which we don't have in English. It's the same. We'll have that in German. So let's see how it goes. All right, now we begin with the first column, which we have here. That's for nominative. And let's see, I make up a sentence and then we replace the pronoun in German. The sentence might be, I teach you German. So basically the question becomes, who teaches you German? In German, I'll say, ich unterrichte dich Deutsch. Ich being I. Yes? So what is I? Ich. Okay, let's make another sentence. Let's say you teach me your mother tongue. So who teaches me your mother tongue? You, of course. So you in German would be du. Du unterrichtest mich deine Muttersprache. So basically du means you. Okay, let's say we have friends from Spain, France, Japan, a guy from Spain. Let's say he teaches us Spanish. So again, the question is who teaches us Spanish? I'll say it in German. Unterrichtet uns Spanisch. Basically being he. Perfect. Let's say we have a friend from France. She's a girl. She teaches us French. So say it in German. Sie unterrichtet uns Französisch. So who teaches us Französisch? Sie. And basically it's like in English, she. Yeah. Perfect. So let's say we have a very intelligent child from Japan. It teaches us Japanese. Again, the question is who teaches us Japanese? It'll be in Deutsch. Es unterrichtet uns Japanisch. That means S stands for it. Why do we say a child it? In German, child means Kind. Kind is Neutrum. Das Kind. Since it's Neutrum, we say S. Okay. Now let's move forward. We finished the first, second, third person singular. Let's go to the first, second, third person plural. Again, need to make a sentence. Let's say we teach you Deutsch. We teach you German breakfast. Yes, we teach you German breakfast. So who teaches you German breakfast? The answer is wir unterrichten euch or unterrichten dich deutsches Frühstück. Yes, so wir basically means we. Okay, moving forward. Now this be with me is very important. We come to second person plural. Now in English, second person singular and second person plural are not differentiated. You could say you and you all, and basically that's it. In German, they look completely different. If you say you, it's du, but the moment you say you all, it's second person plural and it looks like ihr. Yes, so that's a completely new personal pronoun. So try to remember this. It's second person plural when you're talking to more than one person. For example, like a teacher talking to the students. Let's say me talking to you all. I'll say you all. Yeah, let's make a sentence. Let's say you all teach us your home cuisine. Yes, then the question would be who teaches us your home cuisine? Of course, you all. So ihr unterrichtet mich das Heimatküche von eurem Heimatland, from your home country, the cuisine. So yes, ihr is you all. Now again, let's make a sentence for third person plural. Like in English, you say they. So basically, let's say our friends from Japan, France, and Spain, they teach us their home cuisine, food from their home cuisine. So question is, who teaches us the food from Japan and France and Spain? Of course, they, our friends. So in German, I'll say sie unterrichten uns das Küche, die Küche von ihrem Heimatland. So they teach us the cuisine from their home country. Yes, so basically sie stands for they. Now actually the table is finished for nominative, except as I had told you earlier, when it comes to second person, we just don't have the informal version, we also have the formal version. The formal version of du in Deutsch is capital Z, a Z written with a big S. Now you'll always see that the third person plural, that is they, and the second person formal, like you polite, always look the same. They, you, always look like Z, Z. Whatever third person would be, that's the same what the second person formal would be. Third person plural, second person formal, always the same. Okay, so let's make a sentence. Let's say you teach me your mother tongue. This time I'm treating you not just like a student, but let's say I'm treating you like maybe my professor. Yes, so I'm being very polite to you and I'm saying you teach me your mother tongue. So instead of saying du, I'm saying sie unterrichten mich Ihre Muttersprache. Yeah, so basically that means you please teach me your mother tongue. Yes, so I'll not say du, it'll be impolite. Since you're my professor, I'll say Sie. Super duper. So this was the first column done. Nominative. Let's repeat. Ich, du, sie, es. Wir, ihr, sie, sie. Yes, that is I, you, he, she, it. We, you, all, they, and the formal you. Okay, now let's keep the same story going and let's find out what is accusative all about. Now, let's begin with the question whom. Okay, so let's say I teach you German. So who teaches whom? As I said, I teach you. Ich unterrichte dich Deutsch. Yes, so dich basically stands for you. Now in English, both the yous look the same. The one we learned as du in English looks like you, and the one which we are learning right now, dich, in English looks like you. The difference is the first du we learned was the subject, the person doing the action, you, and the second one which we learned, dich, in English you, it is the object, the person to whom the action is happening. And in English it looks the same, but in German it's du and dich. Okay, all right, so that was the question. Whom do I teach German? Ich unterrichte dich. I teach you. Let's make another sentence. Let's say, whom do you teach your mother tongue? You teach me your mother tongue. So again, who teaches whom? The answer is you teach me. Du unterrichtest mich. Yes, fantastic. Now let's say the friends we had from Spain, France, Japan, they also interested to learn German. So let's say I teach him, the guy from Spain, German. Then it'll be, whom do I teach German? It's I teach him. So ich unterrichte ihn. Perfect. Deutsch. Again, I could say I teach her. Whom do I teach? Ich unterrichte sie. And again, I could say, whom do I teach German? I could say I teach it German. Ich unterrichte es Deutsch. So basically, ihn, sie, es is your equivalent of him, her, it. I teach him, I teach her, I teach it Deutsch. Perfect. All right, now we'll keep the story going and we'll be doing first, second, third person, plural under accusative. Now, the story was that you all teach us your mother food, your home food, the food from your homeland, yes? So let's say the sentence is, whom do you all teach the food from your homeland? It's basically us. Yes, you teach us. Let's say you teach me and my friends food from your homeland. So how will we put it? The question is, who teaches whom? The answer is you teach us. Ihr unterrichtet uns. You all teach us. Fantastic. All right, moving forward. Let's say we teach you all German breakfast. That's the sentence we made earlier. So basically, who is teaching whom? It's wir, me and my friends, unterrichten you all, euch, you and your friends, deutsches Frühstück. Okay, perfect. So wir unterrichten euch, it's like we teach you all. Yeah? All right, now moving forward, let's see, we have the third person, and let's say me and my friends teach our friends from Spain, France, Japan German breakfast. They also want to learn how to cook German breakfast. So let's say we teach them. Who teaches whom? It's again wir, me and my friends, unterrichten sie. Yes, that's like them. Genau. Wir unterrichten Sie deutsches Frühstück. Fantastic. So now you see both the Z's here look the same. In nominative, Sie is they. In accusative, Sie is them. How will we know which is which? As we move forward, you'll find out. It's very easy to know when we are looking at this Z, and it's very easy to know when we are looking at this Z, and that we learn as we move forward. No worries. Okay. Now, as accusative column is complete except for the second person polite. Now, instead of saying I teach you German, again, I could have been more polite. I could have said, let's say you're my professor and you want to learn German. I'm saying ich unterrichte Sie. Who teaches whom? Ich. That's ich unterrichte Sie Deutsch. This is being polite. Yeah. Instead of saying ich unterrichte dich Deutsch, I teach you German, I'm saying ich unterrichte Sie Deutsch, which is like I teach you German, but politely, as in you being my professor. Okay. Now this brings us to the very last column. Be with me. And this would be a little longer class, but it'll be worth it. So dative is basically the last case. The question is to whom and for whom. Let's make a sentence. I give to you a German dictionary. So the question is, who gives to whom? Answer is ich gebe dir. What is the meaning of dir? To you. So you don't need to say to. To is automatically inside dir. Yes. So when you say dir, it could either mean to you or for you. For now, the sentence I made, it's for to you. So I give to you German dictionary. Ich gebe dir deutsches Wörterbuch. Okay. You give to me a dictionary in your mother language. Yes. Whatever it be. Yes. Wherever you joining me from. So the sentence would be basically who gives to whom once again. And this time it will be du gibst mir. Yeah. So who gives to whom? You give to me. So what's the meaning of mir? Once again, mir means to me. You'll not need to write to separately. It's inbuilt. It's inside of mir. When you say mir, it automatically means to me. Okay. Fantastic. So why to leave our friends behind? I give to them this book as well. So German book. So let's say I give to him the book of German or the dictionary of German. So who gives to whom? Ich gebe ihm. I give to him. Perfect. The meaning of ihm is to him. Very well said. Okay. And similarly, ich gebe ihr, to her. Ich gebe ihm. It's a repetition. They both look the same, but here it means to it. Ich gebe ihm. Yeah. Deutsches Wörterbuch. Okay, let's come back to plurals. First, second, third person plural. Now again, we'll stick to our story. We were teaching each other some home cuisines, some German cuisine. So let's say you all give to us a book on cooking from your hometown. So who gives to whom? It's basically you all. Ihr gebt uns. Uns means to us. Yes. Uns basically can mean us, like we learned earlier. It can also mean to us, like we meant here. So ihr gebt uns, ja, ein Buch, genau, aus ihrem Heimatland. Perfect. Now moving forward, let's see if we have another sentence here. Okay, let's make it with we give to you all a book on German breakfast. Again, who gives to whom? We, that's me and my friends. Wir geben you all, euch. Yes, to you all. We give to you all. So what's the meaning of euch? To you all. Yes, ein Kochbuch über deutsches Essen. Fantastic. So that's like I give you German book on a book on German food. So euch also means you all. It doubles up as to you all, just like uns. Yes, depending on the context. Okay, finishing up. Be with me. The last stretch. It's teaching our friends some German food. So basically, they also want to learn German breakfast. So I, or let's say me and my friends, give to them a book on German breakfast. So who gives to whom? We give to them. So wir geben ihnen, ja, ein Buch über deutsches Essen. Kochbuch über deutsches Essen. So what is the meaning of ihnen? Ihnen is to them. Yes, we don't need to write to automatically is inside of ihnen. Okay, super. Now we'll come back to the last personal pronoun under dative. Though this list is complete, we know there is a second person formal pronoun. So instead of saying I give to you a German book, let's say you are my professor, I'll be a little more polite. I'll say who gives to whom? Ich gebe Ihnen ein deutsches Buch. Or let's say, yes, you want to learn German, you're my English professor. So let's say ich gebe Ihnen ein deutsches Buch. I give you a German book. Genau. So basically, let's have a look both vertically and horizontally at this table. Vertically, it's like nominative ich, du, er, sie, es, wir, ihr, sie, sie, which is like I, you, he, she, it, we, you, all, they, formal you. Accusative is mich, dich, ihn, sie, es, uns, euch, sie, sie, which is like me, you, him, her, it, us, you, all, them, and you. And then we have dative, which is mir, dir, ihm, ihr, ihm, uns, euch, ihnen, ihnen, which is like to me, to you, to him, to him, to her, to it, to us, for us, to them, or to you, polite. And this also works with forming und so weiter. I mean, correspondingly for me, for you, till the end. Yes. So this was the vertical look, and I think even the horizontal approach looks very promising. We could rather say ich, mich, mir, I, me, to me. And this is the approach I want you to learn. Yes. For example, first person, we'll remember it like this. Ich, mich, mir, I, me, to me, du, dich, dir, you, to you, er, sie, es, ihn, sie, es, ihm, ihr, ihm, he, she, it, him, her, it, to him, to her, to it. Wir, uns, we, us, to us, ihr, euch, you all, to you all, sie, ihnen, they, them, to them, sie, ihnen, you, to you. Yes, this is the way you should learn it in the horizontal fashion, and genau, we'll make really nice progress. So with that in mind, we'll take a little break. There is a related exercise looking back at us on the next page. We'll get to it, but for till then, I let you just absorb what we did here. And this is just a little bit of effort taking table, but I'm pretty sure we'll get to the roots of this table and master it in no time. So I'll leave you at that and see you in the next lesson, where we'll be doing the exercises related to this personal pronoun. Till then, this is John Berlin signing off. Take care. Welcome back to German with John Berlin, and in today's lesson we'll be doing a very important exercise to practice the table we learned in the last lesson. In the last lesson we saw how the personal pronouns in German are structured according to the three cases of the person doing the action, person receiving the action, and the person receiving the action indirectly. That means nominative, accusative, and dative. Yes, we did some sample questions, some sentences to understand the concept, but now to further understand this table and to kind of try and master it, here's a funny looking sentence which will kind of put perspective onto this table, and we'll try to learn these pronouns in a horizontal fashion like we had spoken before. For example, as we can see it again, ich, mich, mir, I, me, to me, du, dich, dir, you, to you, as, yes, ihn, sie, es, ihm, ihr, ihm, he, she, it, him, her, it, to him, to her, to it, wir, uns, we, us, to us, ihr, euch, you all, do you all, sie, ihnen, they, them, to them, and the formal second person, sie, ihnen, you, to you. We'll use these, but this time for dative, we will not be using to whom, that is, we'll not be saying to me, to you, to him, to her, to it, or to us, to you all, to them, or to you. We'll rather be saying for. So this time we'll be making the sentences for the question, for whom. Let's see how it goes. Now, here the sentences are written in English. We just need to fill in the missing personal pronouns in German. So basically, these are the personal pronouns which we need to fill in German, which are written right here. Yes. So for example, I am a good person. Who is a good person? We go to who, I, ish. Perfect. Let's write ish. Okay. Fantastic. Okay. You invite me. Who invites whom? So basically you invite me. Whom do you invite? Me. So we go to whom. We find me. It's mich. Perfect. So you invite. Let's take this off and write mich. You bake for me a cake. So who bakes for whom what? So basically you bake for me a cake. We need to replace for me. So it's basically for whom. We go to for whom and we find for me, which is mir. So let's write here mir. So I'm a good person. Ich bin eine gute Person. You invite me. Du lädst mich ein. You bake for me a cake. Du backst mir einen Kuchen. Okay. Moving forward, you are a good person. I invite you. I bake for you a cake. Who's a good person? We go to who. We find out it's du. We write here du. Yes, I invite you. Whom do I invite? We go to whom. We find out whom do I invite? It's dich. So we write here dich. I bake for you a cake. For whom do I bake a cake? We go to for whom. We find out dir, for you. So we remove for you and we write instead dir. Yes, fantastic. Now moving forward to third person, let's talk about a friend from Spain. Yes. Now he is a good person. Who is a good person? Let's find out. He. So instead of he here, we could have written er. Yes. I invite him. Whom do we invite? Whom do I invite? We go to whom. We find out him. It's Ian. So let me write here Ian. Okay, now what do I do next? I bake for him a cake. For whom do I bake a cake? We go to for whom and we find out for him. It'll be ihm. So please note, I'm not writing for him. I'm just writing ihm, which itself means for him. Yes, perfect. Now moving forward. Okay, let's delete these additional words. Okay. He we've already written, him we've already written, and for him we just wrote fantastic, which is ihm. So ist eine gute Person. Ich lade ihn ein. Ich backe ihm einen Kuchen. Yes, he's a good person. I invite him. I bake for him a cake. Now we could do this for feminine as well. For the French, she comes from France. We could say she's a good person. So who's a good person? We'll go to who. We'll find out she, which is sie. So instead of who, we could instead write here sie. Yeah, it's not capital. Okay. I invite her. Whom do I invite? We go to whom and we find out her. It's once again sie. Okay, so let's get back, remove her, and instead we can write here Z. Perfect. Now I bake for her a cake. Now for her, yes, for whom do I bake a cake? We go to for whom, we find out for her, which is ihr. So I'll remove for her from here and I'll write ihr. Yes, perfect. So sie ist eine gute Person. Ich lade sie ein. Ich backe ihr einen Kuchen. Now if your question is, there are two Z's, they both look the same, how to know this is she and this is her? The answer is, this is Z, and as you can see, it is used with a verb. Is a verb, and that's why it is she. And here Z is used after the verb, which is invite. That means it's not nominative, it's accusative. That's why it's her. So basically, if a pronoun is with a subject, with a verb, it's the subject. If it's after the verb, it's an object. Okay, that's your answer. Now moving forward, let's say we are good people, they invite us, they bake for us a cake. Who are good people? We go to who and we find out we, that's we are. So we write down here, we remove we, write we are. We are good people. They invite us. Whom do they invite? We go to whom, yes, and we find us, which is uns. So instead of us, here we write uns. Okay. Perfect. They bake for us a cake. For whom do they bake a cake? We go to for whom and we look for us, which is again uns. Yes, as you can see here. So we'll remove for us and we'll write simply uns. Yes, perfect. So as you can see, uns means for us. We don't need to write for additionally, it is already inside it. Yes, and now your question could be, there are two uns, for us and us. How to know when it is for us? How to know it is us? The answer is simple. When it's the indirect person receiving an object, like here it's for us, we are receiving the action through the cake, so it's basically for us. Yes, and here we are directly receiving the invitation, it's us. So this is us, this is for us. So in Deutsch, wir sind gute Leute, sie laden uns ein, ja, sie backen uns einen Kuchen. Okay, now moving forward, you all are good people, we invite you all, we bake for you all a cake. Yes, so who are good people? We go to who and we find out it's ihr. Yes, so instead of you all, we can write ihr. Now we invite you all. Whom do we invite? We go to whom and we find out you all, which is euch. So we can remove you all and instead of you all, we can write euch. Yes, and we bake for you all a cake. For whom do we bake a cake? So basically we go to for whom and we find out for you all, which is again euch. So we remove for you all and we can write here euch. Perfect. Again, your question could be, there are two euches, one is you all, one is for you all or to you all. How can we find out? Pretty simple. If it's in this sentence, we invite you all, euch is basically the direct object. Directly they are receiving the action euch, that's why it's you all. In the second sentence, we bake for you all a cake. Yes, here euch is an indirect object since it's receiving the action through the cake. Yes, so it's for you all. Perfect. Now moving to the next sentence, they are good people, we invite them, we bake for them a cake. So again, who are good people? We'll go to who, we'll go to third person plural, they, which is sie. So I'll remove you and I'll write sie. They are good people. Sie are good person. They are good. Okay, I wrote it in the wrong place. Okay, moment. It should be they are good people. So sie are good people. Yes. We invite them. So whom do we invite? We go to whom and we find out third person plural, which is them. It is sie. Perfect. Once again, we'll remove them and we'll write sie. Now your question once again could be, both are looking familiar, sie and sie. In this it is they, in this is them. How to know which is when? So this time the answer is again the same. Sie is the person doing the action and it's always with the verb. That's why it needs to be the subject. So it's they, and this comes after the verb invite, and that's why it's an object. So it's accusative. Yes. So it's them. We invite them and we bake for them a cake. So for whom do we bake a cake? We go to for whom and we find out for them, which is ihnen. So let's find out. Remove for them and we just write here ihnen. So let's say in German, Sie sind gute Leute. Wir laden Sie ein. Wir backen Ihnen einen Kuchen. Okay. Now fundamentally these first two, 1, 2, 3 singular plural are finished. We have an additional pronoun, as we know in German, for second person formal. So let's do a sentence. I'll repeat the sentence this time, but formally I'll say to you, you are a good person. Let's say I'm saying it to my professor. You're a good person. I invite you. I bake for you a cake. So I will not say du bist eine gute Person. Ich lade dich ein. Ich backe dir einen Kuchen. That'll be wrong. It'll be casual. I need to be formal. So I'll rather say, who is a good person? You are. So we go to who and find you. It's capital Z. Yes, just like the third person plural. Z. You are a good person. I invite you. Whom do I invite? I go to whom and I look here for you. Formal. It's the big Z. Remove you and write Z. Yeah. So you are a good person. I invite you. I bake for you a cake. For whom do I bake a cake? I go to for whom and I find out for you. It's ihnen. So instead of for you, I'll remove for you and I'll simply write ihnen with a capital I. Yes. Now in the first two sentences, Sie are a good person. I invite Sie. You'll say both are Z's. Which to know is they, which to know is you, which to know is the other you. Yes. Accusative one. Basically it's simple. This is the pronoun used with the verb. Needs to be subject, which is you, and this, which comes after the verb in the second sentence. The verb is invite. So who invites whom? This is answering whom. This is accusative. So this is accusative. Perfect. So this was a little exercise in which we simply tried to use these pronouns horizontally. Ich, mich, mir. As you can see here, ich, mich, mir, du, dich, dir, ihn, ihm, sie, ihr, wir, uns, ihr, euch, sie, ihnen, and sie, ihnen, second person formal. Yes, fantastic. So this was a little exercise which we'll be again repeating in the future lessons, completely in German. So this would be good if you repeat this and try this in the workbook, in which you could by yourself fill in the answers with the logic of who is inviting whom and baking for whom. Yes, perfect. So thanks for joining me in this lesson with this funny looking sentence, which I can guarantee you will help you find the meanings of these personal pronouns. This is John Berlin signing off till the next lesson. See you. Welcome to German with John Berlin, and today we are back with an exercise to practice what we learned in the last two lessons. So in the last two lessons we got to know basically the personal pronouns. We practice the personal pronouns with a funny sentence, I'm a good person. You invite me, bake for me a cake. Yes. So today we'll take it further and we'll do some general sentences with the table in front of us, and we'll try to work out the right pronoun depending on the reference questions which we have learned up till now. That is who, what, whom, what, to whom, for whom. Yes. So with that in mind, let's have a look here. So in your exercise books, you'll find this little exercise. I'll do a few of these questions with you, and the rest you can do in the workbook. The answers would be in the answer book. Let's find out. So here is an example. He visits me. So what would be the question here? Who visits whom? We go to who. We find out he, which is er. Very good. Visits me. Whom? We go to whom. We find out me, which is mich. So we fill in here er mich. In Deutsch, er besucht mich. He visits me. Fantastic. Moving forward, she gives to me chocolates. Who gives to me chocolates? Let's go to who. We need to find she. It's sie. So we need to tip in sie here. Let me write for you sie. Yes, I could remove this. Perfect. Gives to me. To whom does she give? Question is to whom. I could go to whom, and I'll need to find to me, which is Mia. To me is Mia, so let's delete to me and write Mia. What does she give? It's chocolate, so it's already written as a noun. Yes, if you want to replace it, instead of chocolates, you could write what is chocolates? Chocolates is plural. Yes, so you go to what and find plural third person, which is sie. Yes, so instead of chocolates, you can write sie as well. Okay, now, though it's not part of the question, just to explain it to you. Okay, we invite you and you all to party. Yes, so the question is who invites whom? Yes, we go to who and we look for we. What is we? It's wir. So instead of who, we here, we write wir. Pretty similar in sound, we and wir. Invite you. Whom do we invite? Let's go to whom, and it's you. Let's suppose it's to a friend, so we'll say dich. Let's write here dich. Okay, had it been to someone else like a professor or someone formal, you could have said sie. Yes, that's the formal version. Okay, for now I've chosen friend, dich. We invite you, wir laden dich, and you all. Okay, again whom, we go to whom. You all is euch, so I'll remove you all here and write euch. Yes, so basically euch means you all. In German, you need to be particular if you're talking to more than one person. If you say dich, it'll be meant one. If you say euch, it'll be meant more than one. So here it's you all, you and you all, addressing two separate people or groups. One as dich, the other is euch. To party. Perfect. Okay, now I'll do two more with you. You all give to us a computer. Who gives to whom what? Who, we go to who. It's you all. We can't say do. Do is simply you. We need to plural. Ihr. Very good. Ihr. Give to us. What is to whom? Question is to whom? To us. We go to whom. Find out to us. It's uns. So remove to us and write uns. A computer. Yes. So uns is a indirect object. That means to us, a person receiving the action through a computer. Okay, so computer is what? Accusative. And this is to us, dative. receiving action through a computer. Okay, so basically ihr gift uns a computer. You all gift us a computer. This is the last one for this particular exercise. And the question is, she meets her and them. So who meets whom? So first it's she. Who? Go to who, find out she. It's sie. So let's remove this and write sie. I have capitalized sie since it's the beginning of the sentence. She meets her. Whom does she meet? We go to whom, find out her. It's again sie. Yes, as we discussed, how to know this is sie and this is how to know this is she and this is her. The first sie is she because it's used with the verb, and this comes after the verb, so it is her. She meets her and them. Now, again, the question is whom. Whom does she meet? Them. So let's go to whom. Let's find out them, third person plural, again the small z, and we'll write here once again z. Now your question, two z's here, one is her, one is them. How can we know it? We cannot. It needs to be understood in context. Yes, so this is, you are right, a little dilemma if you don't know the context. So it could be interpreted like she meets them and them. It could be interpreted like she meets her and her. It could be interpreted like she meets her and them, or it could be interpreted like she meets them and her, whatever the probabilities are. Yes, so yes, you're right, it's not possible to know until and unless you know the context. So I recommend you do the rest of these exercises with the help of the exercise book. The answers are in the answer book. Try to attempt them the way we did these, and then cross-check if you did get the right answers. Perfect. Thanks for joining me, and I'll see you in the next lesson. We'll do another interesting exercise. Take care. Signing off. All right, we'll do one more sentence for this particular exercise, and that is the sentence. If you come right down with me to 13th question, and you'll see I have a very peculiar looking sentence. Pizza is liked from me. Now in English, we never speak like this. We normally say I like pizza, which you can of course in German as well. But there's a variant in German where people speak with the object as the subject. That means you'll say pizza is liked from me instead of saying I like pizza. So in this sentence, you'll see that we have used the verb with pizza. Yes, so it's pizza is liked from me. So the question here is from whom? And just to update, in this third case of dative, which is the indirect object, in which the person is receiving indirect action through the accusative object, basically this also has a question from whom. Yes, so basically these are the three questions: to whom, for whom, and sometimes from whom, like we have in this sentence. Pizza is liked from me. From whom? We go to from whom, and we find from me, which is Mia. So Mia could be translated not just as to me, for me, it could also be understood as from me. Perfect. So we'll remove from me and we'll write Mia. All right, so this was one extra question which I thought needed address, and rightly did so. So I would recommend the rest of the sentences you do in the exercise book. Refer to the answer book, cross-check your answers, and I'm sure you will get them right. And perfect. Any confusions, you can always refer back to this little video. See you in the next lesson. This is John Berlin signing off. Take care. Welcome back to German with John Berlin. And in today's lesson, we'll be doing the new table for articles. So prior to this, we had learned the personal pronouns, and we had learned them with the help of the cases, that is nominative, accusative, dative. Today we'll be learning, as promised, the second most important German grammar table. As I mentioned, the articles. 3 types of articles we'll be learning today. Definite article, like that is the best car when something has definition. Indefinite article, like that is just a car, something has no definition. Yes, and that is indefinite article, that is no car, just a wreck. So it's like no when something does not exist. Right, so these are the 3 articles: definite, indefinite, and negative article, right? Now, how are these articles defined in German? In German, these articles are defined on the basis of gender and case. Gender being masculine, feminine, neutrum, or plural, yes, and case being nominative, accusative, dative, just like we had learned before. So let's have a look at the first table. It's the definite article table. Yes, we had earlier had a glimpse of it when we were doing genders. So here we have the definite article the, and according to the genders and cases, we have different articles according to the columns you see here. That means there are 4 genders, so we have basically 3 genders and a plural. So we have der, die, das, die in nominative when the question is who or what. We have den, die, das, die in accusative when the question is whom or what. And we have dem, der, dem, den when the question is to whom or for whom. Fantastic. Now, before I get into the logic of these articles, let me just show you what are the endings of these articles which are important. In der, die, das, die, we must remember the ending of the and the. I'll highlight it. We also need to remember the endings of den, the, and the. Yes, let me underline it. And we need to remember the endings of them, their, them, and then, which is there with an extra n, about which I'll tell you later. Yes, so except there, thus, and thus, yes, this L-shaped there, thus, we need to remember the endings of all the articles. Yeah, okay, why do we need to remember them? We'll find out in a moment. First of all, let's quickly understand these articles according to the cases and genders. Let's say the question is who. So let's say the sentence could be any. If it's the person who's doing the action, masculine, let's say the man is doing the action, any verb, then it'll be der. Yes, perfect. The man does the action. If it's the feminine noun, any feminine person doing any feminine person or noun doing the action, it'll be the. Perfect. Anything that's neutral doing the action will be das. Anything plural doing the action will be the. Yes, for example, der Mann singt, the man sings. Die Frau tanzt, the Frau dances. Das Auto fährt, the car drives. Yeah, die Leute klatschen, the people clap. Yeah, so in all these we saw different types of nouns depending on the gender, different types of articles. Yes, der, die, das, die. Now let's go to accusative. In accusative, the question is whom and what. Yes, accordingly, it's like if a masculine noun is receiving the action, it's den, feminine noun receiving the action, the, neutral noun receiving the action, das, and plural nouns receiving the action, the. For example, yes, he invites the man. Whom does he invite? The man, den Mann. Yes. Let's say he invites the woman. Whom does he invite? The woman, die Frau. He invites the child. Whom does he invite? Das Kind, neutral. He invites the people, plural. So whom does he invite? Yeah, he invites die Leute, the people. Now similarly, we come to dative. Yes, if the indirect object is masculine, it will be them. If the indirect object is feminine, it will be der. Neutral, it will be them. and plural, it'll be den plus an extra n, which I'll talk about later. So for example, I give to the neighbor a car, my car. So to whom do I give my car? To the neighbor. Dem Nachbar, to the neighbor. So the meaning of dem, please note, is not just the, but the meaning of dem is to the. Yes? And in certain occasions, let me say, I make for the neighbor a cake. In that sense, it'll be for the. Yes? It works with both. So it's like, let's see, I make for the neighbor a cake, dem Nachbar. I make for the female neighbor a cake, der Nachbarin, for the female neighbor. I make for the child a cake, yes, so dem Kind, for the child. I make for the guests, plural, a cake, den Gästen, yes. So that's how it goes. If it's nominative, these are your articles. If it's accusative, these are your articles. If it's dative, these are your articles. Let's quickly see. The man visits the neighbor. Who visits whom? Let's find out. We go to who. The man, it's masculine. We'll say der. Yes, visits the neighbor. Whom does he visit? It's the neighbor. We'll go to whom. And we'll find the neighbor masculine, den Nachbar. Yeah, that's what it is written. Der Mann besucht den Nachbar. The man visits the neighbor. The woman invites the neighbor. Who invites whom? Yes, once again, who is the woman? We go to who, find out feminine, it's die. So die Frau, the woman, lädt whom? We go to whom, the female neighbor, once again, it's again die. So die Frau lädt die Nachbarin ein. The woman invites the neighbor. Yeah. Once again, if we go to neutral, then it's like, let's make a different kind of an example here. Okay, let's say the man gives to the neighbor the car. Yes. Who gives to whom what? First go to who. It's the man. Man is masculine. So it's again der. The man, der Mann, like I've written there. Yes, gives to the neighbor. To whom? Neighbor is masculine. To the neighbor, dem. Yes, so I've written to the, dem, Nachbar, neighbor. What? Car. Car is neutral. So we go to neutral, das Auto. Yes, der Mann gibt dem Nachbar das Auto. Fantastic. So this was a quick example of how to work with our articles, definite articles. Same logic and same approach. We'll do the indefinite article, and in fact I'll tell you why I made you highlight the endings of the, den, the, dem, da, dem, den. These endings which I have highlighted here, they will even be seen, not the plural ones, but the other than the plural ones. The, den, the, dem, da, dem. These endings will be seen in our next table, which is indefinite article. Let's go to the next table. Here we have the next table, and this is about indefinite article. Yes, not specific, simply a person. Yes. So let's have a look. It's also defined according to the genders and the cases. So let's find directly the questions here, illustrations. A man visits a neighbor. So let's have a look. Who visits whom? A man. So who? Man is masculine. We'll say ein. Yes, ein Mann visits a neighbor. Whom? We'll go to whom. Again, neighbor is masculine. Einen. Yes. So it'll be ein Mann besucht einen Nachbar. A man visits a neighbor. Yes. And we'll move forward. A woman invites a neighbor. Who invites whom? We go to who. It's a woman. Woman is feminine, so eine. Invites a female neighbor, Nachbarin. I've written F here, female neighbor. So whom? Once again feminine. Eine Nachbarin. Eine Frau lädt eine Nachbarin ein. Okay, a man gives to a neighbor a car. Yes. Who gives to whom what? Who? It's a man, masculine, ein Mann, gives to whom? A neighbor, to a neighbor, it's again masculine, ein Nachbar, a neighbor. What? A car. Car is Auto, in Deutsch Neutrum, ein Auto. Yes, perfect. So as you see here, we again use these articles according to the same approach, and these articles basically have the endings of the definiter article. If you might recall, eine, einen, eine, einem, einer, einem. Just like they are die, den, die, dem, der, dem. Yes, only the masculine, neutrum, and neutrum of accusative don't have the endings as of definiter article, but other than that, they all have the endings of definiter article. And indefiniter article does not have a plural, so we wouldn't bother, because you cannot say anything in plural with a. A as an indefinite article is always singular. Yes, fantastic. Okay, to the last table, that's indefinite article. When something doesn't exist, we say no, there are no apples in the shop, for just an example. So let's just have a look at the negative article. It's just like the indefinite article, except there is a K in front of it. Let's have a look. The man has no friend. So who has no friend? The man. Man is masculine. Kein. Okay. Entschuldigung. The man. So here we didn't need to say no man. We just needed to say the man has no friend. Whom does he not have? Whom does he not have? Friend. Friend is masculine. Keinen Freund. Yes. Keinen Freund. Perfect. Going to the next one. The man has no girlfriend. So whom does the man not have? A girlfriend. Girlfriend is feminine. So keine Girlfriend. Yes. The man has keine Girlfriend. Der Mann hat keine Frau. Keine Girlfriend. Okay. The man gives to no neighbor the car. So to whom does the man give? To whom does the man give the car? To no neighbor. Yes. So neighbor is in this case again masculine. So let's pick up keinem. The man gives keinem Nachbar. So it will become der Mann gibt keinem Nachbar das Auto. Yes. Perfect. So this was, and perfect. So the last sentence being, the man gives to no neighbor the car. So basically, to whom does the man give the car? To no neighbor. Yes. Neighbor is again masculine. So it will be, der Mann gibt keinem Nachbar das Auto. Yes. Fantastic. So that's how it is. So these are the three tables, and if you see, the endings of all these three tables are kind of similar, except the three endings of nominative, masculine, neutrum, and accusative, neutrum. Except these, the endings of all these three tables are the same. If you see it from the top, just like der, die, das, die, we have here, we leave der, we go to die, we leave das, there is no plural. We go to den, die, das, die, den, die, there we don't take das, there is no plural. Dem, der, dem, it's the same endings, there is no plural. Yes. So as you saw, it's the same endings as the definiter article. Same goes here. except for masculine, neutrum, and neutrum of accusative. All the endings are same. They are the, thus, the, yes. In negative article, there is plural, yes. And again, accusative, den, the, thus, the, and them, the, them, then. So basically, it's the same endings, yes. Fantastic. So this was for this part of the lesson. In the next, we'll get started to practice these three tables in detail. So this is John Berlin signing off till the next time. Welcome to German with Johan Berlin, to the new lesson. In the previous lessons, we have learned the articles and the personal pronouns. And lastly, we did the articles, the three types of articles, namely definite article, yes, they are the, das, the, and indefinite article like ein, eine, ein, and negative article kein, keine, kein, with the other cases as well in accusative and dative. Yes, we did them on the basis of genders and cases. So today we'll be implementing these three tables with the help of a few questions and sentences. And a quick tip, we don't need to recall all the three tables. If we remember the definite article, we can quickly recall the endings of the other two tables. As I had mentioned, the endings of the definite articles are repeated onto the other tables. So let's find out how we get through these questions. All right. Now the first sentence is already done for us. The man visits a friend. Yes. So let's identify the article on the basis of case and gender as well as the type of article. So it's a definite article. Yes. And the case is who, nominative, and the gender is masculine, written in brackets. So we go to nominative, yes. We go to masculine, which is there, yes. And we write here, there. Fantastic. Invite or visits a friend. Again, let's find out on the basis of type of article. It is a, no worries. Indefinite article, it's whom, accusative, and friend is again written in brackets masculine. So let's follow that. Accusative, yes, masculine, article is den. From den we can try and recall the indefinite article with the same ending as en. We get einen. Perfect. So the man visits a friend. Der Mann besucht einen Freund. Perfect. With the same approach, we'll try and do the other ones. Okay, now let me quickly wind some of these answers back. Seem to be done in a hurry. All right. The father gives to the son a computer. Let's find out the type of article. It's the definite article. Father, it's who. That's nominative. Father is masculine, written in brackets. So it's nominative. Definite article, masculine, there. So we can write here instead of the father, their father gives to the son, type of article, definite article, yes, to whom, dative, yes, son is masculine, written in brackets. So let's go, dative, definite article, masculine, them, yes. So instead of to the, I could write them. Perfect. Okay, what does he give? Computer. So who gives to whom what? What is accusative? Yes. And what type of article it is? Indefinite article, no problem. And it's, we already discussed, masculine, accusative. So we go to accusative and we go to masculine. It is then. From then we can try to figure out the indefinite article with the same ending as en. So indefinite article is ein, and we add the ending of en, so it becomes einen. Perfect. So the father gives to the son a computer. Der Vater gibt dem Sohn einen Computer. Perfect. The teacher invites the children. So what type of article looking at? Definite article. Fantastic. who? Teacher. So who is nominative? Very good. And teacher, I have written here in brackets is feminine. So we go to nominative. We find the articles in between here. Feminine, the. So we write here, the. Yes. The teacher invites the children. Perfect. The children, the, again definite article. And whom does the teacher invite? Accusative. Yes. And it is the children, plural. So it's written in the bracket. So we go to accusative and we go to plural. And plural is then, the, thus, the. Yes. It's written in a different pattern here. Don't worry. Then, the, thus, the. Just look at the article, the, accusative, plural. So instead of the children, we could write here, the Kinder. Yeah. The Lehrer, die Lehrerin, let the Kinder ein. Perfect. Now the school has no computer. Perfect. So the, again definite article. School is like what, and in bracket it's feminine, so it's like what, and it's feminine, so it's like the here. So we can replace the school with the. The school has no computer. What type of article we are looking at? Negative article, no problem. Computer is like what, and the case is, and the gender is masculine. So what has what not? School has no computer. So what is accusative and computer is masculine. We go to then, and from then we get the ending of en. What is the negative article? Kein. We add the ending of en. It becomes, yes, keinen. Perfect. Keinen Computer. The police catches the thief. So basically, again, it's who catches whom, and the is definite article. Who is nominative. Police is feminine, written in brackets. So we go to nominative, and feminine is the. So we write the. Yes, the Polizei or the police catches the thief. The again is definite article. Whom is accusative. Thief, as written in brackets, is masculine. So we could write here accusative, masculine. Yes, then. So we could replace the with then. Fantastic. Let's do one last one. The old man gifts to the poor kid a new pen. So the, again definite article, old man, which is who, masculine. We go to nominative, who, masculine, definite article, there. So I could write here there, old man, old man, der alte Mann, gibt to the poor kid. So to the is again definite article. Yes, poor kid is like to whom. So it's dative, yes, and kid as written in brackets is neutral. Perfect. So, okay, just updating this little gender here, neutral. Perfect. So we go to dative, to whom, dative, and we go to neutral, them, their, them, which is them here. So we pick up them, and we from them derive the indefinite article, which is ein. We add the ending of em, so it becomes, okay, yes, perfect. We don't need the indefinite article, my mistake. We are looking for to the. So to the is right in front of us, to whom, dative, definite article, yes, and it's to the poor kid. Poor kid is neutrum. We'll simply write the way it is written, dem. Yes, der alte Mann schenkt dem armen Kind. The old man gifts to the poor child. And to the is dem. Dem itself means to the poor kid. A new pen. So basically, a is an indefinite article. Worries. New pen. What? So who gives to whom what? What is accusative. Yes, and it's masculine. So we go here, it's then, and from then we can derive the indefinite article, which is ein. At the ending of en, we get einen. Yes, let me write here einen. Perfect. So here you go. That's how you use the articles, all by just looking at the definiter article. You could derive all the other types of articles. Yes, fantastic. So I would suggest you try and do the rest of the sentences by looking up at the workbook. Yes, and also simultaneously keep the tables open in the answer book. Yes, where there are the tables, and try to get the answers done and then cross-check with the answer book. I'm definitely sure that you got the answer. If not, you could come back and rewatch this little video, update the tips which have been told here. Yes, you need to find out 3 things: the type, article, gender, and the case. If you find these 3 things, there's no way that your answer will go wrong. Perfect. So thanks for joining in. This is John Berlin signing off. Up till the next lesson. Take care. Welcome back to German with John Berlin, and today we'll be looking at a very interesting topic, that where are the third person pronouns derived from and how to remember them. So what are the third person pronouns? Let's have a quick look. Like we did in our first grammar table, the personal pronouns, we saw that they are distributed according to the first, second, third person, singular, plural. So today we'll be looking at just the third person pronouns in singular, that is er, sie, es, ihn, sie, es, ihr, mir, ihm, as well as third person pronouns plural, sie, sie, ihnen. And we'll try to find out where are they derived from and how to remember them. Now, as we see, these are the only pronouns which have got a gender in them. Er, sie, es, ihn, sie, es, ihm, ihr, ihm, just like he, she, it, him, her, it, to him, to her, to it, and they, to they, them, to them. Yes. So these pronouns are derived from nowhere else but our definiter article. How? Let's have a look. Now, these are the definiter article written right in between, underneath the third person, yes, singular, as well as the third person plural. These are your singular articles. This is the plural article. So let's have a quick look. They are the das, nominative, den, the, das, accusative, dem, der, dem, dative, and there are some respective plurals, the, den with an extra n. Yes. So let's compare where do the third person pronouns are derived from. So as I mentioned, and just like we saw, they're derived from the definiter article. Der becomes er, die becomes sie, das becomes es, den becomes ihn, yes, die becomes sie, and das becomes es, dem becomes ihm, der becomes ihr, dem becomes ihm. Coming to plurals, die, which is like plural nominative article, definiter article, yes, there, the, das, the, becomes sie. Yes, that's the third person plural. And the accusative plural, which is like our den, the, das, the, becomes sie again, which is our third person accusative plural. And den with an extra n becomes ihnen. So perfect. What this extra n means, I'll tell later. All right, so basically we saw that er, which is he, is derived from this table, and ihn, which is him, is derived from den, die, das here respectively. Yes, and ihm is from them, der, dem. Similarly, our plurals. So we shouldn't stop here. We could see if this also compares with the other articles, and if we go on to see, yes, basically these personal pronouns could be compared to the definiter article and from the definite article we can derive the other articles. So it's a comparison of personal pronouns with all the other articles with the help of definite articles. So er, sie, es is derived from der, die, das, which is easily comparable to ein, eine, ein, kein, keine, kein. Similarly, ihn, sie, es derived from den, die, das, which is comparable to einen, einen, ein, keinen, keine, kein. And ihm, ihr, ihm is derived from den, der, dem, which is comparable to einem, einer, einem, keinem, keiner, keinem. Perfect. And in the end, we have ihnen, which is derived from den with an extra n here, and it could be compared to keinem. Perfect. So this is just a consolidated table showing our personal pronouns with all the other articles. Why do we do this? Now the idea is, if you can remember the definite article, der, die, das, die, den, die, das, die, dem, der, dem, den with an extra n, automatically you'll be able to remember your third person pronouns. Yes, so this is the trick to remember your third person pronouns, that you remember your definite article. If you remember your definite article, you just don't remember personal pronouns, you also remember the related articles. So in crux, please learn the definite article in nominative, accusative, dative, der, die, das, die, den, die, das, die, dem, der, dem, den with an extra n. All right, now with this in mind, here is a little exercise in which you have to replace the articles with pronouns. Yes, wherever you see der, you need to write er. Wherever you see den, you need to write ihn or die, sie, und so weiter. Yes, that means accordingly. So we just need to switch the articles to pronouns. Let's find out. There is an example here. Der Mann visits einen Freund. Der Mann besucht einen Freund. Der Mann visits einen Freund. So instead of saying the man visits a friend, I could simply say, instead of der, I'll go to der and switch it with er. Visits einen Freund. Instead of einen, I'll go to einen here and switch it with ihn. Fantastic. So er besucht ihn, which means he visits him. Yeah, he visits him, or a man visits a friend. Perfect. So with the same concept in mind, we could attempt to do a couple of more examples on our right. The father gives to the son a computer. So instead of der, we could write er. Perfect. Gives to the son. Yes. So instead of dem, we could write ihm. Very good. Yes. Einen Computer instead of einen, which we see here, we could simply write ihn. Very good. So fantastic. So basically, er gibt ihm ihn, he gives to him it. Yes, perfect. The teacher invites the children. Again, instead of the, we'll find the as who. We'll go to who and find the. It's here, and instead of the, we'll write sie. So we'll write she, like sie, invites the children. Whom? So we'll go to whom and find the. It is like here, and instead of the, we'll write sie. Okay, now there's a little catch. This is plural, so my mistake. It shouldn't be singular, it should be plural. So we'll go to whom, and we'll not go to feminine, we'll go to plural, which is down under here, the, and we'll write this sie. Yeah, so this sie is them. Yeah, so instead of the children, I'll write here sie. Sie invites sie lädt sie ein, which means she invites them. Yes, this is who, this is whom. They, she, them. Okay. The police catches the thief. Again, let's find out who. We go to who. The police, feminine. So instead of the, we write sie. Very good. She. So police is feminine in German. She catches the thief. Thief is again whom. We go to whom. And it's den thief. So we'll see. Den, instead of den, we write Ian. Fantastic. So she catches him. She being the police, him being the thief. Now the old man gives to the poor kid a new pen. The old man, who? Let's go to who and go to there. Instead of there, we write er. So we write er. Gifts to the poor kid. So basically, to whom? Yes, to whom? Let me update this. And the answer is to whom? It's written them. We go to them. This is the them we are talking about, neutral, and instead write em. So here we write em. He gives to him. He gives to him, he being the old man, to him being the poor kid, a new pen. So what? Yes, what does he give? Perfect. It's einen. So under what? We go to einen, and from einen we get Ian. So basically here we could write Ian. Yes. So he gifts to him, or he gives to him it. It being your computer, or it being your pen. Fantastic. So this is how you could follow the definite articles and find out the third person pronouns from them. Yes. Fantastic. So attempt the others in your workbook, cross-check the answers in the answer book, and to work, if there is any problems, come back to this video. The tip is you need to find the gender. Yes, you need to find, or in other words, first you need to find the case, you need to find the gender of the article and switch it with the pronoun. Yes, like in this one, who, you go to the case who, gender is there, you find there, switch it with er, which is er. Perfect. That's what you do for the others. Thanks for joining in. This is John Berlin signing off. See you in the next lesson. Welcome to German with John Berlin. In today's lesson, we'll be doing a very small topic, and the topic is how to negate a sentence. That means if you have a sentence in front of you, how can you negate it? What is negating a sentence? Let's find out. For example, the shop does not have apples. So we have negated the sentence. Yes, instead of saying the shop has apples, we have said the shop does not have apples. Now there's two ways of saying it. Either I could say the shop does not have apples, or I could say the shop has no apples. What is the difference? When I said the shop does not have apples, I used not, which is an adverb, and it negates the verb have. So I negated the verb have with the adverb not. Yes, there's an alternative. I could rather say the shop has no apples, in which I use no, which is a negative article, which we learned earlier, and I negate the noun apples. In both cases, either I negate the verb or the noun, the sentence gets negated. Yes, so we already know what is no in German. We learned it. It's kein, negative article. What is not in German? Not in German is nicht. It's an adverb. Yes, perfect. So if I want to say the shop has, the shop does not have apples, it'll be the shop has apples nicht. I say the shop has no apples, the shop has keine apples. Yeah. All right, so here are some examples. Let's try to sort them out. Now this first one is already done for us. The school has no computer. The school has keinen Computer. How did we get keinen? It is basically what has what not. So basically the school has no computer. Computer is accusative. Yes. And from accusative, we remember den, die, das, die. From den, we get our ending of en, and our negative article we already know is kein, so it becomes keinen. Perfect. The school has keinen Computer. School has no computer, or simply put, the school does not have a computer. So the school has, yes, einen Computer nicht. Yes, the school has a computer not, or in other words, school does not have a computer. All right, now let's find out which one would be which. So I'll try to do the first 5 with you. The school has dash computer. Here, are we negating the verb or the noun? We are negating the noun, which is computer. So I'll write the school has keinen Computer. The shop has the apples, or the shop does not have the apples. We are negating the verb has with not, which is nicht. Perfect. The bank gives to no criminals the money. When I say to no criminals, I'm negating the noun. That means I need an article, and the question is to whom. To whom is dative, and criminals is plural. So them, they are, them, den. I know the ending, it's den. What is the article we are looking for? It's kein, so it'll be keinen. Again, I'll write keinen. Yes, but this keinen is different from the one earlier. This is dative, this is accusative. This one has an extra n, which goes with the noun, which we learn when we get started with complete German sentences. Okay. Now this is Ivan's gifts to the friends on birthdays. Okay, so Ivan's does not gift to the friends on birthdays. Yes, so we are negating the verb gift with the adverb nicht. Perfect. Sam does dash like to bake at home. So Sam does not like to bake cake at home. So basically we are negating the verb bake. So we need the adverb nicht, which is not. So you could. Welcome back to German with John Berlin. And today the theme of the lesson is the right order of cases. In the previous lessons, we have learned the 3 cases in German: nominative, accusative, dative. In today's lesson, we'll see when we use these cases to make a sentence, which case comes first, which case comes next, and what's the right chronology. So looking at a sentence, for example, let's have an illustration here. The professor explains to the students the sentence. So basically, who explains to whom what, who being nominative, to whom being dative, and what being accusative. Yes. Now in this sentence, the nominative part has got the first position, and it always comes with a verb. Yes. So there is no confusion here. The thing is, should I say the professor explains the sentence to the student, or shall I say the professor explains to the students the sentence? That is what we'll need to find out. Now in German, the rule is that if a sentence is made up of nouns, like in this particular sentence, professor, students, and sentence, these are all nouns, then the first case to appear would be dative and then accusative. Yes. So in between that accusative and dative, first would be dative, that means to whom, and then it will be accusative, what. Perfect. So it's already in the right order as written in German. Let's translate this to German. That means let's change the articles to German. Which articles? The ones which I'm underlining. Yes. So these articles we'll change into German. So who explains, its nominative and it's masculine. Who'll tell me what's the article for nominative masculine? Yes, der, die, das, die. So it's der. So I'll write here, der Professor, the professor, explains to whom? Dative, the students, to the students, plural, so dative, plural, them, they are them, then is to the, yes, to the students. What? Accusative, yes, and it's masculine as well. Sentence is masculine in German. Let me write it for you, yes. So with that in mind, we'll go to the accusative table and find out masculine. Den, die, das, die. Den is masculine, so I have written den. So der Professor erklärt den Studenten den Satz, or the professor explains to the students the sentence. This is the right order of cases. Perfect. Now let's say we change the sentence into pronouns. That means instead of saying the professor explains to the students the sentence, I could certainly say he explains it to them. He being the professor, it being the sentence, and to them being to the students. Yes. Now, as in English, you see that we haven't said he explains them to it. We have said he explains it to them. That means we follow the same rule in German. That is, first in a sentence which has pronouns, it will be accusative first, dative second. Yes. Perfect. That means if we put it into perspective, der Professor, this is an article, we'll change it into a pronoun, which we learned earlier. We look at der and we'll write er. Perfect. Explains, now we'll go first to what, because first comes accusative. So what are we talking about? Sentence. It's den sentence. Now we'll change this article into pronoun. We'll look at den, and instead of den sentence, we'll write Ian. Like in English, it. In German, Ian. He explains it. Now we'll go to the next, that's dative. To whom? To the students. Den students. So instead of den, we'll change the article into pronoun. Instead of den, that's the dative den, we'll write ihnen. Perfect. So it becomes er explains ihnen oder er erklärt ihnen. He explains it to them. This is the right order when we talk about pronouns. Okay, now there is one last variation which I would like to show you as well. If the sentence has both a noun and a pronoun, what would be the order then? So if the sentence has both, the simple rule is we don't care about the case. It could be dative, accusative, no worries. Whichever is the pronoun will come first, whichever is the noun will come second. This is the general thumb rule in Deutsch. The pronoun comes first, the noun comes second. For example, we could also say he explains to them the sentence. He explains to them the sentence. Yes, he being professor, er. Yes, to them being to whom? It's a pronoun ihnen. Yes, ihnen. What is den sentence, which I could write here, den sentence. Yes, so he explains to them, ihnen den sentence, der Satz, den Satz. Yes, den sentence, like written in English. Perfect. Now you could have also made up another variation which I can update for you. Er explains, yes, to the students the sentence. So that means he explains it to the students. Yeah, it being the sentence. He explains it. Instead of it, I'll write Ian. To the students. To whom? It's a noun. We'll go up to the first sentence where there are nouns and pick up den students. So den students. Perfect. He explains it to the students. Perfect. So that is your last sentence. And these are the cases and these are the orders of the cases. Now to get them in practice, we have certain sentences here. I'd like to do a few with you. Now the first sentence says, what we need to do is, just to clarify, we need to read the sentence, change the underlined articles here to German, and then write the sentence in pronouns. Okay, so the father gives to the son the computer. Yes, So who, father, father is masculine, and who is nominative. So it's of course with the verb, it will be nominative. So we'll write the definite article, there, the, thus, the, masculine, there. Their father gives to the son. To whom? It's dative. So we'll write masculine, them, there, them, then. Son is masculine, them. Son. What? The computer. So computer is also male, masculine. What is accusative? And accusative articles are then, the, thus, the. So we'll choose then and write here then computer. Their father gives to the son the computer. Their father gives them zone, then computer. Yeah. Now we can even change these nouns into pronouns. How? We look at the article there. From there we get their father. We could simply write er, he. He gives them zone. Yes, them zone is again to the son. We look at them. Instead of them zone, we'll write em. Now, what? Then computer. Now, we look at then, and instead of then, it's accusative. We'll go accusative, find then, and replace it with en. So, is the order correct? I doubt. Let's find out. He gives to him it. Now, we don't say it like that. As per the rule number 2, first we say accusative and dative. So who gives what to whom? So I'll need to pick this up and write it here. Er gibt ihn ihm. He gives it to him. Fantastic, yes? Now this is the right case and the right order, and this sentence is also in the right order as per the first rule. Who? This is a sentence with nouns. So we'll follow the first rule. Who gives to whom what? Father gives to the son the computer. Father gives them zone, then computer. All right, so we got this. Let's go to the number 2. The old man gifts to the kid the new pen. Again, who gifts? Nominative, masculine. There, the, thus, the. Masculine is there. The old man gifts to the kid. To whom? It's neutrum. Kid is neutrum. So we'll go to whom, which is dative, and neutrum, it's them, they are them. So we'll write them kind, them kid in English. The new pen. What? Pen is masculine, and what is accusative? Accusative masculine is then, the, thus, the. Then masculine. So we'll write then. Yes. The old man gives to the kid the new pen. Now we'll change the sentence into pronouns, in which we'll look at the articles, and according to the articles, get the pronouns. So their old man, instead of their, we could write er, he gifts them kid. To whom? To the kid. So instead of them kid, we look at them and write em. Very good. And what? Then new pen. So we look at then, which is accusative. Yes, what is accusative? And instead of then, under accusative, we'll get en. So is it right order? Let's find out. Er gifts em en. Er gibt em en. He gives to him it. I don't think this is right. According to the rule number 2, if the sentence has pronouns, first should be accusative, then dative. So accusative means what? So he gives to him what? It. So I'll use en here, put it here. Er gifts en em. Now it is the right order. Yeah? He gives it to him. Sounds correct also in English. We never say he gives to him it. Fantastic. Now we go to the third sentence. The bank gives to the criminals. The bank gives to no criminals the money. Fantastic. Yes, rightly so. So let's find out who. The bank. Yes, who is nominative. Bank is feminine. So there, the, thus, the. We'll choose the. The bank gives to no criminals. Okay. So to whom is dative, criminals is plural, that is them, their, them, den, but we don't need definite article, we need negative, which is kein, and we'll put the ending of den, which is keinen. Yes, keinen. Criminals, what? That is accusative. Money, neutral, so we'll go to accusative, neutral, definite article, den, die, das, die, so we'll use das. Perfect. So die Bank gibt keinen Kriminellen das Geld. We don't need nicht here. Okay, now in order to change this into pronouns, we need to say the bank does not give to them the money, or it or she, that being the bank, she does not give to them the money, or she does not give it to them. Yes, she does not give it to them. That's what we need to write maybe. Let's find out, because that's the rule. If we change a sentence into pronouns, first comes accusative, that is what, the money, and then comes to whom, dative, to the criminal. So here we are negating the sentence by using nicht. Yes, because we cannot negate a sentence in pronouns, since there is no noun in a pronoun sentence. We can't negate it with the article kein. We'll need to negate it with nicht. Yes, so we are negating it with nicht. So the bank is the, we look at the nominative. Under nominative, instead of the, we'll find sie. She gives. Now we'll first go to accusative, that is what, das money. So das money is accusative. We'll go under accusative, and instead of das, we'll find s as a pronoun, and then we'll go to the question dative, which is to whom, and in that case it'll be to the criminals. So, or right now it's keinen Kriminellen, that means it's dative plural. We'll go to dative plural, look at keinen, and from keinen we'll get ihnen. Perfect. So she gives it to them not, or she does not give it to them. So these were some examples I did with you, and the table we used to do these examples, I'll update you. We used this table right here. It's the F table, or you could say exactly the F table, in which we compared the articles to the pronouns. Yes, all the articles we compared to the pronouns, and we got our pronouns from the articles. Yes, so this is the table you could use. Keep this table open while you do the sentence, and I'm pretty sure you'll get the answers. So attempt the rest of the sentences yourself. I'm pretty sure you'll get them. Okay, there are just a few more, I guess. Perfect. Okay, so thanks for joining in. I hope it was an enriching lesson. This is John Berlin signing off. Till the next lesson. Bye-bye. Welcome to German with John Berlin, and today is a very interesting lesson. Today we'll be learning the verbs in the German language. Verbs are the building block of any sentence, and the more verbs we know, the better we can speak any language. Now, in German, we'll not just be learning the meanings of verbs, we'll be learning how to identify a verb and what a verb requires. Up till now, we have learned that with the help of cases, we understood the personal pronouns, the articles. Yes. Now today we'll be learning the cases, the verbs as well, with the help of exactly the cases. Yes. So basically, let's have a look. Nominative, a verb is basically called nominative in German when the verb requires just one case. That means nominative is basically the Latin for the number one, and if a verb requires only one case to make a sentence, then it is called a nominative verb. A verb which requires two cases to make a sentence, then that kind of a verb is called accusative verb. Accusative is the Latin for number two. Yes, thus you get the meaning of accusative as well. Dative is a verb which requires three cases to make a sentence, and it's also the Latin for number 3. Thus you understand why nominative, accusative, and dative exist. What's the meaning? Yes. And to understand it better, let's have a look at some verbs. The first verb is treffen. Treffen means to meet. Who meets whom? So what does the verb require? Treffen requires who, the person who's meeting, and whom, to whom the person meets. Yes. Then the verb is besuchen, which is to visit. It's who visits whom. It requires who, the person visiting, and it requires whom the person visits. Yes. Einladen again means to invite. Who invites whom? It requires who, the person who's inviting it, and whom the person invites. Yes. Anrufen, to call. Who calls whom? It requires who's calling, and it requires whom he calls. Yes. And similarly, hören, it's to hear. Yes. Who hears whom? It requires who's basically hearing, and whom basically you hear. Yes. Who hears whom? The person who's hearing and whom you hear. Perfect. So fragen, which is to ask. Who asks whom? Who, the person who's asking, and whom the person asks. So as you see, these verbs which I just explained in front of you are accusative verbs. They require two cases, who and whom. Whom being nominative and whom being accusative. In total, it requires two cases. That's why it's called accusative verb. Moving forward, let's have a look at some other verbs. Okay, machen. The meaning of machen is to make, sometimes also to do. We'll go with to make. So let's say I make a pizza. Yes. So what does the verb require? It requires who, the person making the pizza, I, and what? The pizza. Yes. So again, the verb machen is basically an accusative verb. It requires two cases, who, the person baking, nominative, what the thing is being baked, accusative. Now I can also say the sentence with a little more detail. I make for you a pizza. Yes. Now if I say I make for you a pizza, the verb machen, which is to make, requires who, the person making the pizza, for whom the pizza is being made, and what is being made, the pizza. So basically the verb machen will then become dative. Why? Because it requires three cases. Who, that is nominative, for whom, that is dative, and what, that is accusative. So it requires three cases, then it also becomes dative. So you will notice that all the verbs which are accusative in the manner of who and what, yes, not who and whom, but in the manner of who and what, all the accusative verbs can also become dative if you add the question for whom. Let's see if it's true for the other verbs. Lesen, I read a book. Who reads what? But then I can say I read for you a book. Who reads for who? What? Nehmen, I take a computer. Yes, who takes what? Accusative. But then I can also say I take for you a computer. Who takes for whom? What? Similarly, it goes for kaufen. I buy a computer. Who buys what? Accusative verb. Then I can also say who buys for whom what. It becomes dative. Yes. Similarly, you could look at other verbs like reparieren, just like in English to repair, means to repair. I repair a computer. Who repairs what? I repair for you a computer. Who repairs for whom? What? Hochladen, a modern verb to upload. What does it require? It means who uploads what? Yes, I upload German teaching videos. Or who uploads for whom what? I upload for you all German teaching videos. Yes. So again, similarly, you can look at the other verbs and you'll find out that they all function in the same manner. Some verbs do not at times require for whom because it doesn't make sense. For example, essen, which means to eat. Who eats what? That's all we can say. It would not make any sense. who eats for whom what, that's not applicable here. So yes, as and when required, we can add for whom, and these verbs would thus be called accusative dative verb. Perfect. All right. So we'll move on and look at the next batch of verbs which are on our left. Okay, let's look at the verb. We have geben, I give to you pizza. Yes. Okay, so what does the verb require? It requires basically who gives to whom what, who, the person giving the pizza, to whom pizza is being given, and what is being given. Yes. So basically geben is a pure dative verb. It always needs three elements. Earlier, the verbs we saw, they could be accusative and dative, but this is a verb which is always dative, because if I take out any element, if I say I give to you and I don't say pizza, it wouldn't make sense. If I say I give pizza, it still wouldn't make sense until and unless I tell to whom. So these are the verbs which require three cases: nominative, accusative, as well as dative. That is why they are known as dative verbs. Yes. Similarly, schenken, let's see what it requires. It means to gift. So it who gifts to whom what. So it requires who, person who's giving, to whom something is being given, and what, the thing that what is being given. Yes. Empfehlen, to recommend, who recommends to whom what. It requires who, the person who's recommending. It requires to whom something is being recommended, and it requires what is being recommended. Yes. Similarly, you have sagen, which is to say, erzählen, which is to tell, and zuhören, which is to listen. Perfect. So we saw up till now three kinds of verbs. Firstly, we saw accusative verbs. Yes, which is I bake a pizza, or let's say pure accusative verbs. That will not be the right example. Let's say I meet you. Yes, I meet you online here. I meet you. So that's an accusative verb. Who meets whom? Pure accusative verbs. Then let's say I bake a pizza. That is a accusative verb as well. Who bakes what? But then I can also say I bake for you a pizza. It will become accusative dative verb. And then I say I give to you pizza, which is who gives to whom what, a pure dative verb. So I meet you, accusative. I bake for you pizza, accusative dative. I give to you a pizza, pure dative verb. Yes. Perfect. Now let's move on and see the last two types of verbs which are pending. Now helfen means to help, which means I help you with German. And if you make the question, it looks like who helps whom, but as you see, I have struck it off. That's the wrong question. The right question is, when I say I help you, who gives to whom help? Yes, why do we say who gives to whom help? Because in German, when I say helfen, it means to give help. So the right question would be who gives to whom what. That means the verb helfen requires who, the person who's helping, to whom the help is being given, and it requires what, which is help itself. The thing is, the element of what is hidden, and the element of what is hidden in the verb itself, help. Yes, that's why we don't see it, and that's why we call them hidden dative verbs. Yes, you don't see them to be dative since there is just two elements to look, but actually there are three elements, third element being hidden in the verb itself. For example, danken means to give thanks, so it requires who gives to whom what, who, the person who's thanking, to whom he is giving thanks, and what is he giving? Thanks. Yes. Gratulieren, to give congratulations. So basically, who gives to whom what? It requires who, the person who's congratulating. It requires to whom he is giving congratulations, and it requires what? Congratulations itself. So basically, to give congratulations. Yes. Erlauben means to give permission. Yes. Who gives to whom what? It requires who, the person giving the permission, to whom the permission is being given, and what? Permission itself. Yes. So these are the verbs which are hidden dative verbs. So instead of saying the meaning of help, to help, you should say it rather to give help, to give thanks, to give congrats, to give permission. A quick tip: whenever a verb might have something which can be given, you can think on those lines that maybe this is a hidden dative verb. Yes. So perfect. And then we have some verbs moving on here, which you see: gefallen, it means to be liked. And we have schmecken, which is also to be liked, but especially for food. Now these are also dative verbs via the dative. Okay, I'll explain, because when you say to be liked, the question is what is liked from whom? Yes, and let me update, dative is not just to whom, for whom, it's also sometimes from whom. So with that regards, these verbs are also dative verbs. From whom is something liked. We'll talk about these two verbs later as well, so that you understand them in depth. For now, we have learned basically nominative verbs, accusative verbs, accusative dative verbs, hidden dative verbs. Yes. Now we'll be doing basically the last sort of verbs. Let's see what they look like. Let's see here. Heißen, it means to be cold. I am cold, John Berlin. So basically, who is cold? What? When I say I'm cold, John Berlin, like I have written here, the question is who. It requires a person who's cold, and it requires a person what he's cold. Yes. So basically, it requires a name and a person. But if you look at it, both the thing belong to the same person. It's like I and John Berlin are the same person. So we basically count them as the same. So when the subject and the object are the same, when the who and what are the same, we call those verbs nominative verb, because they require just one element. Yes, both of being nominative. Yes, who is also nominative, what is also nominative, since they are the same person. Who becomes what? I become a writer. Yes, I and writer, same person. Who is what? I am a writer. I and writer are same person. Who remains what? I remain a writer. I and writer are the same person. So all these four verbs, that is to be called, to become, to be, and to remain, these are the only four German verbs which are nominative. So if you remember these, you will remember all the nominative verbs. So what is to become? Werden is to become. Yes, I become. Sein is to be. And bleiben is to remain. Who remains what? Perfect. So we'll practice these verbs since we have understood basically the types of verbs there can be based on what the verb requires. So whenever in the future you are dealing with a new verb, you just need to ask one question, and that question will be, what does the verb require? With that said, John Berlin signing off. See you in the next lesson. Welcome back to German with John Berlin, and today we'll be doing some practice, the practice of what we have learned thus far. So previously we just saw how to identify the verbs with the help of cases. I have a table in front of us. What we need to do is put the respective verbs under the respective cases. I'll do a few for you, and you could refer the answer book and find out all of them. You'll get the idea as soon as I show you a few that what this exercise is all about. So the first column says nominative. In the last lesson, if you might remember, there are four German verbs which are nominative. So if we write those four nominative verbs here, this table would be complete. So the basic idea was a nominative verb has the same subject and the same object. Like I am called John Berlin. Called John Berlin, ich heiße John Berlin. So basically I and John Berlin is the same person. So the verb to be called, if you can recall, it's heißen. Yes, it can come under the category of nominative. Similarly, the verb to be, yes, I am John Berlin, again comes under this category. Yes, and also the different verbs like werden, I become a writer. It's also I and writer are the same person. Werden is also under this category. And last being I remain a writer, bleiben, will also come under this category since I and writer are the same person. So this column will just have 4 verbs, that is heißen, sein, werden, and bleiben. All the German verbs, you'll notice they end with en, except for one which we already wrote down, that is sein. Yes, perfect. So there are just a couple of exceptions, otherwise always en will be at the end of each German verb in its basic form. Perfect. So here are the 4 verbs. And what are the accusative verbs? Basically, accusative verbs are based on verbs which require 2 cases to make a sentence. For example, I meet you, like online, I meet you online. So the question is who meets whom? Yes, so it requires who, that is the person who's meeting, and whom the person meets. So basically a verb like who meets whom, to meet, will be an accusative verb. It requires 2 elements, 2 cases. So what is the verb to meet? It's treffen. Yes, so I have written treffen here. Also the verb like I visit you. Yes, let's say I visit you online. So again the question is who visits whom, and the answer is basically the accusative verb because it requires 2 cases. So we could write here the verb to visit, besuchen. Yes, perfect. Then we could move forward and we could see verbs which are both accusative and dative, like I make a pizza. So I make a pizza, it will be basically who makes what, who makes what. Yes, it again requires a person who makes something and what is being made. That kind of a verb will be accusative. But again we can add another question. We can add who makes for whom what. I make for you a pizza. In that case it will become who makes what for whom. Yes, and the verb will also be written under dative. That means I can write here machen. Yes, so if you look at it, this is nominative verb, these are 2 accusative verbs, and this is an accusative dative verb. Yes, I wrote them in both places. Now there are some other verbs which are accusative dative. For example, instead of machen, let's say the second verb could be I read a book. Yes, so I read a German book. The verb to read is lesen. So the question is who reads what? So the verb requires who, person reading, and what is being read. So it is accusative, but I can add the question for whom. Then it will become I read for you a German book. So basically what will it become? It will become dative. It will require who, person reading, for whom it's being read, and what, the book. So I'll write here lesen. Yes, perfect. Now we'll move forward. There are some verbs which are completely originally dative. Yes, for example, I give to you a pizza. Yes, the example we did earlier. So who gives to whom what? The verb to give, which is geben, in German requires who, person who's giving, requires to whom something is being given, and what is being given. So it's a completely dative verb which requires at least 3 cases: who, to whom, and what. Yes, so it requires 3 cases. It's a completely dative verb. Yes, moving forward, there's another verb maybe which is dative. Let's say I recommend to you German with Joe in Berlin to learn German. Yes, okay, so let's say who recommends to whom what. So it's basically the verb to recommend, which is empfehlen in German. It requires who, which is the person who is recommending. It requires to whom, to whom something is being recommended, and what is being recommended. Yes, so basically empfehlen is a dative verb, originally dative verb. Then there are some verbs which basically are hidden dative verbs. Let's find out what do I mean. I help you. Yes, So it's basically who helps whom. That's the initial idea which people think, but that is wrong. Helfen basically means I give to you help, I help you. So the verb to help is basically helfen, and it basically means who gives to whom help. That's who gives to whom what. That is help itself, which is in the verb. So these are hidden dative verbs in which the what element is hidden in the verb itself. Who gives to whom what, or basically danken, which is to thank. Yes, who gives to whom thanks, who gives to whom what is thanks, hidden in the verb danke, which means thank. Perfect. So these are hidden dative verbs. Yes, so these are all the types of verbs which we have learned thus far, beginning with the nominative verbs, going to the accusative verbs, accusative dative verbs, yes, pure dative verbs, and then hidden dative verbs. So I would like you to fill up the complete column with all the verbs we just learned in the previous lesson. Put them all in their respective columns. Nominative I have already done for you. You could fill up the accusative, accusative dative, dative, and hidden dative. Yes, so that you could do cross-check with the answer book. And this is the most important table you need to remember whenever you're looking at a German verb. Maybe it's a new verb which you haven't learned. The first question you need to ask yourself, what does the verb require? This is John Berlin signing off. See you in the next lesson. Welcome back to German with John Berlin. And in today's lesson, we'll be learning how to use the verbs we have learned in the previous lesson. So previously we learned how to identify the verbs with the help of cases, nominative, accusative, dative, depending on the question, what a verb requires. Yes. So with that done, today we'll be seeing how to conjugate the verb. What is the meaning of conjugation? Just like in English, we say, I have, he has. Yes. So basically the verb have changes to has depending upon if it's being used in first person, second person, or third person. Yes. In German as well, the same rule applies. So we'll use the first, second, third person, singular and plural of nominative, since nominative is the person who's doing the action, and the verb is always used with the verb with the person who's doing the action. So here is the list of our personal pronoun, which is right in front of you. Ich, du, sie, es, wir, ihr, sie, sie, which means, like we learned, I, you, he, she, it, we, you all, they, and we have an extra pronoun for du, formal, which is sie, and it looks the same like third person plural, just with a capital S. Yes. So with that done, let's pick up a verb to practice how to conjugate the German verbs, and we'll pick up a regular verb, machen. Machen means to do or to make something, and the way we conjugate this verb is pretty easy. We just need to learn that we need to identify the verb and then basically add the endings, which I have written here in front of you. So the verb by default is written in its original form. The original form is known as infinitive form. Yes, so this is the infinitive form of the verb, like all verbs are written in the basic form. Yes, and then I need you to remove the en, which is what I have highlighted here, and replace the en with the endings as follows. For example, if you want to say I do or I make, if you want to say I make, you'll say ich mache. You removed the en, you added a e. Ich mache, du machst. Remove the en, added a st. Sie macht. Remove the en, added a t. Then for wir, you'll repeat the infinitive form. I've just written a dash. Machen, wir machen. Ihr macht. Remove the en, add a t. You all make. Sie machen, they make. And big Z machen, you make, formal. Yes, so I make, you make, he, she, it makes, we make, you all make, they make. Yes, ich mache, du machst, sie, es macht, wir machen, ihr macht, sie, sie machen. This is the way you can conjugate any German verb. But then of course there are certain more little rules we need to learn. Let's get started and learn those rules. Now, in certain verbs in German, you'll see that basically the stem of the verb changes. Yes, what do I mean by the stem of the verb changing? For example, the verb is haben, that means to have something. Now, according to the rule we follow, we'll remove the en at the t. So we'll do ich habe, and then we'll do du. It should have been habst, but I have written hast. Yes, I did not use be. So that's what I meant. Sometimes certain verbs, their stem changes. Yes, this is what you call the stem before the en. It changes. I omitted the be. And if that happens, it'll only be applicable to the second and third person singular. Yes, this is only where the be is missing. That means du hast, es hat. Then after that, we'll get back to the basics and it'll be wir haben, repeating the infinitive form. Ihr habt, we again bring back the be. Yes, remove the en at the t. Habt, sie, sie haben. Perfect. So all the future German verbs, if the stem changes, it'll only be applicable to the second and the third position, singular. For all the others, it'll remain the same. Yes. Okay, let's move forward. Arbeiten. This is the verb to work. Now, if you want to say, I work, you work, he, she, it works, we work, they work, you all work, they work, you'll need to follow this conjugation. And let's see how it looks. Ich arbeite. Yes, I work. Du arbeitest. Now here we needed to add an extra e, because if we write arbeitst, it sounds a little odd. So just to make it perfect, we say arbeitest. Yes. Similarly, we'll say sie arbeitet. Why do we say arbeitet? Because if we simply remove the en and add the t, it'll look like this, arbeit. It doesn't really makes any difference. So we say arbeitet. Perfect. All right, moving forward. That was my little dog actually. It's called Berlin. Yes. All right, moving forward, we have the verb here, arbeiten. That's the infinitive form. Arbeitet once again looks the same. Sie, sie, arbeiten. Perfect. So that was the verb to work. Moving forward, let's look at some other verbs. Sprechen. Now, before we come to this verb, we learn another little rule. Whenever a verb has e, yes, we'll see that the verb Alright, continuing with the new verb, we'll be learning a new tip, and the tip is if a verb has e, most of the times it changes to I and it changes the stem of the verb, which means the second and the third person singular gets changed. Let's find out. The verb is sprechen, which means to speak. That means we'll remove the en and add the endings. Let's do it. So ich spreche. Perfect. Du, now we'll not say sprechst. As I mentioned, the e changes to I, so instead of sprechst, we'll say du sprichst. So the stem changes, and since the stem changes, it will also affect the third person singular, like we learned in the last verb. RZS, it will not be sprecht, it will be exactly spricht. Fantastic, yes. Now we'll get back to normal, and it will be wir sprechen, the infinitive form, and it will again be ihr sprecht, yes. We'll be using the e again, and then sie, sie sprechen. Fantastic, yes. Okay, this also happens to be with the verb helfen, which means to give help to somebody, like we learned earlier, a dative verb, yes. So ich helfe, du, it will not be helfst, e will change into I, hilfst, sie hilft, wir helfen, ihr helft, yes. We get back the e, sie, sie helfen. Perfect. Similarly, it's with treffen, yes, the e changes to I, it becomes ich treffe, it will not be du treffst, it will be du, exactly, triffst, sie trifft, wir treffen, ihr treffen, we get back the E, sie, sie, treffen. Wunderbar. Perfect. Wunderbar means wonderful. Some words I'm used to speaking in German. Yes. Okay. Geben, very important verb. It's also an original dative verb. Who gives to whom what? Yes. Has three cases. Geben is to give. Ich gebe, it'll not be du gibst, it'll be du gibst. Sie es gibt. Wir geben. Ihr gebt. We get the E back. Sie, sie, geben. Fantastic. Let's keep moving and keep the momentum going. Nehmen as well, a very important verb to take, opposite of give. And it's also like ich nehme, but there is a catch. In this second verb, in the second form, singular, it will not be named. It'll be, of course, we'll change the E to I, nim, but we'll add instead of H and M here. Yeah, so instead of the H, we get a M. We just need to remember that. It's just a one-off exception. Yes, so ich nehme, du nimmst. Sie es nimmt. Wir nehmen, ihr, we get the E back, nehmt, sie, sie, nehmen, which means I take, you take, he, she, it takes, we take, you all take, they take, and you take formal. Perfect. We have the verb essen. Now here the verb itself begins with an E, so we'll change it. Let's see how it goes. Ich esse, du will not say est, but we'll say, change the E to I, ist, and it'll also look the same in third person, ist. Why is it that? Because the normal verb says essen, and when we added the st, we didn't add the s, because if we would have, it would have looked like this, ist. That is kind of obsolete, so we keep it just to two s's, and that's why it looks the same in third person. Yeah, du isst, sie es ist. We'll get back to normal. Wir essen, ihr esst, we get the E back, sie, sie, essen. Okay, now we'll move forward and we'll learn a new tip. In some verbs, not all verbs, I emphasize, in some verbs, not all verbs, we just need to learn which, the A changes to, in English, if I say A, in German, I should be saying A. A changes to A umlaut, which is A. Yes, A changes to A umlaut, and the sound of A umlaut is A. So let's see how it changes the stem. Ich fahre. It'll not be du fast, it'll be du fährst. Yes, du fährst. The H in German isn't that strong. We don't pronounce it. We don't say fährst. It's fährst. Yes, and R is pronounced like er, so it comes to be fährst. Du fährst, sie es fährt. Yes, perfect. Then we'll get back to normal. Wir fahren, ihr fahrt, sie, sie, fahren. So we saw the A changing to A umlaut. Similarly applies for the verb schlafen, which means to sleep. Ich schlafe, du schlafst. Nein, that'll be wrong. We'll need to change A to A umlaut. Du schläfst. Perfect. Sie es schläft. Wir schlafen, ihr schlaft, sie, sie, schlafen. So as long as the stem keeps changing, it'll only be affecting the second and third person, like we talked before. Yes. Moving forward, let's see which verb we have. We have waschen, which is to wash. Again, it has a, which will change to a. Ich wasche, du wäschst. Sie es wäscht. Yes, this is a little typical to pronounce. We'll say du wäschst. Yes, and sie es wäscht. Wir waschen, ihr wascht, sie, sie waschen. Fantastic. Yes. Okay. Now we are moving forward. Be with me. We are coming to a very important verb, and the next tip is talking about irregular verbs. As long as of now we were dealing with regular verbs with a couple of changes, but now we'll be dealing with irregular verbs, which means the rules of conjugating the verb will not apply here. That means the endings which we learned here will not work. We'll not use them. We'll directly learn to conjugate the verb, and the important verb we are doing is sein. What is the meaning of sein? To be. Like in English, I am, you are, he, she, it is, we are, you all are, they are. The most fundamental verb, to be. And how does it look like? In its infinitive form, it looks like sein. This is the infinitive form. and it's irregular. That's why it also doesn't end with en. It's one of those verbs. And let's see how we conjugate. Ich bin. So you see complete change. Du bist, sie, es ist. Wir sind, ihr seid, sie, sie sind. So what is the meaning? I am, you are, he, she, it is. We are, you all are, they are, and you are formal. Yes? I'll repeat. Ich bin, du bist, sie, es ist. Wir sind, ihr seid, sie, sie sind. I need you to remember this. Very important verb. And next in line is a similar irregular verb, which is to become, werden. And I become, ich werde. You become, du wirst. As before, the E changes to I, so that much helps, yes. And it becomes wirst. And RZS, here is a little change as well. RZS, werd. He, she, it becomes, yes. Then again, we come back to normal. Wir werden, ihr werdet, sie, sie werden. Perfect. So it's a little irregular, especially in third person. We do not say, like we used to add the T normally, we used to say werd. That will be wrong. It's werd. That's what makes this verb irregular as well. Okay. Now, since we are doing verbs, let's take it all the way. Some verbs in German are like helping verbs. Even in English, we have helping verbs like I can, I should, I must. Why are they helping verbs? Never use them alone. You use them with another verb. I can do this, I must go, I should leave. Yes. So I do this and I go and I leave. These are supporting verbs. Yes. And basically in German as well, these are the helping verbs which we'll be doing. We'll not be doing all of them today. We'll just look at one of them. Now, mögen is sometimes also used like a helping verb, which means to like. Yes. When we are doing a helping verb, basically we need to remember one little rule, that the endings change a little. That means there is no E here, there is no T here. In fact, the first person and third person look the same, and the stem completely changes. Yes, there is no longer mögen here, it becomes mag. Ich mag, du magst, sie, es mag. Wir mögen, ihr mögt, sie, sie mögen. Yes, I like, you like, he, she, it likes. We like, you all like, they like, and you like. Formal. Why is it a helping verb? Because at times you can use it with another verb. I like to eat, like to dance, like to travel, I like to paint, whatever you want to say. So you see there is a verb at the end of the sentence, yeah, which we'll be learning in detail. So this is just a one-off rule for the modal, for the helping verbs, that the conjugation differs a bit. Now, if we move forward, we'll be seeing there are some passive verbs in German as well. That means the verb which do not have direct action going on. It's indirect action. It's like a passive verb. For example, normally in German, if you want to say I like a pizza, you'll use the verb we just learned a moment back, which is mögen. I like pizza. You could say ich mag Pizza, and it sounds just like in English. I like pizza. Yes. Okay. Now, if you want to say the same sentence a little differently in German, we could rather say pizza is like from me. Yes, this is the passive form. Instead of I like pizza, pizza is like from me. So there is a verb in German called gefallen, which means to be liked from somebody. To be liked from somebody. So it's like ich gefalle, I'm liked by someone. Du gefällst, you are liked by someone. Sie, es gefällt, he, she, it is liked by someone. Wir gefallen, we are liked by someone. Ihr gefällt, you all are liked by someone. Sie gefallen and sie gefallen, they are liked by someone. You are liked by someone. Formal. Yes. So we mostly use it in terms of food. Entschuldigung, not food. I should have said things. It's mostly used in context of things. For example, pizza is liked by me. Pizza is feminine, so I'll say like sie or pizza gefällt. What is from me? From me is a dative question. Yes, from me means like dative. So it'll be pizza gefällt. If you people can recall, what's the dative personal pronoun? Yes, for me, it's mir. Pizza gefällt mir. So we learned this as well in detail when we are making sentences, that these are the passive verbs. For example, a good example of a passive verb is regnen, to rain. Now, you cannot say I rain, you cannot say you rain, you can only say it rains. Yes, so it's like es regnet. Yes, similarly, schneien, you can't say I snow, you snow, it doesn't make sense. You'll say es schneit, it snows. Yes, and in the last, I'll show you some verbs which are called verbs which have two parts. Yes, that's the separable verbs in German. We'll do them separately when the time comes. This is just to introduce you. Like the verb to invite, it's made up of einladen, in which laden is the main verb, ein is just a prefix which you kind of put at the end of the sentence. For example, we will conjugate the verb laden and we'll put ein at the end. For example, I invite, ich lade ein. Yes, so we conjugate laden, we remove the en, add a e, just like we learned. Yes, du, now there is a a here, as we learned, it changes to umlaut. A umlaut, that's a, so du lädst ein. Perfect. And since the stem changed, it will also be applicable for third person. RCS lädt ein. Perfect. Then we'll get back to normal. Wir laden, ihr ladt, no more umlaut, ladt. Sie, sie laden. We invite, you all invite, they invite, and you invite. Formal. Perfect. And one last verb we'll look here, which is anrufen. Again, a separable verb. That means an is the prefix, rufen is the main verb, and we'll conjugate the main verb rufen. It means to call somebody. Ich rufe, du rufst, sie es ruft, and it'll be ich rufe an, du rufst an, es ruft an, wir rufen an, ihr ruft an, sie, sie ruft an. Yeah, so the prefix goes in the end. Fantastic. So these are the ways in which you could conjugate a verb in German. And if you can remember some of the rules we learned, you can of course conjugate any verb in German whatsoever. This is John Berling signing off. See you in the next lesson. Welcome back to German with John Berlin, and we're doing a small topic today, that is how to say there is in German. So first, to understand how to say there is, we need to say which verb do we use in German instead of there is. Let's find out. So here is an example. There is a cat in the room. In German, we'll not say there is a cat in the room. In German, we'll say it gives a cat in the room. Yes. So the verb to use is to give, which is geben, like we learned earlier. It has a e. Yes. So it changes to I, and it'll become ich gebe, du gibst, sie es gibt. Perfect. So es gibt, it gives. So instead of saying there is, we'll say es gibt eine Katze im Zimmer. There's a cat in the room. Now there's one more thing. In English, you'll say there are cats in the room. Yes, but in German, you'll still say it gives cats in the room. Yes, so basically, it might be there is, it might be there are. In both scenarios, you will say es gibt. Yeah, es gibt Kätze im Zimmer. Fantastic. So just to understand this and practice it, this is the small exercise, and all you need to write is read the question. There is holiday tomorrow. Es gibt holiday tomorrow. There is a man in the room. Es gibt man in the room. There are people in the market. Es gibt people in the market. There are chickens in the barn. This is plural, but still we'll write es gibt. Kittens in the room. There are kittens in the room. Again, plural, es gibt kittens in the room. There are lions in the forest. Again, es gibt lions in the forest. There is a car on the street. Again, singular. We'll still say es gibt. Fantastic. So this was a little theme on how to say there is, that is es gibt. This is John Berlin signing off till the next lesson. Welcome back to German with John Berlin, and in today's lesson we'll be trying to consolidate all that we have learned and apply to make our first German sentences. So up till now we have learned the personal pronouns, the articles, and we have learned the verbs. Yes, so we have consolidated all this information in this table which you have in front of you, that you have your personal pronouns ich, du, er, sie, es, wir, ihr, sie, sie, in all the cases, nominative, accusative, dative, along with the respective reference questions. And then you have your articles as well, written right with the personal pronouns, because we know that the personal pronouns are derived from the articles. So we have written them together, er, sie, es, and der, die, das, ihn, sie, es, den, die, das, ihm, ihr, ihm, dem, der, dem. Yes, even for the plural, yes, the z is derived from thee, the z is derived from thee, and ihnen is derived from denen. Okay, there is a ihnen missing here. Let me update this. Fantastic. Yeah. All right. Now, moving forward, we'll be using this information to create sentences. And how will we make sentences? With the help of verbs, and the verb endings are also written down right here. Yes, that is for first person, we remove the en, add a e, remove the en, add a st, or remove the en, add a t. When it comes to wir, we write the same way, right, like it is. I could have also put a dash here. Yes, and in ihr, we remove the en, add a t, and for z, z, once again we put a dash. Perfect, infinitive form. So we'll be using this particular consolidated table to get started with some sentences on our right. And interestingly, it's the same funny sentence with which we had started to learn the personal pronouns, which we'll be doing in German. I'm a good person, you invite me, you bake for me a cake. So let's see how it's written. There is an illustration already. I am a good person. So basically we are talking about I am, to be. The verb is sein, irregular verb. If we remember, the conjugation was ich bin, perfect. And if we remember, in this particular verb, the subject and the object are the same. Yes, because bin is a nominative verb. So we'll say who is what. Ich bin eine gute Person. Who is what? Yes. Ich bin eine. Now we need to say eine. That is your indefinite article, just like die. So we'll borrow the e of die and say eine. Yes, like we learned, eine gute Person. Perfect. So all the endings of the definite article, which I highlight here in front of you, will be used. Yes. So the ones which will not be used are, I'll show you them as well. Moment. Let me highlight the ones we'll be using to create other articles. Yes, these are the endings which we'll be using to create other articles, except for der, das, and das. These are the ones we won't use. So right now we need indefinite feminine. The article is ein, indefinite article, we'll add a e. So ich bin eine gute Person. Okay, now you invite me. The verb is einladen. Now, if you might remember, the verb einladen is a separable verb. It's a type of verb where one part is written, one part is the verb, the other part is the prefix. We conjugate the verb, put the prefix in the end. So the verb is einladen. We'll conjugate laden. So you invite me. Who invites us? Du. We'll conjugate the verb laden. We'll remove the en, add a st. It has a, it'll change to a. It'll become du lädst. Du lädst whom? Whom do you invite? So whom do you invite? Me. It'll be mich. Du lädst mich, and then we'll put the prefix of the verb ein. Du lädst mich ein. Ich bin eine gute Person. Du lädst mich ein. Then what do? You bake for me a cake. Cake is der Kuchen. Yes, I can show it to you. It's written here. Okay, cake is der Kuchen. Perfect. So we could use these. Genau, we can use the words here. Okay, this is a little big. This is the right size. So let's see if we can get this. You bake for me a cake. So who bakes for whom what? Yes, this is one of the accusative dative verbs. Who bakes what, or who bakes for whom what. In this case, we are using it like accusative dative. So who bakes? It's you, du, and the verb is bake. In German, it's backen. So we'll conjugate for du, remove the en, add a st, it'll become backst. Perfect. Now you see, we did not change the a to a umlaut, we just let it be. So it's not with all the verbs that we change the a to a umlaut, it's just with the verbs you need to learn by practicing, okay, a little bit. Okay, so du backst, now it's for whom. Yes, this is the dative part, so it's about for me. For me is mir. Du backst mir ein Kuchen. Perfect. And it's be, let's just, Kuchen is what, and it's masculine. Yes, they are Kuchen. I've written here. So it's what, and it's the cake. We'll go down. The is den. So we'll write, okay, we'll write instead of ein, we'll write ein plus the ending of en, which I have highlighted. We'll derive the article from it. Einen Kuchen. Yes. So ich bin eine gute Person. Du lädst mich ein. Du backst mir ein Kuchen. Yes, it's like ich, mich, mir. Perfect. Moving forward, you are a good person. Okay, again, who is a good person? Help me out. You, which will be du. Perfect. So we'll write du. Okay. Now, what do? You are a good person. And how do we say you are? The verb is sein. So du bist. Very good. Ich bin, du bist. Du bist eine gute Person. Very good. What are you? It will also be nominative. A good person. We derive from the eine gute Person. I invite you. Who invites whom? I invite you, which is dich. Yes, so we'll conjugate for ich. The verb is einladen. We'll conjugate the laden part. Ein we'll put in the end, so it'll become ich lade. Very good. Ich lade whom do I invite? You would be second person singular. Dich. Ich lade dich. And then we'll end it with ein. Yes, einladen, as I have written here. Ein is the separable part, two parts verb. Perfect. So this could be highlighted again. So let's highlight this. Fantastic. Okay. Perfect. So it's a two-part verb, and we'll write ein in the end. Ich lade dich ein. I bake for you a cake. Who bakes for whom what? Who is I once again? Ich. The verb is backen. We'll conjugate for ich. Remove en, add a e. Bake. Very good. Now for whom? I bake what a cake, but for whom? So it will be for you. So I'll write here dative for whom, and I'll find for you. It will be second person dir. So I'll write dir. What do I bake? And the answer is a cake. Cake is masculine like den, so I'll use the ending of en and create the indefinite article einen Kuchen. Perfect. Yes. Du bist eine gute Person. Ich lade dich ein. Ich backe dir einen Kuchen. Fantastic. All right. Let's keep moving. So, third sentence. It'll be he is a good person. I invite him. I bake for him a cake. All right. He is a good person. Again, who is a good person? We'll find he, third person singular, masculine. Er. Yes. So we'll write here. Er ist. Now, where did I get ist from? It comes from the verb sein. Yes. Sein is the verb to be. Ich bin. Du bist. Sie, es. ist. He, she, it is. Er ist, what is he? Again, nominative. Person is feminine. Person is, yes, feminine. So I'll use feminine article, die, and I'll get the indefinite article, eine gute Person. Yes, he is a good person. I invite him. Who invites him? I, which is ich. I'll write ich, and I'll conjugate the verb laden, einladen, two-part verb. Just conjugate the second part, which is ein, which is laden. Yes. Okay. Moment. Something off here. Okay. Does it look perfect now? Okay, now it looks better. So einladen is the verb. Yeah. We'll conjugate the laden part with ich lade. So let's write ich lade. Whom do I invite? We'll go to whom, and we are looking for him. What is him? Third person masculine. Ian. Perfect. Ich lade Ian. And we'll write the prefix ein. And what do? I bake for him a cake. Who bakes for him a cake? We'll go to who and look for I, ich. Very good. And the verb is to bake, baken, conjugated for ich, bake. Now, for him, we'll go to dative, for whom, and we'll find for him, it is ihm. Yes. So ich bake ihm. What do I bake? Again, a cake. It's masculine. That's like den Kuchen, but we need indefinite article. That's ein. So we'll use ein and borrow the ending of en, einen Kuchen. Perfect. Yes. Fantastic. Okay, moving forward. We are good people. Now, this you could have also done before I move forward for she. Let's do it. Okay, for the same sentence, I'll use a slash. She is a good person. So who is a good person? Instead of saying er, I could say sie. So let me write here sie. Perfect. So she is a good person. Same sentence. I invite him. Whom do I invite? Instead of saying him, I could say her, which is again sie. Perfect. So ich lade sie. Perfect. Ein. I bake for her a cake. So for whom do I bake? Again, dative. And I need to find her. It's feminine, third person, ihr. So ich bake ihr, in slash here, ihr. Einen Kuchen. Perfect. Now we'll go to first, second, third person, plural. We are good people. Who are good people? We need to find we. First person, plural, it will be wir. Okay, wir. Now we need to say we are. The verb is sein. If you recall and look back, the conjugation is ich bin, du bist, sie ist. Wir sind. Irregular verb, just need to memorize. Wir sind. Gute, what is people? You could say Personen. Yeah. Okay, Personen. You all invite us. Who invites us? You all. Now, in German, you is du and you all is ihr. Yes, you need to say ihr, you all. Different personal pronoun completely. Yes, so wir sind gute Person. Ihr, what you all do? Invite. That's the verb einladen, two-part verb. We'll just use the part of laden and we'll say ihr lat. Remove the en, add a t as written here. Ihr lat. Whom do you invite? Us. So we'll go to us, first person plural. Ihr lat uns, and we'll put the prefix of ein in the end. Ihr lat uns ein. Okay, and there is a little delay here. Perfect. Ihr lat uns ein. People wondering why do we put a prefix? Let me explain. The prefix is important to basically understand the verb. If I remove the prefix, laden is actually to load, which would mean I load you all, whatever that means. So we don't want to say that. We need to say we invite you, you all invite us. So ihr lat uns is you all invite us. If I remove ein, it'll become you all load us. So God knows where. So let's say we stick to ihr lat uns ein. Perfect. So you all bake for us a cake. Again, who bakes for whom what? Who is you all? Again, ihr. We'll write here ihr. And we'll say bake, which is the verb backen. Yes, where is the verb here? Backen. Perfect. We'll conjugate for ihr, which is remove the e and add a t. So we'll write here backt. Perfect. For us, for whom? We need to find for us. That is first person plural, uns. Very good. What? Once again, a cake, it's masculine, den Kuchen. We need indefinite article ein. We'll use the ending of en, einen. Kuchen. Perfect. Now we'll go to the second person plural. We'll say you all are good people. We invite you all, we bake for you all a cake. So who are good people? That's the question. And it's second person plural, ihr. So we'll write ihr, and we'll now need to use the verb you all are. The verb is sein. We need to recall the conjugation. It's an irregular verb. We need to memorize it. Ich bin, du bist, sie, es ist. Wir sind, ihr seid. You all are. Ihr seid gute Leute or gute Personen. We invite you all. Who invites? This time first person plural, we, which is wir. Invite, the verb is einladen. We'll use the second part, which is laden, conjugated for wir, and it's the same as its original form. So we'll write wir laden. Whom do we invite? Okay, we invite you all. So under whom we'll find you all, which is second person plural, euch. And we'll close the verb with ein, since it's a prefix. Okay, and then we bake for you all a cake. Again, who bakes? We'll look for wir, which is we. So we'll write here wir backen. The verb is bake. So let's find out how to use the verb backen. So we'll go to wir, and we'll see it's the same form. So we'll write wir backen. Yes. For you all a cake. For whom? Yes. Now, under for whom, you'll find for you all, second person plural, euch. Yes, once again, euch. So let's write down here, euch. Wir backen euch. What? Once again, we are looking for the cake. It's masculine. Den Kuchen, we need indefinite article, which is ein. We'll add en, einen. Kuchen. Perfect. Okay. They are good people. The sixth sentence. Now let's do this. Who are good people? We'll find they, which is this z, the little z. Yes, they are good people. So let's write here z. Let's conjugate. They are. How to conjugate? We need to memorize irregular verb sein. Ich bin, du bist, sie, es ist, wir sind, ihr seid, sie, sie. It's the same as wir. Sie, sie sind. Very good. Sie sind gute Personen. You all are good people. They all are good people. We invite them. Who invites whom? Who is we? We'll find wir. Very good. Wir. And we'll say invite. The verb is einladen. It's a two-part verb. We won't use ein, just laden, conjugated for wir, which is the same. Yes, basic form. Wir laden. Whom do we invite? It's them. So we go to whom and find them, which is third person plural, the little z. Very good. So we'll say wir laden sie, and we'll put the prefix in the end. Wir laden sie ein. If we don't put the prefix, it will actually mean we load them. Okay, I don't know, into the car. Okay, to kidnap them. Okay, so we rather say wir laden sie ein. We invite them. We bake for them a cake. So again, who bakes for whom what? Who is we? So we'll find out wir, first person plural, wir, and it's to bake. The verb is backen, like I have written here. Conjugate for wir, it's the same infinitive form as I've written. Wir backen for them. Now, for whom do we bake? And if you find out, it's third person plural. It's like ihnen. So we'll write here ihnen. What? Again, the cake. Cake is masculine. Den, we need indefinite article. Ein, we use the en as the ending. Einen Kuchen. Fantastic, yeah? Okay, now this is more or less done, except we have another sentence to do. And let's find out if we can make a little space here by using a little economy. Yes. Okay, so we got our last sentence. Okay, the sentence says, you are a good person. I invite you. I bake for you a cake. Hey, but we already did this. Yes, you are a good person. I invite you. I bake for you a cake. What is the difference? So the difference between the question 2 and the question 7, or the sentence to sentence 7, is this is said to a friend. You are a good person. I invite you. I bake for you a cake. This is said to someone rather more politely. Maybe your boss, yes, or maybe someone whom you give respect. So you are a good person. So instead of saying do, we'll find out who as formal. It's the big Z. Exactly. So we'll write here Z, and now we need to find you are. The verb is sein, and the third person and the conjugation of the big Z is just like third person conjugation, and that was sind. This will also be sind. Sie sind gute Person. Very good. You're a good person. I invite you. Who invites whom? We go to who, we find ich. Yes, that's I. Ich. And we say invite. The verb is again einladen. We know it's a two-part verb. We conjugate the last part laden, and we'll conjugate it for ich. It'll become lade. Ich lade. Now you need to say whom. Go to whom, and it's formal second person, so this wouldn't work. We need to go all the way down, and it'll be the big Z, just like the third person plural, yes, but in a capital S. Ich lade Sie. We'll complete the verb ein. Okay, I invite you. I bake for you a cake. Now again, who bakes for whom what? Who is I? So I'll write ich, and the verb is to bake. That's baken, like I've written here. Conjugated for ich. Remove the e and add a e. Ich bake. Very good. For you. Now for whom do I bake? Yes, it's for you, but I can't say dir. Second person informal. This is maybe formal boss, like we are doing. So we'll find the second person formal as Ihnen. Perfect. Capital I. Ich bake Ihnen what? Once again, the cake. It's masculine. Den Kuchen. We need indefinite article ein. We use the ending en, and einen Kuchen. Okay, fantastic. So here goes your sentence. Perfect. So here are your sentences, the ones which we began learning are personal pronouns. And I would say you try to do them by yourself by looking at the table on the left, which we already have here, and the reference words which are written on top with the asterisk. So perfect. I wish you a good practice. This is John Berlin signing off to meet you in the next lesson to practice the sentence making. Take care. Till then. Welcome to German with John Berlin. In today's lesson, we'll be continuing the practice of making sentences. In the earlier lesson, we did sentence making with the help of the consolidated table, and we translated that sentence, the funny looking sentence, I'm a good person, you invite me, and you bake for me a cake. We'll continue that, and we'll pick up some different sentences, yes. So let's see and find out how it goes. So the first sentence is the man visits a friend. So who visits the friend? The man. The man is masculine, so we'll say der Mann. Yes, man is Mann. The verb to visit, as I've written here, is besuchen. We'll conjugate it for third person. Er besucht. So der Mann besucht. Whom does he visit? It's Freund. Freund is masculine, which is den Freund. So from den Freund, we can get the article indefinite, which is ein, and we'll add the en. It'll become einen Freund. The man visits a friend. Perfect. He is a good man. Now, who is a good man? He, which is er. How will I say is? We need to memorize the irregular verb sein. Ich bin, du bist, sie es ist. Perfect. So er ist. What is he? We need to remember sein is a nominative verb because he and the good man basically the same person. So who is what? He is a good man, and we'll find out man is der Mann, and we see der does not give its ending, so we'll simply say ein. When we change it to the indefinite article, it will remain ein. So ist ein guter Mann. Yes, ein. Perfect. Guter is good, so ist ein guter Mann. He becomes a doctor. Who becomes a doctor? Again, he, that's The verb to become is werden, as I have written here. It's an irregular verb, so you need to remember it will be ich werde, du wirst, sie es wird. Yes, that's the irregularity here. It ends with a D. Wird. Now, what does he become? Once again, it's a nominative verb. Yes, subject equal to the object. So what does he become? The doctor. It's like a doctor. Doctor is masculine. Der doesn't give its ending. It's not underlined. So in indefinite article, it will remain simply ein. Wird ein Arzt. Perfect. He is called the king of doctors. Okay, must be a good doctor. Yes. So he's called the king of doctors. So who is called the king of doctor? So we'll write Now we'll be using the verb to be called, heißen. We'll conjugate it for It'll be with T. Remove the en, add a T. Heißt. Very good. Let's write here. Heißt. Now, what is he called? The king of doctor. Yes. So again, the verb is sein, in which he and the king of doctor are the same person. So basically, it's who is called what? It's the king, masculine, der. So we just need the same definite article there. Heißt der König. Yeah? Von Ärzten. Okay. Fantastic. So is called the König von Ärzten. Okay. Fantastic. So this was the sentence. He's called the king of doctors. He remains the best doctor. Yes. So how will we say he remains? The verb to remain is bleiben, and this is once again the verb in which the subject and the object are the same. As you could see here, he and the doctor are the same person. So we could write here who remains the same person. It's So let's write Who remains the best doctor? It's and the verb is bleiben. We'll conjugate it for remove the en, add a T. Give me the verb. Yes, bleiben. Remove the en, add a T. It becomes bleibt. Bleibt. Fantastic. Bleibt. Okay. What does he remain? The best doctor. So doctor is once again masculine. So what does he remain? We'll go to masculine. Der. Okay, we'll write here der. Best in German is bester. Arzt. Fantastic. Okay, then once again we have an example which we'll do together. The father gives to the son a computer. Yes, so we'll translate this completely in German. So first of all, who gives to whom what? It's a dative verb to give. It needs three cases: the person who's giving, to whom it's being given, and what is being given. Yes, so the verb requires three cases. Let's get them all. The father, masculine. Who? Der. Very good. And in German, father is Vater. The father gives. The verb to give is geben, like I've written here. It has a E. It will change to I. Yes, when you conjugate, the stem will change. So it will be and we'll end it with a T. Gibt. Remove the E and add a T. Gibt. Der Vater gibt. Now, to whom does he give? Let's find out. It's to the son. So instead, we'll find masculine. Son is masculine. Sohn. Yes. So it will be dem. To the. Meaning of them is to the them zone. What does he give? We'll come to what. A computer. Yes. Now, how do we say a computer? We go to what. Computer is masculine like den. So we need indefinite article, which is ein. We'll add en. Einen Computer. Yes. Fantastic. So der Vater gibt dem Sohn einen Computer. Here is your sentence in German. Perfect. So we'll meet in the next part of the lesson. I'll do a few more sentences with you, and then the rest you can practice with the help of the workbook and the answer book, cross-check, and I'm pretty sure you'll get the right answers. See you in the next part. Take care. Alright, so this is the next part to the previous lesson. We'll be continuing with our exercises. We'll use the table, the consolidated table, to basically translate the sentences to German. And here are our pronouns, our articles, our endings for our verb conjugations. Yes, and perfect. We'll use them all consolidatedly. And one thing we need to remember when we have these articles, they are the, das, die, den, die, das, die, or them, der, dem, den, we can easily derive the other articles from these articles. Yes, how can we do that? Very simply by using the endings of these articles, which I have highlighted right here. Yes, perfect. Let's have a look. Okay, so these are all the endings which we can use to derive the other articles. All right, perfect. Okay, so except for der, das, and thus, all the endings get carried over to the other articles like indefinite article and negative article. And if you're wondering why have I written these articles here, they are just to show that the third person pronouns, yes, in singular and plural, yes, are derived from these articles. Yes, er is derived from there, die is derived, sie is derived from die, es is derived from das, and similarly all the other ones. Perfect. Now that we understood the table, once again we'll begin with a practice, and the first sentence is the school has no computer. So the school, the question is basically what? Yes, so it's the school, which is feminine. In German you call it Schule. It's die Schule. So we'll write here die Schule. Yes, perfect. And the verb is has, and in German it's haben. We'll conjugate it for third person. We'll remove the e and add a t. It'll become hat. We don't use the b. There's a change in the stem. Yes, okay, for this verb. Hat, what does it have? The computer. It's masculine, so the word is computer. Den computer, but we do not need to say definite article. We need negative article. We can derive it from this. So the negative article is kein. We just need to add the en from here. It'll become die Schule hat keinen Computer. Perfect. Moving forward, we have the police catches the thief. The question is who catches whom? Yes. So first I'll highlight who, and then I'll highlight whom. Perfect. So the police is feminine. So we go to who, we go to feminine, die, and we write here die Polizei. Then the verb is to catch, fangen. Now it has a a, and the a changes to a umlaut. It becomes, we conjugate for third person. Yes, so it becomes fängt. Perfect. Whom does the police catch? It's the thief. Thief is masculine, and it'll be Dieb, so it'll get written as den Dieb. Perfect. Moving forward, the boss helps the employee. Interesting sentence. The verb is to help. Now when you say help, will it be who helps whom, or will it be something else? Now we need to remember, help is a hidden dative verb. It is not who helps whom. Rather, in German it translates as who gives to whom help. So in other words, the boss gives to the employee help. So it's like who, we'll pick up the boss, it's masculine. Der, we call boss chef, der Chef. The verb is helfen. We'll conjugate it for third person. It has a E, it'll get changed to I, and it'll become hilft. Very good. Hilfs means to give help. To give help to who? To the employee. And employee is masculine, so I'll write them angestellten. Perfect. Now we'll go to the number 10. The question is, the sentence is, the children listen to the pianist. Who listens to whom? Yes, the children listen to the pianist. So who is children? Plural. We go to the and we write the Kinder. The verb is zuhören. Separable verb. We'll conjugate the main verb, which is hören, and put zu, which is the prefix, at the end of the sentence like a piece of furniture. Okay, so the Kinder, we'll conjugate the verb hören, and it's for plural. It'll remain in its same form, basic form. So we'll write hören. Very good. To the pianist. To whom? It'll be pianist, masculine, dem. Very good. Dem pianist. And then we'll put down the last part of the verb, which is zu. Let's write it down here. Zu. Die Kinder hören dem Pianist zu. The teacher tells to the parents the results. Okay, let's move forward. The teacher tells to the parents the results. So who tells to whom what? So first is who. It's the teacher. It's feminine. So we'll pick up the feminine article the, and we'll write here the teacher is Lehrerin. Yes, as I've written here, the Lehrerin tells. The verb is erzählen, conjugated for the third person. Remove the en, add a t. Yes, what do you get? Yes, erzählt. Perfect. Erzählt. To whom? That's the question. To the parents, it's plural. We pick up the plural article den. Parents is called Eltern. We write den Eltern. Then the question is what? The result is again plural, the results. And we'll pick up the article die and write the noun, the Ergebnisse. Ergebnisse means result. Perfect. Moving forward, the shop has no apples. So let's find out what has no apples. The shop is masculine, so we'll pick up der. It's called Laden. Der Laden. The verb is haben, to have. Yes. So we'll conjugate it for third person. Remove the e and add a t. It'll become hat. Yes, we don't use the b. The stem changes. As I mentioned, the Laden hat what? The apples. Plural. We'll go to this. The apples. And we don't need the definite article. We need the negative article. So we'll use kein and add a e. It'll become keine. Keine. And we'll write Äpfel. Perfect. Yes. Okay. Coming to the number 13. Let's see. The bank gives to no criminals the money. Perfect. So what gives to whom what? Perfect. So the bank is feminine. In German, it's called Bank. So we'll say the Bank. Let's write here. The Bank gives. The verb is geben. It has a e. We'll conjugate it for third person, and the e will change to I like we learned. Let's do it. So geben will become gibt. Perfect. The bank gives. The Bank gibt to no criminals. To whom? Yes, criminals are Verbrecher. It's plural. So we'll go to whom and we'll go to plural. It's den, but we don't need den. We need negative article, which is kein. So we'll put the ending of en on top of kein. It'll become the Bank gibt keinen Verbrechern. Very good. What? The money. Money in German is Geld and it's neutral. So we'll go to what and we'll go to the articles and find out the neutral. It's das. So we'll write here das Geld. Perfect. Die Bank gibt keinen Verbrechern das Geld. So you move forward with the other sentences just the way we were doing these ones and use this table and you'll be able to find out all the correct answers. The words are already written down here. You could cross-check with the answer sheet, with the answer book. Yes, certainly you'll be able to get the right answers. Perfect. So wish you all the luck. This is Joe in Berlin signing off till the next lesson. Welcome to German with Joe in Berlin, and in today's lesson we'll be doing the possessive pronouns. So previously in the lessons we have already covered the first two grammar tables, that is personal pronouns, the articles, and then we went on to understand the verbs and how to use the verbs. Now we'll be coming to the third most important grammar table, as I mentioned, the possessive pronouns. What are possessive pronouns? Let's find out. In English you say my, your, his, her, its, our, your, their, and your again for formal. Yes. Now in Deutsch we have, instead of my, you need to remember mine. Yes. Your becomes dein, his becomes sein. So till now it's quite rhyming. Mine, dein, sein. Okay. Then it comes to her, it's ihr, and it's again sein. Yes. So his and its have the same possessive pronoun. Okay. Our is unser, your plural is euer, their third person plural is ihr, and your formal in English it looks the same like this one, yes, or this one. In German it's ihr. Perfect. Now we need to memorize these possessive pronouns. I'll give you tips and tricks to remember them as we move forward. Now the next question comes is how to use possessive pronouns. Now we must remember that possessive pronouns replace articles. Yes. For example, instead of saying I go to the friend, yes, I can say I go to my friend. I replaced the with my. So in German, when we do that, my will get the ending of the, like we have learned previously. Let's have a look here. For example, whenever we use any of these possessive pronouns, which I have written down on the right, yes, just like we learned here, mine, dein, sein, ihr, sein, unser, euer, ihr, ihr. You see, I have left open a couple of brackets here, which are to show that these possessive pronouns are not to be used alone. They basically borrow the endings of the articles. Perfect. Now, we already know that which are the endings which the articles give. All the endings basically except there, thus, and thus. So these are the three articles which do not give their endings. All the other articles give their endings. Yes. So we'll be using these articles to determine the endings of these possessive pronouns. Yes. For example, if you look at it, it'll be mine. Yes. Meine, mine, meine. Yes. Meinen, meine, mein, meine. Yes. Meinem, meiner, meinem, meinen. Perfect. So you saw that I used this particular possessive pronoun and I put together the endings of the articles. Yes. When we make the sentence, we'll understand it even better. Yes. Which ending to use when. And similarly, we could do for the others. Let me show it for you for thine as well. Thine will become thine. The article doesn't give its ending. Deine, thine. Again, this doesn't give its ending. Deine, deinen, deine, thine doesn't give its ending. Deine, deinem, deiner, deinem, deinen. Fantastic. Yes. So similarly, we could do for the others as well. And more clarity will come when we attempt certain questions and certain answers. Okay. So let's move forward and let's see what do we have here. Now, this is again a consolidated table. Yes, which we'll be using for our future references. And in the meanwhile, there is a little example here. We can have a look. Now, the sentence says, Ich besuche den Onkel. Yes, I visit the uncle. Ich is who, besuche is the verb, den Onkel is basically whom. Yes, we go to whom. Onkel is masculine, so we say den Onkel. Perfect. So it's den Onkel. Now, instead of saying I visit the uncle, I could say I visit my uncle. So what will we do? We'll replace basically den with the possessive pronoun mein. So we'll say ich besuche mein. We'll borrow the ending of en. Meinen Onkel. Perfect. Ich besuche meinen Onkel, visit my uncle. So this was just an idea of how the articles are replaced with the possessive pronoun and how the articles give the endings to their possessive pronoun. And the endings which are given again are highlighted here. Yes. So except there, thus, all the articles give the endings. So once again, this is a consolidated table. We have added this last column of possessive pronoun. Now it has your personal pronouns, ich, du, er, sie, es, wir, ihr, sie, sie, your articles from which the third person pronouns are derived. Yes, you have the verb conjugations here. You have the personal pronouns and accusative, dative. In the end, you have your possessive pronouns. So with the help of these possessive pronouns, we'll be able to create any sentence on the right. Yes. And a quick note. Now, if you look at the possessive pronouns here, mein, dein, sein, ihr, sein, unser, euer, ihr, you'll see there are too many ears, yes, for one to remember. So let's say how many there are. There's 1, 2, 3. So this ear means her, this ear means their, this big ear with a capital I means your. Formal. How to remember? Well, I'll give you a quick note. If you look at the personal pronouns, like in the first column, ich, du, er, sie, es, wir, ihr, sie, sie. Perfect. When you look at these personal pronouns, I would ask you to find out how many z's are there. So we'll find out there is first z, which means she, there is the second z, which means they, and there is the third z, which means you, formal you. Perfect. So with that in mind, I could basically tell you that all the z's, when changed into possessive pronoun, they become ihr. Yeah? Perfect. For example, sie is she, it becomes ihr. Yes, sie is they, it becomes ihr. Sie is you, it becomes ihr as well with a capital I. Perfect. Let's make this capital. All right. And this basically, that's the idea. Ich, possessive pronoun is mine. Du, possessive pronoun is dein. Er, sie, es is sein, ihr, sein. Wir is unser. Ihr is euer. Sie, sie is ihr. Yes. So these are the respective personal pronouns and these are the respective possessive pronouns. Okay. Now with that in mind, I would suggest let's attempt a few questions on our right and see if we can use the possessive pronouns and translate the sentences into German. So let's do the first sentence together. The man visits his friend. So who visits? Let's go to who. That's nominative, yes. So we'll say who, it's the man. Man is masculine, so we'll say der. And we'll write here, der Mann. The verb is besuchen. We'll conjugate it for third person. Yes, it'll be besucht. Perfect. Der Mann besucht his friend. Now we know that the basic idea is that the possessive pronouns replace the articles. So basically, if I would have said the man visits the friend, it would be the man visits, der Mann besucht, whom, and friend is masculine, so I would have said den Freund. But I will not say den. I need a possessive pronoun here, which is his. So I'll go to possessive pronouns. I'll find out his, mein, dein, sein, ihr. Perfect. Sein. So here is sein. Mein, dein, sein. So I'll use sein. I'll write here sein. And I'll give it the endings of den. That is seinen Freund. Perfect. Der Mann besucht seinen Freund. Super. Let's move forward. The father gives to his son his computer. So who gives? Once again, father is masculine. We'll go to der. In Deutsch sagt man der Vater. So let's write here der Vater. The verb is to give, in German geben. We'll conjugate it for third person. We'll remove the E and add a T. There is an E in the verb. We'll change it to I. It'll become gibt. Very good. Der Vater gibt. Then to his son. To whom? Yes. So first we'll just say to the son. So son is masculine. We'll go to dem. And we don't require them as such. We require the possessive pronoun, which is his. So his is once again mein, dein, sein. We'll pick up sein and we'll give it the ending of dem. Yes, because sein is replacing dem. So I'll write gibt seinem, which means to his. Seinem Sohn. Yes, his computer. What does he give? Computer is masculine. Den Computer. We don't need den, we need possessive pronoun. That is his. His is mein, dein, sein. We'll pick up sein and give it the ending of en. Perfect. Seinen Computer. Fantastic. Okay, the teacher invites her children. Okay, moving forward. The teacher invites her children. So basically, who invites? Teacher is feminine. So we'll go to der, die, das. It'll be die. Yes, and I'll write die. Okay, make it bigger. Die Lehrerin. Very good. The verb is to invite. In German, it's einladen. Yes, if we can see it here. Okay, I think we can see it now. Einladen. Now we'll pick up einladen, and we need to remember this is a two-part verb. It is a separable verb. It has an extra part, ein, which we do not use in conjugation. Put it at the end of the sentence. We'll just conjugate for laden. Perfect. So laden will be conjugated for third person. Yes, die Lehrerin, dritte Person singular, third person singular. So let's conjugate laden. It has a in it. A will change to a. It'll become, we'll remove the e and add a d. Let. Perfect. Die Lehrerin let. Fantastic. Her children. Whom does she invite? Children is plural. We'll go right down. Die Kinder, but we don't need definite article. We need possessive pronoun. What is her? Let's find out. So basically, she is sie. All the z's are ihr. So her is ihr. Fantastic. So we'll put here ihr and give it the ending of die, which is e. So ihre Kinder. And we'll finish the sentence by completing the second part of the verb, which was ein. So I'll write ein. Die Lehrerin lädt ihre Kinder ein. The teacher invites her children. Perfect. Now moving forward, we'll go to the fourth sentence. The principal and the teachers take from their students their gifts. Okay, so let's find out what's happening here. The principal is known as Schulleiter, so it's who. Schulleiter is masculine, der. So we'll write here der. Let's make space here. Der Schulleiter. Very good. And the teachers. And in German is und. Yes, pretty similar. Und who? The teachers. Teachers this time is plural. So I'll say die. Yes. Die Lehrer. And it looks the same even in the plural form. Lehrer, Lehrer. The Schulleiter und die Lehrer take. What is the verb to take? Nehmen. Yes. So we'll conjugate nehmen for third person plural because they are third person plural, the teacher and the principal. So basically they. Yes, we'll conjugate. It'll be the same basic form of the verb, that is nehmen. So we'll write it the same. Der Schulleiter und die Lehrer nehmen. Now, from their students. From whom? If you remember, dative is also from whom. So we'll find out from their students. Students is plural. We'll go right down to plural. It's den. Yes, students is Studenten. So den Studenten, but we do not need the definite article. Rather, we require the possessive pronoun. We require how to say der. How to say der. They is sie. All the z's become ihr. So der is ihr. We'll write down here ihr, and we'll borrow the ending of den, which is en, ihren, Studenten. What? So what do they take from the students? It's their gifts. Gifts is plural. We'll pick up the article die. Yes, die Geschenke, but we don't need the definite article. We need again possessive pronoun, which is ihr. Yes, as we had learned, ihr is there. So we'll write here ihr, and we'll give it the ending of die, which becomes ihre Geschenke. Perfect. So basically the sentence says, der Schulleiter und die Lehrer nehmen ihren Studenten ihre Geschenke. So the teacher and the principals take from the students their gifts. Okay, moving forward. The boss calls his employee. Okay. So what is the boss? Let's find out. It's who. Boss is masculine, der. So we'll choose der. And boss is called chef. So der Chef. Perfect. The verb to call is anrufen. It's again a separable verb. We have two parts of the verb, an and rufen. Yes. And we'll conjugate the main verb, which is rufen, for third person. Yes. So it'll become der Chef ruft. Perfect. Now the question is whom? It's the employee. It's masculine. It's den. Angestellten means employee, but we don't need den. We need the possessive pronoun, that is his. What is his? Mein, dein, sein. Yes, we'll pick up sein, write here sein, and give it the ending of den with the en, seinen, angestellten. Perfect. And we'll end the verb with an. Yes, that completes the verb. Der Chef ruft seinen Angestellten an. The boss calls his employee. Fantastic. Well done. Okay, now I'll do one more with you, and that's basically the children listen to the pianist. Yes. Now the verb is to listen. We'll come to it, but first the children. So who listens to the pianist? It's the children. It's plural. So we'll go to die, and we'll write here die Kinder. Kinder means children. Listen, the verb is zu hören. It's again a two-part verb. We'll not conjugate zu, we'll only conjugate hören, and we'll put zu in the end. So hören, we'll be conjugating it for plural. Yes, so it'll be in its basic form, and we'll write the same as it's written, hören. Perfect. Kinder hören. Now the question is to whom do the children hear, or to whom do the children listen? Yes, so basically it's pianist, to the pianist. Pianist is masculine, so it will be dem pianist, to the pianist, but we don't require the definite article. We require the possessive pronoun der. What is der? They is sie. All the possessive pronouns, all the z's become ihr. Der becomes ihr. So I'll write here ihr, and then I'll borrow the ending of the definite article here, em, ihrem, pianist, and I'll end the sentence with the prefix zu coming in the end, zu. Perfect. All right, so these were some examples of how to go about dealing with the translations from German to English when it comes to possessive pronoun. So I would say you practice by yourself a few questions, the next questions, yes, and we'll meet us back in the next lesson, and we'll do some special sentences for possessive pronouns. So until then, this is John Berlin signing off. See you in the next lesson. Welcome back, and we'll continue the practice with our possessive pronouns. I have some important sentences to do with you, some tricky sentences as well, but they're as much fun. Let's get started with the number 11. Her house is bigger than their house, but your house is even bigger than her house. You're saying this to your boss. So let's see how will we say it. Her house. So basically we need to write house. House in German is das Haus. Yes, Neutrum. So basically what is bigger? We'll go to what. We'll go to das. but we don't need das. What do we need? We need her. So we'll go to possessive pronoun. We'll find out her. How will we find out her? What is she? It is sie. All the z's become ihr. So her is ihr. Fantastic. Now we'll see ihr and we'll give it the ending of das. Das has no ending as it's not underlined. So we'll simply write, you're right, ihr Haus. Fantastic. Ihr Haus. Then the verb is. The verb is sein. Let's try to conjugate sein. If you remember, ich bin, du bist, sie, es ist. Wir sind, ihr seid, sie, sie sind. So ihr Haus would be ist. Perfect. Irregular verb. Ihr Haus ist big. Now what is big? Let me help you out here. Big is groß. Yes. Big is groß. And what is bigger? It's größer. Yes. Okay, let's have a look. All right, we are back. So I need to write here größer. All right, so it looks like this. Größer. Perfect. So we'll use it here. Ihr Haus ist größer. Yes. Let's see. Get the spelling right again. Perfect. Bigger. And then you need to say than. Than in German is als. Perfect. Ihr Haus ist größer als der Haus. Now, basically, der Haus, we'll find out. House is again das. Yes. So we'll say das, but we don't need to say das. We need to say der. How do we find der? De is sie. All the z's become ihr. So we'll go to ihr. Perfect. Als ihr. And das doesn't give any ending away. There is no underlining here. So yes, we'll simply write ihr. Ihr Haus ist größer als ihr Haus. But, now what is but in German? It's aber. Yes. Aber your house. Now you're saying this to your boss. Yes. Now let's see how we can say your house. Once again, house is das Haus. We don't need das, we need your. So U capital, I mean the formal U is the Z capital here. And all the Z's become ihr. So we go here. It's the capital ihr. Perfect. Ihr Haus. Perfect. Is even bigger than her house. Again, we'll conjugate. Ihr Haus is. That is the verb sein. Conjugate for third person. Yes. So it'll be ich bin, du bist, sie, es ist. So ihr Haus ist. Even bigger. Even is noch in German. Yes. So we could write here noch. Perfect. Bigger. Again, what was the word for bigger? Größer. Perfect. Let's write here größer. Then her house. So what is then? As we learned, it's als. We'll write here als. And then again, we need to write her house. House is das. We don't need das, we need her. How to find her? She is sie. All the z's become her, ihr. So we'll say ihr and write here als ihr Haus. Perfect. So basically, ihr Haus ist größer als ihr Haus, aber ihr Haus ist noch größer als ihr Haus. So we see so many irs, it's impossible to tell what the sentence means. Yes, that is a dilemma in German, that if we use all these possessive pronouns together, it's impossible to tell, am I talking about her, am I talking about der, or am I talking about your? Yes. Leave alone for your, where there is a capital I, especially for they and her, there is a confusion. So only the sentence could be understood by context if you are actually speaking with someone. Yes, otherwise there can be confusion. Okay, moving forward, we'll do the next sentence together as well. It says, I have your pen. You're saying this to your friend Jacob. Yes, so how will you say it? Let's find out. I, who? In German, ich. Very good. Let's write here Ich, we'll make it bigger. Okay. Ich, okay, it's still a little too small. Let's make it bigger. Okay, it's better. Ich, and then we'll move forward. Ich have. In German, it's the verb haben. Yes, you can see it here, or I can make it a bit bigger. Okay. Think you can read it now. Perfect. So I have, the verb is haben. We'll conjugate haben for ich. Remove the en, add a e, it'll become ich habe. Very good. Your pen. What do I have? Pen is masculine. It's called Stift. So it'll be what? We'll go to masculine, den Stift. But we don't need den, we need your. Talking to a friend. So it'll be, instead of du, we'll say dein. Yes, we'll write here dein. And we'll give it the ending of en, den. So it'll be deinen Stift. Perfect. I have your pen. Ich habe deinen Stift. Now we say the same sentence to your friends Jacob and Matthew. Yes, two friends there. So let's see how the sentence changes. Once again, we'll begin with I have. Who has? I, in German ich. Let's write here ich. The verb to have is haben, like I wrote here previously. Conjugated for ich, remove the e and add a e. Ich habe. Perfect. Your pens. It's plural. Your pens. So basically we'll go to what do you have, and pens is plural. It's die. Yes, it's Stifte. If I write here in Deutsch, it's basically Stifte. Yeah, that's the plural. Der Stift, die Stifte. Perfect. Okay. Perfect. So der Stift, die Stifte, we have to say the pens, which means the pens, the Stifte here. So what do I have? Pens is plural. I'll write Stifte, but we don't need the. We need your. Now, where will I find your? Whom are we talking to? We're not talking to one person. We're not talking to du. We're talking to basically Jacob and Matthew, which is you all, ihr. So basically the possessive pronoun of ihr is, we'll go on the right side. Exactly, you're right. It's euer. Perfect. Right in front of you. Euer. Yeah, now it's rightly aligned. Ihr, euer. So we'll pick up euer and we'll give it the ending of e. So it'll become eure. Yeah. Ich habe eure Stifte. Fantastic. A little spelling update. When you're using the possessive pronoun euer, the spelling is E-U-E-R, or in German, E-U-E-R. So whenever you give any ending to this possessive pronoun from these articles, whichever ending it might be, the spelling would change a little. You will not say eure, you will say eure. You will omit the E here whenever there is an ending, okay, which needs to be given. So here I've omitted the E and I've written eure instead of eure. Perfect. So I have your pens. Ich habe eure Stifte. Moving forward, now you're saying this to your boss. I have your pen. Let's do it together. Who has the pen? It's I, in German ich. Yeah. Who, ich. Let's write here ich. Fantastic. Have, the verb is haben, like we learned earlier. Conjugated for ich, remove the n, en, add a e, it'll become ich habe. Your pen. So what do I have? Pen again is masculine, den. Stift, that's the pen, but we don't need den, we need your. Which your do we need? Now we're not talking to du. That was the friend Jacob. We're not talking to ihr. That was Jacob and Matthew. We are talking to the boss. So it's the formal you. Yes, the big Z. So from the big Z, we need the possessive pronoun. That is the big ihr. All the Z's become ihr. Yes. So it'll be ich habe ihr. And what was the article ending here? Den. We'll copy it here. Ihren Stift. Perfect. So I have your pen to your friend Jacob would be Ich habe deinen Stift. I have your pens to your friend Jacob, and Matthew would be Ich habe eure Stifte. I have your pen to your boss would be Ich habe ihren Stift. The difference is this is second person informal, second person plural, second person formal. Yes, that's why all have their own possessive pronouns. Fantastic. Now we'll do this last sentence together. Let's have a look. Now the sentence says, okay, you all are proud of your friend. So the first sentence, the first question is who? Question is, answer is you all. So we go to who and we find you all. It's ich, du, er, sie, es, wir, ihr, second person plural. Say ihr. Perfect. Let's make it a little bigger. Ihr. Now the verb is again are. How do we conjugate for are? The verb is sein. Ich bin, du bist, er, sie, es ist, wir sind, ihr seid. Perfect. We'll write here seid. Irregular verb, we need to memorize it. Very important verb to be. Ihr seid proud. In German, it's an adjective. Proud. In German, it's called stolz. Very good. Of your friend. Of is like auf. And now we need to say of whom. Yes. Auf, we'll be learning in the future. Right now, it's out of the scope. Even the prepositions like these have a particular case. So we'll not get into it, but let me just tell you, auf is accusative. So I'll choose an accusative article here. That is, first I need to say your friend. So friend is masculine. We'll say den, but we don't need the definite article. We need to say your. So we'll need to find out which your are we going to use. Are we going to use dein? Are we going to use euer? Or are we going to use ihr? Whom are we talking to? We are talking to you all. What is you all? Ihr. So the corresponding possessive pronoun of ihr is euer. Fantastic. You can't say dein. You can't say the big ihr. You need to say euer. So let me write here euer. And then we'll give it the ending of en like we saw here. Den Stift. What? So euren Stift. Fantastic. Ihr seid, not Stift. Entschuldigung, my mistake. Friend. You're proud of your friend. So yes, it's also masculine. So ihr seid stolz auf euren Freund. Fantastic. So the rest of the sentences, I would say attempt by yourself and use the table, consolidated table, refer the answer book. I'm pretty sure you'll get the right answers. So till then, it's John Berlin signing off. See you in the next lesson. Alright, welcome back to German with John Berlin, and today we'll be doing a little introduction in the German language, right? What we had begun our lessons with. So we'll be doing these sentences in German. Let's see if we can get them. Before we get started, here are some verbs we can of course update. Yes, the first verb is heißen. So we already did this. I suppose we didn't conjugate. Let's conjugate it. So heißen is to be cold. I'm called John Berlin. Ich heiße John Berlin. So ich heiße, you are called, let's say, Mark. Du heißt Mark. Yeah? He, she, it, er, sie, es heißt. Perfect. Wir heißen, we are called. Yes. Ihr heißt, you all are called. Oder sie heißen, or sie heißen, they are called. Or formal, you are called. Perfect. Now moving forward, there's another verb, kommen, which means to come from, kommen aus. Yes. Ich komme aus, I come from. Du kommst aus, you come from. Er, sie, es kommt aus. He, she, it comes from. Wir kommen aus, we come from. Ihr kommt aus, you all come from. Yes. And sie kommen aus, they come from, or you come from. Formal. Perfect. So these were our verbs to come. Yes. And aus is just like from in English. It's a preposition. Perfect. Moving forward, let's do the next verb, which is wohnen. Yes, what is the meaning of wohnen? It's to dwell. Where do you basically dwell? In which city do you dwell? Yes, so the verb is wohnen, regelmäßig verb, simple verb. Ich wohne in. Yes, du wohnst in, you live, you dwell in. Yeah, sie wohnt in. Perfect. Okay, wir wohnen in. Ihr wohnt in. Perfect. And sie, sie wohnen in. So basically, to correct, to wohnen is the place where you live, like it's a house or it's an apartment, it's whatever type of yes, place you have. It's wohnen. Ich wohne in einem Haus. I live in a house. Ich wohne in einer Wohnung. I live in an apartment. Yes. Ich wohne in einem Palast. I live in a palace. Whatever. So that's wohnen. Where do you dwell? Okay. Moving forward, we go to leben. Now, which city do you live in? That will be the correct one. Yes. So the simple verb, regelmäßig verb, regular verb. Ich lebe. Du lebst. Sie lebt. Yes. And it will be ich lebe in. Du lebst in. Sie lebt in. Wir leben in. Ihr lebt in. Or sie, sie leben in. Perfect. Then the verb is to work. Yes, to work at someone's place. So ich arbeite bei. You could say anything, by Google, at the place of Google. Yes, Google's company. Okay. Du arbeitest. You work. Yes, bei. Sie arbeitet bei. Wir arbeiten bei. Yes. Ihr arbeitet bei. Sie, sie arbeiten bei. So these are just some prepositions which we are just starting off to learn, and in the future lessons we'll be learning them even more. So yes, that's the way to say I work at. Yes, ich arbeite bei. Perfect. Moving forward, we'll do a little bit of introduction with the help of the verbs we learned. So you could basically introduce your name, their Name, with the help of the verb heißen. Ich heiße John Berlin, or mein Name ist John Berlin. Both are right. So let's write here, my name is John Berlin, or I could say ich heiße John Berlin. Yes, with the help of the verb heißen. So ich heiße. Okay, John Berlin. Perfect. Okay, we could alter, it's the H, yeah, and basically it could be used with the help of the verb sein, which is to be. I am. Jahre alt. Jahre is years. Alt is the adjective old. Yes. So I'm 33 years old. So it'll be ich bin. Now we still haven't done the numbers, so just be with me. 33 Jahre alt. I am 33 years old. Okay. So where do I dwell? Basically, Wohnung. So let's write down here. Wohnung. Yes. Little bit of correction here. So ich wohne in einer Wohnung. I live in an apartment. Ich wohne in einer Wohnung. Perfect. Now, where do you come from? Das Heimatland, home country. I come from Germany. Ich komme aus Deutschland. Perfect. So the verb is to come, aus. Moving forward, der Beruf, it's the profession, and we could do it with the verb sein. Yes. That means I am teacher from profession. Ich bin ein Lehrer vom Beruf. Perfect. Super duper. So this was an example. And we could also talk about the familiar. So we already know there is es gibt. We could use es gibt, the verb geben. And members is Mitglieder. Yes. So I need to say I have 4 members in my family. I could say ich habe, I have, 4 is 4. Mitglieder is right here, Mitglieder. Ich habe 4 Mitglieder in der Familie. Perfect. And then, of course, we could do the verb, talk about the hobbies with the help of the verb ich mag. You could say, for example, I like teaching, reading, writing, painting, and boxing. Ich mag unterrichten, lesen, schreiben, malen und Boxkampf. Perfect. Okay, Boxkampf. Gucken would be the right thing to say, to watch boxing matches. Okay, fantastic. So what you people could do, this is not an answer-based exercise, which you'll find the answers in the answer book. You could simply make your own sentences with these clues. And yes, perfect. That'll be a little bit of training for you to introduce yourself in the German language. Fantastic. So thanks for joining me in this lesson, and we'll catch up in the next lesson and learn about certain more important details. Yes. So till then, this is John Berlin signing off. Bye-bye. All right. So welcome back to German with John Berlin. And today's topic is how to make plurals in the German language. Now, it's infamously said the German plurals are the most difficult to make, but we'll do our best to simplify them. So what do I mean by making plurals? It's just like when you have a noun, you want to make it into plural. In English, it's pretty easy. You make it just by adding a s, like man, like for example, let's take an example of car, cars, yes, toy, toys, building, buildings. Yes, most of the examples can be made in this manner. But in German, it's a little bit more different. It depends on the gender of the noun. So if the noun is, as per the rule number 7, masculine, then you'll need to add a e in its plural form. Yes. If a noun is feminine, you'll need to add a n or sometimes a en depending on the noun. Yes. And if the noun is neutral, then you'll need to add a er. So these are guidelines which will help us to get the plurals of most of the German nouns. And also we need to look at the articles. For example, in nominative, the plural article is der, die, das, die. Yes. In accusative, the plural article is den, die, das, die, just the same. Yes. And in dative, we have the plural article dem, der, dem, den, and we have an extra n. Now, what is this n for? That is what we'll get to know in this lesson. Where does this n get utilized? Okay. Now, we'll get to it in a moment. Now, first we go ahead and have a look at some tips. Now, when we'll be making these plurals, we'll need to keep in mind if a noun has er as an ending or en as an ending, in its plural form it remains the same. That means we do not change the endings in plural. Yes. Also, if a noun has sometimes a, u, o in plurals, it becomes e, ö, u. Yes, the umlaut forms. So these are certain tips and tricks, and let's get started and see what do the plurals in German look like. Perfect. So the first word is der Tisch. What is a Tisch? Tisch is a table. It's masculine, like you can see with the article der. That means you go to masculine. And now we need to make a plural, and we'll make the plural like this. Nominative and accusative plurals will be the same because they have the same article die. So we'll write die, and then we'll write Tisch, and we'll add the ending like written under the rule 7, e, that's Tische. Fantastic, you got the plural. Now we'll do dative. So the Tische would be applicable for nominative and accusative. Okay. Now dative, the article for plural is den. So we'll write here den. Yes. And then we'll write Tische, just like Tisch. We'll add the e, Tische. Perfect. Now there is this n which we have along with the article den. Now this n is basically meant for the noun. So it'll be added to the noun in the end. Den, Tischen. Fantastic. So in this manner, the plural dative articles and the plural dative nouns are easily identifiable by just looking at the n in the end. Yes, that it's a dative plural. Okay. Now we'll move forward. Schrank, it's like a wardrobe. Yes, like a cabinet. So let's find out. It'll be in the plural. Let's first use the plural article for nominative, accusative. Schrank. Schrank is der, which tells us it's masculine. We go to masculine and we write the noun and add a E, but then there is a little rule we forgot. There is a A here, and the A changes to A umlaut. It doesn't remain shranker, it becomes shrinker. Perfect. Yes. So that's how it looks like, shrinker. Now in the plural version, we'll again write for dative den. Yes. And with den, we'll write the plural shrunk. We'll add the E. We'll change the A to umlaut. Yes. Shrinken. Shrinken. We'll add the extra N as well, which belongs to the article den. So they are shrunk, the shrinker, den shrinken. Fantastic. Similarly, we'll do it with the next word, baum. It means tree. It's masculine. We can see it by the article there. We go to masculine. We add a E. Yes, so first we'll write the for nominative, accusative, plural. Then we'll write baum. We'll add a E again. We missed one thing. There is a A. It needs to be changed to umlaut. We'll change it to yes, Bäume. Fantastic. Not Baume, but Bäume. Yes. And in the plural, we'll take up the dative plural here, and we'll take den. We'll write here den. And we'll say once again, Baum. We'll add the E. Yes. And we'll change the A umlaut. A to A umlaut. Perfect. Okay. Fantastic. And we'll add the N in the end, Bäumen. Where does the N come from? The N comes from the article den, where it has an extra N to be put with the noun. Perfect. The Bäume, den Bäumen. Now we have die Lampe. By looking at die, we know it's feminine. There, die, das, die. So we go to feminine, and we have two options. Either we could add an N and an EN here. There's already an E. We'll add an N. So it will become the Lampen. Perfect. Making it into plural, the article is den for dative. Yes, we'll write den. And the plural of Lampe is Lampen. Now the question is, will we add an extra N in the end of the dative article plural, den plus an N? And the answer is no, we will not, because there is already a N. Two N's wouldn't really look nice. So we'll just keep it like that. So when there is already a N, we do not add the dative N. Okay. Book, that means book. Yes, book is, as we can say, das Buch. There the das, neutral. We go to das, neutral, neutrum, and the ending is ER. So we first write the nominative, accusative, plural. We write here book, and we add the ER. It becomes Bucher, but then again we forgot. U changes to umlaut. U umlaut, so it will become Ü. Bücher. Yes, so let's write down Bücher. We go to plural of dative. The article is den. We'll write here den. We'll write Buch. Add the ER. Yes, and then change the U to umlaut. And in the end, we'll add the extra N, which belongs to the dative plural article, den plus an extra N. Bücher. Perfect. Going to the next one, das Fahrrad. Now, Fahrrad is bicycle. It's a compound word made up of fahren, which is to drive, and Rad, which is like the tire. So the driving tire is like a bicycle in German, right? Now, how can we make it into plural? When we have a word which is made up of two words, we only make the plural of the last word. The last word is Rad, and it's das Rad. It's neutrum, so we go to neutrum, and we add basically Fahrrad, Fahrrad. But then in the last word Rad, there is a. We'll change the A to yes, A umlaut, so it will become Fahrräder, and the articles for nominative, accusative would be the Fahrräder, the Fahrräder, and for dative, again, dative plural is den. We'll write Fahrrad. We'll add the ER, change the A, second word here, to umlaut, and then in the end, we'll add the N, which belongs to den. Yes, part of the article. It goes to the noun, Fahrrad. fahrrädern. Perfect. Fahrrädern. Super. Now, similarly, I would recommend you do the other nouns by yourself, and please be attentive of the rules which are written here. That means if a noun ends with er or en, yes, like in Lehrer, which ends with er, there will be no change in its plural form. Only the article will change, but when you make the dative article, it'll get the n of the article. Yes, perfect. And moving forward, you'll also find some international words like auto. They will be made into plurals, just like we make it in English by adding a s. Perfect. So this was a little about how to make plurals. I would say do the rest of these by yourself and cross-check with the answer book. I'm sure you'll be able to get them right. And if any confusions, you could rewatch this video here. All right, so till then, I'll take a leave and I'll see you in the next lesson. This is John Berlin signing off. In the next lesson, we'll be doing how to make a noun into feminine and how to make a noun into diminutive. More about it in the next lesson. Bye-bye. All right, so this is the next part of the last lesson. In the last lesson, we had done how to make plurals, and we saw the plurals depended on the gender of the noun. If it's masculine, feminine, or neutrum, we gave it the corresponding endings. We had a couple of tips. If a word ends with er or en, like Lehrer, which is a teacher, or conjugation, which is a rabbit, which I'm just adding on here, they will not be changed in the plural form because they're ending with er and en. Okay, so that's something to remember. And today we'll be doing a new topic, that's how to change a basic noun, which is a masculine, yes, into feminine. Yes, so how to change a noun from masculine to feminine. If applicable to certain nouns, they can be changed. For example, we have the noun Lehrer. It means the teacher. Now, if it's by default masculine, if you want to make it feminine, you just need to add in. Yes, you just need to add in and it'll get converted to feminine. And you also need to change the article to the. Yes, so basically what we'll do here, it's they are Lehrer, and to change it to feminine, we'll write die Lehrerin. Perfect. Yes, it's pretty simple. In fact, the simplest of all conversions. And student, they are Student, will become the Studentin. Perfect. So in English, we call student. You don't call it student. In German, you call it Student. Yes, so there's a little pronunciation difference. You Germanize all the word, even if they're international words. So student becomes der Student, die Studentin. Perfect. We have der Schüler, yes, which is the pupil, school-going child, yes, school-going boy. The Schüler, if you want to say feminine, the school-going girl, it'll be die Schülerin. Perfect. You add a in. Perfect. And then you have Dozent. It's another name for professor. You could say it die Professorin. Fantastic. Yes. And so you could do for the others as well. Dolmetscher is a translator, person who translates. Yes. Or interpreter, that could also be understood as Dolmetscher. Hund is dog. Yes. And Arzt is doctor, and Schulleiter is like the school head. Reiseleiter is like the guide, yes, to a guide. Techniker, it's like the technical person. Ingenieur, it's like the engineer. Mechaniker, it's like the mechanic. Gärtner is gardener. The Bürger is the citizen. Okay, so all of these are by default masculine in German, yes. And once you need to make them feminine, just need to add an in. Sometimes while making into feminine, you'll find that you also add an umlaut. For example, der Hund becomes die Hündin. Yes, Hündin. Arzt becomes die Ärztin. Yeah. let's write here, Ärztin. Okay. Moment. All right, we write here, Ärztin. Fantastic. So, the rest I think you'll be able to do by yourself, no worries. So, perfect. Let's go on to the next little topic we'll be doing together with this one. That's how to make diminutive in German. Now, what's the meaning of diminutive? Now, diminutive is a concept in which you basically refer to a particular noun in a diminutive manner. That is, you basically refer to it as if it is very small. Yes, you could refer to a thing, you could refer to a person, and you could refer to that person in the basic, you could say their stature. It's like they're small. Yes, for example, the word is die Mädel, which is like the girl, another word for girl, Mädel. What you could do is you could add just a chen to the verb, to the noun, and it will become diminutive. That means if you want to say the little girl, you don't need to say the kleine Mädel. Nein, you don't need to say that. You could simply say by writing here Mädchen. Yes, so basically you added a chen to the noun and it became diminutive. Now it by default means the little girl. Yes, das Mädchen. And similarly we could do the bread. Bread is das Brot. Now you need to say a little bread or small bread. You'll not say das kleine Bread, you'll say das Brötchen. Yes, das Brötchen. Perfect. So let's write it here. Okay, and we have das Hühnchen. Yes, okay, let's write it here. Hühnchen. Perfect. Die Katze, it's the cat. Now you want to say the kitten, it'll become das Kätzchen. Yes, so these are all diminutives which you're referring to as something being small in stature. You don't need to literally say small. You could just add a chen and change the article to das. All the diminutives have das. That's the articles. Fantastic. So this was the next little topic we did today, and rest of these questions you could do by yourself. Cross-check with the answer book. I'm sure you'll get the answers. So that's it for this lesson, and it's John Berlin signing off till the next lesson. Bye-bye. All right, welcome back to German with John Berlin, and in today's lesson we'll be doing a little theme which is called how to make compound words in German. What is a compound word? Now, a compound word is basically when you take two or more words and put them together to make a new word. In German, you call it a compositum. Yes? So, a compositum, that is a compound word, could be built up in various ways. You either just take two or more nouns, put them together. You could take a noun, you could take a verb, put them together. You could take maybe an adjective or an adverb and a noun and put it together. Or it could be a combination of all of these three. So basically any kind of word which you make by making all these combinations is called compositum. Now in German, it's pretty easy to make compound words, and German is infamous for its big words. Those big words are nothing but compound words made up of number of words written together. And the idea is you just need to know how to identify them to understand them. Yes. So for now, just let's have a look at these compound words and what are the rules we might need to learn. To make a compound word, the first thing is if we have two words, for example, der Tisch and the Decke. Tisch is a table and Decke could be the tabletop cover. Yes, the table cover. So if you want to say table cover, you can make a compound word and you could write these both words together like Tisch, Decke. Now I just wrote them together, and there is just one little problem, that there are two words and both have different articles. This is masculine, der Tisch, and Decke is feminine, die Decke. So which article should belong to this new noun, Tisch, Decke? The answer is the article of the last word. Yes, genau. the article of the last noun would be taken up by the new word. That is, the will become the new article of this word, the Tischdecke. Fantastic, yes. So similarly, we could do it for the others. Hand und Tasche. What's a Tasche? Tasche is a bag, and Hand is, as we all know, it's hand. So we just need to put them together. It becomes Hand Tasche. And the article which we use is the from Tasche, though it's also the same for Hande. So we write die Handtasche. Okay, moving forward, we have this combination between an adjective and a noun. Kühl is basically the adjective, and Schrank is basically, as I mentioned earlier, it's like a closet, yes. So it's like, you could assume we are talking about a cold closet, which is the literal translation of, yes, it's a literal translation of a refrigerator. So we could write it together by writing here kühl, der, which is the article of der, Kühlschrank. Perfect. Kühlschrank, and there is a umlaut here. Kühl. Perfect. Kühlschrank. Fantastic. And similarly, we could make a combination of a verb and a noun. The verb is sprechen, which means to speak, and partner is partner, so speaking partner. You want to make a word with speaking partner. Sometimes when we use verbs, we just take off the ending, en, sometimes just the n. So it depends from word to word. In this, we'll take off the en and simply write sprech, yes, partner. And it'll become, take up the article of the last noun, der. So we'll write here, der Sprechpartner. Fantastic. Now we have even a bigger word. It's Bus, der Bus plus halten plus die Stelle. So basically der Bus is like the bus. Halten is a verb which means to stop, and Stelle is like position, yes. So basically bus stop, yes, bus stop position, yes, bus stop. So let's see how we can build it. We'll begin with Bus. We'll take up the verb halten, and this time around we'll just take off n, not the en. We'll write Bus halte, and then the last noun Stelle, and the article will belong to the last noun, the. So it's the Bus halte Stelle. Fantastic. So here were some words we did together, and I would recommend you do some of the others by yourself. I'll do a couple of more with you just to show you one more rule. Sometimes when you're putting two words together, you need to introduce a sound in between. That's very rare, but it certainly happens sometimes. And these are the sounds which you might need to introduce. They're called Fügezeichen, or in-between sounds, yes. Let's see how it looks like. For example, the word is Kind and Zimmer. Kind is child, Zimmer is room. So how could we say child room? We need to write Kind and we need to write Zimmer, but in between of these we need to introduce Kinder Zimmer, yes. Children room or child room would be Kinderzimmer, and it'll belong, the article would be of the last noun, that is Zimmer. So we write here das Kinderzimmer. Perfect. So have a look at the others, yes, and try to solve them. Cross-check with the answer book, sure you'll get the answers. And perfect. So this was a little lesson for today, for this time, and I'll see you soon. And in the next lesson, we'll be doing how to make genitive sentences, which is quite an interesting topic. So see you soon. Till then, bye-bye. Welcome to German with John Berlin. Today we'll be doing a very interesting topic. It's called how to make genitive sentences in German. Yes. Now, what is genitive? It's the fourth and last case in the German language. We have already done nominative, which was who, accusative, which was who, whom, dative, which was to whom, for whom, and now we'll be doing genitive, which answers the question whose. Exactly. So it shows possession. That's the idea of a genitive sentence. And there are two types of genitive sentences we'll be learning. Sentence, which is basically having a name in which something belongs to a name, and a sentence in which something belongs to a noun. For example, let's see the first illustration here. It says that is the room of Jacob, like in English, and in English you could also write it like that is Jacob's room. Yes, so when you say that is Jacob's room, that is what genitive looks like. Let's have a look in German. Das ist das Zimmer von Jacob. Yes, we could say it rather, das ist Jacob's room. Yeah, that is Jacob's room. It's the same as in English, except there is no apostrophe. We don't say Jacob's with an apostrophe, simply say Jacob's room. Perfect. Let's help me out with the next one. Mark ist der Student von John. Mark is the student von John. Now we could say Mark is John's student. Let's try to say it in German here. Mark ist John's Student. Perfect. As simple as that. That is the car. Das ist das Auto von Samantha. Yes, that is the car of Samantha. We could say that is Samantha's car. It'll be das ist Samantha's Auto. Fantastic. Dixon is the Sohn von Lily. Dixon is the son von Lily. So we could say Dixon is Lily's son. We could say Dixon ist Lily's Sohn. Fantastic. Moving forward, we have a new sentence, and this time we have a name of a place. Let's find out how it goes. Berlin ist die Hauptstadt von Deutschland. Berlin is the capital of Germany. Now we could say Berlin is Germany's capital. Berlin is Deutschland's Hauptstadt, but there is a little catch. You've seen I have struck it off. Why? Because there is a little rule in sentences with names of places. We place the name of the noun, we place the name after the noun. Yes, that means first will come the noun, then basically it'll be the name. So how it'll look like? It'll be looking like this. Instead of Berlin is Deutschland's Hauptstadt, instead of saying Berlin is Germany's capital, we'll put the name in the end and we'll say Berlin ist Hauptstadt Deutschlands, or Berlin ist die Hauptstadt Deutschlands. Berlin is the capital, Germany's. Yes, that's the difference. So this is applicable only for names of places. So as long as there is a name of place, you can put the name in the end rather than putting it in front. Yes, fantastic. Let's do the second example here with the name of place. Torero ist das beste Restaurant von Berlin. Torero is the best restaurant from Berlin. From Berlin, we could say Torero is Berlin's best restaurant, or we need to put the name in the end. So we'll say Torero is best restaurant Berlin's. Let's do it. Torero. Yes. Torero ist das beste Restaurant Berlin's. Fantastic. So here you have the name in the end, yes, and the noun written before it. Fantastic. So that was one example. We'll move forward and see what all we have. Der Bär ist der Nationaltier von Deutschland. The bear is the national animal of Germany. Okay, now we can say it, the bear is Germany's national animal, but it will be wrong in German because Deutschland is the name of a place. We'll say basically Bär ist the national animal Germany's. That is der Bär. Let's write it here. Der Bär ist der Nationaltier Deutschlands. Fantastic. Yes. So we put the name of the place in the end. Yes. Whenever there is a name of the place, it goes in the end. Then we have another sentence. Das ist das Auto von dem Schauspieler. That is the car of the actor. Now, this sentence basically is, let's find out. How can we say it in genitive? That is the car of the actor. It could also be said that is actor's car. Das ist Schauspieler's Auto. But as you see, I have struck it off. Why? because if we go back, you'll recall that the rule we learned is just for the sentences in which something belongs to a name. Yes, Jacob's Zimmer, John's Student, Samantha's Auto, Lily's Sohn, Hauptstadt Deutschland, Restaurant Berlin's. There was always a name in all these sentences. In this sentence, there is no name. There are just noun. Yes, the car belongs to the actor. So we cannot say it like we say it in English, that is the actor's car. We can't say that. We'll need to learn the genitive articles. So for that, I'll leave you here and catch you in the next lesson where we learn how to do the genitive sentences with nouns. Till then, this is John Berlin signing off. See you in the next lesson. Alright, welcome back to German with John Berlin, and this is the next part of the previous lesson in which we had begun with the genitive case. As long as we were making sentences with the names, it was pretty easy, just like in English. That is the room of John. We could say that is John's room. Yeah, das ist das Zimmer von John. Das ist John's Zimmer. Very easy. And if it was a name of a place, yes, Berlin is die Hauptstadt von Deutschland. Then we'll put the name in the end. We wouldn't say Berlin is the capital. We wouldn't say Berlin is Germany's capital. We'll say Berlin is capital Germany's. Yes, name goes in the end. So Berlin ist die Hauptstadt Deutschlands. Now, when we come and make sentences with names, it's easy, but when we make sentences with nouns, like we read in the last lesson, the last sentence, that is the car of an actor. Das ist das Auto von einem Schauspieler. Schauspieler being an actor. There is where we cannot use the same rule. We cannot say that is actor's car. In German, we cannot say das ist Schauspieler's Auto. It'll be wrong. To make that sentence, we need to learn something which is the genitive articles. Yes. So this is the last column of articles which we'll be doing. Let's have a quick look together. Now, before we get started with genitive, here is a quick review of what we did already. We did the nominative articles, yes, in which we learned der, die, das, die. We learned accusative articles with the question whom, den, die, das, die, and we did dative, to whom and for whom, basically dem, der, dem, den, yes, with the meaning being to the or for the, yes, perfect. Now, the fourth column which we'll be doing right now is genitive, in which the question is whose, and the articles are des, der, very easy to remember like that, des, der, and there is an extra s with des. That means there is an extra s for masculine and neutrum. Okay, let's see how to use these. Now let's bring back the same sentence. That is the car of the actor. Das ist das Auto von dem Schauspieler. Now what we'll do, that we will basically use the article des, der, which means of the, as you can see here, and we'll replace von dem. We'll make it genitive by introducing, instead of saying von dem, which is like of the, von is a preposition and it's a dative preposition which we'll be learning about in the future, and Schauspieler in dative masculine will be dem. So von dem Schauspieler, we wouldn't say von dem. We'll introduce rather a genitive article, and depending upon the gender of Schauspieler, Schauspieler is masculine as we learned. So we'll say das ist das Auto, we'll replace von dem, and the question is whose Auto, we'll go to whose, and we'll write masculine, that is this. So we'll write this Schauspieler, and we'll add the extra s at the end of Schauspieler. That's why it'll become Schauspielers. Das ist das Auto des Schauspielers. Fantastic. That is the car of the female actor. Das ist das Auto von der Schauspielerin. We changed the noun into feminine like we learned by adding a in. It became das ist das Auto von der Schauspielerin. And now we'll basically ask whose auto it is. And with this genitive structure, we'll get the answer. It's a feminine actor, it's female actor, so it's der Schauspielerin. So we'll write das ist das Auto der Schauspielerin. Fantastic. Now this could also be applied for the indefinite article. Yes, we already learned the nominative answering who, eine, ein, yes. the endings are being borrowed from the definite article except for der, das, and thus. All the endings get carried over. Yes, perfect. And einen, einer, ein for accusative, answering the question whom. We also did dative, that is the answering the question to whom and for whom, which was einem, einer, einem, to a or for a, depending on the question. Now we'll do the question whose, which is genitive, and it'll be basically taking the endings of the definite article as well. Eines, einer, eines. Perfect. And just like indefinite article, masculine neutrum gets an S, masculine neutrum gets an S. Perfect. Now that is the car of the actor, of a actor. Yes, not of the actor, that we already did. Of a actor. Das ist das Auto von einem Schauspieler. So whose car is this? Actor is masculine. We'll go to eines and we'll write das ist das Auto eines Schauspieler, and we'll add an S, Schauspielers. Fantastic. Now this could even be applied for the negative article. Let's say we have a look at nominative. We already know we did this. Kein, keiner, keiner. Basically added a K in front of the indefinite article, except there is a plural version as well when it comes to negative article. Yes. Okay, in accusative, for whom we had keinen, keiner, keiner. All the endings being borrowed from the definite article, yes, as before, except for der, das, and thus. And dative, again, question is to whom, and for whom the articles are keinem, keiner, keinem, keinen. Perfect. Now we'll do, and the meaning was to know or for know. Yes, we'll correct this. Now moving on to genitive, the question is whose, and it'll be of no. Keines, keiner, keines, keiner. Yeah, just placed a K in front. We got the genitive articles. Now let's say it's a pretty old car, doesn't look like a car of an actor. So you say, das ist das Auto von keinem Schauspieler. So whose car is it not? Das ist das Auto. And we'll say of no. Actor is masculine, so we'll say keines. Yes, keines Schauspielers. Fantastic. Das ist das Auto keines Schauspielers. Super. So moving forward, we'll have some sentences here. Let's have a look and see if we can solve them. So the first question is, that is the car of the actress. How will we do it? Let's find out. First we'll write, what is that in German? That in German is known as das. Not the das, the article, but das, like in general, also means that. Yes, it's just a reference word. Das ist the car. The car is das Auto. What is it? It's das Auto. So we'll go to what. What is it? Car is das Auto. Fantastic. Come back to the sentence. Das ist das Auto. Perfect. Of the actress. Now we need of the. Whose car is it? We need definite article. Let's go back. Whose car is this? It's actress. So we'll say feminine, der. That means of the. So we'll write der Schauspielerin. Yes, Schauspielerin. Perfect. We add an extra in to make it into feminine. Yeah. Okay. Now we can make it into plural as well. These are the cars of the actresses. So we could write, these would be, we'll be learning it in the future. Let me help you out here. These are, perfect, are the cars. We'll conjugate for plural since we're talking about plural. Sind die Autos. Whose cars are these? Of the actresses. We'll go to genitive. Whose actresses is plural. We'll go to der. Perfect. We'll write once again, der Schauspielerin, and it's a feminine noun. To make it into plural, we add a en. Perfect. And in feminine nouns, we also add an extra n here because the way we speak it. Diese sind die Autos der Schauspielerinnen. Perfect. Well done. Okay. Now let's do the next one. The son of the neighbor takes the dogs of the area for walk. So basically we'll begin with the son. Who takes? It's the son. So basically we'll go to who. Son is masculine. We'll say der Sohn. Let's write down der Sohn. Very good. The verb is, okay, first we need to say of the neighbor. So whose son? It's of the. Whose son? We'll go back. We'll find whose, and its neighbor is masculine. We'll say this. Very good. So we'll say der Sohn, this, and there is an extra s. Neighbor is Nachbar. We'll add an extra s. Nachbars. Very good. Let me space it out. Der Sohn des Nachbars. What is the verb? It says takes the dog. So the verb to take is nehmen. Yes, it's a little irregular verb, and we'll conjugate it for third person. We're talking about der Sohn, and we'll add a t, remove the en, and change the e into I. That makes it nimmt. Yes, the thing is we'll change the h into m as well. If you remember, we did the verb when we practiced the verbs. Yes, so it's like the son of the neighbor takes. What does he takes? So it's again the dogs. So we go to what. What does he takes? Dogs are plural, so we'll write die, and we'll make a plural of dog. Dog is Hund, masculine. We'll add a e and introduce an umlaut. We'll do it like die Hunde. Perfect. So we write here die Hunde. Perfect. Of the area. So whose dog? Of the area. So we'll go back. Area is basically whose. It'll be whose dog. Areas. Area is feminine. It'll be der. And area is called Gegend. So I'll write der Gegend. And for a walk, I'll help you out here. It's zum Spazieren. Perfect. Spazieren is to walk. For walk, zum Spazieren. Fantastic. So let's read it together. Der Sohn des Nachbars nimmt die Hunde der Gegend zum Spazieren. Fantastic. Yeah. All right. Now I'll do one last one with you. The students of a school give to the teachers of the school a party. So we'll begin with who. It's the students. Students are basically plural. So who will be die, and student will be die Studenten. Let's have a look here. Die Studenten. Yes, Studenten. Fantastic. The Studenten of a school. Now, how would I say of a? Basically, whose student of a school. Looking for indefinite article, we go to indefinite article and look for whose. School is feminine, so we find out einer, and we write here einer Schüler. Perfect. Die Studenten einer Schüler. Now, what do? They give. Give is the verb geben. We need to conjugate it for third person plural. They give. That is the same as the basic form, geben. Die Studenten eine Schüler geben to the teachers. So the question is to whom? Do they give? Dative. To the teachers. Teachers is plural. We'll go down to plural den, and we'll write den. Teachers is Lehrer. We'll make it Lehrern with an extra n, which belongs to den. Dative plural. Yes, and it's a er ending verb, so there's no additional changes. It remains basically the same. We just add an n of the article. Yes, die Studenten einer Schule geben den Lehrern of the school. Now, whose teachers are they? Schools. Yes, so basically we'll go back of the, and whose school is feminine, so we'll write der. So we'll write, come back and write der Schule. Very good. Okay, have to write it. Yes. Die Studenten einer Schule geben den Lehrern der Schule what? A party. So let's go back and find out. Okay, we have what in front of us. What? It's party, and it's feminine. So we'll pick up eine, and we'll write here eine Party. Fantastic. So these were some sentences I did with you for genitive when the sentence is made with nouns. I would recommend you try to do the others by yourself. Yes. And I'm sure you'll get the answers. You can always refer the answer book. Perfect. And super. So I'll meet you in the next lesson. We'll continue with some more important genitive sentences. Till then, practice. See you. Welcome back to German with Joe in Berlin. In the previous lessons, we had been introduced to the fourth case in the German language, that is genitive. That means nominative meant who, accusative meant whom, dative meant to whom, from whom, and genitive meant whose. And we worked with the different articles like of the, of a, of no. Yes, that is the car of the actor, that is the car of a actor, that is the car of no actor. Das ist das Auto des Schauspielers, das ist das Auto, ja, eines Schauspielers, und das ist das Auto keines Schauspielers. Yes. Now we'll be moving on and we'll be introducing the possessive pronouns like we previously had. And just like previously, the possessive pronouns replace the articles. That means instead of saying that is the car of the actor, we'll be saying this time that is the car of my actor or his actor, whatever the case may be. Let's find out how we can do that. The rules are the same. When we use the possessive pronouns, and since they replace the articles, they will get the endings of the articles. Yes, perfect. So let's see. Example, if you want to say of my, you'll need to say meines if it's something which is masculine. If you want to say of my, if something is feminine, you will say meiner. Yes. And if you want to say of my and something is neutral, you'll say meines once again with an extra s, which I could add here. Yes. Perfect. And if you want to say of my and something is plural, yes, then you'll say meiner. Similarly for dein, deines, deiner, deines, deiner. Similarly for sein, ihr, sein, unser, euer, ihr, and ihr. We'll borrow the endings of the genitive article. Fantastic. So with that in mind, I have some really interesting sentences for you, and let's see if we can get them done. All right, let's get started. The first sentence is, we've done earlier a version of this sentence. It says, the office of her house. So the office is basically what? It's Neutrum, so it's das Büro. You could see here written das Büro. So we'll begin from here. Das Büro of her house. Whose house? Yes. Whose house? Of her house. So basically whose, it'll be, we could say house. House is Neutrum. So we'll go to this, that, this. But then we don't want this. We want of her house, not of the house. So we'll find out her. What is her? As we remember, it's ihr. So we'll put ihr here. And we'll add the ending of this because house is Neutrum. We'll say ihres house, and we'll need to add an s. We'll add a s, but then it really just doesn't look any different. We'll introduce a e in between. Houses. Das Büro ihres Hauses is bigger. How will we say is? The verb is sein, to be. We'll conjugate it for third person. Yes, das Büro is singular, third person. So we'll say it's basically ich bin, du bist, sie, es ist. Das Büro ihres Hauses ist. We need to say bigger. Bigger is groß, is big. Größer is bigger. Let's write größer. Perfect. Yes. Größer than the office. What is than? It's als. We'll write here als. Als the office. Als is nominative pronoun. Preposition. We'll be learning it in the future. Let me just tell you for now. Als means nominative. We'll go to nominative. As the house, sorry, as the office. Office is neutral. We'll pick up das. Als das Büro. Very good. Of their house. So first we'll say of the house. House is again neutral, but we don't need the, we need their. We'll go to their, which is right in front of you. Ihr, third person plural, possessive pronoun. Ihr. and we'll say ihr, we'll write here ihr. Perfect. And we'll borrow the ending of this because house is neutral. Ihres. House, we'll add the extra s. Yes, but it doesn't really look any different. We'll add an e in between, then it'll look like houses. So das Büro ihres Hauses ist größer als das Büro ihres Hauses. Yes, then their house. But the office of your house, but is aber. But the office, what? The office neutral, das, and office is Büro. So aber das Büro. Yes, aber das Büro of your house. Now we need to say of your. First let's say of the house. It'll be whose house, of the house. It'll be again neutral, this houses, but we don't need to say of the house, we need to say of your house. Now whom are we talking to? We're talking to the boss, as I've mentioned here. So we'll not say dein, we'll not say euer because it's not plural, it's formal second person, big ihr. Yes, so I'll write here ihr, das Büro ihr, and with a big I. As we know, it's house is neutral. Yes, this, so we'll say this houses. Fantastic. Yes, there is an extra e in between as before. So aber das Büro ihres, aber das Büro, Entschuldigung, mistake from my side, it had to be written ihres houses. Yes, combination of ihr and es, ihres. Fantastic. Aber das Büro ihres Hauses is even bigger than the office of her house. Now again we need to say is, the verb is sein, ich bin, du bist, sie, es ist. How to say is even in German is noch, written here. So it's noch, again größer. Fantastic. Yes, größer than the office of her house. Then is als is nominative, so we go to nominative. Then the office is neutral, das. Yes, das Büro of her house. How will we say of her? Let's find out. Now first we need to say of the house, just to understand it. Let's say of the, it'll be these houses, but we need to say of her, and for her we need to find the possessive pronoun from this list, and it'll be, yes, ihr. Very good, we'll write ihr, and house is neutral. Yes, so we'll choose the ending of ihres houses. Fantastic. Yes, so this is your sentence. Das Büro ihres Hauses ist größer als das Büro ihres Hauses, aber das Büro ihres Hauses ist noch größer als das Büro ihres Hauses. As before we discussed, when the possessive pronouns of her, yes, and their and your are written together, they literally look the same, difficult to spot one from the other, so we can only understand it in context. Okay, moving forward, a similar sentence. I have the pen of your friend, so we'll get started. Who, it's I. Ich, the verb to have is haben, we'll conjugate for ich, remove the e and add a e. Ich habe. What do you have? The pen, we'll go to what. Pen is masculine, we'll write den Stift. Very good, den Stift. Of your friend. Whose friend? Of your. So first we'll find out what is your. Let's find out it's the friend. We'll use the informal your. We'll use dein. Yes, we'll write here dein. And friend is masculine. Yes, this. So we'll write deines. Freunds with an extra s. Perfect. Moving forward, I have the pens of your friends. Again, who? Ich. The verb is haben. We'll conjugate for ich, remove the e and add a e. Ich habe. What do I have? We'll go to what. Who has what? Yes, this what. And we'll go to pens. It's plural. The. We'll write here the. Yes, we'll write here the. And pens is Stifter, as you can see here. Okay, they are Stift, masculine. We add a e. It becomes the Stifter. Of your friends. So basically, whose? Of your. So your will not take dein. We are not talking to one friend, we're talking to more than one friend. Friends, yes, of your friends. We'll pick up the plural version, euer, and we'll write here, euer. And we're talking about the pen, so talking about the friends. Friends are plural, that's their. We'll pick up the ending of er and we'll write eurer. But as you remember, in euer there is a spelling thing. If you add an ending, you remove the e from between, it becomes eurer. Ich habe die Stifte eurer. We need to write friends. Friend is Freund, it's masculine. We add an e, it becomes plural. Freunde, perfect. Ich habe die Stifte eurer Freunde, perfect. Okay, super duper. Now, moving forward, we'll see, I have the pen of your friend. You're saying this to your boss. Now we'll begin with who, it's ich, very good. And we'll say, have the verb haben. We'll conjugate for ich, remove the en, add a e, ich habe what. Again, who has what? So this what is we are looking at. The pen, pen is masculine. Once again, den Stift. Yes. Whose pen is this? We'll go to whose, this is of your. So we'll be looking not for thine, it's informal, not for euer, it's plural. We'll want something which is second person formal. That is ihr with a big I. So I'll write, ich habe den Stift ihr, and the friend is masculine. So we'll pick up this. We'll write ihres Freunds. Yes, the S is the extra S from here. Perfect. So we see the possessive pronouns take the endings of the articles as before, depending which noun are they being used for. Here it's masculine, so we take the ending of masculine. Perfect. Last sentence that I'm doing with you. The rest I would recommend you to do by yourself. Yes. You all are proud of the success of your friend. Okay, you all are proud of the success of your friend. So who is proud? You all. It will not be ich, it will not be du, it will not be RZS, it will not be wir, it will be ihr, second person plural, ihr. We'll conjugate, you all are. How do we conjugate? Ich bin, du bist, RZS ist, wir sind, ihr seid. Ihr seid. Now we'll need to write proud, that's the adjective. It's stolz in German, written here. Stolz of the success. Now, here of the looks like we could use whose success. Yes, proud of the success. Basically, this is not something which is belonging. It's just showing of what, of the success. To use a genitive article, the left side should be a noun. The right side should be a noun. Left is an adjective. This is not a noun. So we can't use any genitive articles. We'll simply say use something else. I'll explain it when we move in the future. For now, let me write here auf das. Okay, now this is a little correction. Erfolg is der Erfolg. And I'll write auf. It's an accusative preposition. Don't worry, learn it in the future. Auf den Erfolg. Yes, so that's of the success. Now, of your friend. Now is where we'll find a genitive article. Of whose success? Of your friend. So we'll go to whose and we'll find your. We are talking to, whom are we talking to? We are talking to you all. That means we can't say thine. It's for du. It's for second person informal. We can say euer. It's for ihr, you all. Yes. So we'll write euer. And then we'll add the ending for friend. It's masculine, es, eures. We'll remove the e from here since there is an ending we added. Let's do that. Eures Freunds. Fantastic. Yes. So what we learned in this sentence, we can only use a genitive article if there is a noun on the left, like den Erfolg, and a noun on the right, Freunds. Yes. Similarly for all the others. Stift, Freunds, Stifte, Freunde. Yes, what belongs to whom. Fantastic. So perfect. This was the little bit of the possessive pronouns in genitive, and this wraps up all the 4 German cases. And why we did genitive in the end? Well, we did genitive in the end because, as you can see, it's a additional case without which also we can make sentences if we kind of make it with a preposition like von. Yes, like in English, you could either say this is like we had learned earlier, that is the student of John, or that is John's student. We have a choice which kind of sentence we need to make. So it's not a mandatory case, but it's very well used when we are writing letters, when we are making sentences and writing them down, not so much in the spoken language. So that was Genitive for us. I'll see you in the next lesson. Till then, this is John Berlin signing off. All right, welcome to German with John Berlin. In today's lesson, we'll be doing a very important theme, that is how to count the numbers in German. Yes. Now it's a very well-managed language, the German language, so even the counting system for the numbers is pretty easy to learn. And if you might be with me in the next 5 to 10 minutes, we might be able to count any number in German, right? Now, first of all, we'll be doing the basics. That's we'll be going from 1, let's say from 1 to the number 12. Yes. So we'll be learning from 1 to 12. Let's find out how does it go. Let's get started with eins. Eins is number 1. Yes. Zwei, drei, vier, fünf, sechs, sieben, acht, neun, 10, 11, 12. Perfect. So we'll repeat. Eins, zwei, drei, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Perfect. So that's 1 to 12. Now as we move forward, there are some tips which will help us to create all the other numbers by just knowing these, and the tip is right in front of us. So basically in German we count from left to right. Yes, left to right, and here's a little spelling mistake. Let's correct it. Yes, so we count from left to right except when it comes to units and tenths. That means we'll normally be counting from left to right, but when it comes to the units and tenths, first we'll be going with a unit and then we'll be going with the tenths. Though if you go from left to right, first comes tenths, then comes units, but we'll be counting the unit first and then the tenths. That means if you want to say 13, yes, in German you'll say 10, you'll say 3 and 10. Yes, like it's written. First we'll go to the unit, then we'll come to the tenths. So what is 3? 3 is drei. What is 10? 10 is 10. So we'll say 13. How difficult could it be? Yes, pretty simple. Just we need to get accustomed to be counting the units and tenths in the manner that unit comes first, 10 comes second. Yes. Similarly, number 14, we'll be saying 4 and 10. That's number 4 is 4 and 10 is 10. So it'll be 14. Fantastic. Moving on, we'll be doing the number 15, which is 5 and 10. So we'll be doing 5 und 10, 15. Fantastic. Similarly, number 16 would be 6 and 10, number 6, yes, and 10. But when we'll write this, we'll write 16. We'll not write the S. Yes, we'll omit the S because of the spelling being such. We'll write 16. Perfect. Now we'll come to the number 17, which you should be mindful, because we'll be writing 7 and 10. That is 7 und 10. But we'll not write 17. We'll write 17. Yes, it'll be 17. Perfect. This is one odd one out where we need to remember the number is 17. Then we'll go to 18. It's 8 and 10. We'll do 8 und 10, 18. Fantastic. Moving forward, we'll go to the number 19. We'll say 9 and 10. That'll be 19. Fantastic. Yeah, so that is the story from 1 to 19. Now, how will we move forward? If you want to say 20, you basically go back to the number 2, that's 2, and you kind of add a sig to it, and it kind of ends up looking like 20. Yes, 20. It is derived from 2, 20. Similarly, if you want to say 30, you go to the number 3, and the 30 is derived from number 3. You just add a sig, 30. Yes, fantastic. You go to the number 4, it'll be number 40, it'll be 4, and then you'll add the sig, 40. Fantastic. Go to number 5, and you can get 50 from it, 50. Yes, go to number 6, you can get the number 60 from it, 60. You'll not add an extra s, it'll be 60, not 60, 60. Perfect. Then you go to the number 7, and you'll get the number 70. You will not say 70, you will simply say 70, just like we had earlier learned. Yes, perfect. And moving forward, you want to say 80, you go to the number 8, add the sig, it'll be 80. You want the number 90, go to number 9, you say 9 and add the sig, it'll be 90. You want the number 100, it's just like in English, 100, in Deutsch it's 100, 100. Yes, if you want the number 1000, it's 1000. Yes, if you want the numbers 10,000, it's 10,000. If you want the number 100,000, it's 100,000. If you want million, it's 1 Millionen. Fantastic. Yes, so we reached till the million, and it's still not 5 minutes. Okay, now we'll count in between. Let's say you want to say the number 21. Now again, it is made up of units and tens. First we'll come with the unit, that's ein, that's 1, and then we'll come to the tens, that's 20. So we'll need to say 1 and 20. How will we say 1 and 20? We'll say ein, what is and in German is und, ein und 20. Yes, that's 21. You want to say 22, you'll need to say 2 and 20. 22. You want to say 23, you need to say 3 and 20. 23. You want to say 24, you need to say 4 and 20. 24. You want to say 25, you need to say 5 and 20. 25. You want to say 26, you need to say 6 and 20. That's 26. Yes, you want to say 27, you need to say 7 and 20. That's 27. Here we take the complete name, it's 7. Yes, the whole noun. 27. You want to say 28, it's 28, 8 and 20. You want to say 29, it's 9 and 20, 29. Fantastic. So as I had said, within first 5 minutes we would be equipped to go from 1 to maybe 1 million. Yes, but still we need practice. To practice, I have some letters for us, which are written down, some numbers for us on the right hand side. So we'll try to get these numbers sorted out and write them in German. So let's get started with the first one, which is 4 and 3, 43. So how will we say it? First we'll say the unit, that's 3, and then we'll say 40, which is 45. So 3 und 40, 3 and 40. This is number 67. How will we say it? We'll say it 7 and 60, which is 7 und 60. Yes, you want to say 78, you'll go to 8 and then say 70, 8 and 70, 8 und 70. Perfect. Now you want to say 123. Here the rule applies. We'll start counting from the left. When it comes to units and tens, we'll first go to the units, then the tens. So let's begin from the left. We'll say 100, 100 to be precise. 100, 100, yes, 100. Then you'll say first 3 and then 20. 123. Very good. Now you want to say 158. First you'll say from left 100. Then when you come to unit and tens, first you'll say the unit 8. Then you'll say 50. 50. 158. Then you want to go further, 385. You will first say 300. You will get started from the left. When it comes to units and tens, first you will say the unit 5 and then the tens 80, 385. Simply you go to 795. You will first begin from the left. You will say 700. Now you come to the units and tens. You will say 95. Yes, 5 and 90. 700, 5 795. Now we again go to the bigger number, 1103. We begin from the left, 100. Then we say, sorry, we begin from the left. It's 1000, my mistake. 1000, 100. Then we come to the units and tens. We begin with the unit, that's drei. There is nothing in the tens, so we say 1103. Perfect. Then we have even a bigger number here. It's 1845. We begin from the left. We start counting from here. 1800. Then it comes to units and tens. First we'll count the unit, then comes to the tens. 45. So it's 1845. That means 1845. Then again, 2021, that's the year we are in. Perfect. So we'll say 2000. We'll start from the left, and then we'll directly come to the units and tens. First we'll say the unit, ein, then we'll say the tens, 20. 2021. Fantastic. Even go to a bigger number, it's 10,001. We'll say 10,000, yes, and directly go to the units. There's nothing in between. Eins. 10,001. Then we'll go to this number, 10,293. Begin from the left, 10,000. We'll then say 200, 200. Then we'll say first the unit, drei. Then we'll come to the tens, 90. That's like 10,203 and 90. That's 10,293. Perfect. Moving forward, we'll come to 39,837. So this is basically 39, in which there is unit, which is 9, and tens, which is 3. So first we'll say 9. Yes, 39. Very good. 39,000. Very good. So here also this is units and tens. Before the comma, this is a separate column, and this is the unit, this is the tens. So 39,837. In English, if you count it like compare it to German, it will be 930,807 and 30, which is 39,837. Perfect. Moving forward, even a bigger number, we have 128,578. So we'll first start from the left, 100. We'll come to the units and tens in this block. So we'll say 100. First we'll go to the unit, 8. Then we'll say tens, 20. 128,000. Then we'll move forward, 500. Then again to the units first, 8 und to the tens, 70. 128,578. 128,578. We have 1,019,000. It'll be like 1 Millionen, simply going to the end where you say the unit first, 9, then the tens, 10. Yes, 1,019,000. Again, we have the last digit. It's again 1,098,948. We'll say 1 Millionen. Then in the next block, we'll go to the, there's nothing in hundreds. We'll go to the units first, 1,098,000. Then again, 900, we'll go to the units first, 48. Yes, 1,098,948. That's your number. Perfect. So we move from left to right, and in each block, when there is a unit, we go to the unit first, then we come back to the tens. Fantastic. Yes. All right. So this is how you count. You could make up your own numbers, try practicing them. Yes. And most importantly, learn from 1 to 12. If you know 1 to 12, as I mentioned, you can go from 1 to millions. Fantastic. Now, related to the same concept, a little concept we need to do here. How to see the price tags in the German language, or like in Germany, how the price is determined. Let's find out. So let's say there is something written like this. Das Brot kostet. Das Brot is the bread. What costs bread? Das Brot. Yes. It's €3.50. So we'll basically say €3,50. So basically you have comma as the syntax for demarcation between the dollar and the cents, not not the period, not the full stop. Yes, so that's the difference here. That's how you understand. This is euro and this is 50 cent. Fantastic. So what is the cost of Kleidung? Kleidung is a dress. The Kleidung kostet, we'll begin with this first. This is the euros, this is the cent. Euros are written in units and tens. So first unit 3, then the tens 20, 23 Euro, then again to the cents 75 cent. Perfect. The jacket costs 128 euros 95 cents. So we'll begin from the left, 100, then it comes to units and tens. We'll say 28 Euro, then we'll go to the cents, 95 cent. Fantastic. So this was a little bit of the counting in German. Wie zählt man in Deutsch? Die deutsche Zahlen, yeah, German numbers. And I would say revise them. And if you understand the logic, they're the most easy number system that there is. Perfect. Thanks for joining in. Catch you in the next lesson. All right, welcome back to German with John Berlin. And today's theme is how to make questions in German. Genau. So there are two types of questions in the German language. Firstly, some questions begin with a question article. Like in English, you have how, when, yes. Genauso in German, there are certain question articles. Since they begin with the letter W, as well as in German they begin with W, that's W. They're also known as W-Fragen. So certain questions begin with the W-Fragen, and certain other questions directly begin with the verb, like, did you sleep good today? Yes. So the verb is sleep. So similarly, we'll be doing the two kinds of questions with W-Fragen and direct questions directly with verbs. So let's get started with the W-Fragen. So here we have a list of some question articles, yes. And let's have a look and let's learn how to make these questions. First is was. Was means what. Perfect. Then we have wie, like wie geht es dir? How's it going for you? How. Yes. Warum? Why? Warum bist du spät? Why are you late? Wieso? Wieso is like element of surprise. How come? Wieso ist er da? How come is he there? Wann? Now this is just like in English you say when. Wann ist dein Geburtstag? When is your birthday? Wo? Now this is related to the position. Where are you? Yes. Now wohin? This is also related to the position, but when you're traveling in that direction. So where to? And then woher? Woher kommst du? Like from where do you come? So it's also related to position. How to remember wohin and how to remember woher? Like in English, you have to and fro. To is towards, fro is from. You have hin und her in German. So hin is towards, her is back, from. So basically wohin is where to, woher is where from, and wo is simply where. All right, now we move forward to the next column here. It's called the personal W-Frage pronomen. These are also the W-Frage pronomen, but they're related to the personal pronouns. They are the basic questions of the personal pronouns. For example, who in German is wer. Yes. Whom in German is wen. To whom, for whom in German is wem. And whose in German is wesen. Yes, you are thinking correctly. Since till now we had been using the English words who, whom, to whom, for whom, and whose. Now we are using the German words wer, wen, wem, wesen. Now the question is how to remember these wer, wen, wem, wesen, and we can remember them easily with the help of our masculine definitor article. Yes, so the masculine definitor article in nominative who is there. Yes, from there we can remember where. Perfect. Our masculine accusative article, that's under whom, is den. Yeah, den die das. From den we can remember wen. Perfect. Then we have to whom, from whom, which is dative. Dative article is them, their, them. From them we can remember wem. And latestly we learned genitive under the question whose, and the definite article is this, their, this, their. This being masculine, from this we can remember wesen. Perfect. So if you remember the masculine articles, definite articles, you can remember the question pronouns as well. Fantastic. So with that in mind and these questions in front of us, let's get started and let's make some questions. And the basic structure of making a question is in front of us. We'll begin with the W-Frage, like how. Then we'll say, let's say the question is, how are you? Then it's like, how. Then we'll introduce the verb, are. Then we'll get to the subject, you. Just like in English, how are you? Yes? Doing. Perfect. And whatever you need to say in the rest of the sentence. Perfect. How are you doing today? How are you doing today? Yes? Perfect. So coming forward, we have this consolidated table once again. Like before, we had done this table in which we had our personal pronouns. Yes, we have an extra column here. Let me delete it. Might not need it. Yes. Okay, so give me a quick second to update this table. This is a little bit of too much information here. It's not needed. So let's remove it. Okay, so this is the consolidated table with the personal pronouns. Yes, ich, du, er, sie, es, wir, ihr, sie, sie. Yes, in nominative, accusative, dative. In the third person pronouns, we have also the articles written underneath just to show where the third person pronouns are derived from. Yes, from the articles. May it be singular, may it be plural. Yes, let's have a look together. And we can look here. It's like der, die, das. From der, die, das, you get er, sie, es. Den, die, das, you get ihn, sie, es. Dem, der, dem, you get ihm, ihr, ihm. From die, you get sie. Die, you get sie. And from den, you get ihnen. And you have your possessive pronouns on the right. My, your, his, her, its. Our, your, plural. Their, and your, formal. So with this consolidated table of everything that we have learned thus far, we'll be able to make certain questions. Let's get started. So on the right, we have certain sentences. We need to follow the structure. We need to follow this table, and we have the German words in front of us and make some questions. First question is, what is your name? According to the structure, first we go to the W-Frage, that is what. What was what we learned? It was was. Very good. Was. Then we'll go to the verb, which is in German, it's sein, and it'll be what is, that's third person. So it'll be ich bin, du bist, er, sie, es, ist. So was ist. Now we'll say your. Perfect. So basically, what is your name? Yes, this is nominative. So we'll say name is der Name. We'll go to masculine, der, and we need to say your. Let's say you're saying it to a friend. That means saying it to someone. You'll say dein. Yeah, so you'll write here dein. And as you see, there does not give its ending. Yes, there das doesn't give its ending. So we'll not take any ending. Simply was is dein. Name. In the end, we'll write question mark. In German, we call this Fragezeichen. Das Fragezeichen, the question mark. Yeah. Question mark is important, else how will we know that it's a question? Perfect. So moving forward, let's see what we have next. We have the question, what is the name of the capital of Germany? Let's find out. What is the name of the capital of Germany? What, we'll begin with the structure. What, as you already know, is was. Very good. Is, we'll conjugate sein, third person, ist. The name. So basically sein is a nominative verb. So we'll stick to the nominative case and we'll say the name. Name is masculine, der. So we'll say der Name. Perfect. Was ist der Name? Of the capital. What is the name of the capital? So capital is basically feminine, die. So we could also use genitive whose name, and we could say whose is basically the genitive, des, der. Capital is feminine, so we could say der Hauptstadt, that's capital, main city. Was ist der Name der Hauptstadt of Germany? Now Germany is a name, and as we learned in genitive, when we are doing if we want to do genitive sentence here, we could say what is the name of the capital? Germany's. Name goes in the end. Instead of saying what is Germany's capital, we'll say what is the capital? Germany's. We'll write in the end Deutschlands with an extra S. Perfect. Was ist der Name der Hauptstadt Deutschlands? We'll put a question mark. Fantastic. Yes. Moving forward, what is your favorite movie? Once again, let's find out. We'll go to the structure, begin with what, that is was, conjugated in third person, what is, was ist. Your favorite movie is as a nominative verb, we'll stick to the nominative case, and movie is masculine, der Film, but we don't want to say der, we need to say your. Let's say talking to your friend, we go to dein, we write here dein, yes, and we all know der does not give its ending, it's not underlined. Yes, der, das. So we'll continue with simply dein. Was ist dein Lieblingsfilm? Lieblingsfilm is a compositum. It's made of Lieblings, which is an adverb, and Film, which is a noun. Lieblingsfilm. Was ist dein Lieblingsfilm? Perfect. Now let's move on to a different W-Frage, that is how. Let's find out what it is. How are you called? Now what was how? It was wie. Let's write here wie and write down wie. The verb is heißen. We'll conjugate it in third person. Yes. So wie heißt, and basically we'll introduce the subject. It's du. We are talking to you. Wie heißt du? Fantastic. Yes. Okay. Wie heißt du? Fantastic. Yeah. So we've conjugated heißen. It was a mistake, in second person. Wie heißt du? Fantastic. Okay. Moving forward, we'll be going to the next question. How does it go for you? Or how are you, in simple words? How does it go for you, or how are you? So we'll begin with wie, that is how. The verb to go is gehen. We'll conjugate it for S. Wie geht es? How is it? Wie geht es? Now, wie geht es for you? For whom? Dative, yes, wem? So it's you, we'll say dir. So, wie geht es dir? How does it go for you? Wie geht es dir? How are you? Perfect. Now we'll say how much time is it? If you want to ask the time, how much time it is, we'll follow the structure. We'll begin with the W-Frage, that is how. We'll write wie. And there is an adverb here, which is much. We can add the adverb here. Wie viel. Yes, we can always add the adverb along with the W-Frage. Wie viel. Now we'll introduce our W-Frage and the noun as well. Wie viel Uhr? Genau. Wie viel Uhr. Then we'll come to the verb ist. Then we'll introduce the subject s. Perfect. Wie viel Uhr ist das? So little different structure in which we have introduced the noun here with wie viel Uhr. There was an adverb here, viel. So we got it together with the noun. Wie viel Uhr ist es? How much time is it? Fantastic. Moving forward, how late is it? Again, we'll begin with wie. Yes, it's a little small. Let's make it bigger. Wie. Now we'll say spät. That's an adjective. Spät. Ist. That's the verb. As subject. So we saw that with W-Frage, you can have a noun, or you can have an adverb, or you can have an adjective when you're making a question. Yes. Then you could always have, like here, wie spät or wie viel Uhr. Yes. All right, fantastic. So with this done, I would say you attempt the other questions by yourself. yes, you'll have the questions column on the like we learned earlier, and of course you'll also be having this consolidated table. Attempt those questions with the structure in front of you. I'm sure you'll be able to get the answers, and you can always cross-check with the answer book. So this is Joan Berlin signing off. Meet you with the second part of this lesson. Until then. Alright, so welcome back to the next part of the previous lesson. We'll be continuing with some of the sentence making, and the first sentence here we have is, how do I come to the train station? Now in German, we'd never say how do I go there. Rather in German, we always say how do I come there. So if you want to find the route to a place, you won't go to someone and say how do I go to this place. You'll say rather how do I come to this place. For example, let's say you're looking for the train station, so it'll be how do I come to the train station, and you'll say how, which is we learned earlier. What is how? Wie. Very good. We, then we'll follow the structure. First comes the W-Frage, then the verb, that is to come, and we'll conjugate it for I. Yes, how do I? So we comma. Okay, this is a little small. Let's make it a little bigger. Okay, we comma ich. Very good. How do I come? Yes, ich is your subject, so followed the structure. W-Frage, verb, subject, then the rest of the sentence. To the train station. Zum, or we could say am Bahnhof. Yes. Wie komme ich am Bahnhof? And in the end, we write the question mark, Fragezeichen. All right. Now, why is there, yes, why is there coronavirus in the world? So in German, it'll be why, it's warum, yes, warum, then the verb. How do we say there is? If you people remember, it's gibt es, remember? Yes, gibt es, we did, it gives, that means there is. So we'll say gibt es, we'll change it, we'll first say gibt. So basically warum, the verb comes, gibt, then es, yes, warum gibt es, why is there, or why there is coronavirus in the world. Corona is corona, coronavirus in der Welt, in the world, yes, fantastic. Why is the coronavirus in the world? Why is there poverty in the world? Again, we'll begin with the W-Frage, that's why in German, warum. Then we know that there is es gibt. We'll change it to gibt es. It'll become is there. So warum gibt es, what is poverty? It's called Armut, subject. And we'll go to what gives there. It's Armut, neutral. So we'll pick up das. Warum gibt es das Armut? It's already written there. Das Armut. In the world, in der Welt. Okay, now why did I write in there? We'll be learning in the future lessons. Okay, perfect. How come are you here? Okay, element of surprise. How come are you here? Let's do it on the next page. The verb would be sein, and we'll begin with how. How is, let's write here, we. Now, how come is wieso. Perfect. Wieso are you here? The verb is sein. We'll conjugate it for you. That is ich bin, du bist. Wieso bist du hier? Perfect. So the structure was W-Frage, the verb, and the subject, then the rest of the sentence here. Okay, how come the team wins without the captain? Let's find out. So we'll begin with how come, that is wieso. Yes, then introduce the verb, which is to win, gewinnen. We'll conjugate it for third person, which is the team. Ich gewinne, du gewinnst, sie es gewinnt. Wieso gewinnt what? The team. Team is masculine, as I've already written here. Der Team. If you want, you could also write die Mannschaft. It's the complete German word for team. So we'll go with team here. Wieso gewinnt der Team without the captain? Without in German is ohne. Yes, as I've written here. Okay, it's not there, so let me update it. Owner, and it'll be the captain. Now just let me tell you, owner is accusative, we'll be learning it in the future. Captain is masculine, so we'll go with den. Owner, den, Kapitän. Perfect. Fantastic. Yeah. Question mark. All right, and we can make these a little bigger so you can see them even more properly. Fantastic. Moment. Okay, schon gut. Moving forward, when does Germany celebrate its reunion? Again, we'll follow the structure. We'll begin with when. When in German is wann. We'll write here wann. Then the verb is to celebrate. The verb in German is feiern. We'll write here, conjugate it for Germany. It's like third person. Yes, it's singular. So we'll write wann ich feiere. Du feierst, sie es feiert. Wann feiert. Germany will be Deutschland. Yes. Deutschland. Now it's reunion. Now Germany is das Land. It's a country, so we'll treat it like neutrum and we'll say its. How can we say its? We'll go to the possessive pronoun. Its is basically sein. Yes. My, your, him, her, its. So we'll say its, sein. We'll write here sein. And Wiedervereinigung is basically what? Accusative, and it's feminine. I should write here die Wiedervereinigung. There's a little mistake. I'll updated this. Die Wiedervereinigung. Wiedervereinigung means reunion. So wann feiert Deutschland sein? It's again what, and Wiedervereinigung is feminine. That means I. We'll take I and write here seine Wiedervereinigung. Fantastic. Question mark. We'll go to the next. Question says, where is the best restaurant of Berlin? If you look up the table, the W-Frage for where is wo. Yes. Then we'll come to the verb wo. Where is? It'll be ich bin, du bist, sie es ist. Wo ist the best restaurant? We're conjugating it for the best restaurant. So wo ist, and restaurant is das. So it'll basically be nominative. Yes. So it's the subject. Wo ist das beste Restaurant? Now we have Berlin. Whose restaurant? Berlin's restaurant. And it's a name of a place. So we'll not say where is Berlin's best restaurant. We'll say where is the best restaurant? Berlin's. The name comes in the end. Yes. Genitive. Okay, if you don't want to do this, you could also simply write wo ist das beste Restaurant? Von Berlin. That's the normal way in which you use the preposition von, which is like of. Perfect. Let's go to the 15th one. Where is the Museum of the Berlin Wall? Let's find out. So we'll begin with wer. That is the W-Frage wo. Then we'll come to where is. The verb is sein. We'll conjugate it for the museum. Third person. Ich bin, du bist, sie es ist. Wo ist? Museum is das Museum. So we'll write das Museum. Yes. Perfect. Where is what? Yes. So it's neutral. Das. Wo ist das Museum? Of the Berlin Wall. Now, Berlin Wall is basically a noun, the Berliner Mauer. Yes. So we'll basically be writing whose museum. Yes. We'll go to whose. And if you remember, whose basically is des, der. And wall is basically feminine, die Berliner Mauer. So we'll say this, der. Wo ist das Museum der Berliner Mauer? Perfect. Yeah. Where is the pen of Victor? Okay. So where is, we all know, W-Frage wo. Very good. The verb will be sein, conjugated for the pen, which is third person singular. So ich bin, du bist, sie es ist. Wo ist pen? What is where? Pen, which is masculine. Der. So I'll write der Stift. Yes. Wo ist der Stift of Victor? I could write basically von Victor. yes. Or if I want to make it genitive, I could say wo ist Victor's Stift. Yes, fantastic. So these both are the same question. One is normal question, the other is the normal question but with genitive. Yes. Okay, where is the clinic of the doctor? Now let's see. We'll begin with the structure. The W-Frage comes first. Where, that is wo. We'll conjugate the verb sein for the clinic, which is third person. Yes, feminine. So we'll first write ich bin, du bist, sie, es ist. Wo ist? Clinic is called the Praxis. So basically what? It's the Praxis, just like the way it is written. Wo ist the Praxis of the doctor? Doctor is a noun. That means we could write genitive as well. I mean, by using a genitive article. So whose clinic? Doctor's clinic. So doctor is masculine. This, there, this, there. This is masculine. This, Arzt. And there is an extra S, if you remember, which is always there with this. So wo ist die Praxis des Arztes? Fantastic. So these were some questions I did with you. And from here on, you could attempt the remaining ones. Pretty sure you'll be able to get them. And of course, refer to the answer book. All right. So thanks for joining in. We'll be catching up in the next lesson. Till then, this is John Berlin signing off. All right. So welcome back. And this is the last leg of the lesson of making questions. Now we'll be doing some direct questions without the W articles like the W-Frage. Yes. Like in English, you have, does she invite her neighbors to the party? Yes. Where there is no W question. Directly it's with the verb to invite. Yes. And the structure of such a question is pretty easy as well. It's just like you begin with the verb, then the subject and the rest of the sentence. So basically we just omit the W-Frage since it's not there. And we directly begin with the verb in German, right? So here are some verbs on our left. Yes. Einladen, a quick revision, is to invite. Yes. Anrufen is to call. Yes. Fragen is to ask. Perfect. Nehmen is to take. Kaufen, as you can see, is to buy. Reparieren, just like the English verb to repair. Helfen, to give help. Yes. So we could write here to give help. Danken, to give thanks. Very good. Werden, nominative verb to become. Subject, object is the same. Sein is to be. Subject, object is the same. Bleiben is to remain. Subject, object being same. Mögen is like a verb which can also be interpreted like a helping verb. There's always a main verb with it. Yes, I like driving, singing, dancing. Mögen, yes, to like. Gefallen is like a passive verb to be liked. Pizza is liked from me. Yeah, Pizza gefällt mir. Very good. Gehören, also a passive verb to belong. Yes, the car belongs to me. Das Auto gehört mir. Yes. Regnen is of course a passive verb. You can't say I rain. You can only say it rains as regnet. It snows. Yes. And we already know geben is to give, which basically means there is or there are. Yes. Very good. Perfect. So with all these verbs, we'll try to attempt to make questions. The first question we have, does she invite her neighbor to the party? Okay. Now we'll begin with the verb to invite and we'll conjugate it for she. That's the third person. So the verb is einladen. It's a two-part verb. We'll not conjugate ein. We'll conjugate just the laden part. So we'll pick up laden, conjugate it for she. That is sie. So basically, ich lade, du lädst, sie let. So sie let, we'll begin with let. The verb, why did we say let? Because there is a changing to a umlaut for second and third position. Yes, perfect. Let, introduce the subject, which is she. What is she? Ich, du, sie, es. So sie. Let sie. Now, whom does she invite? Accusative. Then it'll be her neighbors. Neighbors is plural. That is den, die, das, die Nachbarn. But we don't need die, we need her. What is her? Well, she is sie. From sie we can remember. All the z's become ihr. So we'll write ihr. And die Nachbarn, we'll get the ihre Nachbarn. Perfect. That's the plural of Nachbar. Lädt sie ihre Nachbarn to the party, zu der Party. Yes, this we'll learn later. Why I wrote zu der, to a party, and we'll finish the verb with ein. We'll write here ein. Fantastic. Perfect. Going next to the next question. Do you call at home each day? So what is the verb, people? Help me out. The verb is to call, right? In German, anrufen. Again, two-part verb. We'll just conjugate rufen. An is a prefix. Put it at the end of the sentence like furniture. So we'll conjugate anrufen for you. So basically, rufen would be ich rufe, du rufst. So we'll say rufst. Very good. Now we're conjugating it for who? You. Ich, du. Very good. We'll write du, the subject. Then the rest of the sentence. Do you call at home? At home is, do you call each day? At home would be the better way to say it in German. Time comes first. Jeden Tag. This we'll learn later. How it got jeden Tag, no worries. Jeden is basically every. Tag is day. At home is zu Hause. This also we'll learn later. Why is it zu Hause? Yes. We'll finish the verb anrufen with the prefix, that's an, written at the end. Fantastic. Rufst du jeden Tag zu Hause an? Do you call each day at home? All right. Do they always ask so many questions? So again, it's a direct question. The question itself basically has the verb ask. So ask is in German fragen. So we'll begin with the verb conjugated for they. Yes. How will I conjugate? Ich frage, du fragst, sie, es fragt. Wir fragen, ihr fragt, sie, sie fragen. So sie is basically they. So I'll write here. Fragen sie always. Always in German is immer. It's an adverb. Immer. So viele Fragen. You could write so viele Fragen. You could also write zu viele Fragen. Yes. Zu is but the difference meaning. Let's stick with so. And right here. Immer so viele Fragen. Yes. So many questions. We learned the adjective endings in our future lessons. Yes. For now, it's the structure of a question. That's the direct question. Verb, subject, rest of the sentence. Perfect. Do I take my pen with me? Okay. Now the verb is basically nehmen. It'll be conjugated for I. So let's conjugate it. Ich nehme. So we'll basically begin with the verb nehme, then the subject ich, then the rest of the sentence. What do I take? It's pen. Pen is masculine. That is den, Stift. Yes. But we don't need to say den. We need to say my. My is mine. So we'll add mine plus den, meinen. Yes. Meinen Stift mit mir. Perfect. Okay, this we'll be learning still in the future. Mit mir is with me. So nehme ich meinen Stift mit mir. Do I take my pen with me? Okay, do you buy your pizza here? Interesting question. Let's find out. So basically the verb is to buy, and we'll begin with the verb kaufen, which is to buy, conjugated for you. Ich kaufe, du kaufst. So kaufst, then subject du. Yes, then the rest of the sentence. What? Pizza. Pizza is the pizza. But we don't want to write the, we need to write your. Your is dein, we'll write dein. And from the pizza, we'll get deine Pizza here. Fantastic, yes? All right, so these were 5 questions which I did with you, direct questions, the rest of which I would like you to attempt, yes, with the help of the consolidated table, which you could find in the answer book as well as these structure which we learned, yes. So I'm positive you'll be able to do them. Perfect, so wish you all the best. John Berlin signing off till the next lesson. Alright, welcome back to a new lesson of German with John Berlin. In today we'll be doing how to give orders in German. What do I mean by orders? It's like imperative Sätze, or in English imperative sentences, where you basically, like in English, say come here, yes, sit down, don't speak, make me a coffee, yeah, order me a pizza. So all these are requests, or you could say orders, yes. And there is one fundamental which we need to learn. When we are giving an order, it's always in second person, yes. That means we can only give an order to a person who is in front of you. So we have three options in second person. As you can see here, it could be second person informal, your friend, yes, du. It could be second person formal, capital Z, your boss. Or it could be second person plural, that means you all, ihr, yes, fantastic. So there is one exception to this rule. We can also give orders in first person plural. Let's assume you are the leader of a group and you are giving an order to the group that we can do this, yes, you need to achieve the target. So these are like orders in first person plural. So we'll be doing all these examples in all the orders in second person, informal, formal, plural, and first person plural. So let's get started and let's have a look at the structure of the imperative sentence. Just like we had made the questions earlier, it's the same structure. First comes the verb, then comes the subject, then comes the rest of the sentence, and in the end there is a exclamation mark, which is very important, and it's also called in German Ausrufungszeichen. What is it called? I'll write it for you. Ausrufungs. Ausrufungs is to exclaim. Yes, ausrufen is the verb, which means to exclaim something, from which we get Ausrufungs, and Zeichen is symbol. So it's a compositum. Yes, perfect compound word. Ausrufungszeichen is very important to show it's not a question but an order. Yes, sometimes it might be needed to clarify that. Let's find out what I mean. So let's pick up a simple order, come here. All right, now how will we say come here in German? The verb is kommen. Fantastic. Now the first rule we need to learn that when we are giving a order in informal, we do not address the person in second person. We don't need to say you, like in English. We never say you come here. We simply say come here. Yes, it's automatic. You're speaking to the person in front of you. So you'll basically omit du, yes, and you'll go forward with the basically we'll go forward with the verb, which is, let's put it in the right position here. It was in the wrong position. Yes, kommst du here. We'll remove the du. We don't need the du. Yes, and we'll basically conjugate for du the verb kommen. How do we conjugate it for du? Ich komme, du kommst, sie es kommt, wir kommen, ihr kommt, sie kommen, sie kommen. We'll pick up du kommst. So we'll write kommst, but we will basically conjugate and then remove the ending of the conjugation. That means we'll remove the st. What will remain? Simply du is gone, st is gone. What remains? Komm hier. Yes, simply komm here. So two rules you need to remember. Do not address, remove the ending after conjugating. Perfect. So that's the way you give an order, second person, come here. In Deutsch, komm hier. Pretty similar. Okay, moving on. Let's say we give order in second person formal. Yes, let's say to someone senior than us. Yes, or someone we meet the first time out of respect. So in this, you please note that we will address the person politely. Yes, that means we will say you come here, and also we can add a bitte to make it sound a little more polite, please. And also it's important to add bitte. Let me show you why. All right, let's omit bitte for a moment. Let's simply follow the structure, and we begin with a verb that is common. We'll conjugate it for sie formal. How will we do it? Ich komme, du kommst, sie es kommt, wir kommen, ihr kommt, sie kommen, sie kommen. Perfect. So that's the capital Z. So it's common. We'll write here. Then we'll introduce the subject. We'll address the person, sie, and then we'll write here. Now, kommen Sie hier, if I remove the exclamation and add a question, also looks like a question. Do you come here? Yes. Now it depends how you express this sentence. If you say, kommen Sie hier, it sounds like an order. If you say, kommen Sie hier, it sounds like a question. So how you basically articulate the sentence basically finds out if it's an order or a question. To do away with this confusion, we can add a bitter. If you add a bitter, then it's pretty much self-explanatory that it's not a question, it's a request or an order. Yes, bitte kommen Sie hier, you please come here. Fantastic. Okay, moving forward, we also have the third option where you're giving the order to more than one person. Let's assume you are teaching some people, the teacher of a class supposedly. So how will you give them the order? Again, the rule is we will not address the people. Yes, we will not address the people. We will not say you all. We begin with the command. The verb would be kommen. We'll conjugate it for ihr. Ich komme, du kommst, sie es kommt. Wir kommen, ihr. Yes, you're right. Kommt, just like written here. Kommt hier. Fantastic. Yes. So what's the difference here? In the first one, we conjugated the word, we conjugated the verb, removed the ending. Yes. And we did not address the person. In second person, we used the normal conjugation. We addressed the person, added bitte. In second person plural, what we did, we basically didn't address them and we conjugated the verb normally. Kommt hier. Fantastic. Now as an exception, let's say leader of a group, you say to your group, we come here. Yes, that's an order. So how would you say it? Pretty simple. Begin with the verb kommen. You'll introduce the subject, wir, and then you'll say here. Kommen wir hier. Make it sound like an order. Yes, else it might sound like a question. Kommen wir hier? Do we come here? Yes. So make sure that you exclaim it correctly. Fantastic. So with that in mind, these four kinds of orders that we need to give, we'll do some sentences and see if we can get the orders correct in German. Okay. So we have the first sentence done for us. It says, make for me a pizza. The verb to make is machen. And the question here is, who makes what for whom? Yes, basically accusative dative verb. So who makes, let's find out. Basically, we'll say to do. So following the rule of the first rule here for do, we'll first begin with a structure. We'll put the verb in the first position, machen, conjugated for do, ich mache, du machst, yes, and we'll remove the st. What will remain? Mach. Perfect. Mach. Then we'll say basically the subject, which we need to omit. So we'll not mention do. Perfect. We'll directly go to for whom, dative, for me, mir, what, eine Pizza. Fantastic. Yes. So that's mach mir eine Pizza. And moving forward, let's do it for the formal one, saying it to someone politely. You please make me a pizza. Make for me a pizza. If you say make me a pizza, you'll practically be made into a pizza. So that shouldn't be the case. It should be make for me the pizza. Okay. So who makes for whom what? Let's find out. It's an order. We begin with the verb, and that's machen. We'll conjugate it for the capital Z. Ich mache, du machst, sie es macht. Wir machen, ihr macht, sie, sie. Machen. Perfect. So machen, and we'll address the person, sie, and then for whom, mir. Yes, ich, mich, mir, dative, mir. What? Pizza, die Pizza. Pizza is feminine, die Pizza, but we need to say we'll say ein, and add the e of the, eine Pizza. Fantastic. Yes. All right, moving forward, saying it to your friends. You all make me a pizza. Make for me a pizza once again. Sorry. So let's say, how will we do it? We'll begin with the verb machen, conjugated for second person plural. Ich mache, du machst, sie es macht. Wir machen, ihr. Exactly. Macht. Macht. We'll not address them since the rule here says we basically do not address the people. We'll not say ihr. Directly go to the rest of the sentence. For whom? For me. That's mir. And then what? Eine Pizza. The rule here of the order of cases is first comes the pronoun, then comes the noun. Fantastic. You shouldn't say macht eine Pizza mir. That will be wrong, because the rule is first comes the pronoun, then comes the noun. Fantastic. We go to the exception one here, where we give orders in the first person. You being the leader of the group, you say, hey, we make for me a pizza. Okay, so let's see if it works. We'll begin with the structure. First the verb conjugated for wir. Ich mache, du machst, sie es macht, wir machen. Perfect. So we have here machen. We'll introduce the subject wir. Then it will be, of course, the rest of the sentence. For whom? That is ich, mich, mir. Dativ, for me. Yes. Then what? It's the pizza. Yes. We'll borrow the e from the, and we'll basically add it to eine Pizza. Fantastic. So this was our little illustration here. Now we'll make some sentences together and let's see how it goes. So the first is call up your friend. Okay, let's see if we can do this. Call up your friend, and first we'll begin with the structure. That is, the verb comes first. The verb is anrufen. Now please remember, this verb anrufen is a two-part verb. That means an is a prefix which we do not use while conjugating. Yes, it needs to be put where? At the end of the sentence. Fantastic. So we'll put it at the end. The verb is in front of us, rufen. We'll conjugate rufen and we'll begin with du. Ich rufe, du rufst. Perfect. We'll remove the st. What will remain? Ruf. Perfect. Then will we address the person? Let's find out. We do not address the person. We will not say du. Okay, we'll go to the rest of the sentence. Your friend. Okay. Now, whom are we calling? It's your friend. Friend is masculine, let's suppose here. So if you go to whom, you remember the definiter article. It's den, die, das, die. So basically, whom are we calling? Den Freund. Den Freund, but we don't need to write den. We need to write your. Okay, how do we do that? What is your? Let's find out. My is mine. Your is thine. Very good. So instead of den, we'll first write thine here. Yes, and we'll take up the ending of den since it's the article which the possessive pronoun has replaced. So we'll basically just take the ending of en and put it in front of deinen. Perfect. We'll delete this d here. Okay, so it comes together. Ruf deinen Freund. Perfect. Ruf deinen Freund, and we'll finish the verb with its prefix. What is the prefix? If you can see it here. Yes, an. Perfect. Ruf deinen Freund an. What is missing? Ausrufungszeichen, exclamation mark. Okay, now we go to the second person formal, saying it to someone politely. Please call up your friend. So we rather begin with please. We can write bitte. Then we'll follow the structure and we'll begin with a verb, which is anrufen. An is a prefix. We'll conjugate rufen for sie. That's the second person formal. Ich rufe, du rufst, sie es ruft. Wir rufen, ihr ruft, sie, sie. Rufen. Fantastic. So let's write here. Rufen. Bitte rufen. We'll address the person as per the rule here. Yes, we address the person in the polite version. So we'll say sie. Bitte rufen sie. Now rest of the sentence. Whom do you call? It's the friend. Friend is masculine. That means den, die, das, die. It will be den Freund. But we don't need to write den. We need to say your friend. So we'll basically need to find how to say your. Okay, let's remember. My is mine. Your is thine. He, she, it is yes. Sein, ihr, sein. And our is unser. Ihr is euer. And in the end, we have sie, sie, which is ihr, ihr. Yes, so we basically will be using the big ihr. Yes, the easier way to remember it. Sie. All right, so the next question is call up your friend. All right, so we'll make the order imperative sentence for call up your friend. We'll begin with the structure. That is, first we'll get the verb. The verb is anrufen. Please remember it's a separable verb. It has two parts, the prefix and the main verb, which is rufen. We'll conjugate the main verb rufen for du. That means ich rufe du rufst. So we'll write rufst. Very good. And as per the rule for du, we see it's written clearly that we need to conjugate and then remove the ending. So let's remove the ending. It'll become roof. And then comes the subject. As per the rule, we do not address the person. We'll not write the subject. Then we come to the rest of the sentence, which is your friend, which is whom. Whom do we call, or whom do you call? So it's accusative. And friend, as we know, it's masculine, like it's written here. So we'll go to accusative masculine. It's den, die, das, die. So we'll take up den. So we'll write here den Freund. But we do not need to say den. We need to say your. We don't need to say the friend. We need to say your friend. How can we say your friend? Okay, what is your in German? Let's find out. My is mine. Your is dein. Perfect. So let's write here dein. Now we know that the possessive pronouns replace the articles. Yes. Instead of saying call up the friend, you're saying call up your friend. So we'll basically borrow the ending of the article en and put it with dein. It'll become ruf deinen Freund, and we'll finish the verb with its prefix an. Super duper. So that is please, that's call up your friend. Now we'll say it politely to someone maybe who's like a boss or whom you want to be respectful with. Yes. So let's write here. We'll begin with the verb. The verb is anrufen. We'll just take the stem of the verb, that is rufen, conjugate it for sie. Let's do it. Ich rufe, du rufst, sie es ruft. Wir rufen, ihr ruft, sie, sie. Rufen. Fantastic. So we'll write here rufen, second person formal, and then we'll put the subject. That's sie. So we get the subject here. You call. Then we'll say the rest of the sentence. Whom? It's the friend, like we mentioned earlier. Accusative masculine, den Freund. But we don't need to say the. We need to say your. How will I say your? Can I say dein again? No. Dein is for du. We'll need to find what do we say it for capital Z. If you remember, all the Z's become ihr. So we'll write here ihr, and it'll borrow the ending of the article. Instead of saying call up the friend, you're saying call up your friend. So ihren Freund. Complete the sentence with the prefix. Rufen Sie Ihren Freund an. Fantastic. Okay, moving on. Let's say you're saying it to more than one person. Call up your friends. That means we'll be saying it to ihr. Let's see what it is for ihr. As per the structure, we begin with the verb. Yes, anrufen. Take up the main stem. Rufen. Conjugate it for ihr. Ich rufe, du rufst, sie es ruft. Wir rufen, ihr ruft. Perfect. And then, as per the rule here, we will not address the second person plural. We won't address the people. We'll simply go ahead to the rest of the sentence. So whom are we calling? We're calling, you call up your friends. That's plural. So whom are we calling? Friends, plural. So go to accusative, find out plural, den, die, das, die. So we'll write here die Freunde. But again, we don't want to say die. We want to replace it with your friends. So we'll find out what is your for ihr, and for ihr, your is euer. Let's write here euer, and we'll borrow the ending of die. We'll write eure. Very good. We'll remove the. Perfect. And in this, there is a little spelling update. Whenever you add something to euer, you remove the e from between, and it becomes eure, not euer. Okay. Ruft eure Freunde an. Close the verb with the prefix. Fantastic. Yes. So this is your second person informal, formal, and plural. Now we are talking about first person plural. Yes. As a leader of the group, we call up our friends. we'll begin with the verb anrufen, conjugate the stem for wir. Ich rufe, du rufst, sie es ruft, wir rufen. Very good. Introduce the subject. Rufen wir. Then we'll say the rest of the sentence. Our friends. Yes, our. Let's find out what is our. It's like for wir, we have unser, our. So, but before we write unser, let's also find out whom are we calling. We're calling friends. Let's call up our friends. Friends is plural and it's accusative. So we'll write die Freunde. But again, we don't want to say the, we want to say our. So we'll switch it with unser, just like I said, and borrow the ending of die, unsere Freunde an. Perfect. So this was the other sentence for call up your friend. Let's move forward, keep it going. Now the next sentence, here we have clean up your room. Now the verb is putzen, and we'll begin for the second person informal. We'll first conjugate the verb putzen, and it'll become ich putze, du putzt. Yes, putzt, and we'll remove the conjugation st as per the rule, and then we'll bring the subject as per the rule. We don't address the person, so we'll let it be putz. We'll come to the rest of the sentence. Your room. What should I clean? It's what should you clean? It's your room. So what is accusative, and room is das Zimmer. So we could write das Zimmer, but we don't want to say the, we need to say your. Your is dein, so we'll write here dein. And as you all know, das has no ending. So we basically have no ending to add to dein. It'll remain dein. Putz dein Zimmer. Fantastic. Similarly, we could write for formal approach. Yes, you could say with a please, bitte, and then conjugate the verb putzen for the capital Z. Ich putze, du putzt, sie es putzt, wir putzen, ihr putzt, sie, sie putzen. Fantastic. Bitte putzen, then we'll address the person. Bitte putzen Sie. What? Again, we need to say room, the room. So it's das Zimmer, accusative, then the das. But we don't say actually the Zimmer, we need to say your. What is your? All the Z's become ihr. This one becomes capital. We write ihr. Yes, there is no ending to give. Let it be ihr Zimmer. Perfect. Similarly, we do it for ihr. Let's have a look. We'll say basically the verb putzen conjugated for ihr. Ich putze, du putzt, sie es putzt. Wir putzen, ihr putzt. Fantastic. Putzt. We'll introduce the subject as per the rule. If you remember, there is no subject. We don't address the people, second person, directly give the order. So we'll go to the rest of the sentence. Now what? Again, it's accusative, then the das Zimmer. But we don't want to say the room, we need to say your room. What is your in German? For ihr, it becomes euer. So we write here euer. Let's do it. And is there any ending that das can give? No. So we'll remove das and simply let it be euer. Putzt euer Zimmer. Clean up your room. Perfect. Yeah, moving forward, let's do it for wir. We clean up our rooms, or we clean up our room. Why not? People having the same room, children having the same room. Yes, we clean up our room. So it's like we begin with the verb putzen conjugated for wir. Ich putze, du putzt, sie es putzt, wir putzen. Very good. Get it here. Putzen. We'll introduce the subject. Wir. What? Our Zimmer. First we'll write what. Zimmer is Neutrum. It'll be accusative. Who cleans what? Das Zimmer, then the das. But we need to say our. Our is unser. So we'll write unser. Yes. And there is no ending of das. So unser will remain unser. Putzen wir unser Zimmer. Fantastic. Okay, now let's come and do the fifth one. I'll do two more with you. Yes. So here we have do not talk. The verb is sprechen. Now let's conjugate the verb for do. Let's find out. There is the E will change to I. Remember the rules of conjugation, and it'll be stem will only change for the second, third person. This is second person. So we'll say, ich spreche, du sprichst. Yeah, so we'll write sprichst. Let's write here, sprichst. Fantastic. And then as per the rule, remove the ending. And then the subject we do not address, so we leave it. We go directly to the rest of the sentence, which is not. So we'll simply write what is not. We learned how to negate a sentence. We're negating the verb with the adverb nicht. Sprich nicht. Fantastic. Saying it to someone, our senior, we could say, please do not talk. Bitte. Yes, we'll conjugate the verb sprechen. For Sie, it'll be the same. Yes. Bitte sprechen. We'll address the person. Sie, negate the sentence. Nicht, negated the verb. Perfect. Then we could say to our friends, you all do not talk. Yes, we'll begin with the verb, conjugated for ihr, ich spreche, du sprichst, sie spricht, wir sprechen, ihr sprecht. Perfect. So sprecht, we'll not address them, so there's no subject. Simply negate the sentence with nicht. Sprecht nicht. Simply, we can do the last one as well. We do not speak. Leader of the group, ordering the group. So let's say it. Begin with the verb sprechen. Yeah, conjugated it for wir. Sprechen, we'll introduce the subject wir, negate the sentence nicht. Perfect. Sprechen wir nicht. Okay, so that was it. How to give order, do not talk. Now let me see if I can do some irregular verbs with you. One verb is in front of us. Let me try and do it with you so that you understand it even better. Okay, so let's remove this and we'll write our own answers. So the first question, so the sentence is be quiet. The verb to be is sein. Ich bin, du bist, sie, es ist, wir sind, ihr seid, sie, sie sind. And how to say quiet? It's an adjective, leise. So be quiet, let's find out. We'll conjugate the verb for do, that is ich bin, du bist. We'll remove the ending, which is be, by, doesn't really make sense. So in certain cases, like irregular verbs, we need to follow a different rule. We will not conjugate the verb sein. We'll pick up the verb as it is. We'll pick up the whole verb sein and we'll simply remove the ending sei. Yes, sei, and it's second person informal. We don't address the person. We'll go to the rest of the sentence, which is be what? Leise, simply an adjective. Sei leise. Fantastic. Similarly, saying it to the boss, we could say it, please be quiet, begin with bitte. And yes, moment. Please, and then we could say the verb is again ich bin, du bist, sie, es ist, wir sind, ihr seid, sie, sie sind. But sind is not going to be used here. We'll be using the verb again sein and right here sein. But just to make it a little different, we add an extra e. It becomes seien. So it sounds like an order. Seien. And we'll address the person. Sie. Rest of the sentence. Leise. Bitte seien Sie leise. This you need to memorize. That in the irregular verb sein, we do not use the conjugation. We use the main verb. And we say sei. Seien. Yes, let's see how it is with ihr. You all be quiet. Now we'll conjugate the verb sein. For ihr, ich bin, du bist, sie, es ist, wir sind, ihr seid. So here we will use the conjugation. We'll say seid. We'll not address the people. Yes, it's second person plural, so we'll not be addressing. And we'll simply say seid. Go to the rest of the sentence. Leise. Perfect. Moving on to wir. It'll be we be quiet, saying it to the group. So you begin with a verb that is sein, conjugated, but then it's wir sind. We won't use sind. We'll pick up the main verb, which is sein, and just like we did here, we'll add an extra e. We'll say seien, introduce the subject wir, rest of the sentence leise. Seien wir leise, we be quiet. Yes, fantastic. So we be careful with this irregular verb. There are just a few. All right, then the rest of the sentences I would recommend you try by yourself. I'm pretty sure you will be able to get the answers. Follow the structure, follow the rules, and cross-check with the answer book. Perfect. So enjoy these questions in German, giving orders. This is John Berlin signing off. Till the next lesson. Take care. Welcome back to German with John Berlin. In today's lesson, we'll be seeing how to see the time in the German language. Now, of course, there are two types of time in the German language. That's the international clock, which is set up for the 24 hours. And then there is the 12-hour clock, which we generally use with each other while speaking. So the 24 hours clock is used, as you could say, am Bahnhof, which is the train station, am Flughafen, that's the airport, and it's very easy to read. You simply read the number, like if it's let's say 2:30, it'll be 14 Uhr, and 30 is 30, like we learned, 30 Minuten. Yes, so it's just you literally reading the numbers and you'll be able to determine the time. What we'll be learning here is how to see the 12-hour clock, which is used by people generally while speaking to one another. Now here we have to see, first of all, how the day is divided into different time zones and how we address to the day, how we divide the day. So gucken wir mal hier, let's have a look. And we begin with first am Morgen, in the morning. Yes, am Morgen, in the morning. It's 6 to 10 o'clock. From morning 6 to 10 o'clock, you call am Morgen. Perfect. Moving forward, if it's between 10 to 12 o'clock in the morning, you will say am Vormittag. Yes, before noon in English. Before noon or am Vormittag. Okay, now it's noon, the noon time. It'll be Mittag, middle of the day. It goes from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock. Yes, 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. It'll be like Mittag. Then you have the afternoon. Yes, once the noon has passed, you call it am Nachmittag. Nach is after, afternoon. Yes, it runs from 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock. Yes, 13 Uhr bis 17 Uhr. Now, once it's past 17 Uhr, past 5 o'clock, you'll say am Abend, which goes right up till midnight, which is 0 Uhr. Yes, so basically 12 a.m. it goes from 5 to 12 am Abend. After 12 o'clock, you could say it's in the night, in der Nacht. Yes, it goes from 0 Uhr bis 6 Uhr. Fantastic. So with that in mind, we could work with the small hand, kleine Hand. Yes, that's the hour hand, and determine the time in these three clocks in front of us. So first is already done. So in the first, it is basically 5 o'clock, and it could be either in the morning, either it could be in the night, or it could be in the afternoon, right? Genau, let's find out. So we begin with, it is 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Es ist 5 Uhr am Nachmittag. Es ist means it is 5. That's the number. Uhr, that's o'clock. It's a noun. Am Nachmittag, in the afternoon. Oder es ist 5 Uhr in der Nacht. It's 5 o'clock in the night. Perfect. Let's continue this and do the second clock. So first, if you look at the clock, it could be 6 o'clock twice in a day. It could be in the morning, or it could be in the evening. We'll begin with the morning. Es ist, yes, 6 Uhr. Perfect. Am Morgen. Or we could say am Abend. Perfect. So it's either 6 o'clock in the morning or it's 6 o'clock in the evening. Es ist 6 Uhr am Morgen oder 6 Uhr am Abend. Going to the third clock, we feel Uhr ist es, like we learned in the question making, how much time it is. We'll say, let's have a look, 9 o'clock. It could either be in the morning or it could be in the night. Yes? like we have am Abend. Let's find out. So es ist 9 Uhr. Very good. Am Morgen. Or it could be am Abend. Once again, Abend goes from, as you see, 5 to 12 o'clock. So yes, it'll still be Abend. Moving forward to clock number 4, it's 3 o'clock. It could be either afternoon, it could be in the night. So we'll see how it goes. First go with the afternoon. Es ist 3 Uhr. It's afternoon. What's afternoon? Am Nachmittag. So we'll write here am Nachmittag. Yes. Or it could also be in der Nacht. Very good. Since it goes from 12 a.m. onwards to 6 a.m. In between we get 3 o'clock. So we have es ist 3 Uhr am Nachmittag oder in der Nacht. Going to the fifth one. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we missed one. No worries. Let me bring this down to the number 5, since it belongs to the number 5. Yes, and we'll do the number 4 together. Skipped it by chance. So the number 4 is basically 8 o'clock. Now it could be 8 o'clock in the evening, or it could be 8 o'clock in the morning. So we could write here, es ist 8 Uhr am Morgen. Or I could say, es ist 8 Uhr. Instead of am Morgen, I could say am Abend. Fantastic. Yes. Fifth we already did here, 3 o'clock, afternoon, in the night. Last is 11 o'clock. So 11 o'clock could be either before noon, yes, or it could be in the evening. So let's write it. Es ist 11 Uhr. What is before noon? Let's find out. It's am Vormittag. We'll write here am Vormittag slash, we could say it's in the evening am Abend, since it goes from 5 o'clock to 12 o'clock in the night. 11 o'clock comes in between, so we'll say am Abend. Fantastic. Yes, super. So we'll move on and we'll try to work with the minute hand after this. So here is the minute hand, if you can see it. Okay, so here is your minute hand, and we'll be learning these minutes in the next part of this in the next part of this lesson. So be with me. In the meanwhile, practice the hour hand. We'll come back with the minute hand. Perfect. See you soon. All right, welcome back to the next part of how to see the time in German, and that's the 12-hour clock. We'll be continuing with the big hand, that is to determine the minutes. Yes, and let's just read up what's written here and try to determine the time. We'll begin from the first clock on the left. It says 5 nach 11. Just like in English you say 5 past 11, in German you'll say 5 nach 11. So basically, instead of past, in German you could say nach, which means after. Yes, perfect. Similarly, here we have 10 nach 3. Yes, 10 is 10, 10 past 3, or like 10 after 3. Perfect. Yes, then we move on. We have the clock of Viertel nach 10. Yeah, so what is a Viertel? Like in English you have a quarter, in German you have Viertel. So 15 past 10 or quarter past 10. Yes, perfect. Moving forward, you have 20 past 6, which is 20 nach 6. Yes, 20 minutes past 6. Perfect. Now we'll skip this one and we'll talk about this clock right here. It says halb 2. Yes, half 2. What is the meaning of half 2? Is it 2:30? Let's have a look. The clock shows 1:30. That means the meaning of halb 2 is basically half 2. And what is half 2? It's 1:30. So whenever someone asks you to meet at halb 2, halb 3, halb 4, whatever the time it is, it will not be 2:30, 3:30, 4:30, but it will be 1:30, 2:30, 3:30. Why? Halb zwei means half two, which is 1:30. Yes, halb drei means half three, which is 2:30. Yes, halb vier means half of four, which is 3:30. So that's the way you would see at all the hours. Whenever there is a halb, you will always basically be looking at the hour before it. It's zwei, so you'll say 1:30. Yes, perfect. So we'll get back to the clock we skipped. That says 7:05. Now we have a new preposition here. For, just like in English, before. Yes, so nach is after, for is before. So here we see 5 before, 7:30, 7:30. What is 7:30? Yes, it is 7:30. Perfect. So 5 minutes before 7:30, as you can see in the clock, it shows 7:25. Perfect. So if someone says, treffen wir uns am 7:30, we meet ourselves at 5 before 7:30, it's 7:25. Okay, coming here, it's 1:05. Okay, so what is 5:05? It's 5 after. What is 1:30? Half of 1, which is 12:30. So it's 5 after 12:30. You could see it's 12:35. 5:05. Perfect. Moving forward, we have 20 vor 4. 20 is 20, 4 is before, 4 is 4, so 20 before 4, it's basically 3:40. Yes, so the idea is once the minute hand goes past the middle way, that is the 6 minute, the minute hand passes the 6 digit, yes, 30-minute mark, you will start referring in German to the next hour. You will not say es ist 40 Minuten nach 3. You will not say it's 40 minutes after 3. You will say, just like in English, you say 20 minutes to 4. 20 minutes to 4 is like 20 Minuten vor 4. Perfect. Here we have 7:45. Yes, so quarter is Viertel, Viertel vor 8. Here we have 5:50. It'll be 10 vor 6. Then we have 5 minutes for 12, 5 for 12. Then we have 8 Uhr. Fantastic. Now please remember, these two clocks where we did 5 minutes before 7:30 or we did 5 minutes after 12:30, these are only limited to 5 minutes on the 6 digit mark. That's from the 30-minute mark. Either you could go 5 minutes here or you could go 5 minutes there. Not more than that. You can't start saying that es ist 10 vor 7:30. No. Then you would rather say that it is basically 7:20, which is 20 nach 7. Yes. So it's only for 5 minutes on both the sides of the 30-minute mark that you could refer to the half time and say it's 5 past half time, 5 before half time. Yes. Fantastic. So with these hour hand and minutes hand, we'll be trying to attempt to determine the time in this particular image. Let's see if we can do it. So the first question says, let's have a look here. It says, okay, what is the time? Yes, wie spät ist das? How late it is? Now the first says, you see it's 5 past 10, so you could say it simply es ist 5 nach 10. It could be either before noon, am Vormittag, or it could be in the night or in the evening, to be precise, am Abend. That's what we have written. Yes, es ist 5 nach 7 am Vormittag, am Abend. Moving to the second clock. Now here we have this reference of the midpoint. That means 30 minutes mark. We can refer to it like this. It is 5 minutes before 3:30. How can we say it's 5 minutes before 3:30? Let's write here and find out. So let's make some space and let's write here. So first we'll write 5. Very good. and then we'll write before is 4. Yes, then we'll write here 3:30. What is 3:30? It's half of 4, so we'll write halb 4. Very good. Now what is it? Is it's afternoon? Yes, we could say Nachmittag, or it could also be in the night, so we write in der Nacht. Perfect. Moving on to the next clock, the third clock. It says 10 past 7, so it's pretty easy. We'll simply write wie spät ist das? How late is it? It's 10. Past is nach, after. Yes. And 7 is 7. Now it could be in the morning, am Morgen, or it could be in the evening, am Abend. Yes. Perfect. Now we have the fourth clock here. In the fourth clock, let's see what's happening. Okay. And so in the fourth clock, we have basically 20 minutes to 3. Yes, it's 20 minutes to 3. So we could say it like this. 20 vor. It's 20 minutes to 3. 20 vor 3. Yes, 20 vor 3. It could either be in the afternoon, yes, or it could be in the night. So let's do it. We'll say am Nachmittag, or we'll say in der Nacht. Fantastic. Now this one is already done for us. Let's do it again. Now there's a little reference word, kurz. Let's learn it together. Okay, so the idea is we look at the fifth clock in the second row, the first one. It basically shows that the time is 5 past 4:30. Yes, it's between 4 and 5. 5 past 4:30. But then we see that the minute hand is a little after 5 minutes past 4:30. Let's see how we can do that. First, let's say it's 5 minutes past 4:30. How can we say it's 5 minutes past 4:30? We first say 5, that's 5. After is nach. Now, what is it? It's 4:30. 4:30 is half 5. So we could say halb 5. Very good. 5 nach halb 5. Perfect. Now there is a little change here in terms of the minute hand. It's a little after 5 minutes. So we'll say just that. Kurz nach. What is kurz? Kurz is a little, and nach is after. So it's like saying a little after 5 minutes past 4:30. Yes. Perfect. And it could either be am Nachmittag, or it could be in the night. Perfect. So let's write here in der Nacht. Perfect. So I'm pretty sure the rest of the ones, that's the number we have 6, 7, 8. You'll be able to do by yourself. Yes. Perfect. You could refer the answer book and you'll get the right answers, I'm sure. Follow the rules of the minute hand. Yes. And just remember, when you say halb 5 or halb 6, it's not 5:30 or 6:30. Halb 5 means 4:30. Halb 6 means 5:30. Yes, halb 6 is half of 6. Halb 5 is half of 5. It's applicable to all the hours. Yes, just remember that. Perfect. So thanks for joining in. It's John Berlin signing off till the next lesson. Welcome to German with John Berlin, and in today's lesson we'll be doing the topic adjectives in the German language. Now, it's very important to know that in German the adjectives are declined. That means when we use an adjective in German, it depends on what type of a word are we using the adjective with. Is it a masculine noun? Yes. Is it nominative, accusative, dative? Yes. And it's also depending upon certain other factors like what kind of an article we are using the word with. Is it the good man, or is it a good man, or is it simply good man? So all these things pretty important and pretty interesting, and we'll be coming to them. But first, we'll just have a quick look at some of the general adjectives which are used in German. Yeah, so be with me, and we'll first, in the first part of this lesson, get to learn these adjectives. In the second part, we'll try to use them in a sentence by declining them, as I had mentioned earlier. So let's get started. We have a table here and it has some common adjectives. It begins with altmodisch. Yes. So basically I could say das ist ein altmodischer Telefon. Yes. That means it's an old style telephone. Aber das ist ein modernes Handy. Yes, that's a modern mobile. Perfect. So it's like old style and modern. These adjectives are written in pairs. Perfect. Then we have der Mann. Das ist ein alter Mann. That's an old man. Das ist ein junges Mädchen. That's a little girl, maybe. Yes. So alt and jung, old and young. Now you might see that I have been adding certain endings. Das ist ein alter Mann. Das ist ein junges Mädchen. Why am I adding these endings is what we'll be learning in the second part of the lesson. So don't worry. Okay, das ist ein alter Schuh. That's an old shoe. Das ist ein neuer Schuh. That's a new shoe. Perfect. Now here we have, I hope you can see it. It's called, the adjective is called angenehm. Angenehm means pleasant. Yes. So as you see, it looks like a pleasant light. Yes, it's illuminating the whole room. So das ist ein angenehmes Licht. It's a pleasant light. The other, it's directly focused on her face, isn't so pleasant. So das ist ein unangenehmes Licht. Unpleasant. Unangenehm. Yes. Okay, now we have this little adjective here, bekannt. Yes, it means known. And here we could say das ist ein bekannter Mann. That's a known person surrounded by people. And here, ist ein unbekannter Mann. Looks to be an unknown person. No one looks at him. Yes. Now we have an armchair. It's called Sessel. We could say this is bequem, comfortable. Yes, bequem means comfortable. Das ist ein bequemer Sessel. It's comfortable chair. This looks to be a rickety old stool. Not really comfortable. We could say das ist ein unbequemer Stuhl. It's like a chair in German. Stuhl. Perfect. Coming to the second row, we'll be doing breit und eng. These are the words for wide and narrow. So we could assume this to be a window or it could be a gate. Let's say it's a broad gate. Das ist eine breite Tür. That's a broad gate. This seems to be certainly a very narrow door. Hardly makes a person fit in. Das ist ein enge Tür. Enge means narrow. Now, eng also has another meaning. If you want to learn it, it's close. Like for example, he's my close friend. Er ist mein enger Freund. Yes, eng is like close as well. Now we have another combination, bunt, schwarz und weiß. Bunt, it's black and white, we can't see it, but it's basically colorful. Yes, various colors. So here is a t-shirt. We could say, das ist ein buntes Hemd, or it's a t-shirt, ein bunter t-shirt. And here we could say, das ist ein schwarz-weißer t-shirt. That's a black and white t-shirt. Yes, perfect. Then we have a combination, dick, dünn. Dick is like thick. You could say he's a thick man. Ist ein dicker Mann or a fat man. Dünn is like thin. Ist ein dünner Mann. He's a thin man. Perfect. Coming here, we have eckig. It's like square. Yes. Rund, it's like a circle. So we could say Computer. Das ist ein eckiger Computer. That's a square computer. That's a round pizza. Das ist eine runde Pizza. Perfect. Now here we have erster, letzter, first and last. So this always is used with definite article like the. Das ist der erste Mann. Das ist der letzte Mann. That's the first man. That's the last man. Because there could only be one first man. Could be only one last person. So we need to say the. Then we have these ants working hard, carrying leaves. So they're called Ameisen in German, and they have this adjective fleißig. They are hardworking. So I could say die sind fleißigen, or let's say we have ants here. So we'll say sie sind fleißige Ameisen. they are hardworking ants, and this looks to be a lazy man. Das ist ein fauler Mann. Perfect. So again, a combination, lazy, hardworking and lazy. Now here we have two adjectives again. One is frei, the other is besetzt. Now frei basically means unoccupied. It has got nothing to do with free, especially in relation to money. Yes, that's another adjective. That's called kostenlos, if you want to know it. This is simply when something is unoccupied. So this is a chair, unoccupied chair. Das ist ein freier Stuhl. Here this is occupied. Das ist ein besetzter Stuhl. Perfect. Now we have two women here. One looks to be friendly, the other unfriendly. Freundlich, unfreundlich. Das ist ein freundliche Frau. Das ist ein unfreundliche Frau. Okay, we have two little girls here, and one looks to be happy, the other sad. We'll say das ist ein fröhliches Mädchen. Das ist ein trauriges Mädchen. Perfect. Now again, we have these combination froh und sauer. What's the difference? Fröhlich, traurig. Froh und sauer. Froh is basically glad. When you're glad something happens, yes. So it's not always used with a noun. It's used rather separately. I'm glad that you came. Yes. I'm glad we met each other. So it's a usage difference. Ich bin froh, dass du gekommen bist, or something like that. That I'm happy you came. So we'll work on it accordingly. Yes. We'll not use it with nouns mostly. We'll be using it separately just as an adjective. Yes. Okay, now we could also say sauer. Sauer is like something is bitter. It could also be used for a person. Das ist ein saurer Mann. That is a bitter man. Yes. Then we have früh und spät. Früh is like early and spät is like late. Yeah. So we could say this bird is an early bird, if that makes sense. Das ist ein früher Vögel. Yes. And that's a late moon. Yes, das ist ein später Mond. If that makes sense. Okay. All right. So early and late. Yes. Ganz und kaputt. Ganz is like whole. When something is complete, you say it ganz. Kaputt is broken, incomplete, or basically broken. That will be the right translation. So here we could say das ist ein ganzer Teller. It's like a plate, complete plate. Das ist ein kaputter Teller. That's like a broken plate. All right, we have gefährlich, ungefährlich. That means dangerous, not dangerous. He's playing a dangerous game, juggling knives. Das ist ein gefährliches Spiel, dangerous game. Playing with balls, not dangerous. So das ist ein ungefährliches Spiel, not dangerous game. Okay, what do we have here? We have basically, it's like gemütlich, cozy, ungemütlich, not cozy. Das ist ein gemütliches Zimmer. Das ist ein ungemütliches Zimmer. That's not so cozy room. Yes. So that's the difference here. Okay. And then we have gesund und krank. That's like, you could say healthy, or you could say fit, and you could say sick. So here's a fit man, seems to be eating an apple. So das ist ein gesunder Mann, das ist ein kranker Mann. Perfect. Again, we have gesund. This time it basically means healthy. Here the man was fit. Here the apple is healthy. So let's say das ist ein gesundes Obst. It's a healthy fruit. That's a unhealthy habit. Das ist ein ungesunde Gewohnheit. That's a unhealthy habit, smoking cigarettes. Then we have glücklich, unglücklich, like lucky, unlucky. Das ist ein glückliches Mädchen. Das ist ein unglückliches Mädchen. Perfect. And we have groß und klein. That's groß is big. Klein is basically small. Das ist ein großes Buchstaben. Das ist ein kleines Buchstaben. Perfect. Big letter, small letter. So we just went through some of the basic adjectives. We can of course learn so many. This was just to show you in terms of usage that we do add an ending to these adjectives. In the next part of this lesson, we learn how do we add these endings, and also we learn how to make superlatives and comparatives of these adjectives. So tune in for the next class. Until then, this is John Berlin signing off. Take care. Welcome back to German with John Berlin, and today's topic is just the next part of the lesson that we were doing previously. That's how to make the adjectives in comparative and superlative. What do I mean by comparative? Superlative, like in English, you say good, better, best. Yes, high, higher, highest. Yes. Similarly, each adjective could be made in comparative and superlative form. When you're comparing it to something, you say better. When you're saying it's the best, you say simply best. Like, yes, describing it good, comparing it better, and superlative is like it's the one and only, the best. Similarly, we have the verbs, we have the adjectives, the ones we learned, and the rule of making these comparative and superlatives are pretty much like in English. Yes. Now, like I said, good, better, better ended with a er. That means even in German, when you want to make a comparative, you add a er, like I have written here. And if you want to make a superlative, like in best, it ends with st, you make it end with st. Yes. And mostly if there is a a, u, o, it changes to a, ö, u. Yes. We just need to practice this. Now I have a list here. I'll do a few with you. Yes. For example, alt, there will be a umlaut, it'll become älter with a er, and it'll be ältest. That's the oldest. Old, older, oldest. Similarly, it's like we'll altmodisch, old, also older, oldest, altmodischer, altmodischest. Then young, younger, youngest, jung, junger, jüngst. Yes, there's new, newer, newest, neu, neuer, neuest. There is wide, wider, widest, bright, brighter, brightest. There is narrow, narrower, narrowest, eng, enger, engst. Yes, colorful, more colorful, the most colorful, bunt, bunter, buntest. Yes, there'll be thick, thicker, thickest, dick, dicker, dickst. There'll be thin, thinner, thinnest, dünn, dünner, dünnst. Then just like in English, you say good, better, best. There's Deutsch, gut, besser, best. Yes. And then you also have like some other adjective with change, like high, higher, highest, hoch, höher, höchst. Yes. You won't say höchst. Nein, doesn't exist. Hoch, höher, höchst. Yes. Similarly, I would say have a look at all the others. Yes, it's the simple idea of you making a adjective, comparing it, and making it the superlative, like something being the best and the most. Yes. Perfect. So we'll meet us in the third part of this lesson. So catch me in the next lesson. Till then, this is John Berlin. All right, welcome back. This is the third and final part of how to use adjectives in the German language. Previously, we learned some basic German adjectives. Yes, I would recommend you learn even more and add on to your vocabulary. As we already learned in our first lesson, that vocabulary is known as Wortschatz, treasure of words. The bigger it is, the better you can express yourself. So with that said, we then learned how to make it into basically comparative or superlative. Yes, to compare or to just say it's the most. Yes, perfect. So that's your comparative superlative. Now we'll see how to basically use these adjectives with nouns and how do we decline them. Like when we practice the adjectives, you saw me changing the endings. Today we'll find out what are the bases on which the adjective endings are determined. Now there are three bases which would help us find the right ending to an adjective. That means that we need to know the noun, if it's masculine, feminine, neutrum, or plural. We need to determine that first. Then we need to know the case of the noun. Is it nominative, the person doing the action? Is it accusative, the person receiving the action? Or is it dative, the person receiving the indirect action through accusative, or is it genitive? That means belonging, whose. So who, whom, to whom, for whom, or whose. These 4 questions will help us determine the case, like we've already learned. In the end, we'll need to know the type of article used. Is it the definite article like der, die, das? Is it the indefinite article like ein, eine, or is there no article at all? All these 3 factors will basically help us determine the adjective endings. Yes, so this is a good revision, and it will also help us decline the adjective. There is an example here. That is the best car. Das ist das beste Auto. That are the best cars. Das sind die besten Autos. Yes, so it's a E here, it's a EN here. Similarly, we'll find all the others here. So let's get started with the first table. It says the definite article, the. So we have our articles laid out in front of us. They are the, das, die, das, dem, der, den with an extra N. This with an extra N, there, this with an extra N, there. So we have the adjectives as we have the articles, So we'll be now beginning to understand how to use these articles with adjective endings. For example, let's begin with the first question, with the first column, nominative, which has the question wer. So wer ist das? Who is that? Let's say that's the question, and I say that is the rich neighbor. Das ist der reiche Nachbar. Yes, perfect. Who is that? That's the rich neighbor. Now again, who's that? Wer ist das? I'll say das ist die reiche Nachbarin. Yes, female neighbor, like we learned, changing the noun into feminine, adding IN. Nachbar becomes Nachbarin. Perfect. Now who is that? Wer ist das? Das ist das reiche Kind. That's the rich child. Yes, perfect. Who are they? Wer sind sie? Yes, they are the rich neighbors. Yes, sie sind die reichen Nachbarn. Perfect. So we use the adjective ending en. So first we said reiche, reiche, reiche. Then we said reichen. Okay, we'll go to the next question. Accusative wen. That's whom. So whom do I visit, or whom do you visit? Wen besuchst du? Yes, and you say I visit the rich neighbor. Ich besuche den reichen Nachbar. I visit the rich neighbor. Whom do you visit? Wen besuchst du? Again, you visit the rich female neighbor. Ich besuche die reiche Nachbarin. Yes, Nachbar becomes Nachbarin. Changes into feminine, add IN. Then we say, whom do you visit? Wen besuchst du? You say I visit the rich child. Ich besuche das reiche Kind. Very good. In the end, you say, wen besuchst du? Whom do you visit? I visit the rich neighbors. Ich besuche die reichen Nachbarn. Fantastic. Now let's come to dative. Yes, we'll make a question with wem. And let's say, wem gibst du dein Auto? To whom do you give your car? You'll say, I give the car to the rich neighbor. Yes, ich gebe mein Auto dem reichen Nachbar. Yes, or I give my car to the rich female neighbor. Ich gebe mein Auto der reichen Nachbarin. Yes, the correct sequence, yes, would basically be dative accusative. I should have said, ich gebe dem reichen Nachbar mein Auto. Ich gebe der reichen Nachbarin mein Auto. Yes, perfect. And I give to the rich child, let's say, I give to the rich child a toy. Ich gebe dem reichen Kind ein Spielzeug. What is a Spielzeug? It's a toy. Then I say I give to the rich neighbors. Yes, what do you want to give to the rich neighbors? Let's say I give to the rich neighbors help. Ich gebe den reichen Nachbarn, yeah, die Hilfe, the help. Perfect. Now again, we have a question, whose house do you visit? Yes, wessen Haus besuchst du? And I say, I visit the house of the rich neighbor. Ich besuche das Haus des reichen Nachbars. Yes, this S belongs to the article, like we learned in Genitive. And again, wessen Haus besuchst du? Whose house do you visit? Visit the house of the rich female neighbor. Ich besuche das Haus der reichen Nachbarin. Fantastic. Moving forward, you again ask, whose house do you visit? You say, I visit the house of the rich child. Ich besuche das Haus. Whose house? Des reichen Kinds, with an extra S in the end. And in the end, whose house do you visit once again? You say, I visit the house of the rich neighbors. Ich besuche das Haus der reichen Nachbar. Nachbarn, plural. Ich besuche das Haus der reichen Nachbarn. Fantastic. So these were your adjectives, and these were the endings. Now the most important question, how to remember this table. Yes, it seems to be having so many endings, but if you look at it, it basically is easy to remember, in which we'll try to figure out a way. All the genitive articles have the endings en. That means we don't need to remember anything separately. Even the dative endings are all en. We don't have to remember separately. Even all the plurals in all the cases are en. Die is en, die is en, den is en, der is en. All are en. Yes. Even the accusative masculine is en. So all of these are en and the rest are e. Yes, that means nominative. Yes, masculine, feminine, neutrum are e, and accusative, basically feminine and neutral are e. So it makes like a L shape here. Some say it's a shoe, which is e. Everything else is en. Fantastic. That's a way of remembering it. Now we'll move to the next table and we'll work with the other article, which will be a. Yes, first we'll work with a. It's the indefinite article. So again, we'll make the question, who is he? You'll say he is a rich neighbor. Again, let's get started. Wer ist er? Er ist ein reicher Nachbar. Yes. Who is she? Wer ist sie? She's a rich neighbor. Sie ist eine reiche Nachbarin. Who is that child? Who is it? It is a rich child. Das ist ein reiches Kind. Yes. Now again, who are they? Wer sind sie? They are rich. Okay. We really can't make plural with ein. Yes, because ein is always singular. You cannot say they are a rich neighbors. Doesn't make sense. A is always singular. So basically we can't make any plural with ein. Yes, so for now we'll stop here and go to accusative. And accusative, we begin with the question whom. Again, what was the question? Whom do you visit? I visit a rich neighbor. Ich besuche einen reichen Nachbar. Or ich besuche eine reiche Nachbarin. Or ich besuche ein reiches Kind. Fantastic. I can't say I visit a rich neighbor. Doesn't exist. A is always singular, like I said. Then again, dative, I give to a rich neighbor my car. So, wem gibst du dein Auto? To whom do you give your car? Ich gebe einem reichen Nachbar mein Auto. Ich gebe einer reichen Nachbarin mein Auto. Ich gebe einem reichen Kind ein Spielzeug. I give a rich child a toy. Yes. And that is dative. Yes. To whom? So it basically means to a. Yes. And we use the adjective endings. Now we go to the question whose. Now let's again make question whose house do you visit? Visit the house of a rich neighbor. Ich besuche das Haus eines reichen Nachbars. Or ich besuche das Haus einer reichen Nachbarin. Or I visit the house of a rich child. Ich besuche das Haus eines reichen Kinds. Fantastic. So we saw this table worked for the indefinite article. And before we move further, we'll just see how to remember these endings. And it's pretty easy. Let me tell you how. Genitive and dative, as long as we saw here, Yes, masculine, feminine. Neutrum, they are all en. Yes. And for nominative and accusative, they borrow the endings of the definite article. They are the thus. You have er, es, and then you have the in the thus. You have in, as. Yes, en, es, en, es. So basically, it's borrowing the endings of there, the thus, which is right here, which I'm highlighting, and then the thus, which is right here. Yes, from the top. Perfect. So this is where they get the ending. So all of the others are en, and the ones here are endings of definite article. All right, now what else does this table help us with? It also helps us with negative article. Perfect. That means if that's no that you're looking at, we can even use the same table. For example, let's say who never leaves us. We could say no good friend leaves us. Yes, so kein, yes, we add a k to ein, it becomes kein guter Freund verlässt uns. Verlassen means to leave. Whom, it is us. Yes, uns. Or keine gute Freundin verlässt uns. Und we could also make for the child, no good child leaves us. Kein gutes Kind verlässt uns. Or we could say, even in plural, no good friends leave us. Keine guten Freunde. Keine guten Freunde verlassen uns. Fantastic. Yes. So this was the article kein, and we did nominative. We could go do accusative as well. Now let's say, whom do you not visit? I visit no bad friend. Ich besuche keinen schlechten Freund. Schlecht is like bad, just to make a sentence. I visit no bad female friend. Ich besuche keine schlechte Freundin. I visit no naughty child. Ich besuche keines. Entschuldigung, I'll repeat. Ich besuche kein freches Kind. I visit no naughty child. I visit no, let's say, I visit no bad people. Ich besuche keine schlechten Leute. Perfect. Moving forward to dative, let's say, whom do you not help? Yes, to whom do you not give help? The verb helfen, hidden dative verb, remember? We can use it in dative. So I give help to no bad man. Ich helfe keinem schlechten Mann. Oder ich helfe keiner schlechten Frau. Ich helfe keinem, let's say, you're not helping a naughty child. Ich helfe keinem frechen Kind. Or you say, I help no bad people. Ich helfe keinen schlechten Leuten. Perfect. Now you say, whose house do you not visit? I visit the house of no bad men. Ich besuche das Haus keines schlechten Mannes. Ich besuche das Haus keiner schlechten Frau. Ich besuche das Haus keines frechen Kindes. Yes. Und I visit the house of no bad people. Ich besuche das Haus keiner schlechten Leute. Fantastic. Yes. So we use this table not just for our indefinite article, doubled up for the negative article as well. And that's not all. We can use this table even to use all our pronouns. As we know, the pronouns replace articles. And this time the article, they are replaced, the pronouns we're talking about is like possessive pronoun. Instead of saying, who never leaves us, a good friend never leaves us, we can also say, my good friend never leaves me. Yes, our good friend never leaves us. So it's just like replacing the indefinite article with a pronoun, and we'll have the same table. For example, I'll do a few articles here and replace them with pronouns. For example, a good friend never leaves. Ein guter Freund verlässt nie. A good friend never leaves. We could say, my good friend never leaves. Mein guter Freund verlässt nie. Yes. Similarly, you could say, my good female friend never leaves me. Meine gute Freundin verlässt nie. Yes. So we are simply using the same adjective endings which are written here instead of articles, we are using pronouns. So you could use pronouns and make the adjective endings from this table. Yes. Okay, let me do one more. I visit a good friend. It'll be ich besuche einen guten Freund. If you say I visit my good friend, it'll be ich besuche meinen guten Freund. Yes, I help a good friend. Ich helfe einem guten Freund. You could say ich helfe meinem guten Freund. I visit the house of an old friend. Ich besuche das Haus eines guten Freunds. You could say ich besuche das Haus meines guten Freunds. Yeah, so basically this is the master table when it comes to your negative, indefinite, negative, articles, as well all types of pronouns. Any pronoun, you will come here. Yes, these are the endings which you will get. Okay, now the pronouns for this table would basically be replacing the indefinite article, thus they'll have these endings. Okay, so with that said, there is one last table which we'll do, and that will be the end of our adjective tables, and the last table comes here. Before we come to this, we just need to find out how to remember this table. We already discussed the endings are of definite article and the plurals are all en. Yes, so genitive, dative, all en, nominative, accusative get the endings of der, die, das, den, die, das, and then in the end we have en and en as plural. Okay, now moving forward to the last table on the right, you see this is called kein article table. When there is no article at all, you don't say a good friend leaves us, never leaves, you say good friend never leaves. Yes, so it'll be guter Freund verlässt nie. Yes, or a good female friend never leaves, gute Freundin verlässt nie. Yes, good child never leaves, gutes Kind verlässt nie. And now the change here is if you say good friends never leave, you'll say gute Freunde verlassen nie. That's like good friends never leave. You will not say guten. Yes, this is the first time that the plural is e. So if you look at it, this is actually the complete definite article endings. Earlier it was up till here, they are the thus. Now it's even the plural, they are the thus, the. So it's basically the complete copy of your definite articles. Moving forward to accusative, let's say whom. Let's say whom do you visit? I visit old friend. You don't say a old friend, you don't say the old friend, you don't say my old friend, you simply say I visit old friend. Ich besuche alten Freund, alte Freundin. Yes, or you could say here freshes Kind, naughty child, or I visit old friends. Ich besuche alte Freunde. You will not say alten Freunde, which we had been doing earlier, plurals being en. This would literally be the adjective endings, just like your articles definite. Den, die, das, die. Yes, this was also definite article till the end, even this. Now, that tendency also shows up in dative. For the first time, it's not en, it's also borrowing the endings of the articles, and that's the definite article. So if you want to say I help old friend, you don't say I help a old friend, you don't say I help the old friend, you don't say I help my old friend, you simply say I help old friend. Then you'll say ich helfe gutem Freund, guter Freundin, gutem Kind oder guten Leuten. Yes, I help good friend, good female friend, good child, good people. Okay, and the endings are literally taken from the definite article, them, they are, them. Fantastic. Now moving forward to the last one, whose house do you visit? You will not say I visit the house of a old friend, or of the old friend, or of my old friend. You will simply say I'll visit the house of old friend, no article. In that case, it'll be basically the endings are these. Let's find out. Ich besuche das Haus guten Freunds. Ich besuche das Haus guter Freundin. Ich besuche das Haus guten Kinds. Ich besuche das Haus guter Leute. Yeah. Now you'll see again, this list is made up of genitive articles with this, there, this, there. Now this is not written here as es because it would have collided with the es here. So basically we switch back to en. yes, and en for masculine and neutral. Otherwise, it's just like your genitive article, they are and they are, this, they are, this, they are, right? Fantastic. So this is your negative article, kind article table. And how to remember this? It's the easiest one to remember. It's got all the endings of the definite article, there, the, das, the, das, the, them, there, them, then, except for genitive masculine and neutral. It's basically en, er, that's this, there, this, there. So that was it. And in the next lesson, we'll be continuing the practice of the adjective endings. So catch me up in the next lesson. Till then, this is John Berlin signing off. All right, welcome back to this next part of the adjective declination lesson. And in today's lesson, we'll be practicing the adjective endings that we have learned in the previous lessons. Yes. And how will we do that? Let's find out. First, we'll quickly revise the 3 tables we learned, how to remember them. The easy way to remember them is by understanding how they are structured. If you see the first table of definite article, you'll see that basically nominative, masculine, feminine, neutrum, accusative, feminine, and neutrum are E. Rest all are en. So it makes the shape of a L, if you could remember that. Yeah, 3 of these and 2 of these are E, the rest are all en. Similarly, if we come to the indefinite article table, which serves also the negative article as well all sorts of pronouns, since the pronouns here replace the indefinite article. So basically, for this table, you'll see the nominative and accusative, both masculine, feminine, and neutrum. Yes, as you can see here, I'll try to highlight it. Masculine, feminine, and neutrum. They are both, they're getting the endings, they're borrowing the endings from the definite article. They are the, das, then the, das. Yes. So if you look at the masculine, it'll be their, feminine, the, das, just like er, as, and just like masculine, then, feminine, e, and neutrum, das, it'll be in, as. Rest all are en. Yes, that's the way you can remember. They are the das, then the das, rest all are en. Moving to the last table, we have the kind article table where there is no article involved. In that, we'll basically see that all the endings of all the articles are borrowed from the definite article. Yes, that means it's just like they are the, das, the, er, as, a, then the, das, the, n, a, as, a, them, they are, them, then, er, n, and except for genitive masculine and neutrum, that is en, the feminine are also borrowed from the genitive table. That's this, there, this, there. Instead of this, we have en. We don't borrow the ending of this, that is es, because it might clash with the nominative, accusative, neutrum. So you need to remember these ones are en. Perfect. Now this was a quick overview of the tables, yes, which are basically made on 3 things: the type of article, yes, the case, and the gender. So to make the sentences as well, we'll need to find out these 3 things. So that means these are the steps involved to attempt these sentences, which we have, and find the right adjective ending. Yes. So what is the, let's find out. Give me a little second here. I must, yes, so we continue and we'll attempt these sentences. Okay, now what we'll do, we'll follow the 3 steps. First, we'll find which table to use depending on the article. Is it definite, indefinite, negative, pronouns, kind article? Yes, the 3 tables. And then we'll find out what is the case. Is it nominative, accusative, dative, or genitive? Then we'll find the gender. So these 3 things we'll do, and we'll be able to find the correct ending. So the first sentence is: the good son visits the old father. So der gut Sohn besucht seinen Altvater. Now we could go to this, der gut Sohn, and we'll find out it's made up of der. That's the definite article. So before I get started with the endings, I recommend you go to the answer book, open up the 3 tables, which we are doing right now, definite, indefinite article, and our kind article table. Yes, so that you have them in front of you. You can pause the video and then attempt these exercises. Yes. All right. So we'll continue. Please have a look at the answer book and these tables. So I want you to go to the definite article table, and I want you to look at the case which is nominative, because who visits? Nominative, it's the subject. And then you go to the masculine gender, because zone is masculine, and you'll get E. Yes, perfect. Der Sohn, der gute Sohn besucht. Now here again, we have seinen alten Vater. So seinen basically is a pronoun, and it replaces the article, indefinite article. So basically, we'll go to the indefinite article table, and the case is whom. Yes, who visits whom. We'll go to accusative, and Vater is masculine. So you'll go to masculine, and you'll find einen, and einen has the ending of en. Yes, so just like that, seinen alten Vater. Der gute Sohn besucht seinen alten Vater. Now, the clever child always buys the most costly toy, or the costliest toy. Let's do this. So basically, das klug Kind. First, we'll find out the table. It's definite article table. Then we'll find out the case. It's subject. It's the subject, nominative, and the gender is neutrum. So basically, again, if you look at the table, that is definite article table, nominative, neutrum. You'll find das has the ending E. Yes, like we learned, the L shape, the first three of nominative and the two of accusative make the L shape. That's where the E is. Das kluge Kind kauft immer das. What does he buy? Yes, let's find out. So the case is, the table is again definite article. Yes, the case is what? Accusative. The gender is neutrum. So it's basically the das. Das also has the ending E. So we'll write das teuerste Spielzeug. Yes. Okay. Now the nice neighbors help the new tenant. Yes. Okay, so let's try to do this. So first we'll find the table. It's definite article table. The case is nominative. Gender is plural because they are neighbors, Nachbarn. So basically we'll go to the plural. If you remember, in that table, the plural of nominative is en, die en. So die netten Nachbarn helfen dem. This is dative, and the article is definite article. Case is dative, gender is masculine. All the datives are en, so without thinking we could write here, die netten Nachbarn helfen dem neuen Wohner. Okay, the little children of the beautiful neighbor play in the big garden. So basically, let's read the sentence. Die kleinen Kinder der schönen Nachbarin spielen in dem Großgarten. So basically, we'll find out this is der schönen Nachbarin. This is Genitive. How do we find out? This is the article der. It's between two nouns, Kinder und Nachbarin. So it has to be Genitive, which means of the. Des der. So basically, Nachbarin is feminine. So it's der. All right, now we know the meaning. Let's get started with the adjective endings. First, we go to die kleinen Kinder. So definite article table. Go to nominative. Kinder is plural. Go to plural. Die has the ending en. Die kleinen Kinder. Of the. Go to the definite article table. Genitive case. All the endings are en. So they are schönen Nachbarn. Spielen in dem Groß. Now, in is a dative preposition we learn in the future. Let me tell it to you right now. So this is just dative as well. Definite article table. All the endings are again en. So basically, the little children of the beautiful neighbor, female neighbor, play in the big garden. All right. Now the next sentence, it's like die Mutter von den kleinen Kinder macht das lecker Kuchen. So the sweet mother of the little children make the tasty cake. Yes. Now let's find out. we'll begin with the definite article table. The case is nominative, gender is feminine, and the ending, if you look, is the plus e. Yes, the Süße Mutter von den. Now, von is a preposition. In English, it means of. It's dative, which we learn in the future. So this part is also dative. So it's children. And if you know it's plural, what is the dative plural? It's dem, der, dem, den. That's how it's written. And all the dative adjective endings are en. So we'll write here. And if you remember, the article dem, der, dem, den has an extra n, like we learned in the plurals. It'll come here. So die süße Mutter von den kleinen Kindern macht das. What does she make? Accusative, yes. And the table is das, as we can see. Gender of Kuchen is neutrum, so it's like den, die, das. Again, it's the L shape, yes. And it'll be a E. Okay, das leckere Kuchen. Moving forward, we have a one here. The first prime minister of Germany was the most famous, so we write der erste Premierminister, basically definite article. Table we are looking at, the case is nominative, the gender is masculine, and if you see that, it will be der plus a. So der erste Premierminister Deutschlands war der bekannteste. Perfect. Okay. Moving forward, that is the clever man. We'll write das ist der. Ist is a nominative verb. Yes, basically. So yes, das ist der, the subject is this, der klugste Mann, the clever man. That is the clever man. So basically, how will we write it? We'll go to definite article table. We'll go to nominative masculine. You'll find the ending is e. That's like the cleverest man. Perfect. Now there's just a quick mention. If you want to write it like that man is the cleverest, you'll write it like this in German. Das ist, der Mann ist arm. Now, arm basically is made by an plus dem, which is dative. Yes, dem. So this will be basically having a dative adjective ending, which we all know is en. So this would be the case for all sentences in which you need to say something like this, that the man is the cleverest, the school is the best. Yes, whatever you need to describe like this, you'll need to say and then in the end put en, yeah, with the superlative. Yeah, perfect. So that is the prettiest girl, that is the most beautiful girl. So we'll write das ist die is definite article. We'll go to the case, it's nominative, the subject. Yes, and then we'll go to the gender feminine, that's der, die, das, der, die. So die is, as you see there, having an ending e. Das ist die schönste Frau. Now if you want to say the woman is the most beautiful, then you'll say that die Frau ist that's the most beautiful, is like, again the ending would be en, dative ending. This is a dative preposition. Okay, about this we'll be learning in more detail, but for now remember this is dative, that's why it's en. Okay, that is the costliest car, or you could say here, let's find out what will be the ending. Das ist das definite article, yes, and the case is nominative, it's the subject, and of course the gender is neutrum, auto is neutrum, so it's like der, die, das, and the ending, if you see under nominative definite article neutrum, it'll be e, yeah, the L shape. And then you could say the car is the costliest, it's the most costly. You could say das Auto ist am teuersten. Fantastic. So similarly, following these three steps, I would like you to attempt all the other adjective endings, and I'll try and see if I can do some more for you. Yes, so till the next part of this exercise comes, you try and cross-check with the workbook and have the adjective endings in front of you. I wish you all the best. So enjoy these adjective endings. It's a good way to revise everything we have learned. So this is John Berlin signing off till the next lesson. All right, welcome back. This is the last leg of adjective endings, and in this class, we'll basically be doing a few more sentences towards the end, and we'll see if we get them right. I suppose if people have had lots of practice to do till now, and the 3 steps which we had learned, in which you need to identify the table, know the case, determine the gender, that's the same which we'll be doing. And let's get started with the number 56 here. It says, Die Sus Tabitha spielt mit fresh Carlos. Now, basically we'll identify the table. It's the, that's definite article. Yes, it's nominative, the subject. And then we'll find out it's basically the gender. Tabitha is feminine, looks to be a name of a girl. So we'll go to der, die, das. Basically they are the, das, die. So they are the. If we go to nominative, feminine, definite article table, you'll get the ending E. Yes, supposedly you might have had a hang of it now. So die Süße Tabitha spielt mit fresh Carlos. Now here the first question is which table it is. We find no pronoun, no article here, so it's a kein article table. We go to the third table and then we find the case. It's mit is a dative preposition. Let me tell you, yes, that means whatever comes next should be dative. And with that in mind, Carlos is a boy, so we'll say it's masculine. So we'll go to dative masculine in kein article table. And if you remember, kein article table borrows the ending of the definite article dem, der, dem. So it'll be just like we'll say the end of dem, which is em. Yes. So die Süße Tabitha spielt mit freshem Carlos. So the sweet Tabitha plays with naughty Carlos. Okay. Mein erst Apple kostet mir 1,000 Euro. So basically, first we'll find which table. It's mein. It replaces the article ein, indefinite article table, and the case is nominative, basically what. And Apple is a laptop, which means it is der. Yes, so we'll basically go to masculine. So if you go to the indefinite article table, nominative masculine, you will get er. So it's here, mein erster Apple kostet mir 1,000 Euro. Okay, the clever man visits the rich neighbor. So basically, if you look at der Klugmann, the clever man, you'll first find which table. It's definite article table. Then you'll find which case it is. It's nominative, like it's the subject. Then you'll find the gender is masculine. So you'll see that it's E. Yes, definite nominative masculine. Okay, there, kluger Mann visits. Basically now again, we'll see here, which table are we looking at? There is no article, there is no der, die, das, or ein, or mein. It's simply without any article. So kein article table, and the question is, whom does the clever man visit? Wen besucht den der kluge Mann? So it's accusative, and we'll be looking at masculine. So kein article table, accusative masculine, it's en, just like the definite article endings, yes, which are borrowed in this table, den, die, das, die, den, en. Okay, I buy this broken car. I do not buy this broken car. So let's find out how can we do this. We could write here, ich kaufe dies kaputt. Now, kaputt is like broken, car, not. I do not buy this broken car. So basically, who buys what? What is basically broken car. Now let's get started with the steps. First, which table? Now this is a pronoun. These is a pronoun. You could also write these as. Both will work. No worries, we'll learn about this pronoun later. But this is a pronoun, like in English, this. It demonstrates something. So this is a pronoun. That means the pronouns replace the indefinite article. We'll go to that table, indefinite article, and then we'll choose what is the case. It's who buys what, accusative, and then we'll find the gender. It's neutrum. So basically, indefinite article table, accusative, neutrum. You'll find it is borrowed from the definite articles, den, die, das. So we'll write S. Yes, just like das, yes. Ich kauf dies kaputtes Auto nicht. Perfect. The last one, Mark visits often the house of old friend. Macht Besuch oft das Haus alt Freunds. So basically, who visits what of whose? So basically the question is whose Genitive. So we'll find here alt Freunds, das Haus alt Freunds. So when you see alt Freunds, there is no article here like this alt Freunds or eines alt Freunds or minus alt Freunds. So there is no article, no pronoun, kein article table. So we'll basically go to the third table and go to Genitive, and there we'll find masculine. You'll see the ending is en. So das Haus alten Freunds, the house of old friend. Fantastic. So these were some examples, and we'll also look into a very small theme here, how to say in superlatives that is the most. Now we already learned this earlier as well. That is the richest man, das ist der reichste Mann. That's the normal sentence with adjective declination. Yes, nominative, very, yes, definite article, nominative masculine, reichster, very good. Or you could say he is the most richest, or he is the most rich man. You could say it like this, ist arm. Arm is a preposition we learn in the future. It's made with an plus dem. Dem is dative, so it's dative. And basically you'll write like this, arm, and then you'll end the verb with en since the dative. You'll end the adjective with en since the dative endings are en. Yes, definite article. So it's basically an dem, which we write together as arm. So it'll become he is the richest man, he is most rich. Ist der reichste Mann, ist am reichsten. Sie ist die schönste Frau, sie ist am schönsten. Ist der stärkste Mann, ist am stärksten. She is the most beautiful girl, she's the most beautiful. He is the strongest man, he is the strongest, he is the most strong. Ist am stärksten. Fantastic. So this was the little theme which we had done earlier. I repeated it here. Superlatives, how to use it. Yes, when you don't use it with a noun separately, you use it like this. Okay, with a Okay, so with that done, we'll be catching us in the next lesson, in which we learn how to convert adjectives into nouns. So till then, see you in the next lesson. John Berlin signing off. All right, here we are back to German with John Berlin. Thanks for joining in. And today we'll be doing the topic how to convert adjectives into noun. Yes, for example, we have some sentences here. Der nette Mann, the nice man, we could simply call him der Nette. What did we do here? We simply remove the noun and we just capitalize the adjective. That's how we made a noun out of the adjective. So if we simply say they are nette, it'll by default be denoted for people. That means there, it's a masculine, and nette, it's like nice, so it's translating to be the nice man. Yes, because it's only for people by default. So if you simply write they are nette, it'll be understood like the nice man. Similarly, the hübsche Frau, you could simply remove Frau, yes, and capitalize the adjective hübsche, and it'll become the hübsche. It'll be understood that you're speaking for a person because that's the rule. Yes, it's always denoted for people. And when you say the hübsche, it's like beautiful woman. Okay, das große Zimmer. Okay, this is not possible here because Zimmer is not a person. We can't really make a noun out of this adjective groß because Zimmer is not a person. Genau. So with that in mind, we have a text here out of which we'll try to make adjectives into nouns. Yes, let's find out how can we do that and understand the meaning of the passage as well. Zwei betrunkene Männer sitzen auf der Straße. Two drunk men sit on the street. So instead of saying two drunk men, I could simply say zwei betrunkene. Two drunk sit on the street. it's automatically understood you're referring to, yes, men. Perfect. Okay, perfect. Moving forward. Sie gucken auf, okay, let's read here. Sie gucken, this should be Sie, good, right here, Sie. Sie gucken auf eine hübsche Frau. They look at a beautiful girl. So basically, instead of saying hübsche Frau, we'll remove the Frau, capitalize the adjective hübsche, and it'll simply become Sie gucken auf eine hübsche. Since it's eine, it's understood, it's been spoken for a woman, a beautiful. Okay, now we'll move forward. Ein achtsamer Mann beobachtet die Situation. What is achtsam? A careful person, a careful man. Beobachten is the verb to observe. The Situation is situation. Careful person observes the situation. So instead of saying a careful person, we'll remove the noun and capitalize the adjective, and it'll become ein. Let's find out. It'll become ein. Yes, let's make some space here. Ein, we'll capitalize the adjective achtsamer. Now it denotes a man. Yes, it's already understood. A careful man. Ein achtsamer beobachtet die Situation. Perfect. Okay, let's do a couple of sentences more together. Einige kleinen Kinder spielen auf dem Spielplatz. Now instead of saying einige kleinen Kinder, we could say einige kleinen. We could capitalize kleinen. Yes. And let's use einige, and einige will now describe kleinen, which will become a noun, and we'll remove Kinder, capitalize kleinen. It'll become something like this. Einige kleinen, yeah. So it will automatically be understood. It's being spoken for children. Einige kleinen spielen auf dem Sportplatz. Spielen auf dem Sportplatz. Perfect. Der Tolle an dem Wetter liegt an dem wehenden Luft. Now I have used an adjective toll, which is like great, greatness, and I have used it in context to the weather, an dem Wetter. Since if I would have said der Tolle, it would have mean the great man, but now I've specified I'm not talking about a person, I'm talking about the weather. So I had to write it properly here, an dem Wetter. So that's the way you could write the great thing about the weather, the Tolle an dem Wetter. Yes, if I don't write an dem Wetter, it might mean the great thing, the great person, the great man. But when I write an dem Wetter, it's like great thing about the weather, liegt an dem wehenden Luft, depends on the blowing wind. Okay, then we can't change anything here. It's already in adjective being converted into noun. Nothing to do here. We can move forward, and the rest of these sentences, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to get them. Just make sure the word that is being described is related to a person. If it's related to a thing like Zimmer, you will not be able to make its adjective into the noun. Genau, that's the idea. So perfect. Move forward. Try to translate the other sentences as well. Cross-check the answers in the answer book. Definitely you'll get the right ones. Take care. It's John Berlin signing off. All right, welcome back to German with John Berlin. Thanks for joining in. Today we'll be doing a topic of how to use verbs like can, should, and must in German. In German, we call these verbs modal verbs. What is the meaning of modal verb? Let's find out. Now, modal verb is a verb which is basically a helping verb, and it defines the answer how. Let's find out. What do I mean? Now, I say I go to work each day. Now, the question is how? It is my duty. So I could say I must go to work each day. So must in English is a helping verb, and it needs the main verb, which is to go. Yes, and it's just a helping verb, and it defines the question how. Similarly, I eat healthy food. How? I should eat healthy food. It is ideal. Yes. So again, should is a helping verb and the main verb is eat. Yes, so it's basically a modal verb. Yes, helping verb which defines the question, how. Fantastic. Moving forward, we could say I drive a racing car. How? Well, it's my ability. I can drive a racing car. So can is basically a modal verb. It's a helping verb and then it answers the question, how. And the main verb in this sentence would be drive. The helping verb is can. Yes, perfect. So in German as well, there are certain modal verbs, as you can call them. And there are 3 of them which are just like in English, like we just learned can, should, and must. And then there are few extra ones which we'll be seeing together in this lesson. So here's a list of modal verbs in German. Let's find out. So can, which we said in German, is können. Yes, perfect. Moving forward, should in German is sollen. Must in German is müssen. Yes. Then there are 2 helping verbs, 2 modal verbs which are not there in English. Let's look at them as well. To be allowed, like I am allowed, you are allowed, he is allowed. It's not about giving permission, it's about being allowed. So it's dürfen. Yes, perfect. Then there's the verb I wish. Yes, that is in German wollen. It also goes for I want or I wish. It's used for both. Now moving forward, we have some verbs which also might qualify as modal verbs, though they are not part of the main list. The main list consists of these 5 verbs. These 2 verbs can be understood like part-time modal verbs. They can also work like modal verbs and they can also work like independent verbs. Yeah, so they are both helping and independent verbs. For example, I can say the verb to like is mögen. Now I can say I like dancing. That's like a helping verb in which like is used like a helping verb. I like singing, I like reading, writing, it's like a helping verb. Or I could simply say I like pizza. Yes, so here it's used like an independent verb. So mögen is to like and möchten is would like. Both fall under the same category and are interrelated verbs. Yes, they can be as modal verb. I would like to order a pizza, or I can say I like pizza. I would like pizza. So they're working as both modal and independent verbs. So we'll be looking at all these 7 verbs and conjugating them and understanding them even in more detail. Let's get started. So to practice, what I can do, we can delete the conjugations and we could do it ourselves. Let's see if we can do it. So I'm deleting the conjugation here, and okay, we'll be beginning with the conjugation for the verb können. The first verb is können. Now this is a helping verb, and in all these 7 helping verbs, the structure of conjugation changes a little. That means the first and third person conjugation is the same. Yes, and as you can see, there is no E or T here. Yes, so let's find out how does it look. Können will become ich kann. Yes, then we'll add a st. Du kannst. Then we'll say sie es kann. Then we'll go to wir and we'll say können. Fantastic, just like the infinitive form. And then we'll go to ihr and we'll say könnt. Yes. And then we'll go to sie, we'll say können. Fantastic. Yes. All right. Now you'll see there is no basically umlaut here. It's just like the umlaut is here. Yes. There'll be no umlaut in the first 3 verbs, in the modal verbs. Yes, whatsoever. All right. Moving forward, the next verb is sollen. That means should. Yes. Let's conjugate. It's an easy conjugation. Ich soll, du sollst, sie es soll. Wir sollen, very good. Ihr sollt, sie, sie sollen. It means I should, you should, he, she, it should, we should, you all should, they should, and you should, formal. Perfect. Now moving forward, let's go to the third verb, which is müssen. Yes, let's make some space. If we can get it on this page, okay, we'll have it here and then half of it in the next page, no worries. So we'll do it like this. So müssen, let's get the conjugation done. It'll be ich muss, there'll be no umlaut. Ich muss. Du musst. Yes, just additional T. You can't write 3 S's. It looks really funny, so we just stop at 2. Musst. And erzias will repeat. Muss. Perfect. So I must, you must, he, she, it must. Ich muss, du musst, erzias muss. Then we'll come here and we'll conjugate the rest of the conjugations for müssen. Completed the first 2. Now we'll go to the next. And we can also delete these conjugations since we're doing it ourselves. So wir will be müssen. We'll write with an umlaut, müssen, yes. Then we'll write ihr müsst. Perfect. Then we'll write sie, sie müssen. Fantastic, yes. So the last 3 can have the umlaut, the first 3 not. Okay, dürfen is to be allowed. So we finished the first 3 modal verbs, which are just like in English, can, should, and must. Now the 2 extra ones which are not there in English, we'll try and attempt. Dürfen is to be allowed. We'll say it, ich darf, yes. Du darfst, erzias darf. Very good. I am allowed, you are allowed, he, she, it is allowed. Wir allowed, wir dürfen. Again, the umlaut comes back. Just like the infinitive. Ihr dürft. Sie, sie dürfen. Perfect. All right, moving forward, we have the verb wollen, which means I want, also understood as I wish. Let's make a little space here. Yes. So we could conjugate wollen just like we did sollen. Sollen became ich soll, du sollst, er, sie, es soll. Wollen will became, well, it's a little different though. Ich will. Yes. Ich will, du willst, er, sie, es will. Then we'll say wir wollen, ihr wollt, sie, sie wollen. Fantastic. Now moving ahead, we have the verb mögen, and this basically finishes the original modal verbs, which are können, sollen, müssen, dürfen, and wollen. Now the ones we're doing right now, mögen, this is a modal verb as well as an independent verb. Like I mentioned earlier, you could say I like and then end the sentence with a verb. I like singing, dancing, playing, or you could simply say I like pizza without putting any verb in the end. So it works in both manners. Let's see how it's conjugated. Mögen becomes ich mag, du magst, sie mag. Perfect. And moving forward, we can conjugate it again here by deleting the already written conjugations. We did the first 3, ich mag, du magst, sie es mag. Wir will conjugate the infinitive. Mögen, ihr mögt, sie, sie mögen. Okay, let's write mögen. Right. Fantastic, yes? So I like, you like, he, she, it likes. We like, you all like, they like, and you like. Formal. Super duper. Let's go to the next verb, möchten. Now this möchten is basically a popular verb, though it's to be learned later on in our learnings, in our teachings, and our classes. But möchten basically is a form of mögen, which we'll be studying about in the future. And for now, we could understand that if this is like, this is would like. Yes, it's called conjunctive zwei for your knowledge, but we'll be doing it later. And basically, if you built a conjunctive zwei, every verb gets preceded with a would. Yes, so this is would like, just like to like, would like. So basically the same verb in a different form. And we'll conjugate it like this. Ich möchte. Yes. So you see there is a umlaut here, but because this is not a original modal verb, it's something else which we are learning here, but it's important and popular verb, I would like. So let's write ich möchte, du möchtest. You would like. Sie es möchte. Very good. Mostly used to express wishes politely. I would like to order a pizza. Ja, ich möchte gern eine Pizza bestellen. Yes, bestellen is the verb to order. Wir möchten, ihr möchtet, Sie, möchten. Perfect. Fantastic. So these were the 7 different modal verbs, 5 modal verbs and 2 kind of part-time modal verbs, if you may. And in the next part of this lesson, we'll go ahead and we'll understand the exact meanings, and we'll make some sentences with the help of the structure to understand how are these modal verbs used. So thanks for joining in. This is John Berlin signing off till the next lesson. Alright, welcome back to German with John Berlin. In today's lesson, we'll be continuing the modal verbs, yes, which are the helping verbs which answer the question how. In the last lesson, we got introduced to the 5 main helping modal verbs and the 2 extra ones. So let's quickly recall the 5 modal verbs. First of all, they are just like in the English language: can, should, and must. Yes, so they are like in German: können, müssen, sollen. So these are the 3 modal verbs. Then there are 2 extra modal verbs in German which are not there in English, like wollen, which is to want, and dürfen, which is to be allowed. Yes, I'm allowed, you are allowed. The verb is dürfen. And we also did the conjugations of these verbs. So today we'll be revising those conjugations and further getting into the meaning of these modal verbs. So be with me here. The first modal verb we have is können. Now können could be interpreted like can, and to conjugate it, let's do it together like we learned in the last lesson. Let's see if you remember. It's können, it'll become ich kann. Very good. Du kannst, RCS, just like the same in the first person, kann. Then we'll repeat the infinitive, können. Perfect. Then we'll say könnt, yes, and then we'll say können. Fantastic. Yes, so these are your modal verbs. That's modal verb können. Now coming to the meaning of können, there are 2 meanings of the modal verb können. Just like in English, you can say I can drive any sports car. It's your ability that you can do that. Yes, or you could say it can rain tomorrow. Yes, it's a possibility that it can rain tomorrow. So in German we call the ability Fähigkeit, the Fähigkeit, and the possibility the Möglichkeit. So this could have both the meanings. For example, if you want to say I can speak German, it will be counted as your ability. Or if you want to say it can rain tomorrow, it could be your it could be a Möglichkeit, a possibility. So if you want, we could translate this in German as well. So the structure we'll be working upon, but let me just introduce you first. How to say I can speak German. Now you will begin with ich, who, ich. Then you will conjugate the modal verb in first person, ich kann. Very good. And then you'll write German, that's Deutsch. And then in the end, you'll put the main verb, that is to speak. And how will you put it? You'll put it in its original form, which is called infinitive form. That means, what is the verb to speak? Let's recall, it's sprechen. Perfect. So we'll simply write sprechen. So we will not say ich kann sprechen Deutsch. That's total falsch. That's incorrect. You will say ich kann Deutsch sprechen. The main verb always, and always comes in the end in original form, infinitive form. Perfect. Let's move forward. It can rain tomorrow. So let's get started. It's a passive verb to rain. You cannot say I rain, you rain. It doesn't make sense. All you can say is it rains. So the verb to rain, let's recall, did we learn it? Yes, it's called regnen. So we'll conjugate it for ich, du, sie, es. We'll conjugate it for es. Ich, du, sie, es. And s is, okay, let's get this font corrected. S, okay, we'll conjugate as kann. And tomorrow is morgen regnen. Fantastic. Es kann morgen regnen. It can rain tomorrow. Yes, you will never say es kann regnen morgen. That's total falsch. The main verb, that's regnen, to rain, will always come in the end in infinitive. Fantastic. Going to the next verb, sollen. In German, sollen, and in English, it could be interpreted like soll. Excuse me, it should be should. Yes, sometimes the language mixes me up. Okay, so sollen could be interpreted like should in German, Yes, in English. And let's find out how to conjugate sollen. Let's see if we remember it still. And we'll see the conjugation looks like. Very easy conjugation. Ich soll, du sollst, sie soll, wir sollen, ihr sollt, sie, sie sollen. Fantastic. Yes, that's the conjugation. And coming to the meaning, whenever you use should in English, it also kind of means something is ideal. I should eat green vegetables. I should run each day. I should walk each day. I should learn something new each day. These are all ideal things which one should do. Yes, so you could say basically something, when something is ideal, you call it sollen. Yes. So for example, I have a sentence here. I should eat vegetable. Let's translate this in German. Okay, so we'll conjugate for ich, that's I, and the conjugation is soll. Then we'll say vegetable, that's the Gemüse in Deutsch. The, or simply we'll write Gemüse. Gemüse. Yes, what is the verb to eat? Let's recall, it's essen. Fantastic. Ich soll Gemüse essen. I should eat vegetables. I should not smoke cigarettes. Yes. Let's find out. So we'll basically begin with ich, then we'll conjugate for ich. It'll be ich soll. Then what is cigarettes in German? It's Zigarretten. Perfect. Ich soll Zigaretten nicht rauchen. What is the verb to smoke? Rauchen. So I should not smoke cigarettes. Ich soll Zigaretten nicht rauchen. Fantastic. Yes. So what you should do, what you shouldn't do, what's ideal, what's not ideal, that is the verb sollen. Okay, let's move forward. The third verb we learned is müssen. Now müssen is interpreted like must in English, and we'll see if we remember the conjugation. Help me out. Ich muss, very good. Du, will it be triple S? No, it'll just be must, very good. And it'll also be must in RCS, fantastic. Wir müssen with an umlaut, like in the infinitive form. Ihr müsst with an umlaut, fantastic. And sie, sie müssen, fantastic, yes. So we got the conjugations right. The meaning is clear. It is one's duty. When it is your duty, you must do it, yes. So let's find out what is one's duty, what is not. So let's say I must go to work each day. That's my duty. So let's write here. Okay, so I'll conjugate for ich. It's ich. The conjugation is muss. Very good. Now to work each day. So first we'll in German mention the time. Jeden Tag, every day. Yes. Then we'll say the place. That is to work. In German we'll write zur Arbeit. Zur Arbeit. Very good. And then we'll introduce the main verb in the end, which is gehen, to go. Gehen. So the way we say zur Arbeit, we'll be learning when we do prepositions. Don't worry about that. And jeden Tag is simply each day. It's an adjective, jeden. So yes, ich muss jeden Tag zur Arbeit gehen. I must go to work each day. Now moving forward, I have another sentence here. I must not keep neighbor's garbage out. Or we could also negate the sentence like we learned earlier. There are two ways to negate a sentence. Either we could negate the verb like we have negated here, not put the garbage out. Yes, so not keep the garbage out. That's I've negated the verb keep. I could also negate the noun, that is the garbage. That means I could say I must keep no garbage of my neighbor out. Yes, fantastic. So these are two ways which we can do it. I must keep no garbage, or I must not keep neighbor's garbage. Yes, so it's both correct sentences. First we'll go with the first one, in which we are negating the verb, and we'll do it with nicht, like you remember. Yes, so we'll say ich muss, then we'll say what? The neighbor's garbage. Or ich muss nicht. Yes, you could also put nicht here. I must not. Ich muss nicht neighbor's garbage. That's garbage is Müll in German. And das Müll, you could say das Müll von dem Nachbar. You could say von dem Nachbar, or you could also make genitive. Yes, des Nachbars, that's of the Nachbar as well, genitive. Nach draußen is outside, yes. Stellen. Okay, fantastic, yes. Okay, I must not keep the garbage of the neighbor outside, that's not my duty. And you could also put nicht in the end with stellen, yes. You could also say, ich muss das Müll des Nachbars nach draußen nicht stellen. So here is the verb stellen and here is nicht, both written together. Yes, so nicht is negating the verb. Now we could also say it like this, I must keep no garbage of my neighbor outside. It will be ich muss das Müll, or not das Müll, that's the catch. We need to write negative article. What's the negative article? We'll be negating the noun, that's kein. So it's basically what must I keep? No garbage. That means accusative negative article. Neutrum, that will be keinen, keine, kein. Perfect. Kein. Kein Müll. Yes. Des Nachbars nach draußen stellen. Fantastic. Yeah. Super. So this was the sentence about the duty. One is my duty to go to work. One is not my duty to put out neighbor's garbage. Perfect. Now we'll go with the next verb. That is, now we finished the first three verbs which look like in the English language: can, should, and must. Now we'll be doing the verb dürfen, which is not there in English. It means to be allowed. Let's write the meaning: to be allowed. Yes, it could be interpreted like it's to have permission. Yes, to be allowed. So I'm allowed to drive the car. Let's write it here. So we'll first conjugate, which I totally skipped. Okay, so we'll conjugate. Let's see if we remember. The verb is dürfen. It'll change completely. It'll look like ich darf. Du darfst. As yes, the repetition of the first person. Then wir dürfen. Ihr dürft. Yes. Sie, sie dürfen. Fantastic. Yes. And then we'll basically use these conjugations to make the sentence here. First sentence is, I'm allowed to drive the car. So who is allowed? I, ich. Very good. We'll write ich. And we'll conjugate dürfen. It's ich darf. So I'll write ich darf. Then ich darf what? The car. Drive the car. So first we'll write the car. What is car? Car is neutrum. We'll go to den, die, das Auto. And the verb to drive is fahren. We'll write it in the end. Ich darf das Auto fahren. Fantastic. I'm allowed to drive the car. We are not allowed to go out during Corona. Okay, so we'll write basically we are. That means we'll conjugate for who? Wir. So we'll write wir. The conjugation is like the infinitive. Yes. So let's write the infinitive. Moment. Yes. Wir dürfen. That's the infinitive form. Now we'll first introduce the time. That's during Corona. That's we could use a preposition called während. Yes, that means during Corona. We could write Corona. Not go out during Corona. Nicht nach draußen. Very good. Okay, nach draußen gehen. Yes, perfect. We're not allowed to go during Corona outside. So we have negated the verb. We could also write nicht in the end. Wir sollten während Corona nach draußen nicht gehen. Yes, here the verb and the adverb are together. Nicht gehen. Fantastic. Going to the last modal verb on the list, the original last modal verb, which is wollen. The meaning of wollen is interpreted in two ways. It could be meant to say what, to want. So yes, to want or to wish. Fantastic. Let's conjugate. And it'll not be like wohl, which people sometimes say. It's will. Ich will. Du willst. Es will. We need to remember this. Wir wollen. Ihr wollt. Sie, sie wollen. Yes. Fantastic. Now we'll describe one want and describe one wish. Let's find out. So I want to order a pizza. You could say, who wants to order? Ich. Verb is wollen. We'll conjugate it for ich. It'll be ich will. Very good. What? A pizza. It's feminine. Neutral. It's feminine. And it's what? Accusative. Eine Pizza. Yes. What is the verb to order? In German, you call it bestellen. Ich will eine Pizza bestellen. So this is like a want. Then it could also be interpreted like a wish. I wish to travel the world. Ich will. What is the world? Die Welt. Accusative. Yes, den, die, das. It's die Welt. Reisen. Fantastic. It's to travel. Ich will die Welt reisen. So this is like a, you could say, a wish. Perfect. All right, fantastic. We go to the next two verbs, which are basically both a modal verb and both an independent verb as well. So the first verb is mögen, and we already know the meaning of mögen is, we have learned earlier, it's to like. Fantastic. So we conjugate the verb mögen, and let's see how it looks. So it looks like ich mag, du magst, es mag, wir mögen, ihr mögt, and sie, sie mögen. Fantastic. Yes. Okay, moving forward, we'll use this verb both as a modal verb and as an independent verb. Now, let's find out when you use mögen like modal verb, you could basically use it like the verb, the meaning says to like, and we'll also learn in the future, it also means probability. That means may. Yes, so this is something advanced, but it's pretty easy to understand, so we'll do it right now. You could use mögen like ich mag, like I may. Yes. Okay, let's find out. So I like to sing. Yes, I like to sing. You could simply say, basically it's like a modal verb here. You have a main verb to sing. So you'll write ich mag singen. Okay, ich mag singen. And then I like it. Now you could, as I said, it's basically simply interpreted like to like as well with independent verb. So you say I like it. You could say ich mag es. Yes, no other verb in the end. It's an independent verb, independent sentence. Now I could also say I may come. I may come. So ich mag kommen. Yes, I may come. Fantastic. So we have learned the meaning of mögen, it's to like, and let's put a slash and also write may. So I like to sing, I simply like it. So here it's a modal verb, independent verb, and here it's also a modal verb, but it is used with, it's used in the sense of may. So basically two meanings. Fantastic. Now we go to möchten, which is just a form of mögen, but we'll learn it anyhow. It's called conjunctive 2. We just add a would in front of the verb, and basically it'll look like this, would like. Yes, conjugate möchten, and ich möchte, du möchtest, sie, es, it'll again be möchte. Yes, let's write here möchte, wir möchten. Very good. Ihr möchtet, sie, sie möchten. Fantastic. So we got the hang of the verb. The meaning of möchten, as I said, is would like. It is also used to make a wish, but the verb we used earlier, which was wollen, was used basically to make a straightforward wish. Yes, I wish to travel the world. But mögen is basically a polite form and mostly used in a direct dialogue to someone, like you're in a restaurant, you want to order something, you will not say ich will eine Pizza bestellen. It might become a little too straightforward. You could rather say ich möchte eine Pizza bestellen. That's like I would like. It's a little more polite, yes? So let's find out. Genau, let's find out the sentences here. I would like to order a pizza. It's used like a modal verb. I could say ich, who? It's ich. The verb is möchten, conjugated first person. Ich möchte what? Eine Pizza. It's feminine. Bestellen. Okay. It's to order. Now I could also use it like an independent verb, and I could simply say I would like a pizza. Yes, I could say ich möchte eine Pizza. Yes, I would like a pizza. So both are right. Yes, so these last two verbs we did are semi-modal verbs. They could be used independently as well, like we saw here, ich möchte eine Pizza, ich mag es. Yes, so perfect. So this much for today. In this lesson, we'll continue with the practice for modal verbs. So catch me in the next lesson. Till then, this is John Berlin signing off. All right, welcome back to the next part of the lesson with modal verbs. Previously, we learned the list of modal verbs. There were 5 main modal verbs. There are 2, you could say, like semi-modal verbs, yes. So we did like can, must, and should, können, müssen, sollen, yes. And we did dürfen, wollen, like to be allowed, and to wish or to want. Then we did mögen and möchten as extra modal verbs, which are part-time modal verbs, you could say. Mögen is to like, and möchten is would like. Now we'll be attempting to make proper sentences with them, yes. The structure is, as we have already learned, the modal verbs comes in the second position, like we conjugated, yes. Ich kann, du kannst, that's the second position. And then comes the main verb at the end of the sentence in infinitive form. Now there could be 1 verb in the end, there could be 2 verbs. As many verbs there are, they will all be in infinitive. So let's get started with the first sentence. Before we do that, yes, please do have your consolidated grammar table in front of you. You will find it in your answer book. It will have your personal pronouns, your adjective, your basically verb conjugations, yes, and it will have your articles as well as your possessive pronouns all in one eye blick. So that'll be easy for you to structure the sentences, and I'll guide you, and you just need to refer to your table there. So let's get started and do the sentence. Okay, a doctor must treat the patient. So who must treat the patient? That's the doctor. That's they are arched, like I've written here. So let's write here, they are arched. Now the verb must, we recall it's müssen. We'll conjugate for third person. Ich muss, du musst, sie, es muss. They're arched muss. Then we'll say whom must the doctor treat? That's the patient. That's accusative. So you go to definite article, accusative column, and you find out patient, which is masculine. So that will be den. Yes, den, die, das, die. So we'll write den Patient. And the verb to treat is behandeln. So we'll write it in the end, behandeln. Yes. Perfect. Okay. The hummingbird can fly at 120 kilometers per hour. Okay, fantastic. So we have the hummingbird. It's called Kolibri in German. And we'll conjugate for Kolibri. It's singular. It's third person. So it's der Kolibri, masculine. Now we'll conjugate the verb can. Now the verb is können. It has got 2 meanings, which is Fähigkeit and Möglichkeit. Which one is this? So the hummingbird can fly, it's the ability, so it's Fähigkeit. So it's just good to know. And we'll conjugate ich kann, du kannst, sie, es kann. So the Kolibri kann. Now we have this at 120 kilometers per hour. In German, the preposition is a little different. We'll be learning about it, but it's like mit 120 Kilometer pro Stunde. The verb to fly is fliegen. We'll write it in the end, fliegen. Der Kolibri kann mit 120 Kilometer pro Stunde fliegen. Fantastisch. Okay, maybe director can resign from the film or resign the film. Yes. So we write here, we can basically begin with maybe. It's vielleicht, vielleicht. Yes, vielleicht. Then we'll introduce the verb in the second position. What are we conjugating for? Director. Director is Regisseur, and it'll be third person. So ich kann, du kannst, sie es kann. Kann. Then we'll write the subject. That's der Regisseur. Yes, we can write the subject either on the left of the verb or on the right. Der Regisseur. Vielleicht kann der Regisseur, what can he resign? Accusative, it's masculine, their film. So we'll go to accusative masculine indefinite article. It'll be den, die, das, die. So we'll pick up den Film. The verb to resign is kündigen. G-U Umlaut. Okay, vielleicht kann der Regisseur den Film kündigen. A politician should not exploit his position. All right. So who must not exploit the politician or a politician? Masculine. So it will be ein Politiker. Politiker is politician. Yes, let me correct the spelling. Politiker. Very good. Ein Politiker should not expect his position. So should, we already know the verb is sollen, conjugated for third person. Ich soll, du sollst, sie soll. Ein Politiker soll. What should he not exploit? His position. That's die Stelle. So first we'll write die Stelle, den, die, das, die, accusative. It's feminine, so den, die. But we don't want die, we need his. So we'll go to the possessive pronoun, which is his, and we'll add the e, yes, of die. So it'll become seine Stelle. Ein Politiker soll seine Stelle nicht. What is the verb to exploit? Ausnutzen. So we'll write here ausnutzen. Fantastic. Yes. So ein Politiker soll seine Stelle nicht ausnutzen. Politician should not exploit his position. The police is allowed to arrest a suspicious man. Very well. So who is allowed? The police. It's a feminine noun. We'll say die Polizei. Very good. Is allowed. What is the verb to be allowed? We learned it's an extra verb, not there in English. It's a modal verb. It's dürfen. Very good. We conjugate it like a little differently. Ich darf, du darfst, sie es darf. So it's third person singular. We'll say the Polizei darf. Now, whom can the Polizei arrest? A suspicious person or a suspicious man. So we'll basically go to accusative. Yes. And it'll be indefinite article here, so it'll be einen. Perfect. So the Polizei darf einen. What is suspicious? It's verdächtig, and the adjective ending would be basically, if you'll follow the three steps: identify the table, indefinite article, case is accusative, and gender is masculine. If you see the adjective table, it'll basically give you the ending en. Yes, so it'll be verdächtigen. The Polizei darf einen verdächtigen. Man, what is the verb to arrest? Verhaften. Fantastic. So the Polizei can arrest a suspicious person. Okie dokie, that was the sentence. Now we'll move forward and do some more sentences here. The children want to play in the playground. Okay, let's get to it. All right, so we'll be moving forward, and the sentence was the children want to play in the playground. So we'll say the children, which is like plural. Yes, der, die, das, die, it's plural. So we'll write here who, the Kinder. Yes, perfect. The Kinder want, the verb to want. Let's find out what was want. So können is can, sollen is should, müssen is must. Dürfen is to be allowed, wollen is to want or to wish. Now here it's want, we'll use it for want. Conjugating the verb wollen, ich will, du willst, sie es will, wir wollen, yes, perfect. Ihr wollt, sie, sie wollen. So this is like third person plural, they want. So we'll say third person plural, die Kinder wollen. Sie, sie wollen. Yes, die Kinder wollen to play in the playground. So first we'll write in the playground. The verb to play will come in the end. So in the playground would be im Spielplatz. Spielplatz. Yes. What is the verb to play? Spielen. Fantastic. Die Kinder wollen im Spielplatz spielen. Okay, we wish to travel in the world. Let's do the next one. And let's find out what's the sentence looking like. It's we wish to travel the world. To who wishes? It's we. It's ich, du, sie, wir. Wir. The verb is again to wish, which is like same verb wollen, interpreted like wish. So we'll again conjugate ich will, du willst, sie, will. Wir wollen. Very good. So we'll write here wir wollen. Now moving forward, wir wollen the world. We'll write first the world, then we'll write to travel. So what is the world? It's the Welt, and it basically is accusative. Who wants, who wishes what? So we'll write den, die, das, die. It's still the, nothing changes. Wir wollen die Welt. The verb is to travel. Reisen. Fantastic. So these were some examples I did with you. So all you need to do is basically follow the consolidated table of grammar, as well as try to cross-check your modal verbs, which we just learned, get the conjugations right. Pretty sure you'll be able to get the answer. Yes. And perfect. So I wish you all the best. I'll see you and do some more sentences with you in modal verbs. Till then, have a nice time, and thanks for joining in. It's John Berlin signing off. All right, so we are back in yet another lesson of modal verbs. So previously we had learned the modal verbs done sentences, yes, and we'd learned the structure, second position modal verb, last position the main verb, yes, and we had learned that basically we could have more than one verb in the end as well. But today we'll be practicing which modal verb to use. Since there are 7 of them, we might confuse one with the other. So let's try and find out. It's a subjective thing, depends on the context. So there could be more than one answer here. So let's find out which would be the right answer in these sentences. The first sentence I have for you is Wir dash nicht zu viel Fernsehen. What is Fernsehen? Fernsehen is to watch television, and nicht Fernsehen is not to watch television too much. So basically it is ideal that we do not watch too much television. So what is the verb we have for ideal? Yes, is it können, sollen, müssen, dürfen, wollen? You're right, it's sollen. So we'll conjugate it for wir. It'll be the same as its original form. Wir sollen. Perfect. Der Wächter die ganze Nacht wach bleiben. Okay, Wächter is the watch guard. Dash die ganze Nacht wach bleiben. Basically remain awake the whole night. Wach is awake. Bleiben is to remain. Die ganze Nacht, the complete night. So basically the watchman dash remain awake the complete night. So what should it be? Should it be sollen, können, sollen, dürfen, müssen, dürfen, wollen? Which one should it be? So if you look at it, it's about duty. It is his duty. So what is the verb for duty? It's müssen. Fantastic. So we'll conjugate müssen. For third person, ich muss, du musst, sie, es muss. Fantastic. Der Kolibri mit 120 Kilometer pro Stunde zurückfliegen. Okay, the hummingbird can fly backwards at 120 kilometers per hour. Yeah, so let's find out how will we say it. So as I mentioned, the Kolibri can, it's the ability. What's the verb with ability? It's können, Fähigkeit, ability. So we'll conjugate können in third person. Ich kann, du kannst, sie, es kann. Perfect. Der Politiker dash die meisten Stimmen kriegen. Now what is Politiker? It's politician. Die meisten is basically the most, yes. The most Stimmen, it's like votes, and kriegen is to get. So the politician dash the most votes, it's like wants the most votes. So basically the verb to want is, yes, you're right, it's not können, not sollen, not müssen, not dürfen, it is wollen. We'll conjugate. Ich will, du willst, sie, es will. Perfect. Then there is a big sentence here. Es dash eine Gefahr für Kurzschluss entstehen. Kurzschluss entstehen, wenn ich die Sicherung nicht umtausche. Okay, little big sentence, but no worries. I'll try and explain it to you. So it's basically, we could write it like this. I could remove the S. I could write this in front. Then it'll make more sense to understand it. Yes. So let's see if we get it right like this. What is eine Gefahr? Gefahr is danger. A danger for short circuit can arise. Kurzschluss is short circuit. Entstehen is to arise. A danger for short circuit can arise if, when is if, I do not exchange, yeah, or interchange the genau. That's the fuse, Sicherung. So if I don't change the fuse, there could be a danger of short circuit can arise. So can arise. What is the verb to, when you say can, it's possibility, it's Möglichkeit, that means können. We'll conjugate it for third person. Eine Gefahr, it's like a thing, third person, singular. So we'll say ich kann, du kannst, sie, es kann. Fantastic. Now the doctors is, it's like the Ärzte Tag über Tag in der Pandemie arbeiten. The doctors dash work day over day during the pandemic, in the pandemic. So basically it was the job and it was the duty. So duty related modal verb is müssen. Fantastic. So we'll write die Ärzte, it's like they, third person plural. Ich muss, du musst, sie, es muss. Wir müssen, ihr müsst, sie, sie. Give me the answer. Müssen. Fantastic. Die Ärzte müssen Tag über Tag in der Pandemie arbeiten. Okay. Kann dash mit beiden Händen schreiben. Okay. Was bedeutet der Satz? What is the meaning of the sentence? He can, schreiben is to write. Write with both hands. Beiden is an adjective, both. So mit beiden Händen. Okay. So basically it's about he can. So we've already written the answer here. Don't need to discuss it. It's already there. It's all about the ability. Yes, Fähigkeit. Perfect. Moving forward, we go to the number 8. It's about das Stadt den Obdachlosen bisschen Stützgeld geben. What is das Stadt? It's the state. The state dash den Obdachlosen. What is Obdachlosen? It's an adjective turned into noun. Remember we did adjectives turning into noun. Obdachlos is an adjective and we turned it into a noun which denotes people. So Obdachlosen, it's a dative noun here. It's den. To whom should the state give support money? Homeless people. So homeless is Obdachlos. Homeless people is Obdachlosen. And basically, if you look at the sentence, it could be interpreted in two ways. If it's the duty of the state, you could write must. If you think it's ideal, you could say sollen. So we could write here both in third person. Let's say if it's the duty, we'll say muss. If it's something ideal, you could say soll. Das Stadt muss or soll den Obdachlosen bisschen Stützgeld geben. Okay. Now, coming to the number 9. Die Touristen dash nach dem Zeitraum von Corona ganz viel reisen. Touristen is like the tourists dash after the time period of Corona, nach dem Zeitraum von Corona, ganz viel reisen, travel very much. So what is it all about? The tourist would like, yes, you could say would like to or wish to, whichever you like. So if you say wish to, it'll be the verb. What is the verb to wish or to want? Wollen. The Touristen is third person plural, so it'll be wollen as well. The Touristen wollen, or if you say would like to, it'll be möchten. You could write möchten as well. Nach dem Zeitraum von Corona ganz viel reisen. Perfect. Die Polizei dash die reichen Kriminellen abfragen dash. So what's the meaning of the sentence? Let's find out. Die Polizei is the police. Die reichen Kriminellen, the rich criminals, abfragen is to interrogate. and then again a dash. So it's like the police should be able to interrogate the rich people. Yes. So let's find out. It's like the Polizei is feminine, it's singular, third person, it's female, it's feminine noun. So the Polizei, it is ideal that they interrogate the rich people, that they are able to interrogate the rich people. So it's ideal, then we could write yes, or we could even interpret it like it is the duty, must. So you could either say ideal, soll, or you could say must, muss. Die Polizei soll or muss die reichen Kriminellen abfragen. And as I mentioned earlier, you can have more than one verb at the end of a sentence. It could even be a modal verb. You could repeat a modal verb like in the sentence, should be able to. So should, we already wrote. Be able to is like können. Like, so we could write here, können. Fantastic. Yeah, so we have in this sentence two modal verbs, sollen, können, or müssen, können, depending upon the sentence. Okay, which one you want to use? Fantastic. So, die Welt dash die Frauenrechte gegenüber sensibler sein. Okay, so let's find out. The world dash die Frauenrechte gegenüber. What is gegenüber? Gegenüber is a preposition we learn in the future, which means basically related to or vis-a-vis. So in relation to the women rights, the world should be more sensible. So it's about an ideal thing to do. So the Welt is basically third person singular, conjugating the verb sollen. Die Welt soll die Frauenrecht, or this should be den Frauenrechten gegenüber. Yes, I'll tell you this later, why we did this and what this basically means. For now, you could just learn that it's about in relation to. So the world should be more sensible in relation to women rights. Okay. Coming to number 12, it's like dash ihr etwas bestellen. Now it's like you all something order. So it's like, would you all like to order something? It's a polite question. Now we know the polite question is asked with möchten. Yes, would you all like? So we'll say we'll conjugate it for ihr, you all. Yes, we are not talking to du, we are not talking to basically we're talking to second person plural. So we'll say ich möchte, du möchtest, sie es möchte, wir möchten, ihr möchtet. Perfect. So let's write here möchtet ihr etwas bestellen. Perfect. Would you all like to order something? Now moving on, we go to the last question maybe. Let's find out. It's die Katze dash nicht neugierig. Die Katze dash nicht neugierig sein, aber meine Tochter ist immer neugierig. Yes? So basically neugierig is curious. Neugierig. So it's an adjective. So it's like the cat may not be curious, but my daughter always is curious. Yes. So the Katze, what is the verb which we learned is like probability, may. Yes, we learned mögen, also having the meaning of may, like a probability. So we could say die Katze mag nicht neugierig sein, aber meine Tochter ist immer neugierig. Okay. Fantastic. So I would do these other two as well. Let's see. Der Adler dash nichts von einem Raben lernen. Fliegt höher als der Raben. So supposedly Adler is like the eagle and Raben is like the crow. So let's say the eagle should not learn from the crow. The eagle flies much higher. It's like an idiom, maybe Spruch, sagt man in Deutsch. So let's say it's an ideal thing. So we write der Adler soll nichts von einem Raben lernen. Es fliegt höher als der Raben. Okay, one dash seine Arbeit ganz aufmerksam machen. Okay, aufmerksam machen. So basically one should do his work very carefully, or one must do his work very carefully. It's his or her duty. So we could rather say the verb müssen and we'll write man muss seine Arbeit ganz aufmerksam machen. Fantastic. Now, these were some sentences for you, and I'll join you in the next part of the lesson and see if I can do more sentences with you with modal verbs. Else, you can try the rest by yourself with the help of the structure we learned and the understanding of these modal verbs. Yes, so till then, I'll catch you in the next lesson. It's John Berlin signing off. Alright, welcome back to a new lesson with German with John Berlin. Today we'll be doing a particular type of verbs called separable verbs. In German we call them trennbares Verben. Yes, they have two parts. We have been looking at these verbs all along, like we had seen the verbs like anrufen, to call up, einladen, to invite. Yes, similarly there are many such modal separable verbs which we'll be doing in today's lesson. And let's get started without any further ado. So basically, a verb which is separable verb has a prefix and the main verb, which is called the stem, maybe, which we could understand in English. So we will only use the stem of the verb. We'll put the prefix at the end of the sentence. For example, the sentence is Ich mache die Tür auf. Basically, aufmachen is the verb. It means to open. I open the door. So machen is the main verb. It comes in the second position, conjugated for ich, and the last part of the verb is auf. It simply goes in the end. So one thing you must know in German when you read sentences, it's preferable you read the sentence till the end, because the verb basically gets, if it's a separable verb, understood only when you reach the end. Yes, if I simply read the sentence like Ich mache die Tür, it means I make the door. I'm literally making a door. But when I say Ich mache die Tür auf, it means I'm opening the door. Yeah, so you see the meaning changes with the trennbares Verben. So let's find out some common separable verbs and the meanings. The first verb is machen, which is to make. As soon as you add auf to machen, like a prefix, it becomes to open. You add zu, it becomes to close. And you add an, it becomes to switch on an electronic gadget. Ausmachen, to switch off the electricity or something. Yes, perfect. Then we have the verb setzen, which simply means to put. Yes, but when you say absetzen, it means to put down. When you say aufsetzen, it's to put on, like a watch or your glasses. Yes, then you have ziehen, which is to pull. Yes, but when you say einziehen, it's like or you could rather write it like anziehen, which would be the correct translation. There's a little error there. Anziehen is to pull at, or it's like you are dressing yourself up with clothes by pulling clothes on your body, at your body. So it's anziehen, to dress. Ausziehen, you're pulling the clothes off. It's undressing. Yes, perfect. Stellen is to keep. Aufstellen is putting something for display. Yes, and einstellen is to adjust something, and vorstellen is to introduce yourself. So you see the meanings completely change, and sometimes they're not easy to understand until and unless you know the real meanings. Okay, then the verb is laden, which means to load, practically load something. But when you say einladen, it means to invite. Yes, there is another verb, aufladen, which is like you charge your mobile with balance or your mobile with battery. It's aufladen. So that's an extra verb, a bonus you can try and remember. Okay, so I have some sentences for us. Let's find out which separable verb might fit in the best. So ich stelle das Radio auf 104.2 ein. This is already done. So basically, what does it mean? I set the radio at 104.2 frequency. Ich dash mir ein neues Hemd. Dash, perfect. What could it mean? Okay, perfect. So ich dash mir ein neues Hemd ein. Okay, so I wear a new shirt. Yes, I dress myself with a new shirt. So the verb to dress yourself is anziehen. So you'll conjugate the verb ziehen for ich ziehe. Now mir is for myself. We'll learn more in detail in the future lessons. Ein neues Hemd an, to pull at and dress yourself. Mach dash das Fenster dash. Es war zu kalt. So it's too cold. What should Mark do? It must close the Fenster, close the window. Window is Fenster. So to close, you could learn is zumachen. So we'll say Mark macht das Fenster zu. Yes. Es war zu kalt. It's too cold. Then we could say Joe dash das Licht von dem vor dem Schlafen dash. So Joe switches off the light before sleep. So vor is like before and dem Schlafen is like before the sleep. So let's switch off the light. What's the verb to switch off electricity? It's ausmachen. So we'll say Joe, we'll conjugate the verb machen for Joe. Joe macht das Licht vor dem Schlafen aus. Perfect. Now Joe dash das Licht dash. Es ist dunkel. Joe switches on the light. It is dark because it's dark. So basically he'll switch on. Again is anmachen, as you could see here. So we'll write here Joe macht das Licht an. Perfect. Es ist dunkel. Then Sam dash Joe to a party dash. So what could Sam do for Joe to the for the party? Invite. So Sam invites Joe to the party. So what's the verb to invite? The last verb here, einladen. We'll conjugate the part laden for Sam. Third person, ich lade. Du lädst, RCS, let. There'll be a umlaut. R changes to umlaut, yes. So let's write it here. Sam lädt Joe to a party ein. Fantastic. Moving forward, Joe dash das Fenster dash. Es ist ganz warm. It's very warm. Joe opens up the window. So how to open the window? It's machen is to make, aufmachen is to open. So we'll say Joe macht das Fenster auf. Es ist ganz warm. Okay, now we'll talk about the last one. This is Sam dash einen Tannenbaum im Zimmer dash. So what is a Tannenbaum? It's a Christmas tree. Yes, your Christmas tree which you put up there in the Christmas time. So what he does, he puts the Christmas tree on display in the room. And how to put it on display? It's the verb aufstellen. And Aufstellung means an exhibition as a noun, and aufstellen as a verb means to put up for display. So Sam stellt einen Tannenbaum im Zimmer auf. Fantastic, yes? So perfect. This was just a bit of introduction to the separable verbs. Join me in the next part to this lesson. We'll be doing a proper text and using many other verbs and learning many new verbs. Perfect. So till then, see you in the next lesson. Okay, so welcome back to the lesson, and we are continuing with the trennbares Verben. These are verbs which have two parts. Now I have a list of such verbs for you. We'll look at these verbs together, and then we'll try to put them on the right hand side where we have a text. Yes, so well, let's get started with the first one, aufnehmen. Now nehmen, we already know it's to take, and aufnehmen is to take on record, or in other words, to record. Yes, so you could be recording like taking a pic. You could be making an audio recording. Yes, it could be any sort of a recording that you're making, a picture, a video, or an audio. It's called aufnehmen. Now we have the verb einziehen, which rightly should be written like anziehen. It's a spelling mistake here. Anziehen is to dress. Yes, where you dress yourself. Now abnehmen. Abnehmen, basically nehmen is to take, and ab is off. We are taking off some weight. Yes, or basically reducing. By default, if you say ich nehme ab in German, people interpret it like you have reduced the weight, your body weight. So you could understand it like to lose body weight, or you could use it in any other context to reduce. Yes. So ausziehen. Ausziehen, we understood to take off, to pull off. It's to undress. Zunehmen, it's to basically the opposite of abnehmen. Abnehmen was to put away, or to take away. Zunehmen is to take on weight. Yes. So basically taking on weight. That's the by default understanding. If you say ich nehme zu, people think you've gained weight. Yes. Perfect, that's the understanding. The verb einladen, we already know it's to invite. Uncommon. Uncommon basically is derived from the verb common, which is to come. Uncommon is to come at, it's like to arrive, to come at a place, you arrive. Perfect. Aufstellen. Aufstellen we discussed earlier, it's to put up something on display. It comes from the noun Aufstellung, which is like to exhibit. Yes. Abfahren. Fahren, it's like to drive from or to depart. From where you depart, it's like to depart. Abfahren. Einstellen. Stellen, einstellen, it's to set something, to adjust something. Yes. Like we said, ich stelle das Radio auf 104.2 ein. It's to set the radio at 104 frequency. Now, einfallen is a passive verb. It means to occur. In what context? Like you say, it occurred to me. Yes, it occurred to me that something I forgot, or it occurred to me today is not a holiday. Yes. So how will we use it? We'll always use it in a passive manner. You will never say I occur. You will never say you occur. You always say it occurs. So you will say S. What's the verb? Fallen, einfallen. We'll conjugate fallen. It has a A. It'll change to A umlaut. And we'll conjugate it for third person. Remove the E and add a T. It'll become S. Yes. Felt. Perfect. S felt. Then you'll say it occurred to me. To me is dative. So it occurred to me. Es fällt mir. And then in the end you'll say ein. Es fällt mir ein, it occurred to me. It's like you could remember, a thought fell in my mind, einfallen. Yes, perfect. Vorstellen, it's to introduce, very important verb. Ich stelle mich vor, I introduce myself. So basically, vorstellen is to introduce. Aufhören. Now, aufhören is to stop. Ich höre mit dem Unterricht auf, I stop with the class. Yeah? So you could write here, aufhören is mostly used with mit. So I've written mit. Ausspucken. Ausspucken is to spit out. Yes. And colloquially, it's also used when you're not telling something. People say, hey, spuck aus. That means, hey, come on out with what you want to say. Yes. Or it means to spit out. Mitkommen. Kommen, we already know is to come. Mit is with. So it's like come along, to come with. Yes, komm mit mir, come with me. Aufstehen. Aufstehen, stehen is to get to stand, and aufstehen is to stand up. So basically interpreted like to get up in the morning. Aufstehen, like you open up your eyes, it's called aufwachen. You wake up, that's the next verb somewhere here. To wake up. Aufwachen, the last verb. And then when you find the courage to get started with the day, yes, after a good night's sleep, you basically get up. That's aufstehen. Yes, so aufstehen to get up, aufwachen to wake up. Vorspielen, basically it means to play. Vorspielen, it's to play a media file, it's play something. It's basically the play button which you have when you play something. Yes, so ich spiele ein Lied vor, play a song. Vorkommen. Vorkommen is when something comes up. Yes, to occur, or you could say something comes up, something happens. Yes, it's also a passive verb. You could write here passive. You never say I occur, you always say it occurs or something occurs. Etwas kommt vor, something comes up. Yes, or es kommt vor, it happens so. Yes, whatever the sentence you might want to say after that, it happens so that I can't come. Es kommt vor, dass ich nicht kommen kann, or ich kann nicht kommen. Yes, it happens so I cannot come. Hinsetzen is to sit down. Ich setze mich hin. Vorbereiten is to prepare yourself for something. So it's basically sich bereiten auf. Certain verbs are used with prepositions. That's a story for another day, but some we can of course learn. So ich bereite mich auf die Prüfung vor. I prepare myself for the exam. Anschauen, it's to look at. Ich schaue mir an. I look for myself something. Yes, to look at something. It's also interpreted like simply ich schaue den Film an. Look at the film. Zubereiten. Zubereiten, like vorbereiten, is also to prepare, but to prepare exclusively food. You don't need to explicitly say you're making food. When you say ich bereite etwas zu, it automatically means you're preparing some food. Yes. Zuhören. Now, aufhören was to stop, and zuhören has nothing to do with that sort. It's to listen. Yes, hören is to hear, zuhören is to listen. Yes, and basically, so you listen to someone, it's Dative. Ich höre dir zu, I listen to you. Yes, perfect. Who listens to whom? What? Ich höre dir deine, dein Geschichte, your story. Losgehen. Losgehen is basically you yourself get started with something. Wir gehen los, ich gehe los. Yes, you yourself get started for something. So basically it's to get started, to get off. Anfangen is to begin with. You begin with something. Ich fange mit dem Projekt an. I'm beginning with the project. Okay, now einsteigen, very important. Am Bahnhof, like at the train stations. Wenn man steht, when you're standing. Und kommt der Zug, the train comes. Man steigt in den Zug ein. You get in the train. Yes, perfect. Aussteigen. Yes, es steigt. Man steigt aus dem Zug. Aus, that means you're climbing out of the train. So einsteigen, aussteigen. Now einschlafen, important verb. You're watching a movie, you get sleepy, you fall asleep suddenly. So the moment you fall asleep, that moment is called ich bin eingeschlafen oder ich schlafe ein. I fall asleep. Perfect. Spazieren gehen. Now spazieren gehen basically is a separable verb where spazieren is your prefix, gehen is your main verb. So ich gehe spazieren, I go for a walk. Another very important verb is vorhaben. Now when I say vorhaben, it basically means what you have in front of you or what is your plan. Yes, what do you intend to do? So if I say ich habe vor, then I mean I intend to do, or my intention is, yes, my plan is. So was hast du vor? What is your plan for today? Or what is your plan? Was hast du heute vor? What is your plan for today? Nachdenken. Nachdenken, denken to think. Nachdenken could be interpreted like to reflect. It's always nachdenken über. To reflect about something, yes? Perfect. Let me write über. Ausgehen. Now this is an important verb. You go out to hang out. You go out on a date. It's all ausgehen. Ich gehe mit der Frau aus. Go out with the girlfriend. Yes. Aufwachen. Like we already discussed. You wake up in two parts. First you wake up, then you get up. So when you wake up, it's aufwachen. When you get up, it's aufstehen. Fantastic. So with that in mind, let's do these sentences. Ich dash halb sechs dash. So I dash at 5:30 dash. 5:30 we can remember, it's like half six. Half six could be interpreted like halb sechs. If you remember how we see the time, wie bestimmt man die Uhrzeit? Fantastisch. Okay, so ich dash halb sechs dash, and the verb is I get up at 5:30. Perfect. Okay, ich stehe, conjugate for ich, and the verb to get up is aufstehen, prefix is auf. So ich stehe halb sechs auf. Ich dash 30 Minuten früh dash. I wake up 30 minutes earlier. Yes? So how do I wake up? It's basically ich wache 30 Minuten, to be precise. It's plural, and I could write it capital. Ich wache 30 Minuten früh. Yes, auf. Fantastic. The verb is there to help us. Ich dash auf Facebook Einträge. What is Einträge? It's posts. Yes, and what do we do on Facebook? We see posts on our walls. So basically, ich dash auf Facebook Einträge auf mein FB wall dash. I see on Facebook on my wall posts, or I look at the posts on Facebook on my wall. So basically I'll write the verb anschauen, which means to look at. So we'll begin with the verb schauen. That's ich schaue. Mir, which is we'll discuss later in the future lessons. Why I wrote mir, it's like for myself. Ich schaue mir auf Facebook-Einträge auf mein FB wohl an. To look at. Perfect. Yes. Then ich dash morning selfie auf mein Handy. Dash. What do? I capture a morning selfie on my mobile. Okay, I don't know who does it, but let's suppose. Ich nehme mein morning selfie of mein Handy auf. Yes. Perfect. Don't worry about these prepositions, auf mein Handy and all we'll be learning in the future. Yes. Es dash mir dash, dass ich muss zur Arbeit dash. Now what is es dash mir dash? The verb is einfallen. So a thought fell in my mind, or it occurred to me. It occurred to me as fällt mir ein. It occurred to me. Yes, what occurred to me? I must go off or get off to work. Yes, ich muss zur Arbeit. Now this is a modal verb. With a modal verb we have learned the main verb comes in the end in infinitive. So we'll write it together. Losgehen. Fantastic. Yes, ich muss zur Arbeit losgehen. Es fällt mir ein. Ich muss zur Arbeit losgehen. It occurred to me. I must go to work. Ich dash mir ein Schlafanzug. Dash. Schlafanzug is a compositum made up of the verb schlafen and the word Anzug, which means suit. So night suit. I take off for myself my night suit. So to take off is to pull off. To pull is ziehen. And to pull off is, we'll conjugate it for ich. Ich ziehe mir meinen Schlafanzug aus. Perfect. Ausziehen. Ich dash nach der Dusche ein neues Hemd dash. So what is nach der Dusche? After the shower, I wear for myself a new shirt. So I'll basically say to dress up. That is the verb. Let's try to recall. It's not written here. Anziehen. Fantastic. To pull at yourself the clothes. That means to dress yourself. So here you go. I've written anziehen. And here are your brackets. So we'll conjugate for ziehen. Ich ziehe. Ich ziehe. Let's write here. Mir, for myself, we'll discuss later why I wrote this. Nach der Dusche ein neues Hemd an. Fantastic. Okay, der Bus dash 7 Uhr am Morgen dash. So basically the bus arrives at 7 o'clock in the morning. To come is common and to come at is uncommon to basically arrive. So der Bus is spoken as Bus. Der Bus kommt 7 Uhr am Morgen exactly an. So ich dash mein Frühstück dash. Now I prepare my breakfast. The verb to prepare for food is zubereiten. So I'll say ich bereite mein Frühstück zu. Prepare my breakfast. Very good. And then nach der Arbeit mein Freund mich zu ihm nach Hause. After work, my friend invites me at his place or at his house. So we learn how to say at his house. For now, you could read it like this: zu ihm zu Hause, to his place at home. That means at his house. So the main point being, what's the verb? To invite, einladen. Nach der Arbeit dash mein Freund. Mein Freund, basically, we'll conjugate the verb laden. Ich lade, du lädst, sie es lädt. Very good. So, nach der Arbeit lädt mein Freund mich zu ihm zu Hause. Very good. Ein. Super duper. Dash, dass wir einen Film sehen. He, basically, the verb is vorhaben. That means intends to. He intends that we see a new film. So basically, hat vor, he has a plan in front of him, or he intends that we see a new film. Dass wir einen neuen Film sehen. Now don't worry, the verb is gone in the end. We'll be learning about such structures. The meaning I'm telling you, that we see a new film. Okay. Wir dash mit dem Film. Dash. Now we begin with the movie. Yes. So basically the verb is anfangen. We are beginning with something. Wir fangen mit dem Film an. Fantastic. Now it is boring and I immediately fall asleep. Okay. So boring is langweilig. Ist langweilig. What is talking about their film? Masculine. Film is masculine. Yeah. So it is boring and I fall asleep immediately. Sofort is an adverb. It means immediately. And I'll use the verb to fall asleep, which is einschlafen. So let's conjugate for ich. Ich schlafe sofort ein. Super duper. Yeah. Okay. Moving forward. Dash mit dem Film. Dash, since I fell asleep, he stopped with the film. How do you stop? It's aufhören. We read it somewhere. Yes. Okay, so we have already written it here. So we'll write aufhören. It's to stop. We'll conjugate hören for wir. Ich höre, du hörst, sie es hört, wir hören. Fantastic. Wir hören mit dem Film auf. Boring film, we better stop it. Then we rather go late in the night, yes, in the park to take a walk. So we're dash, the verb is spazieren gehen, the main verb is gehen and the prefix is spazieren. So wir gehen, conjugated for wir, lieber spät in der Nacht in den Park spazieren. Fantastic. Yeah. Okay. All right. Moving forward. Ich dash gewicht ganz schnell. Dash. So basically, I'm saying I put up weight very quickly. So ich nehme Gewicht ganz schnell. The word is zunehmen. So zu. Ich nehme Gewicht ganz schnell. Zu. I must reduce at least mindestens 5 kilo, 5 kilos, yes? So mindestens is like minimum, yes? Okay, it's an adverb and we write here, ich muss mindestens 5 kilo abnehmen. Now, this is your modal verb, muss, this is your main verb, in the end, abnehmen, to reduce. Wir dash uns auf das Gras, dash. Now after the run, maybe we sit down on the grass, so wir, to sit down is hinsetzen. We'll conjugate setzen for wir. Wir setzen uns auf das Gras. Yes. Hin. Fantastic. Okay. Now what else? Wir dash über das Leben dash. Okay. Now we sit down. We reflect about the life. So we reflect. The verb is nachdenken. Conjugate denken for wir. Wir denken über das Leben nach. Fantastic. Okay, ich kau ein Kaugummi. Nach dem Spaziergang gehe ich zum Bahnhof. Zum Bahnhof. Ich dash Kaugummi in die Mülltonne dash und ich dash in den Zug dash. So Kaugummi, what is a Kaugummi? It's a chewing gum. Ich kau eine Kaugummi, I chew in a chewing gum. So after the walk, nach dem Spaziergang, gehe ich, I go to the train station and I spit out the chewing gum in the garbage bin. So how do I spit out? Ich spucke. Ich spucke Kaugummi in die Mülltonne aus. Ausspucken. Perfect. Und ich dash in den Zug dash. What do we do in the train? Zug means train. I get in the train und ich. What is the verb? Einsteigen, like we learned here. Yes, to get in. Und ich steige in den Zug ein. Wunderbar. Yes. Zu Hause dash ich zwar mein Lieblingslied dash. Now back at home, I play my favorite song. What is the verb to play a media? Vorspielen. Yes, you could say vorspielen, you could also say zuhören, you're listening to your favorite song, depends on you. So I've chosen to play, so it's ich zu Hause spiele, ich, and okay, how do I say spiele? Yes, spiele ich zwar means perhaps. It's used as an adverb here. Zu Hause spiele ich zwar mein Lieblingslied vorspielen. Fantastic. Danach ich ein bisschen auf mein Projekt. Dash. Danach is after that. Yes. After that, it's an adverb. You could say daraufhin. You could say demnächst. Yes, there are many adverbs to basically connect sentences. After that, I prepare for my project a little bit. Danach, the verb is vorbereiten. That means danach bereite ich ein bisschen auf mein Projekt vor. Fantastic. Yes. And ich gehe dann ins Bett. Ich träume von Penelope Cruz. I dream about Penelope Cruz. Yes. Ich dash in Traum mit Penelope Cruz. Dash, I go out on a date in my dream with Penelope Cruz. So ich gehe im Traum mit Penelope Cruz aus. Fantastic. Yes. Super duper. So this was our little exercise with so many separable verbs, but the list is unending. I would introduce you to some resources in my book or some links to help you learn more separable verbs. For now, this was the text, and we'll meet in the next lesson. Until then, this is John Berlin signing off. Alright, welcome back to German with John Berlin. In today's lesson, we'll be doing an interesting topic about how to make future tense in German. So we have begun with the tenses, and this is the first tense we'll be attempting. That's the future tense. Alright, now, just like in English, you say, I will do something. I will bake a pizza, for example. Then the verb you use to basically build your sentence is will. That's the helping verb. So we have an equivalent of the verb will in German, and it's werden. Now we had previously learned werden, it meant to become. Yes, I become a doctor, ich werde ein Arzt, I become a teacher, ich werde ein Lehrer. But here we'll be using werden as a helping verb. Yes, and it'll mean will. Yes. Now before we get started, let's conjugate the verb. It'll be ich werde. Very good. Du wirst. Sie es wird, wir werden, ihr werdet, sie, sie werden. So I will, you will, he, she, it will, we will, you all will, they will, and you will. Yes, so that's how you use the helping verb. And how do we construct a sentence? It's just like we did in the modal verbs. That meant we used the modal verbs in the second position, like ich soll jeden Tag Übung machen. I should do exercises each day. So it's like ich soll, soll comes in the second position, machen goes in the last. That means the same structure that we had in the modal verb sentence is here, where we use werden in the second position. Yes, and then we put basically the main verb in the last position. Yes, so the main verb goes in the last position. So the werden in second position, the sentence, then the main verb in the end in infinitive, just like in a modal verb. It could be one verb, it could be more than one verb, no problem. Okay, so moving forward, let's talk about the first sentence. This first sentence I have for you is, I will bake a cake. Now, as I mentioned, we'll conjugate the verb werden for first person. It'll look like, let's see, ich. Very good. Let's write it here. Ich. We'll conjugate for first person, werde. Werde. Now, Kuchen is basically der Kuchen. Let's update this. Ich werde what? Then it's accusative, and accusative is den, die, das. So we'll write den. Who does what? I will bake a cake. So ich werde den Kuchen, and the verb to bake is backen. Fantastic. Ich werde den Kuchen backen. All right, now with that in mind, we'll be practicing the future tenses. let me do a few with you. The rest I'll leave you to do yourself. I will visit you tomorrow. Ich, who, ich. Then we'll conjugate the helping verb werden. Ich werde. Very good. Ich werde. You. So whom will you visit tomorrow? Accusative. And accusative is du, dich, dir. So we'll pick up dich. So it's dich. Ich werde dich. Morgen. Morgen is tomorrow with a small m. Ich werde dich morgen. To visit is besuchen. Fantastic. Ich werde dich morgen besuchen. Super. Then we have they will invite us on the weekend. So who will invite us? They, that's third person. Ich, du, er, sie, es. Wir, ihr. Sie, sie. The little z will come here. Starting of the sentence. Write it big. We'll conjugate. Werden. Perfect. Sie werden. Let's write. Werden. Invite us on the weekend. So basically, sie werden. Whom will they invite? Us. That is accusative. So basically, wir, uns. We'll pick up the second uns accusative. Whom will they invite? Sie werden uns. When will they invite? On the weekend. We'll learn this in the future. It's written like am Wochenende. Very good. Sie werden uns am Wochenende. The verb is to invite, einladen. We'll put it in the end in infinitive in its original form. They will invite us on the weekend. Okay. Now moving forward, will you all come to the party? Now this is a question. We are going to make a question. If you remember how we made questions, we always began with the verb yes and we ended with a question mark. So we'll begin with the verb. The verb is will. You. We're talking to you. That is du, let's suppose. Second person informal, wirst. So we'll write here wirst du. It's not for du. If I have a look again, it's for you all. So I have to delete this and I have to go to you all. It's ihr. So I'll say werdet ihr. So let's write here werdet ihr. Now to the party, it's zur Party. We'll learn this in the future. Zur Party, to come is kommen. So we'll write kommen with a question mark. Yes. So we begin with the verb, end with the infinitive. Yes. So the position changes a little from what we learned because it's a question. Yes. Tomorrow will be our first marriage anniversary. So basically we could also write it like this. Our first marriage anniversary will be tomorrow. That'll make it easier to understand. So let's write it here. First we'll write our first marriage anniversary. So basically our is, let's write here. If you remember what is our, it's unser. Yes. And what will be the ending? We're talking about marriage anniversary. It's der Hochzeitstag. Yes, der Hochzeitstag. Fantastic. Now it's there. I must update this. Perfect. And as you remember, it's what? Our marriage anniversary, nominative. So there as an article does not give it ending. So it will remain unser. Unser erster Hochzeitstag. Very good. Unser erster Hochzeitstag will be tomorrow. Our first marriage anniversary will. Now this is basically Hochzeitstag singular, third person. It's a third person object. So we'll say werd. Yes. Werd. Masculine. Basically it's masculine. Hochzeitstag. So unser erster Hochzeitstag wird. Now when will it be? It's tomorrow. Tomorrow in German is morgen. Right, morgen. And the verb is to be. What is the verb to be? Yes, let's see who remembers. It's a very easy verb. It's a little difficult to remember sometimes. It's sein, to be. So we'll simply write sein. Unser erster Hochzeitstag wird morgen sein. So keep your consolidated table with you in front of you whenever listening to my videos. It'll help you understand why and how we get these possessive pronouns, articles. Yes, it's all in the consolidated table. Do you think we will go there? Let's find out. So first, do you think? It's like a question. So we'll begin with the verb. To think, it's denken. We'll conjugate it for you. Denkst du. The comma. We will go there. So what is we? It's wir. Let's write here. Moment. Wir. Then we'll conjugate for wir. It's werden. So we'll say wir werden. Der. What is der? Der is dorthin. Yes, wir werden dorthin. And the verb to go is gehen. We'll write gehen. Moment. Fantastic. Denkst du, werden wir dorthin gehen? Super duper. Yes. Now she will bring her sister to the party. Let's write this. Okay. All right. Now she'll bring her sister to the party. Who? She. It's third person singular. Conjugate for sie. Sie, and it will be wird. Her sister. Who? Her sister. So her is basically the possessive pronoun. It's derived from she. She is sie. All z's become ihr. So we'll write ihr. Sister is feminine and it's accusative. Whom is she bringing? So it's basically den, die, das, die. That means den, die. We'll add a e. Yes. Sie wird ihre Schwester. Sie wird ihre Schwester to the party. Zur Party bringen. Perfect. Okay. We'll move forward. Will you take me to the occasion? Occasion is der Anlass. Let's update this. So will you take me? Now we'll again begin with a question. It begins with will. That's the verb and it's conjugated for you. So we'll basically say wirst. If you're saying it to a friend, wirst du. Now whom will you take to the party? It's me. It's accusative. Whom? So ich, mich, mir. Mich is accusative. So wirst du mich? To the occasion is zum Anlass, zu dem Anlass. Now to basically take, I'll give you a verb. To take along is mitnehmen. Yes, mitnehmen is to take along. Wirst du mich zu dem Anlass mitnehmen? Fantastic. This is a question. Will you take me along to the occasion? Perfect. Wirst du mich zu dem Anlass mitnehmen? So these were some examples which I did with you. Now I'll return with some more sentences with the future tense. In the meanwhile, you attempt the ones which are pending. Use the consolidated table. Yes, look at the structure. Perfect. And you'll be able to get the sentences done without any problem. Cross-check with the answer book. And this is John Berlin for now with this lesson. I'll catch you in the next one. Till then, bye-bye. All right, welcome back to the next lesson of future tenses. Now we already learned the future tenses and the helping verb of a future tense is werden. We understood that, right? And we also made certain sentences. Now we'll see a combination of the future tense with modal verbs. Yes, that means is it possible to make future sentence with modal verb? In English, I don't think so. In German, let's have a look. So for example, earlier we learned that to use the future tense, we basically make the sentence something like this. We begin with the verb werden in the second position, then the sentence, then the main verb in infinitive. Now in the end, if you want, you could even add a modal verb in infinitive of your choice. How? Let's find out. Let's say the sentence is I'll visit you tomorrow, but instead you want to say it is possible I will visit you tomorrow, or it is my wish that I'll visit you tomorrow. You could say ich werde dich besuchen. Who visits whom? Ich werde dich. Dich is like du, dich, dir. Accusative is dich. Who visits whom? Besuchen, the verb to visit. Ich werde dich besuchen. You could add a modal verb of your choice. Können or wollen. If you say ich werde dich besuchen können, it'll mean it's possible I'll visit you tomorrow. If you say ich werde dich besuchen wollen, it means it is my wish I'll visit you tomorrow. So basically, if you want to describe in the future tense the element of how will you meet me tomorrow? It's possible. How will you meet me tomorrow? It is my wish. You could add on any modal verb to describe the question how. So let's find out. They will invite us on the weekend. Sie werden uns am Wochenende. It's the verb to invite, which went missing. Let me update it. Einladen. Very good. Now, how will they invite us? It is possible. Yes, or it could be their wish. So we could either say können if you want, or we could say wollen as well. Stavish. Werdet ihr zur Party kommen? Will you all like to come to the party? Now, how will you all like to come to the party? Are you allowed? Yes. So basically, werdet ihr zur Party kommen dürfen? You could write, how would you be? How will you be allowed to come to the party? You could write dürfen. Yes. Let's write dürfen. Or you could say, will you want to come to the party? Yes, like how would you come to the party? Would you want to come to the party? So you could say, werdet ihr zur Party kommen wollen? Yes. So this is dürfen, this is wollen. Denkst du, wir werden dort gehen? Do you think we will go there? Or do you think we will go there? How? That's like, denkst du, wir werden dort gehen sollen? Do you think we should be going there? Or können, could we be going there? Yes, you could add any modal verb. Sie wird ihre Schwester zur Party bringen. She will bring her sister to the party. It is possible. How? It is possible. Yes. So basically you could add können. Or if it's something which is like, it is ideal, she should bring her sister to the party. How? It is ideal, she should do it. So sollen. Okay. Depends on what you want to say. Wirst du mich zu dem Anlass mitnehmen? Dash. Will you take me to the occasion? How? Would you want to? Yes. Or can you? So you could say wollen. Or you could say können. Yes. Ich werde das Projekt bald fertigen. Dash. I will finish the project soon. How? It's a possibility. Or it's my duty. So you could write können, possibility, and müssen, that is my duty, whichever you wish. Yes, both are applicable. Werden wir die Tickets kaufen? Will we buy the tickets? How? Is it possible? You could write können. Yes, is it possible we'll buy the tickets? Or sollen? Is it ideal that we'll buy that? Or dürfen? Will we be allowed to buy the tickets? Yes. So you could write dürfen as well. Sie werden den Garten saubern. They will basically clean up the garden. How? They should. It's ideal, or it's the duty. Depends. Yes. So it could be sollen. You could also say müssen. Fantastic. So you saw how you could make future tenses even with modal verbs. All you need to do is add a modal verb in infinitive. It just gives a little more meaning to your future tense, to your future sentence. Perfect. So we'll meet us in the next lesson, and we'll continue with our tenses, and we'll be learning the past tense in the next lesson. So thanks for joining in. See you in the next lesson. Till then, John Berlin signing off. Okay, so welcome back to German with John Berlin. In today's lesson, we'll be doing the past tense in the German language. It's also known as Präteritum. So basically, it's like you're saying something in the past by converting the verb in its past tense. Like we have learned the present, which is I bake a cake. We learned previously the future tense, I will bake a cake. Yes, that's basically ich werde einen Kuchen backen, and ich backe einen Kuchen. Bake a cake, I will bake a cake. Now we'll be doing the past, which is ich backte einen Kuchen, I baked a cake. So basically we'll be building the past tenses of the verbs. Now there are two types of verbs in the German language, regular verbs and irregular verbs when it comes to the past tense. Now there is no way to know which one is a regular, which one is irregular. It comes with practice, but there are rules. If it's a regular verb, you have to make it into the past tense, like I'll just show you in a moment. And if it's an irregular verb, you have to make it in the past tense through another rule. So let's find out, beginning with the regular verbs. So if you happen to change a regular verb into past tense, you'll need to remove the umlaut. Yes, that's the two dots. You'll need to add a T in the infinitive form of the verb before the en, right? Perfect. And the first and the third person conjugations would be the same in the past tense. Yes. So we'll begin with the verbs which we already learned previously. They are the modal verbs. and they are all regular verbs. That means we can build their past tenses by following the rules we just learned here. So here we have some of the examples. For example, the first verb is can, must, should, können, müssen, sollen. Then we have to be allowed, to want, and to like. Dürfen, wollen, mögen. Now, it all in the present tense means I can, I must, I should, I am allowed, I want, I like. Now, we'll make it in the past tense. The meanings will change. The meanings we are looking for is we need to say instead of I can, or let's say if we interpret the meaning of können a little differently, let's say I am able to, we want to say I was able to. Yes, that will be a better translation. Okay, so basically können in the present is I am able to, and we learned today how to say I was able to. And basically müssen is it is my duty. We'll be learning it was my duty. And sollen is basically it is ideal. We learned today how to say it was ideal. Dürfen is it is allowed. We'll do today it was allowed. Wollen is I want. We'll be doing today I wanted. And mögen is I like. Today we'll be doing I liked. Let's find out how to do it. So basically, let me attempt to change the verbs into preteritum in front of you. The first verb is können. According to the 3 steps, we'll remove the umlaut from können, and we'll add a T before en. That means it'll look like konnten. Fantastic. We'll take müssen, we'll remove the umlaut, we'll add a T before the en. It'll be like mussten. Perfect. We'll take sollen, we'll take out there is no umlaut, so no worries. We'll simply add a T before the en. It becomes sollten. We'll go to dürfen, do the same, remove the umlaut, add the T, it'll be dürften. And wollen will again be wollten by adding a T. And mögen, please pay attention, would change a little in the past tense. It'll look like something mochten. Perfect. Yeah, so mochten means I liked. So here we have the German preteritums for the verbs. So können becomes konnten, I was able to. Müssen becomes mussten, it was my duty. Sollen becomes sollten, it was ideal. Dürfen becomes dürften, it was allowed. Wollen becomes wollten, I wanted. And mögen becomes möchten, I liked. So let's get to the conjugation. How will we conjugate these verbs? Pretty simple. You go ahead with konnten. Just like you normally conjugate, we'll do it. Ich konnte, very good. Du, we'll add a st, konntest, very good. Now, as per the rule, the first and third person conjugations are the same. We will not say konntet. We'll just remain with konnte, like in first person. Wir konnten, ihr konntet, yes, and sie, sie konnten. Fantastic. Similarly, we could do with müssen. It becomes mussten, and conjugation is ich musste, du musstest, sie es musste, wir mussten, ihr musstet, sie, sie mussten. Okay, moving on to sollten. We'll conjugate it ich sollte, du solltest, wir sollten, ihr solltet, yes, ihr soll. Okay, a little mistake here. It'll be wir sollten, infinitive, yes, ihr solltet, and sie, sie sollten. 3 are left. Let's do it together. Dürften will become ich dürfte, du dürftest, yes, dürftest, sie es dürfte, wir dürften, yes, very good. Let's write here dürften, ihr dürftet, and sie, sie dürften. Fantastic. Moving forward, there's the verb wollten. Yes, wollen becomes wollten, I wanted. Let's conjugate. Ich wollte, du wolltest, sie es wollte, wir wollten, ihr wolltet, sie, sie wollten. Lastly, we have the verb mögen in the past mochten, and it means I liked. So I liked will be ich mochte. You liked would be du mochtest. Sie es liked, he, she, it liked would be mochte again. And wir would be mochten, ihr mochtet, sie, sie mochten. Fantastic. So these were the past forms of the verb, the modal verbs. So let's move forward and see some other verbs to get the hang of the regular verbs, how to convert them in the past. Okay, so yes, before we do that, I see there are certain sentences which I have written down. So we'll be firstly attempting these sentences. Now we have the verbs in front of us on the left. We need to identify the right ones and write them here. So this is the first sentence. I could not help the poor man. You could also interpret it like I was not able. Yes, I was not able to help the poor man. I was not able to help the poor man. So which is the verb which says I was not able or I was able? It's können. It becomes konnten. So we have the verb konnten. We'll conjugate it for who. It is I. That will be ich. So we'll conjugate it here. We'll say I was not able to will be ich konnte, and not is nicht. Very good. Ich konnte nicht. Now basically the verb is to help, and the verb help is basically always dative, hidden dative verb. Who gives to whom help? So the question is to whom I was not able to help. It's the poor man, or to the poor man I was not able to give help. So I'll write to the poor man. To the is dative and definite article. Dative we'll go to masculine. Man is masculine. So it will be them, they are, them, den. We'll pick up them. Dem man. Ich konnte nicht dem Mann. And it's the poor man. Poor means arm. It's an adjective. We'll write here arm. All the adjective endings for dative are en. So it will become ich konnte nicht dem armen Mann. In the end, we'll write like we do in the modal verbs, the main verb to help in infinitive. Fantastic. Helfen. Ich konnte nicht dem armen Mann helfen. Was not able to help the poor man. Okay. It was my duty as a child to do the house chores. Okay, now it's again, it was my duty. What is the verb? To do duty is müssen. It was my duty is mussten. Conjugated for it was my duty. So I must. So it will be ich. Let's get started. Ich musste. As a child, as in German is als. It's a nominative preposition. We'll talk about it later. Als ein Kind. Ich musste als ein Kind. What I must do, it was to do the house chores. So house chores in German is die Hausarbeit. Yeah. So we'll write here die Hausarbeit. And to do, the verb is machen. So we'll write here machen. So ich musste als ein Kind die Hausarbeit machen. It was my duty as a child to do house chores. Okay, it was ideal as a child that I ate healthy. Okay, makes sense. All children should be encouraged to eat healthy. Yes. So it was my duty. That means I should, or it in the past, it will be spoken in the past. That means instead of sollen, we'll say sollten. Conjugated for I, we'll say ich. Let's get it right. Ich sollte als Kind, yeah, eat healthy. Healthy is gesund. Very good, gesund. And to eat, the verb is essen. To eat, or you could also use the verb, I'll give you a verb to basically nourish yourself. It's ernähren. Yes, a new verb you can learn, ernähren. Perfect. So it was ideal that I ate or I nourished myself healthily as a child with food. Okay. I was first allowed to drive the car at 20. So to be allowed, we already know the verb is dürfen, but we don't need dürfen, we need I was allowed. So it will be dürften. Fantastic. So let's pick up dürften. Conjugated for ich. Ich durfte at the age of 20. So in English, it's at 20. In German, it'll be with 20. So I'll write mit 20. I was allowed first with 20 years of age. So first is erst. Erst mit 20 Jahren. Yes, the N of the dative plural. Then, yes, mit is dative preposition. You need to remember this. It's though we'll be working on it in the future when we talk about prepositions. So, ich dürfte erst mit 20 Jahren what drive the car. So, what is accusative, car is neutrum, den die das, yes, das Auto fahren. Fantastic. Okay, moving forward, it was not possible that Paul became the prime minister. So we're talking about possibility. The verb comes to mind is können. We need past tense. It's konnten. It was not possible. So we'll conjugate it for third person. That's Paul. Paul could not become the prime minister. So we'll say basically Paul, we'll conjugate konnten for third person. It'll be ich konnte, du konntest, sie es konnte. Fantastic. So we'll write here Paul konnte. Okay, we could make this all a little bigger so that you could see it even more clearly. Yes, it's a little too small, I presume. So I'm trying to make all the sentences I wrote till now a little bigger. Okay, I think we'll be able to do it. Fantastic. Okay, schon gut. So Paul konnte could not become the prime minister. So konnte, what did he not become? Prime minister. To become is a nominative verb. Yes, subject equal to object. So we'll stick to nominative. And what is basically nominative masculine? Der Premierminister. So we'll simply write the same. Konnte der Premierminister nicht. What is the verb to become? Yes, werden. Perfect. So, Paul konnte der Premierminister nicht werden. I liked to eat fresh mangoes. So let's go to the verb to like. We already know mögen, but I don't need to say like, I need to say liked. It'll be möchten. Fantastic. So we'll conjugate. Ich möchte as a child. Oh, it's simply straightforward to eat fresh mangoes. I liked to eat fresh mangoes. Ich möchte what? Frische mangoes. Yeah? Frische mangoes. Perfect. So it's basically accusative. Yes, kein article table and plural. So it borrows the ending of adjective ending of basically borrows from the articles. That's the definite article. Den, die, das, die. So here is your die. Frische. So I'm talking about adjective endings here. There's no article. So ich möchte frische mangoes essen. I like to eat fresh mangoes. Okay, now we'll move forward. We have a new sentence. Let's try to do it together. If I can make a little more space, or we can go to the next page, not to worry. So we'll go to the next page. It's I wish to move to Berlin at 27. So basically, what's the verb to wish? If you recall, it's wollen in the past, wollten, so it will become ich wollte. In English, it's at 27. In German, it's mit 27 Jahren nach Berlin, towards Berlin, umziehen. Umziehen is to shift. Perfect, to move or to shift. Fantastic, moving forward. They wanted to see you all. Now, who wanted to see you all? They. What is they? Ich, du, sie, es. Wir, ihr, sie, sie. So it will be the sie. It will be written in the big. It's the beginning of the sentence. Otherwise, it's the small z. So we'll conjugate the verb that is wollten, wanted. So it will be wollten itself. Now, whom do they want to see? It's you all. What is you all? Accusative. So basically, ihr, euch, we'll pick up euch, accusative. Ihr, sie wollten euch sehen. Fantastic. So these were some examples of our past tenses with the help of modal verbs. Now, I would like to add on a little theme to today's lesson. And the theme is about subjective meaning of two of the verbs we learned, that is konnten and sollten. So objective meaning was pretty clear. Konnten was I was not able to do, or I was not able to. Sollten is I was ideal. But the subjective meaning of konnten is basically to give suggestion. Like in English, you say you could do this, you could do that, yes. And the subjective meaning of sollten is to give an advice, like you should do this, you should do that. So what is the difference between the normal können and this past form of können, like konnten, in terms of meaning? if it's not to do with the past. So basically the idea is, let's say someone comes to you for advice and they're looking for a doctor, and you say, I know a doctor, you can go to him. Now the person goes, and the doctor, let's say, isn't the best doctor, so you would not basically be liable for that person because you just showed that person a possibility. You didn't give any suggestion or advice. But if you say to the same person, you could go to this doctor, it's a good doctor, and the doctor turns out to be bad one, the person can come back to you because you gave him a suggestion. You said could, it's content, yes, so you can carry a little bit of responsibility. Similarly, sollten is even a step further. If you say to the person, you should go to the doctor, du sollst zu dem Arzt gehen, it's like just saying it's ideal that you should go to a doctor. You're not giving any suggestion. But if you say in German like du solltest, like yes, so solltest is like you're giving an advice. You should go to the doctor in that particular place. So you've given a more specific advice, and this is even more of a responsibility. If something turns out to be not good, you might be he might come back and say you suggested it or you advised it. So there's a difference between können and konnten. Yes, similarly between sollen and sollten. So we understood that. Now we'll use these two verbs in terms of the subjective meaning, and we'll see the first sentence here. It says dash eine Spezialistin fragen. So it's like saying he should ask a specialist or he could ask a specialist. So it depends. It's a subjective thing. What you want to say, you could either say he should or you could say he could. Yes, could is like giving a suggestion, should is like more of an advice. So it sounds a little more specific. You're talking about a particular person, kind of person. So you could rather say sollte. Perfect. Sollte eine Spezialistin fragen. Okay. Du darfst zuerst lernen, wie benimmt man sich gut. So you should or could first learn how one behaves himself. Benehmen is to behave. Yes. And the conjugation is ich benehme, du benimmst. Sie es benimmt. So how does one behave? It's a direct question. Yeah. Oh, it's a question with W-Frage. Sorry. How should one behave? So coming back to the point, should we say should or could? Now I could say it's something you could, it's subjective thing. So I would rather suggest you say you should. Yes. So it's an advice, very specific. So du solltest zuerst lernen, wie man sich gut benimmt. Okay. Oder wie benimmt man sich gut? Moving forward, dash bei der Lehrerin entschuldigen. Entschuldigen is to say sorry. Lehrerin is the female teacher, and is like he. So it's like he could or he should say sorry to the teacher. I would say we could go ahead with should. Yes. Okay. It's a straightforward advice. Now moving forward, there's a sentence du mein Fahrrad leihen, which means you can or you should borrow my bicycle. So what suits here is you could. Yes. You are just giving a suggestion. So it's du könntest. Fantastic. So the verb is konnten. We conjugate it for du könntest. You could borrow my bicycle. Now, ihr dash bei mir leben. It's like you all should or could live at my place. Now, both could be applicable depending on the situation, but ideal it would be you're giving a suggestion. Yes. So it's like ihr könntet. Perfect. You all could live at my place if you want. Okay, now we'll go to the next one. This is the last one. The students dash sich gut ausbilden. Now in Germany there is this concept of Ausbildung. It's a noun, Ausbildung. It means to learn a job through internship, like becoming a mechanic, gardener, carpenter, any of such activities. And basically the verb is ausbilden, to learn a job through internship. So students after the high school, nach der Hochschule or Gymnasium. In Germany you call the high school Gymnasium or Hochschule. They have either an option to go to the university, auf die Uni gehen, or they have the opportunity to do a Ausbildung. Yeah, 3 to 4 years of internship to learn a particular job. So here it's being said the students, now it's an option. Yes, they can do a good Ausbildung. So die Studenten konnten sich gut ausbilden. Yes, the students could, basically it's a suggestion, learn a good job by doing internship. It's an option. Okay, now this is the part for now, which we learned the past tenses with the help of modal verbs, some regular verbs, which we learned. These are all modal verbs which are conjugated in a regular fashion. In the next class of this lesson, we'll be learning how to deal with verbs which are irregular, how to change them into the past tense. Now, there is no way to find out which verb is regular, irregular. Just need to practice it. I'll help you out with that. So with that said, I'll see you in the next lesson. Till then, this is John Berlin signing off. All right, welcome back to German with John Berlin. In this part of the lesson, we'll be doing the subjective meaning of two of the modal verbs, that's konnten and sollten. Now, previously we had learned that konnten means I was able to, sollten means it was ideal. Those were the meanings related to the past. There is another meaning for these two verbs. It's not related to the past. It's basically a subjective meaning, and it's basically like if you say konnten, it means could, like you're giving someone a suggestion, you could do this or you could do that. And sollten, which means basically you should do this or you should do that, like an advice. Yes. So again, if you try to compare konnten and sollten with the original verbs können and sollen, let's try to distinguish. Können is simply when you say you can do that. Yeah, du kannst das machen. It's by using the verb können. It's simply showing a possibility. But when you say du konntest das machen, you could do that, it's basically telling him it's a suggestion. Yes, so giving a suggestion. Similarly, sollen is du sollst das machen. It's something ideal, you should do it. Yes, you're just showing something is ideal. But when you say du solltest das machen, like sollten, then it's like you're giving an advice. For example, if it's, let's say, a doctor, you say to a person that you can go to this doctor, then it's like you're simply showing a possibility. Du kannst zu dem Arzt gehen. Or if you say du konntest zu dem Arzt gehen, you're giving a suggestion. Similarly, if you go further, you could even say you should go to, you shall, I mean, in English, it wouldn't be so highlighted. Let's say it in German. Du sollst zum Arzt gehen. That's mean you're saying to him, it's ideal you go to the doctor. Or you say du solltest zum Arzt gehen. Now you're giving an advice. That means if something doesn't turn out well, he might come to you back and say you gave me an advice or a suggestion. You said du solltest or du konntest zum Arzt gehen, so then you bear a little bit of responsibility for shelling out suggestions and advices. Okay, now let's find out which ones are the right modal verbs which we could use here. I'm trying to get them deleted so that we could do them from scratch. Yes. So basically, dash eine Spezialistin fragen. So it sounds like he should ask a specialist or he could ask a specialist. Now there is no right or wrong answer. You could say both. You could either say sollten or you could say konnten. Yes. We could accept both and we'll conjugate it for So we'll write sollte or konnte. He should or he could ask a specialist. Yeah, I'll bend a little towards sollten because you're giving a specific advice, not just any person, but a specialist. Now, du darfst zuerst lernen, wie man sich gut benimmt. You should or could learn first how one behaves himself. Now, in this case, I would say we go with should. Yes, du solltest. So it's an advice. You should first learn how one behaves himself. If you say konntest, it'll not be wrong. It'll just sound a little bit of sarcastic. So it depends on the situation. Moving forward, dash bei der Lehrerin entschuldigen. That means he should be sorry to the teacher or he could be sorry to the teacher. I would say we say it's an advice. Sollte. Perfect. Moving forward, you dash mein Fahrrad leihen. That means basically you can or you should borrow my bicycle. So it's not like an advice, it's more of a suggestion. Yes, so you'll say du konntest mein Fahrrad leihen. Okay. Now, ihr bei mir leben, ihr dash bei mir leben. So it's like you all could or you all should live at my place. Doesn't sound like an advice, it's a suggestion. So we'll go with suggestion. That's konnten, conjugated for ihr, ich konnte, du konntest, wir konnten, ihr konntet. Perfect. Ihr konntet bei mir bleiben. You all could live at my place. Okay. Suggestion. Okay, now moving forward, we have another one. Let's find out. Okay, we have the sixth sentence, which says, let's find out. Die Studenten sich gut ausbilden. So what is the meaning here? Ausbilden is basically to learn a job through internship. It's very popular in Germany after the high school, nach der Hochschule, also known as Gymnasium. People have a choice. Either they could learn a job through internship, apprenticeship, or they could basically go to the university. So if they want to become a mechanic or a carpenter or basically something to do with such kind of a job, they'll do a Ausbildung, which is called in Germany, to basically learn a job through apprenticeship, or they could go to the university. So it's a suggestion. They could do either. So you could say die Studenten konnten sich gut ausbilden. Yes, perfect. Or from some people, it could be an advice that you should become one of these, you should pursue one of these professions. So could be die Studenten sollten. Perfect. Okay, super. So in the next part of the lesson, we'll be doing the irregular verbs of the past tense. Yes, as of now, we've just dealt with the modal verbs and we have learned the past tenses and the subjective meanings of these two. So catch me in the next lesson. Till then, this is John Berlin signing off. Okay, welcome back to the next part of the lesson for preteritums. That's the past tenses. We'll be dealing today with verbs which are not regular. Now, again, I point out if a verb is regular or not, we learn with practice. But let me tell you, once you know it's an irregular verb, how to make it into the past tense, we learn right now. Now, earlier we had learned certain rules for making a regular verb into past tense. This is the rule for irregular verbs. The first step, remove the umlaut, same as before. Now, the second step is mostly about practice. You need to change the stem of the verb, which changes differently for each verb, which means we need to learn this. Yes, so it's basically practice. Okay, we could write here practice. Okay, and then there is, while conjugating the verb, we'll see that when we conjugate, it's a little different. We are not using the e like we normally do in the verb conjugations. We use the e for ich mache or ich macht, or like we used in the modal verbs. Ich konnte, yes, du konntest, yes, konnte. So we'll not be using a e ending for the ich and the yes. We'll find out what we'll do for that. And also the last rule is the same, first and third person. It's the same conjugation. Perfect. So I'll attempt this table with you and I'll delete it from here. So let's say the verb is machen. Now this, for just to start, it's a regular verb. So we don't need to apply these rules. We'll apply the previous rules. We'll just add a t before the en and the verb from machen will become machten. Yes. So this is to do and this is I did, or it could also be interpreted to make or I made, past tense. Similarly, sagen is regular verb. We just added t before the en and it's sagten. I say, I said. Arbeiten is also a regular verb. We'll just add a t. Arbeiten, it'll just be looking the same. Arbeiten, but then we need to change it somehow. So what we do after adding an extra t before the en, we also add a e in between the two t's. So arbeiteten. Now it looks different. Yes. Also a little bit of a tongue twister. So yes, arbeiteten. These are the regular verbs and their regular past tenses. So if you conjugate them, it'll be just like we learned earlier. Ich machte, du machtest, es machte, wir machten, ihr machtet, sie, sie. machten. Okay, so you'll come back and write here machten. Now if you go to sagten, help me out, you'll get it. Sagte, sagtest, sagte, sagten, sagtet, and sagten. Perfect. Now going to arbeiteten, we'll basically say the same thing, arbeitete. This just sounds a little weird, but it's just logical. Do arbeitetest, arbeitetest. Okay, something went to the next page. Let's make this a little smaller if I can. Okay, let's see. Okay, then it'll be again ich, sie, es arbeitete. Then it'll be wir arbeiteten, ihr arbeitet, and sie, sie arbeiteten. Yes. Fantastic. So this is a regular verb, which should be not an irregular one. Let's write it's a regular verb, just having an extra e because of the spelling. Okay, now these are the verbs which are irregular, like sehen, gehen, and kommen. That means you can't really just add a t before the en. In fact, you don't have to add a t at all. Yes, there is no mention of adding a t here. So we'll not add a t. What we'll do, instead, we'll change the stem of the verb. It'll not be sehen anymore. In the past tense, it'll become sahen. Perfect. So the stem changed and we didn't add any t before the en. Now, gehen will not be geten. That will be regular form. It'll be the irregular form and it'll be completely different. Gingen. So from gehen it becomes gingen. Kommen becomes not kommten. That will be wrong. It'll become kamen with a single m. Yes. So that's why it's a little challenging at times to remember these past forms. That's why they are mostly used in the written form or while reading. Yes. So let's conjugate. Now the rule here for conjugation says there is no e in conjugation. That means if I conjugate, I will not say ich sah. That will be totally wrong. I'll simply say ich sah. Du sahst. Sie sah. Wir sahen. Ihr saht. Sie, sie sahen. Fantastic. Similarly, gingen will not be ginga. It will be simply ich ging. Du gingst. Sie ging. Wir gingen. Not wingen, it will be gingen. Ihr gingt. Sie, sie gingen. Fantastic. Similarly, for kamen, it will not be kame, it will be ich kam. Du kamst. Sie kam. Wir kamen. Ihr kamt. Sie, sie kamen. Fantastic. Yes. So we'll do another table here. This was just to warm up. We'll go next page and try to attempt the next ones as well. Let's delete the past forms, try to make them ourselves. These are all irregular verbs. Trinken will not become trinkten. In the past, it becomes tranken. I drank. Yes, perfect. Now, essen is to eat. It will not become esten. It will become assen. Yes, ate. Okay, denken is a regular verb, but it looks a little irregular. Let's find out why. So we'll be just treating this regular verb a little differently. That's why it's on the list. Now, denken will not become like denkten. It'll rather become dachten. So it still gets a T like it does in the regular verb. So it's a regular verb. Yes. And it will be conjugated as well as a regular verb. Dachten. Bringen will also not be bringten. It will be brachten. So these are regular verbs in which the stem changes. So these are exceptions. So we are doing it irregular. And gefallen is also irregular completely. It will not be gefalten. It will be gefielen. What is the meaning of gefallen? It's to be liked. To be liked. Yes. Perfect. And denken is to think. And dachten is thought. Bringen is to bring. Brachten is brought. Perfect. And if we didn't do the meanings of these verbs, we already I think we know a few. Machen is to do. Machten, I did. Sagen, to say. Sagten, did. Sagten, said. Arbeiten is to work. Arbeiteten, I worked. Sehen is to say, see. Sahen is I saw. Gehen is to go. Gingen is I went. Kommen ist to come, kamen is I, came. Fantastic. Now these are all irregular verbs. Let's conjugate them. There'll be no E. It'll be ich trank, du trankst, sie es trank, wir tranken, ihr trankt, sie, sie tranken. Perfect. Similarly for asen, it'll be ich as. Very good. Du ast. Very good. Sie es as. Wir aßen. Okay, let's bring this. Okay, not there. We need to write here. All right. Wir aßen, ihr aßt, sie, sie aßen. Moment. Yes. Fantastic. Yes. Now moving to these verbs, which I said this is a regular verb. It's just having its stem changed. I'll explain that later on why it changed, but it's a regular verb. We'll just conjugate it regularly. Ich dachte, du dachtest, sie es dachte, wir dachten, ihr dachtet, sie, sie dachten. I thought, you thought he, she, it thought, we thought, you all thought, they thought, or the formal you thought. Yes. Now brachten is also a regular verb, and it just has its stem changed, but the T is still there. So we'll be conjugating it like brachte, brachtest. Yes, you could make this a little smaller. Brachte, sie es brachte, wir brachten, ihr brachtet, sie, sie brachten. Perfect. Then in the end we have the verb gefühlen. As we see, it's completely irregular. We'll not add any E. We'll simply say ich gefühl. And du gefühlst. Yes. You are liked by, okay. To be liked by, you are liked by, I'm liked by. But then we mostly use it in third person. It is liked by. Yes. Then wir gefühlen, we are liked by. Okay. Wir gefühlen. You all are liked by. Ihr gefühlen. They are liked by. Sie, sie gefühlen. Okay. Fantastic. So here we have the verbs. Now moving forward, there are some verbs which are very important to be known even while we speak in the German language. These are the most important used verbs. Yes, they are haben, sein, and werden. To have, to be, and to become. So we need to learn how to say had, how to say was, and how to say became. Let's find out. Haben is a regular verb. It changes a little. It's hatten. To have, I had. And moving forward, let's, okay. So let's bring it back. Hatten. Then we'll go to sein. Now sein is I am, you are, he, she, it is. Ich bin, du bist, sie, es ist. Now we'll make it in the past tense. Waren. That is I was, you were, he, she, it were, he, she, it was. Yes. And we were, you all were, and they were. So let's see, it'll be like waren. It's a little irregular. And werden is also little irregular. It becomes wurden. Yes, so for these, okay, it becomes wurden. So I become, I became. Let's conjugate these. So it'll be ich hatte, du hattest, sie es hatte, wir hatten, ihr hattet, sie, sie hatten. Fantastic. For waren, it'll be ich war, du warst, sie es war, and it'll be wir waren, ihr wart, sie, sie waren. Fantastic. So this is irregular. It doesn't get an E. It's just war, warst, war, waren, wart, waren. This is regular. It gets an E. Yes. And this also behaves like more or less a regular verb, since the conjugation is such. It'll be ich wurde, I became, du wurdest, sie es wurde, he, she, it became, wir wurden, we became, ihr wurdet, you all became, sie, sie wurden. Yes, they become or they became. Yes, that's the plural. Fantastic. So these are some of the verbs which you must by heart. Yes, these are the 3 verbs, and the rest, of course, you should look through and you'll get the idea of the conjugations. Yes, and so this is just for revision for you to have a look until we get to the next part of the lesson, where we'll try and make sentences with these irregular verbs as well. So this is John Berlin signing off. See you in the next lesson. Okay, welcome back to German with John Berlin. In today's lesson, we'll be implementing the past tenses we have learned thus far. Yes, and we'll be dealing with both kinds of verbs, that's regular as well as irregular verbs. So are we ready? Fantastic. Let's get to it. So the first sentence is, he ate my cake. So let's find out how to say it in German. He ate my cake. So who ate? It's er. Ich, du, sie, es. So er. The verb is essen. It's irregular. Let me remind, it's irregular. So it's essen. There is no T. So it's essen. We'll conjugate the verb for third person. Yes. And we'll not add any E as well. So it'll be ich, aß, du, aßt, sie, es. Exactly, just like first person, us. So we'll write er. Okay, let's write er, us. Now, what did he eat? Accusative. Cake, let me update this, is masculine. So basically, it's first we'll write my, that's mine. And then cake is accusative masculine, that's den, die, das, die, that's den. So we'll add an en from den, meinen Kuchen. Yes, fantastic. Keep your consolidated tables open in front of you while attempting any exercises in this book. Yes, it'll give you the right guideline to choose the right possessive pronoun based on the articles and everything else that there is. So we went to the museum. Let's do this. We went to the museum. Who went to the museum? Wir. To go is gehen. Went is gingen. Very good. Wir gingen. Zu is a preposition like to. It's dative preposition. And basically we'll write dative. What's the dative neutral? Dem, der, dem, den. So it's basically dem. Dem Museum. Perfect. So the museum is pronounced a little different and written little differently. In English, it's E-U-M. In German, it's U-E-M. So it's Museum. Yes, Museum. So we are gingen zu dem Museum. And just since we're talking about museums, the plural of museums is Museen. Yes, we go to the museums. You could write zu den Museen. Yes, if it's plural. Fantastic. They came late. So who came late? They, ich, du, sie, es, wir, ihr, sie, sie, the little z written big because it's the beginning of the sentence. Let's write it. Sie, the verb is common. We'll make it in the past. Irregular verb, common with a single M. We'll write sie kamen and we'll write spät. Fantastic. Sie kamen spät. Okay, moving forward, we celebrated his birthday. So who celebrated the birthday? We, that's wir. The verb is feiern. It's a regular verb. We'll just add a T and make the past form. Yes, so it'll be wir feierten. Wir feierten what? His birthday. Now his, if you recall, is sein, mein, dein, sein. And what? It's the birthday. It's masculine, accusative. So den, die, das. We'll take the en from den and write seinen Geburtstag. Fantastic. We celebrated his birthday. If people are forgetting why we choose, how do we choose the possessive pronoun? Let's quickly recall. Possessive pronouns replace articles. So first we determine the article and then we give the ending of the article to the possessive pronoun. Since the article here was den, accusative masculine, the possessive pronoun got the en from the article. Okay, moving forward, did you learn the table? It's like a regular verb, lernen. We'll begin with the sentence with the verb since it's a question. Remember, the questions begin with the verb, then the subject, then the rest of the sentence. So let's say lerntest. Why did we say lerntest? Because the verb is lernten. In past, ich lernte, du lerntest, sie es lernte. So here we're talking about you, lerntest, du. What? Tabela is feminine. Let me correct this. So it's like die. Yes, what? Den, die, das, die. It's feminine. Die Tabela. Perfect. Fragezeichen. Question mark. Did you learn the table? Is the film liked by you? This needs to be in the past. So we'll write, was the film liked by you? Now the verb is gefallen, irregular verb, to be liked. What was liked? The film, nominative. We'll conjugate this for the film. It's a passive verb. It's basically to be liked. Something is liked by someone. So was the film liked by you? The verb gefallen in past is gefielen, irregular verb. Ich gefiel, du gefielst, sie es gefiel. So gefiel. Then what are we conjugating for? We are conjugating for the film. They are film. What? Nominative. They are film. Then from whom was the film liked by? From you or by you. You could write it in here. Dative in German. From you, it's dir. Now there's one little catch. If you remember the order of cases, if there are two like nouns and pronouns together, first comes the pronoun, then comes the noun. So we'll switch the order and write gefiel dir der Film. Yeah, so it's a little confusing since the subject goes away from the verb, but the meaning remains the same. Was the film liked by you? Yes? Fantastic. Did the house belong to you? Again, a verb which is not an active verb. It's a passive verb conjugated for the thing we are talking about. That's the house. Yes, so we'll conjugate the verb gehören. It's a regular verb. It'll become gehörten. Gehörten to be precise. We'll remove the umlaut. So it'll be gehörten. We'll conjugate for the house. House is, it's again a question beginning with the verb. So gehörten would be ich gehörte, du gehörtest, sie es gehörte. So gehörte. Now what? We're talking about the house. Did the house, so we'll basically say das Haus, nominative, belong to you. To you is also dative, yes. To whom? So it's dir, question mark, but again the order of cases, we remember when there are nouns and pronouns together, first comes the pronoun, then comes the noun. Gehörte dir das Haus? Did the house belong to you? Okay. Moving forward, we studied English at Oxford. So let's find out. The verb is studieren. It's a regular verb. So we'll just need to add a T. And we'll say we studied English at Oxford via studierten. English. English would be pronounced like English. Very good. And with the SCH, sh. Wir studierten Englisch an der Oxford Uni. Yes, or Universität. Write it completely, yes. Fantastic. Now, let's move forward. Let's do the next one. It says, I lived in Germany for 5 years. The verb is leben, regular verb. We'll change it into past. It'll become lebten, conjugate for ich lebte in. So first we'll determine the time in German, then this position. So first we'll say ich lebte für 5 Jahren. Then we'll determine the position in Deutschland. Perfect. Now moving forward, we'll talk about we had a good time. So basically, who had a good time? We, the verb is haben, very important verb. Regular verb, it changes to hatten. So we'll conjugate for wir hatten. What did we have? A good time. So basically, it's what, feminine, then die, das, die. So we'll basically write die gute Zeit, but we don't want die, we need ein. So we'll use ein and we'll just use the ending of die, eine. So wir hatten eine gute Zeit. Fantastic. We have another question here. Let's find out. It says, what was your number? So we could say it like this. Okay, let's say, what was your number? We'll say, W-Frage question. First the W-Frage was, then the verb which will be sein. It's not written here. Let me tell you, sein. So ich bin, du bist, sie es ist. And okay, sein will be changed to the past and it will become waren. Yes, irregular verb. So it will be ich war, du warst, sie es war. Was war? So basically, when you're conjugating for a W-Frage, you always conjugate in third person. Always. So was war, what? Deine Nummer. Yes, nominative, since sein and waren are nominative verbs. So basically, what was what? What was your number? Okay, was war deine Nummer? Moving forward, he became a musician. Who became a musician? Er. The word to become is werden. In the past, it becomes wurden. Regular type verb, though an exceptional verb. It's er wurde. What did he become? It'll basically be nominative because who becomes what? It's the same person. Yes, it's a nominative verb. So er wurde ein Musiker. Yes, perfect. How did we get ein? Basically from there, if I would have written nominative, it would be der Musiker. Der does not give its ending away, so we write ein Musiker when we change it to indefinite article. Fantastic. Moving forward, they helped the poor children. So basically now we have a verb helfen, which is irregular. So we'll say who helps, they help, which is sie. The verb helfen is irregular. It becomes halfen. So it will be conjugated for third person. Sie halfen whom. Now help, you remember, is a hidden dative verb. To whom do you give help? So sie halfen to whom? Basically it's the children. It's plural. So to whom is dative, children is plural, article is the, so it's them, their, them, den. We'll go to den. And poor is armen, arm plus en, adjective ending for dative. And kinder is kinder plus an extra n. Why did we write the extra n? Who will tell me? Yes. So it's written because the article den, them, their, them, den, has an extra n, which is written with the noun. Yes, remember the dative plural. Fantastic. Moving forward, let's talk about the next sentence. He gave to me his secret. Who gave to him what? Let's find out once again. Okay, he, that's er. Very good. Let's make it bigger. Er. Now give, the verb is geben. It's irregular verb. It becomes gaben. There'll be no e in the conjugation. It'll be er gab. Very good. To whom? To me. So it's dative, ich, mich, mir. So we'll write mir. Er gab mir what? Accusative. It's basically den, die, das. It's a neutrum. Geheimnis. Secret. It's a neutrum. So den, die, das is das. Geheimnis. Perfect. Now they recommended to me this book. Very good. They recommended for me or to me this book. Now let's see. I'll rewrite it here. The verb is empfehlen. It's an irregular verb. In the past, it becomes empfahlen. Yes. So we'll try to do it together. So who recommended? It's third person. That's the little z, writing it big. Start of the sentence. So let's write sie. And we'll repeat the infinitive, which I told you, empfahlen. Now to whom? To me, dative. That's ich, mich, mir. That's mir. So I'll write mir. What? Accusative. This book. So, or you could say the book. So let's say the book. Book is neutrum. So den, die, das Buch. Sie empfahlen mir das Buch. They recommended me this book. Okay, interesting sentence. They built the Eiffel Tower in 1887. The verb to build is bauen. Regular verb. Add a t, get the preteritum. It becomes, yes, bauten. Fantastic. Who built? They. Let's write they. Okay. So sie, the small z written big, beginning of the sentence. The verb is bauten, conjugated for third person. It'll again become bauten. Sie bauten. Very good. Sie bauten. In which year? In 1887. So in German, when you write a year, please note, you do not write any preposition. You will not write in 1887. You will not write it like this. You will write simply Sie bauten 1887. What? Accusative. Tower. Turm. It's masculine. So it will be den, die, das, die. It will be den. Den Turm. Fantastic. Who built the Taj Mahal? Let's find some space to get this one. Okay, I think we don't have any, so let's just try to squeeze it here. And let's see how it looks. Okay, who built Taj Mahal? V-Frage. First, the V-Frage who. How to remember how to say who? It's like the V-Frage in personal pronouns are just like your masculine definite articles, like der, den, dem, this. From there we get wer. Yes. And we always conjugate in third person. Wer baute what? Taj Mahal is masculine. So den, die, das, die. It'll be den. Den Taj Mahal. Perfect. Question mark. Where built Taj Mahal? Who built Taj Mahal? Perfect. Now, this was it for a little bit of practice. I'll join you back with some more practice. Till then, this is John Berlin signing off. Keep doing the practice. Welcome back to a new lesson of German with John Berlin, or to be precise, the continuation of the past tenses. Now, previously we did sentences and practiced regular, irregular verbs in the past tense. You come to know now why it's sometimes difficult to remember the past tenses while speaking, because it's just they are irregular. Now, but while writing letters, mostly people, of course, write the letters in past tenses. Yes. So here we have two letters today. One is a formal letter, the other is an informal one. We'll be learning the basic layout for both. Das Muster, basically the Muster, the zwei Briefen. We'll be doing the Muster. Muster is like the design. So let's find out what the basic design of a formal and an informal brief looks like. Brief is like letter, and basically how to structure it and how to practice writing some letters. Okay, now we have this letter written on the left in English, and the translations are on the right, and we need to just fill in the right verbs in the blanks. Genau. So let's find out if we can do it. We'll go sentence by sentence. So we'll go from the top, to be precise. It's like first we write, like in English, du. In German we write an. Yes, it's basically for Anfänger, the person to whom you're writing. Yes, that person is here. You write der Name des Anfängers, the name of the receiver, the Adresse, that's the street name, the city name, etc. Plus you write the pin code. In German it's called Postleitzahl. What is Postleitzahl? Post is post, like in English. Light is like to lead something, yes, and Zahl is the number. So to lead your post to the right place, this is the Postleitzahl. Fantastic. Now in German, you basically write Postleitzahl like PLZ, and that's, you write first. There is a 6 number Postleitzahl, sechsstellige Postleitzahl, and then you write the name of the city. Yes, in some countries, first you write the name of the city, then you write the Postleitzahl. In Germany, you first write the Postleitzahl, then you write the name of the city. Moving forward, you write date, Datum, in the the day, month, and year format with a dot, or which you call a Punkt, in the middle. Yes, that's the way you write the date. Then you come to Betreff. What is Betreff? Betreff is basically just like in English you say subject. In German it's Betreff, which means concern. What is the concern? It comes from the verb betreffen, to concern. Yes. Now it's the concern which we'll be writing here, and then we'll be writing the Anrede. It's like the salutation. Now the salutation would be very, like if it's a formal letter, you don't know it's a male or a female, then you'll basically write very respected ladies, Mr. or Mrs. Yes, it's like, what do you say it in English? It's like, genau, respected ladies and gentlemen. Yes, genau. So that's the same here. Sehr geehrte geehrt is basically an adjective. It means respected. Yes. And it's basically kein article table. If you remember kein article table nominative, yes, you'll find out that the plural is e. The adjective ending for kein article table in nominative is e. It gets borrowed from nominative. Definite article, there the das die. That's where you get your e from. Sehr geehrte, now you'll write Damen. It's like the plural of Dame. And Herren, it's the plural of Herr. So that's how you write your Anrede. Then it'll come Einführung. It's the introduction which you'll be writing. Yes, then basically this is the introduction. Then you could separate it like this. Then it'll be the Inhalt, that's the body. And in the end, there'll be Schluss, which you see the last sentence, which is like some action or the conclusion. Yes. Perfect. Now moving forward, let's find out what is the theme. It's about people breaking rules in park. Yes. So it's like respect. It's we write the letter to the Department of Health. It's die Gesundheitsabteilung, Wagnerstraße, Postleitzahl, Berlin. Okay, betreff Leute halten die Regel nicht ein. The verb is einhalten, which means to observe, and Leute is like people, observe, do not observe, to be precise, the rules. That's the people breaking rules in the park, people not observing the rules. So we'll begin, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, and we'll see what's the first sentence. It is in regards to the current pandemic. So how do we say it is in regards? Now the verb, we'll be learning it more detail in the future. Let me introduce you right now. It's called beziehen, which means it corresponds to or it relates to. Yeah, so we could use a noun as well from the verb. It's like Bezug, yeah, corresponding to. So es ist in Bezug, it is in accordance or corresponding to the aktuelle Pandemie, the current pandemic. Yes, es ist in Bezug auf die aktuelle Pandemie. Then people gathered themselves in the park. Leute dash sich im Park. Now we need to find out the verb gather, and the verb is versammelten. Perfect. It comes from the verb versammeln. It's a regular verb. We add a T, it becomes versammelten. So we'll conjugate it for third person. Leute, we'll write versammelte sich im Park. They gather themselves in park. Sie dash parties am Wochenende. So what is the sentence? They did parties on weekend. The verb is to do. Machen in the past tense. It's a regular verb. It becomes machten. Like you can see here, machten. It's like did. We'll conjugate it for genau. Sie, that's third person plural, and we'll write Sie machten parties am Wochenende. They did parties on weekend. Now what else? Sie dash laute Lieder. Genau. This is an extra word here. We'll remove it. So we'll just write Sie dash laute Lieder. What do I want to say? They played loud songs. So the verb is to play, and the verb in German is basically spielten. It comes from the verb spielen. Yes, it's a regular verb. You add a T, it becomes spielten. So we write Sie spielten laute Lieder. Yes, loud songs. What did they play? Songs. Accusative, kein article table, plural, E. Perfect. Sie dash die Regel nicht dash. Now again, just like we had written in the first sentence of the betreff here, einhalten is the verb to observe, and the past tense of einhalten is einhielten. That's a really irregular verb. So einhielten. Genau. Let's see how will we do it. So we'll write, fantastic. We'll write they did not observe the rules. Sie. We'll conjugate the verb einhielten. It's a trennbares verb. We'll pick up the verb hielten, conjugate it for sie, and it'll be written like sie hielten. Now what did they not follow? What did not observe? The rules, die Regeln nicht, and the verb finishes with ein. Perfect. Let's write ein. Sie hielten die Regel nicht ein. Then einige Gruppe dash in der Premise Pizza und Burger. Some groups ate pizza burgers in the premise. Yes, so it's to eat. The verb to eat is essen. In the past it becomes. Let's find out. Must be written here somewhere, or if it's not, yes, it's here. Assen, ate. So we'll write here sie. Okay, sie einige Gruppe. It's like sie, plural, third person. Assen. Sie aßen in der Premise Pizzas und Burger. Sie dash keine Masken. Perfect. So they wore no masks. Okay. Let's find out what is the verb to wear. Haven't written it. Let me just write it for you. The verb is tragen. And in the past, tragen becomes trugen. Yes. So you'll write here. Trugen. Trugen is to wear. So we'll conjugate trugen. In third person, it'll remain trugen. Sie trugen keine Maske. Perfect. Ich dash sie über die Gefährden. I inform them about the dangers. So the verb to inform is informieren. Regular verb in the past, it becomes informierten. Informed. So basically conjugate for ich. Ich informierte. Ich informierte sie über die Gefährden. I informed them about the dangers. Perfect. But let's see, what did they do? Sie dash. Okay, and then there's another sentence I missed. Ich dash ihnen, aber sie dash mir nicht zu. So I explained to them, but they did not listen to me. So what is the verb to explain? It's erklären. Regular verb in the past, it becomes erklärten. So it's like conjugated for third person. It's conjugated for first person. Ich erklärte. Erklärte ihnen, aber sie dash mir nicht zu. But they did not listen to me. The verb to listen, let's see if it is written here. It's zuhören, past regular verb, zuhörten. So it's basically trennbares Verb. So we'll just conjugate hörten in third person. Sie, that's they. Sie hörten. Very good. Sie hörten mir nicht zu. They did not listen to me. Now, I hope that no one became sick. Now, we need the verb ich hoffe darauf, dass niemand krank. Now, don't worry, the verb is coming in the end. This is a different type of sentence. We'll still be learning it. So the verb itself is to become, which is werden. In the past, it becomes wurden. Very good. So we'll conjugate, dass niemand krank. Niemand is like third person. We'll conjugate no one. Became, it will be wurde. Yeah? Niemand krank wurde. Perfect. Bitte helfen Sie mir mit dieser Situation. Please help me with this situation. It's a imperative Satz with an exclamation mark. Yes, how to give orders. It's a polite order. You please help me with this situation. Ich freue mich darauf, dass Sie mir zurückschreiben. I hope of that you write me back. Mit besten Grüßen. Let's finish the letter. John Berlin. So it's like Begrüßung. Perfect. So basically it's, you begin with the an, Empfängername, Adresse, Datum, Betreff, Anrede, Einführung, Inhalt, Schluss, Begrüßung. Yeah, fantastic. So that's how we write letter. Now we'll be continuing another letter in informal, and we'll do that in the next part of the lesson. So catch me in the next lesson. Till then, it's John Berlin signing off. See you soon. All right, welcome back to yet another part of the Präteritum, and this is another letter. Yeah, last time we had done basically a formal letter. We had written to the Gesundheitsabteilung, that's the health center, about people not observing rules in the park, gathering, doing parties. And this time we'll be writing to a friend, an informal letter. Yes, so there is no big change. It's just about the Anrede, the salutation changes, the Begrüßung, how we basically put on the greetings in the end, that changes. Yes, And of course, the way we talk that changes. So let's find out. Now, this is a letter I've written to it's like a very known name I've used here. It's Klaus Wowereit. People who don't know, ist doch der Bürgermeister Berlins. He's the mayor of Berlin. Yes, it's called Bürgermeister. Bürger are citizens. Meister is the head of citizens. Yes, mayor. So it's just like a fun letter here. Let's find out. It's about the time in lockdown, and we'll be basically beginning the letter the same way, like to, it's an, yes, the Adresse und der Name des Empfängers, the name of the receiver. So we'll need to update the name. It'll be Klaus Wowereit. Perfect. Now we'll write the Straße. Let's the name of the street. Yes, let's update it to Tiergarten. Okay, just to change the name, Tiergarten. And you could write down, of course, the other things related to the address, like Postleitzahl. First comes the 6-digit number. Yes, then the name of the city. Sechsstellige Nummer, dann kommt der Name der Stadt. Okay, moving forward, then comes your Anrede. That's like how you read them. It'll basically be Dear Klaus Wowereit. You could write anything like hello or lieber. Lieber is like dear. Dear Klaus. How are you, old friend? Wie geht es dir? Yes. Wie geht es dir? Perfect. Alter Freund. If you want, you could write that. Then you could go and say, I was in lockdown since last 3 months. Ich dash im Lockdown seit 3 Monaten in Berlin. Yes. So basically we need to say I was. The verb is to be. I am, that is sein. In the past it becomes waren, that is was. So we'll write here for first person, it's irregular verb. So we'll have simply ich war. I was in lockdown since 3 months in Berlin, seit 3 Monaten in Berlin. Ich darf nicht ausgehen. I was not allowed to go out at all. Now to be allowed is dürfen. In the past it becomes dürften. Let's look for dürften. Is it somewhere to be found? Else we'll write it ourselves. Okay, it is here. Was not allowed. Dürften. So we'll say ich dürfte. Very good. Nicht ausgehen. Then it's like ich darf dich zu deinem Geburtstag besuchen. So I wanted to visit you for your birthday. So what is the verb to want? It's wollen. In the past it becomes wollten, conjugated for ich wollte. Yes. Fantastic. Wollten. Ich wollte dich zu deinem Geburtstag besuchen, aber ich das nicht können. However, but I could not come. So the verb is could not. I was not able to come. So basically we'll write the verb können in the past konnten, and it will be conjugated for ich konnte nicht kommen. Perfect. Now, however, I spent a good time in lockdown. However, in German is allerdings. It's an adverb. Allerdings, ich dash gute Zeit im Lockdown. I spent. Now the verb to spend is verbringen. When you say spending time, it's verbringen. Not the spending money. It's ausgeben. That's another verb. Verbringen is the name of the verb to spend time, and the past tense is verbrachten. Perfect. Just like bringen becomes brachten, verbringen becomes verbrachten. Conjugated for ich, it's a regular verb. Verbrachte. Ich verbrachte gute Zeit in Lockdown. Ich dash online Poker spielen. Okay, so what is online poker? It's like I liked to play online poker. The verb to like is mögen. In the past it becomes möchten. For all you people who remember, if it's not written, we'll update it. So it's möchten. Yes, liked. So we'll use möchten, and it'll be ich möchte. Very good. Ich möchte online poker spielen und ich dash $3,000 auch. And I won $3,000 as well. So what is the verb to win? Like you can see at poker, and I won $3,000 too. Verb to win is gewinnen. In the past it becomes gewonnen. Irregular verb, unregelmäßig Verb. So we'll write it here. We'll conjugate it without the E. Ich gewann. Yes. So we'll write gewann. $3,000. Ich dash das Geld für Corona. Now I donated that money for Corona. So the verb to donate is spenden. It's a normal verb, regular verb. We added T to it. It becomes spendeten. So we'll say ich spendete. Very good. Das Geld für Corona. Ich dash nicht Fußball spielen. Okay, now what's the sentence? Let's find out. I could not play any football. However, I was not able to play football. The verb to be able is können, past konnten. So we'll use konnten in first person. Ich konnte nicht Fußball spielen. Very good. Ich konnte nicht Fußball spielen. I missed that. Yes, I missed that. So the verb to miss, I'll just update here. It's called vermissen. Regular verb. It'll become vermischten and it becomes mischt. So ich conjugated for ich, it'll become ich vermischte das. I missed that. Moving forward, I also learned new languages like German. So the verb to learn is lernen. In the past it becomes lernten. So we'll say ich lernte auch neue Sprachen wie Deutsch und ich dachte an meine alten Freunde wie du. And I wrote to my old friends like you. So the verb to write is schreiben. In the past it becomes, now this one you need to remember, it's irregular, schrieben. So it'll be just ich. We'll not put an E in conjugation. Irregular, ich schrieb an meine alten Freunde wie du. Erzähl mal über die Situation dort. Tell me about the situation there. Schreib mir zurück. Write to me back. Mit freundlichen Grüßen, John Berlin. Yes, friendly wishes, John Berlin. So these are the two ways we could do a letter. Formal, informal, mostly both the same. Yes, just we change the Anrede, we change there's no subject. Yes, the ending changes. Fantastic. So thanks for joining in. This was the informal letter. In the next lesson, we'll begin with the new tense, and I think we'll be doing perfect tenses. So see you in the next lesson. Take care. Welcome back to German with John Berlin, and today we'll be picking up a new topic for our lesson. The new topic of today's lesson is perfect tenses. So what are perfect tenses? So if we just review a little what we did thus far, we began with the present tense, I bake a cake. We went to the future, I will bake a cake. We did the past tense, I baked a cake. Yes, and now we'll be doing the perfect tense, that is, I have baked a cake or I had baked a cake. What's the difference between the past tense and the perfect tense? Now the meaning of perfect is when an action has taken place perfectly, it's finished. Yes, so when an action has finished in the present, you call it present perfect. When an action has finished in the past, you call it past perfect. Yes, so the present perfect is I have baked a cake. The past perfect is I had baked a cake. It's finished. Okay, it's over. So the action has completed itself. Now finding the German counterpart of the same tense, let's see how it goes. Now basically the idea is in English you use have or had depending on the tense, present or perfect, as a verb to make perfect sentences. In German we do not just have one helping verb, we have two helping verbs. Yes, one is the same like have and had, which is haben. Yes, or in the past it becomes hatten, like you could see here. So basically haben is have, hatten is had. And there is another verb which we use, sometimes it's called sein and waren. Yes, so this is something we'll have to adjust, that when we make sentences in English we normally use have or had. Now we'll be trying to figure out if we use haben or hatten, which is like have or had, or should we use sein or waren, which is like I am, I was. So let's find out what makes this helping verb change and what are the conjugations of this helping verb quickly. So the helping verb haben, we did this earlier on, the conjugation is ich habe, du hast, sie es hat. It's not habt. Yes, it's hat. Please remember that B goes omitted, so it's hat. Wir haben, ihr habt, sie, sie haben. Yes, so if the stem changes, like you remember, it only affects the second and the third person, like you can see here, hast and hat. Perfect. So it's the first verb we did earlier on. One of the verbs we did earlier on. The past form is hatten, which we just did in the last lessons. That it's hatten, that's the past form, Präteritum. Ich hatte, du hattest, sie es hatte. Wir hatten, ihr hattet, sie, sie hatten. Fantastic. So that's the conjugation for haben, hatten. For sein und waren, it's like ich bin, du bist, sie, es ist. Wir sind, ihr seid, sie, sie sind. I am, you are, he, she, it is. We are, you all are, they are, and you are. Formal waren would become the past tense, Präteritum, and it is read like ich war, du warst, sie, es war. It's irregular, there is no e in the end. Yes. Wir waren, ihr wart, sie, sie waren. Fantastic. So these are the verbs which we'll be using. Sometimes haben or hatten, present and past. Sometimes sein und waren, present and past. So let's find out a couple of examples before we go into learning the structures and stuff, just to see what we'll be learning. So if you say I have made a pizza, it'll be like ich habe, I have. Ich habe eine Pizza gemacht. Gemacht is like I made. I have driven to school will be basically ich bin zur Schule gefahren. Now this is the thing we'll be learning. Why did I change the helping verb from haben to sein? That is ich bin. Yes, let's find out what basically makes this switch happen. So let's go further. So the basic rule is that first we understand that the verbs which have movement, it's written here, I was looking for this. So the verbs which have movement, any probable, any fundamental movement, not probable movements, fundamental movement. That means like you are running, you're traveling, yes, you are going, you are coming, you are jumping. All these are fundamental movement. Whenever you do these, there is a change in your position. Yes. Then there are some movements which do have movement, some verbs, but they are not fundamental movement, like I play. Now when you play, there is movement, but you can also play mind games, you could play chess. So there is no movement in those cases. So these are probable movements. We don't want them. We just want proper movements. If there is movement, we'll use the verb. If there is no movement, pardon me, there's no movement, we'll use haben or hatten as a helping verb, just like in English. But if there is movement in the verb, like I mentioned, fundamental movement, we will not use haben and hatten, we'll use sein and waren. Yes, I am, I was, I have, I had, I am, I was. This is something we need to get accustomed to. And these were the examples we did. I have made a pizza, ich habe eine Pizza gemacht. I've driven to school, ich bin zur Schule gefahren. Gefahren is basically the verb to drive, driven in the perfect tense, and it has movement, like I said, fundamental movement. Whenever you drive, there is always movement. Now coming on to how to create a perfect sentence, these were the helping verbs on which we discussed. Now coming to the main verb itself. Now let's say we have here like gemacht, gefahren. How did we make these verbs? This is the basic step which you need to follow, how to convert verbs into a perfect tense. These are the steps. Let's find out. You add a GE in front of the verb. Yes, you add a GE in front of the verb, and you end the verb with EN or T. That means you could end the verb either with like gemacht or like geschlafen or gefahren. Yes, for example, machen becomes gemacht, you add a G, add a T in the end, and schlafen becomes you add a GE and this time add a EN in the end, geschlafen. So which one to add? Should you add a EN or should you add a T? Depends from verb to verb. We just need to learn it. There is no rule whatsoever, no shortcuts. We need to look them up on the internet. I'll give you some links in the book with which you could find out what is the past tense, what is the perfect tense, pardon me, for that particular verb. Okay, so this is the basic structure of making a verb into the perfect. You add a GE mostly, and then the verb you end with EN or T. So let's get started and let's do some verbs, and let's try to finish this in 2 to 3 parts. So let's see. The first one is right in front of us. The sentence we'll be making, let's find out. First, look at the verb. So this one, be with me, try to understand this. The verb is haben. So we need to make a perfect for haben. We need to choose a perfect helping verb first. Will it be haben or sein? So since we are making a perfect of haben, it makes sense to take the helping verb haben. Also, the verb have does not have any movement. So of course, the helping verb will be haben itself. Perfect. So we'll say, if you want to say I have had, you will say ich, then you'll use the helping verb haben and you'll say habe, and then you'll make the perfect form of haben by using the rule we learned. You add a GE in front, ended with a T or EN. Let's see how it looks. You added a GE, ended with a T. Ich habe gehabt. I have had. Yes, I have had enough. Ich habe genug gehabt. I have had enough. Genug is enough. So this is like the way you say I have had. Now let's say you want the verb kaufen is to buy. You want to say I have bought. So kaufen hasn't got any movement. Yes, it's not a fundamental movement. You could do online shopping. Yes, with a click on a button, click of a button. So basically kaufen, it'll be ich. You'll use the helping verb haben in the present tense. I have. Ich habe. Then you'll make the perfect form of kaufen. You'll add a GE in front, ended with a T this time as well. Gekauft. Ich habe gekauft. I have bought. Perfect. Moving on to the next verbs, we'll see that some verbs which begin with a B or a V, in German be or V, they do not get a G. Yes, I repeat, they do not get a G. For example, besuchen. Now it'll be I had visited. So the helping verb besuchen, no movement. Yes, you could visit someone online. So it's basically a normal verb. So we'll just say use the verb haben as a helping verb. In the past form, it'll be hatten, and it'll conjugate for ich. Ich hatte. We'll make the perfect form of the verb besuchen, and we'll write besucht. We will not add a GE. We'll not say gebesucht. It sounds funny. So it'll be ich hatte besucht. I have got. The verb to get is bekommen. Yes, bekommen is to get. You say I have got. It's in the present tense. So ich habe. There'll be no GE, and you'll end with the EN. Bekommen. It ends up looking the same. Yes, ich habe bekommen. Verkaufen. It's to sell. I have sold. Again, this is beginning with V. It will not be given a GE. It can't even say it. It's a tongue twister. Geverkauft. It doesn't really sound nice. You end it with a T. It'll be verkauft. Ich habe verkauft. I've sold. Yes. Now we'll do some of these verbs together, and you can try to build the perfect forms, and you should just be careful of the tense. If it is have, you'll use haben. If it is had, you'll use hatten. So let's see. Kriegen, it's also a verb to get, and it derived from the verb kriegen, which is to fight. It's understood also as to get. So you need to get something, you need to fight for it. That's the German idea. Yes. So let's find out. I'll need to say I have got. It'll be ich habe kriegen. Basically is the verb. We'll add a GE and we'll say gekriegt. Gekriegt. We'll end it with a T. I have got. I have read. It'll again be in the present tense. Ich habe. We'll add a GE, gelesen, this time with the EN. Ich habe gelesen. I have slept. Again, ich, present tense, habe, and we'll put a GE in front of the verb, and we'll keep it the same, geschlafen. Yes? H is missing. Okay. I had worked. Now the tense changed to the past. The helping verb is hatten. Ich hatte. Conjugated for ich. Ich hatte. Now the verb is arbeiten. We'll add a GE and we'll say gearbeitet. Very good. Now the verb is schreiben, to write. I had written. It's again in the past. So we'll use hatten. Ich hatte. We'll add a GE and we'll say geschrieben. Perfect. I have made, it'll be basically in the present tense. I have, ich habe. To make is basically machen. You'll say gemacht, add a ge and end it with a t. And we have a similar verb like machen, it's tun. This is one seldom verb. It's like irregular. It's the only verb which might end with a n along with sein. Normally all the verbs in German end with a en. So the meaning of tun is also to do, just like machen. Machen is interpreted like to make or to do. Tun is also basically to do. The difference being when you're doing something specific, you say I do it, ich mache das. If you're saying something unspecific, I don't do anything nowadays, then you'll say tun. Yes, ich tue nichts. Yeah, diesen Tagen. So let's find out how will we use this in the perfect. I have done. I have done nothing, like you want to say. So it'll be helping verb with be haben in the present tense, ich habe, and the verb tun will change into, moment, let's find out. We'll add a g, e, and then instead of tun we'll say tan, getan. Yes, perfect. Ich habe getan. Now I have met, again ich, now it's had met in the past tense. Be careful of that. So we'll use hatten, ich hatte, and the verb to meet is treffen. It becomes getroffen. Yes, you need to learn that. Trinken. Trinken is to drink, and it's I have drunk in the past tense, in the present tense, haben. Ich habe getrunken. Fantastic. Yes. Now the verb is to eat. I have eaten. It's ich habe. Now to eat is essen. We'll add a ge, geessen, but it sounds a little weird. There are two e's together. It sounds like giesen. So we'll just add another g in between. It'll become gegessen. Yes. I have eaten. I have sent. The verb is senden, just like in English. And you need to say I had. It's like hatte. Ich hatte. You'll add a ge, gesendet. You could also sometimes say gesandt. It has two forms. Yes, regular and irregular. Okay, schicken is to send, and the verb is I have sent. It'll be ich habe, present tense, geschenkt, adding a ge, ending with a t, geschenkt. I have delivered. The verb is liefern. Yes. Now you'll need to make it in the past. Ich hatte. So the verb would be hatten. Ich hatte. The verb is liefern. You'll add a ge, ended with a t, geliefert. Fantastic. Okay, super duper. Now coming here, talking about some verbs which have ei in them. Schreiben, leihen, verleihen. When you write them in the perfect, the ei changes to ie, like we did earlier here with schreiben, just showing it with some of the verbs. So I had written will be ich. Let's do it together. Yes, so it'll be ich, and the verb is had. I'll write hatte. The verb is to write schreiben. We'll add a ge and write geschrieben instead of geschrieben. Yes, geschrieben, ie. Leihen is to borrow. I have borrowed. You'll again begin with ich. It's had. You'll say hatte. Then borrowed is leihen. It'll become with a ge, geliehen. Yes, you'll not say geleihen, geliehen. Okay, now coming to verleihen, it's to lend. Yes, I have lent. In English, in German, it'll become in the present, ich habe. Now you'll not add any ge as per the rule. You don't add a ge with v. Words with v in the beginning, so we'll write simply ver. We'll change the ei to ie, verliehen. Yeah, I have lent. Now we have some verbs in German which are basically trennbares Verben. We already learned quite many. Now the idea is between when you make a perfect form of trennbares Verb, you add ge right in between of the prefix and the stem. Right in between, yes. So let's see how it goes. You'll write ich, I, and the verb is in the past tense, so you'll use hatten. Ich hatte, the verb is anrufen. You'll use the verb anrufen, begin with an, then you'll introduce the ge, then you'll end the verb with a t in this case, en with this case. Angerufen, fantastic. Ich hatte angerufen, I had called up. Now there is one more. I had invited. Again, it's trennbares Verb. The GE will come in between. The verb is einladen. Tense is past. So again, hatten, ich hatte. Very good, ich hatte. Then we'll say ein, introduce the GE, and the verb is laden itself. Eingeladen. Ich hatte eingeladen. Now the verb is anziehen. It's to I have dressed. This needs to be done in perfect. So basically the same logic. You'll first say ich, helping verb haben, habe. Now you'll need to introduce, write the main verb an, introduce GE, ange. Now you'll not say angeziehen, you'll not say angezieht, you'll say angezogen. Yes, that's the perfect form of anziehen. Okay, now you have certain verbs like bringen, which we had learned in the Präteritums, had the past Präteritums or the past tense was brachten. Now you'll know where the brachten came from, because if you want to say I have brought, you will not say ich bringte, yes, ich gebringte or something, ich gebringt. You'll rather say, yeah, excuse me, I'll repeat the sentence. So it's like bringen. If you want to say I have brought, you will not say ich habe gebringt or gebringen. You'll say ich habe gebracht. Yes, so basically here is where the past tense gets derived from, maybe. Yes, because it's bracht becomes brachte. Now similarly, denken, it's I have to think, and to have thought, it's, let's find out. I have thought, it'll be ich habe, and we'll add a GE and end it with a T, gedacht. Yes, and we'll change the stem just like of bringen to brachten, denken to dachten. Yeah, some of these exceptional verbs. Now all the verbs which sound like English, like the Latin language, like to study, to repair, to invest, to install, studieren, reparieren, investieren, installieren, will not get a GE whatsoever in the beginning, and they all will end with a T. So I have studied, it's the present tense, ich habe studiert. Past tense, I had repaired, ich hatte repariert. Present tense, I have invested, ich habe investiert. Past tense, I had installed, ich hatte installiert. Fantastisch. So far so good. Okay, now we come back to our good old verbs which we had been learning in the Präteritum as well as the beginning of the Präteritum. That is your, okay, my page got switched, coming back. So this part of the exercise, that is basically we'll be making the perfect with modal verbs, but not complete sentences, just in context. Let me give you an example to explain. Let's say the sentence is, I say to you something. I say to you that I have been able to learn German very easily, and you respond to me back, I have been able to as well. Yes, so the main verb to learn has been spoken by me. You are just giving me an answer in context. I have been able to also. So how will you say I have been able to? You'll say the verb to be able is können. You'll make a perfect with it. Ich habe gekonnt. Ich habe auch gekonnt. Auch is like I have also. Yeah, so I have also been able to, genau, referring to my sentence, learn German easily. Now sollen is I had wanted to. The interpretation changes in the perfect form, so it's like wanted. Now let's say I had wanted to stay longer in the party, so the verb is stay. Now you'll say I had wanted also. So basically the main verb to stay I have spoken, you don't need to speak it. So you'll just say ich habe, I have wanted to as well. Ich habe auch. You'll make the perfect of sollen, just like you did with können, it became gekonnt. Sollen becomes gesollt. Perfect. Now I'll say to you, I had to leave early. Yes, I had to leave early. You say I had to also. Yes, I had to also. So basically you're answering in context that you also had to leave early. So it'll be ich hatte, I had to also. Ich hatte auch. Now verb to I had to is like it was my duty. So ich hatte auch gemusst. Müssen becomes gemusst. Yes, no umlaut whatsoever. It's a perfect form. So ich hatte auch gemusst. Perfect. I have been allowed to. I had been allowed to drive at 20 years of age. So you say I had been allowed to as well. So you will say ich, the verb is dürfen. Change it into perfect. Ich hatte auch gedurft. Yes, perfect. Now wollen is to want. I wanted to see Michael Jackson perform, or I wanted to see Muhammad Ali fight. So you'll say I wanted to as well. So you'll say I had wanted to see Muhammad Ali fight. You say I had wanted to as well. So you'll say ich hatte auch, the verb is wollen, it'll become gewollt. Fantastic. Moving on to the last one, the verb is mögen. It's like I liked, I had liked, or I have liked. Let's say I had liked to play with my old friends. You say I had liked also. Then you could write it here. Ich hatte auch. What's the perfect of mögen? It's gemocht. Yes, gemocht. Fantastic. That's the perfect of mögen. So these were certain types of verbs in which the helping verb is always haben, since they do not have any fundamental movement. In the next lesson, in the next part of this lesson, we'll be doing the verbs which have got movement. And what will be the helping verb? As we already know, it will be sein. So catch me in the next lesson. Till then, John Berlin signing off.